Chapter 1. The Simulator of a Beautiful Life. Your Beautiful Life Crossing Simulator is currently loading, with 99 completed. Please be patient. Loading progress 99.01. Loading progress 99.02. In a dimly lit room, sunlight filters through the thick velvet curtains, creating patches of light that dance upon the table, chairs, and on Sushi himself. Sushi gently closes the book, patiently awaiting the completion of the simulator's loading process. Soon, after the loading progress reaches 99.99, it jumps to a notification indicating 100 completion. Sushi breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that this simulator did not behave like certain shopping apps that at the last moment display an absurd 99.99000001. He mutters to himself, 5 years ago, originally a calm and ordinary Earth. Suddenly, it was beset by a multitude of unforeseen events. Some referred to this as the revival of spiritual energy, others called it the return of myth, and some deemed it the dawn of a new era of human awakening. In simple terms, extraordinary powers inexplicably manifested across the globe, whether through the Eastern cultivation systems or the Western magical realms entities that had previously existed only in the realm of fantasy, now vividly emerged in the real world. As a result, the fabric of reality was violently shaken. Many perished amidst the tumult of the extraordinary. Sushi was somewhat fortunate, having successfully evaded death. Yet he was forced to accept the grim reality of a life confined to a wheelchair following subsequent hospital examinations. However, after 5 years of wheelchair existence, could it finally come to an end? Sushi chuckles softly. He summons the simulator panel that has completed its loading in his mind. Is it a conspiracy, or merely a trap? This inexplicably appearing golden finger conveys an air of strangeness. Yet I find myself with no alternative choices. In this chaotic new era, extraordinary battles could erupt at any moment. With his legs already crippled, Sushi knows that any stroke of ill fortune could render him one of the nameless victims featured in the evening news. Thus, to avert such a future, whether demon or devil, upon acquiring the simulator, Sushi prepared himself to dance alongside it. Come forth, simulator, let me witness your prowess. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Beautiful Life Crossing Simulator. This simulator will comprehensively assist you in experiencing various traversals of life. Upon the commencement of the simulation, the host's consciousness will be projected into the simulated world. At the conclusion of each simulation, rewards will be distributed based on the host's simulation live's level of excitement. Current available simulations 1. Then, what is the cost? Facing the simulator screen visible only to him, Sushi inquires cautiously. Let me simply ask if you desire it. After a moment of silence, Sushi decisively presses the button. Why would he refuse? This is his sole hope of escaping his predicament. Simulation initiating. World line projection in progress. Locking onto a traversable world, identified as a cultivation-based realm. Generating entries. Generation complete. Please select 3 entries as the character's innate talents for your initial simulation life. Entry levels are as follows: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Small family wealth green. You were born into a prosperous family, naturally endowed with good fortune, enabling you to live more abundantly than the average person at all times. Brute strength white. Your physical strength exceeds that of an ordinary individual, albeit slightly. Heavenly spiritual root gold. You possess exceptional spiritual root qualifications from birth, making you the envy of many even within prestigious cultivation sections. Whimsical insight purple. You occasionally possess a keen sense to perceive certain matters. Great compassion blue. You harbor immense compassion and cannot bear to see others suffer, often opting for physical salvation when witnessing hardship. Sushi swiftly reviews the 6 entries. He soon makes a decision, selecting Heavenly Spiritual Root Gold, Whimsical Insight Purple, and the 4 Arts of Cultivation Blue as his trio of talents. This represents the best combination he could devise after weighing the pros and cons. Entry selection complete. Shall the simulation commence? Yes. With Sushi mentally prepared, a blinding white light erupts before him, his consciousness detaching and soaring toward unknown and mysterious boundaries. Simulation number 01 officially begins. The sun shines brightly. The weather is clear. You, staying at home, suddenly feel an urge to venture outside. You laboriously maneuver your wheelchair away from the familiar confines of your home, only to find yourself abruptly struck by a heavy truck, sending you flying. Yet, to your astonishment, you realize you have not perished instead. You have crossed into an entirely new world, rejuvenated to the age of 7, with your once crippled legs restored to their former glory. You are elated, believing this to be the reward for a decade of indulging in legitimate online literature. Filled with confidence, you prepare to make your mark in this realm of cultivation, only to be swiftly engulfed by a sudden and merciless famine. Powerless, suffocating, despairing. Amidst the parched fields, the corpses of the starved lay strewn about. Under the relentless sun, refugees, enough to drown the forests, trudge forward, their gazes hollow, staring blankly ahead, nearly devoid of humanity's reason and thought. The footprints of those in front are swiftly covered by those behind. Sushi is one among them. He did not expect this so-called simulation to feel so hauntingly real. A fire seems to blaze within his stomach, voraciously consuming him, spreading that sense of helplessness throughout his entire being. Child, have some water. A woman, seeing that Sushi is still young, cannot bear to ignore him and offers a gourd filled with water. Water cannot satiate hunger. Yet, in a time when no food is available, it can provide a semblance of fullness, alleviating the pain of hunger and weakness. Thank you, Aunt Wong, Sushi replies politely as he drinks eagerly. The cool water soothes his cracked lips, swiftly swallowed without lingering in his mouth, providing temporary relief to his growling stomach. He returns the gourd to Aunt Wong. Sushi continues to advance. I've heard there is a mortal city not far ahead where they should have a porridge kitchen. I must quicken my pace, Sushi silently thinks, using a wooden stick to propel himself forward. He does not wish to squander this precious first simulation by perishing from hunger. After another half-hour of walking, Sushi Sudenlihan, not because he has reached his destination, but because he hears an intermittent sound of a baby crying. Chapter 2. You become her sole hero. An abandoned newborn, perhaps. Sushi resumes his advance, closely trailing the line of famished individuals. He is acutely aware that in such an era, the abandonment of infants is disturbingly commonplace after all, when parents struggle for their own survival. Who has the capacity to care for a child? Encountering such a tragedy during a famine, the best course of action is often to pretend it does not exist. Thinking this, Sushi quietly lowers his gaze, determined to turn a blind eye. The others around him do the same, including Aunt Wong and her family, who had earlier offered him water. It is not that they lack kindness or compassion, it is simply that in such desperate times, nurturing a newborn means diminishing the food supply for their own families, thereby reducing their own chances of survival. In the stark contrast, people tend to prioritize their own kin over the innocent. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps resonate like a moral indictment against their hearts. Suddenly, Susihan. He lifts his gaze toward the sun in the sky, as if finally making a decision. In the astonished gazes of those around him, he swiftly breaks away from the line of the starving and dashes toward the source of the sound he heard earlier. Though this is merely a simulated world, it feels so profoundly real, how can I simply ignore it? In such times of food scarcity, if I do nothing, the fate of that child will surely. Sushi silently accelerates his pace, searching through the wild grass, running over the sharp stones. Gradually, the height of the overgrown grass surpasses Su Zai's knees, each step requiring considerable effort to push through the tenacious thickets, while the hot wind whistles past his ears, accompanied by the rustling of the grass. Cutting through thorns, charging forward without hesitation, just as depicted in countless fairy tales. With small arms parting the obstacles, tender feet treading upon dangers, the fearless hero finally arrives at his destination, discovering a baby girl wrapped in cloth beneath a withered tree. Sunlight cascades from the sky, fragmented by the bare branches of the lifeless tree into countless shards, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Sushi crouches down. He lifts the obviously newborn infant, shielding her from the scorching sun. "I've finally found you," he whispers softly. The baby's skin is soft and tender, akin to newly blossomed petals, with a faint rosy hue, her eyes blinking with curiosity as they gaze at Su Zai's flushed and weary face. Her petite nose quivers slightly, her body curling up in Su Zai's embrace, becoming incredibly quiet. It seems she feels an overwhelming sense of safety nestled within his arms. It appears she is not in any grave danger. Though it is somewhat challenging, Sushi is unwilling to abandon this child. At the very least, he must try to ensure her survival amidst this famine. The trials forge heroes. You exchange your meager remaining food for some mother's milk, sparing your sister from the pangs of hunger. In contrast, deprived of your last morsel, you could only endure the painful cramps in your abdomen, each passing day and night a testament to your boda's frailty and weakness. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon you. Before succumbing to starvation, you and your sister joined a throng of the starving and successfully reached a humble mortal city, where you obtained life-saving hot porridge from a charity kitchen. You survived, and so did your sister. Through diligent inquiry, you discovered that this city was called Haishi City, part of a mortal dynasty, where every 5 years celestial beings descend to assess potential disciples. Yet, your luck seemed somewhat diminished, for the last recruitment had only recently concluded, leaving you to await another 5 years. You resolved to remain in Haishi City, eager to participate in the upcoming recruitment event, and thus began seeking ways to earn a living, striving to support both yourself and your sister. You named your sister Sue Moli. As time flowed swiftly, the years slipped by like a fleeting dream. Perhaps it was due to the nature of the simulator. Sushi often felt as if time raced past, akin to pressing the skip button in a game, leaping over several years in an instant. Yet, Sushi retained vivid memories. He recalled how he survived in Haishi City, the moments shared with his sister Moli, and the interactions with neighbors and townsfolk. Calculating the time, there remains but a year until the recruitment event. Inside the cramped wooden dwelling, with scant furnishings and a clean floor, Sushi pondered deeply, etching a deep mark on the wall with charcoal. This was the 4th such mark, symbolizing the 4th year. This year, Sushi was nearly 11. The maturity of a transmigrator endowed him with a reliability that surpassed that of his peers. "Brother!" A soft, innocent voice called from behind. Simultaneously, a small figure leapt onto Suzai's back, nestling against him, revealing a cherubic face filled with trust. "You always so mischievous," Sushi remarked with a tone of exasperation. With practiced ease, he lifted the girl by the nape of her neck and gently set her down on the ground. "Not at all. Brother is unjustly accusing Moli," the girl protested, adjusting the wrinkles in Suzai's robe caused by her earlier antics. Her expression was earnest, her movements meticulous, as if tending to something of utmost importance. Once everything was set right, the girl beamed with satisfaction. Her smile was pure and charming at 4 years old. She resembled the most exquisite porcelain doll, prompting Sushi to playfully ruffle her hair. "Do not mess with Moli's hair." As he listened to her adorable protest, Sushi laughed. Why not? The girl, with utmost seriousness, began to count on her fingers. The neighborly grandmother said that touching a child's head prevents them from growing tall. "You've touched it many times. What if Moli doesn't grow tall?" Sushi, intrigued, asked. "So, what will little Moli do once she grows tall?" Without hesitation, the girl replied, "Help brother earn lots and lots of money." "Ah, is that so? That indeed sounds like something to look forward to." Sushi laughed heartily. Amidst the girl's indignant expression, he playfully tousled her shiny black hair. Then, before she could become truly upset, he swiftly produced a large, round watermelon. "Wow, it's a very big watermelon," Sue Moli exclaimed with delight. Her eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Clinging to Suzai's leg, she cheered, "I want to eat it! I want to eat it! Brother, hurry and cut it for Moli." All right, he'll get to it right away," the boy replied affectionately, moving his sister aside before retrieving the kitchen knife to slice the watermelon into equal portions. Chapter 3. Entering the Heavenly Sword sect, the cut watermelon took on a crescent shape. The red flesh was tender and moist, with glistening drops of juice cascading onto the wooden table. Leaving behind a small patch of wetness, the girl looked on with delight, cradling one of the slices in her hands. Just as she was about to take a bite, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She strained on her tiptoes, lifting her hands higher, presenting the watermelon slice towards Sushi's lips. "Eat, brother, you eat first. Then I shall thank the lovely Moli," Sushi replied with a smile, taking a gentle bite. It was sweet and delicious, with a grainy texture and a refreshing juiciness that burst forth. On a scorching summer day, indulging in such a treat brought a sense of salvation, the sweetness exploding on the tongue, delivering joy and happiness. The siblings each held a slice of watermelon, seated at the threshold of their home, munching contentedly as they watched the passers-by outside and listened to the rustling of the dense ancient trees swaying in the breeze. "Brother, when will Emoli grow taller?" "Well, I can't say for certain," he replied. "I wish I could grow taller quickly." The girl sat on the threshold, enjoying her watermelon. The wooden threshold was quite high, and with her short legs, she could not touch the ground once seated. She swung her legs back and forth, creating soft arcs in the air, and in that lightness akin to a bird in flight, time seemed to slow down. Summer, the girl, and the watermelon came together in a serene and beautiful tableau. At least Sue, she felt that this scene was truly lovely. However, beauty aside, there were lessons to be imparted. Sushi lightly tapped the girl's forehead with the back of his clean hand. "Be quiet while eating and don't fidget. Brother, you're so annoying," Suamoli pouted. Before long, all the watermelon had vanished into the siblings' bellies. Being still young, Emoli could not consume too much, so most of it was eaten by Sushi. Even so, her belly became round and plump, and she lazily rested on Sushi's back, murmuring, "I've become like this because of you, brother. You must take responsibility and let me lie here for a while." The girl was likely quite exhausted, her voice growing fainter. After a while, Sushi heard soft snoring coming from behind him. Youth was indeed delightful, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. Sushi shook his head, gently carrying the now sleeping girl, slowing his pace, and cradling her in his hands as he made his way to the bed. He carefully laid her half reclined on the bedding, concerned that lying flat might cause her indigestion after her round belly was filled with food. Thus, he propped her up with the bedding, allowing her to rest comfortably. "What a child who brings me such worry," Sushi mused in front of him. The girl slept soundly, her breaths light and even, resembling an exceptionally adorable young creature, her innocent and pure face unguarded. Rays of sunlight streamed in from the window, not too strong but just enough to cast a gentle warmth around her. Sushi watched for a long while, wielding a fan to occasionally sweep away the heat and nuisance of mosquitoes from the sleeping girl. "Is this child perhaps too clingy with me? When the disciple selection conference arrives next year, I will have to leave if I don't take her with me. I can only imagine how much she will cry and fuss," Sushi sighed, seemingly envisioning a rather amusing scene, a smile tugging at his lips. Originally, Sushi had planned to enter the cultivation sect alone during the disciple selection conference next year, but the girl was too attached, and he felt uneasy in trusting her care to others. Upon reflection, it seemed better for them to leave together. With her extraordinary spiritual root, he believed the cultivation sect would not refuse his request. Time continued to flow. "You silently awaited the arrival of the disciple selection conference and suggested to your sister that you leave together." She agreed, thinking it was a very cool idea, and she only wanted to be with you. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Another year passed, marking your 5th year since crossing into the realm of cultivation, and the new disciple selection conference commenced. Immortals descended from the heavens, either soaring on swords or riding flying vessels, jointly unleashing a grand formation that enveloped the entire city, designed to assess the spiritual roots of mortals. 3 spiritual roots. For spiritual roots, 5 spiritual roots. As the formation activated, those within the city possessing spiritual roots were swiftly identified. You were taken aback, for those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, and most were mediocre mixed roots. Suddenly, you felt a tremendous surge, a torrent of energy bursting forth from your chest, revealing your heavenly spiritual root without reservation. Your sister Sue Emoli was overjoyed but simultaneously felt inferior, for she was an ordinary mortal. Devoid of any spiritual roots, a year later, in Haishi City, within the spiritual root formation, a brilliant green luminescence shot skyward, startling the previously relaxed cultivators who were exchanging cultivation experiences. Such an aura could only belong to Hiss. There's no mistake. This is a wood attribute heavenly spiritual root. Ha ha ha, this child is destined to join our heavenly sword sect. Almost simultaneously, the exalted cultivators, who were revered in the eyes of mortals, displayed expressions of ecstasy, converging upon Sushi and his sister. "Brother? It's all right, let me handle this." Clutching the trembling little hand, Sushi shielded the girl behind him, facing the crowd of cultivators alone. Some coaxed, some enticed, and others tempted with promises of benefits. The scene turned chaotic, reminiscent of a bustling market. Ultimately, Sushi chose the Heavenly Sword sect as his destination. In terms of foundation, it was the strongest sect present. With several nascent soul cultivators stationed there in terms of sincerity, the practitioners of the Heavenly Sword sect were the most genuine, promising that upon entry, one would be a true disciple, granted a personal cave dwelling and an abundance of cultivation resources. Moreover, they allowed the siblings to leave together. Young man, have you made up your mind? Yes, senior. I wish to join the Heavenly Sword sect. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect rejoiced at your choice, immediately escorting you and your sister away from Haishi City, soaring into the sky on a flying sword. You lost track of time and speed as you flew. You only knew that the clouds swept past on either side. And after a cycle of day and night, the flying sword finally slowed, descending upon a magnificent mountain range. This was the sect of the Heavenly Sword. You and your sister were settled into a room for a brief rest. Upon awakening, you were hurriedly taken to the main hall of the Heavenly Sword sect by the cultivator who had brought you there, where many esteemed cultivators had gathered, eager to take you on as their disciple. Ultimately, after careful consideration of the pros and cons, you decided to join the Forest Sword Peak, becoming the true disciple of the nascent soul ancestor, the master of Forest Sword Peak. Chapter 4. She waits for your return. In the rain. Su Shi's first impression of the master of Forest Sword Peak was quite favorable. The elder, who had just accepted him as a disciple, appeared kind and benevolent, exuding an aura of warmth. He bore no semblance of a high-ranking sect elder. Behind the flowing robes, he carried an ancient wooden sword, ordinary in appearance but likely a deeply concealed treasure, given that a nascent soul cultivator would carry it. Similarly, as Su Shi observed the master of Forest Sword Peak, the elderly Wanshou was also watching him, growing increasingly satisfied. He stroked his white beard, saying, "Not bad, not bad. A rare would attribute heavenly spiritual root. This should bring prosperity to my Forest Sword Peak." Other nascent soul cultivators within the sect expressed their discontent. The old ghost, why should the wood attribute heavenly spiritual root belong to your Forest Sword Peak? Exactly. As the saying goes, the 5-element cycle, which generates fire. My Flame Sword Peak is also quite suitable for this child. Ha ha ha. Listening to the envious and jealous remarks of his peers, Li Wanshou laughed heartily. Waving his sleeves, a gust of wind enveloping Su Shi's form as they soared toward the distant Emerald Mountains. Come, come, my obedient disciple. Don't let those agitated old ghosts harm you. Ha ha, how delightful. The green mountains loomed high and serene, the landscape layered with clarity, the winds and clouds stirring with a resonant roar. Senior. Su Shi quickly corrected himself. Master, is it truly fine for us to leave so directly? Li Wanshou chuckled. No need to worry. Those old ghosts have often mocked me for having no disciples in Forest Sword Peak. Now it's their turn to lose face. The elder acted with remarkable nonchalance. Utilizing his profound nascent soul powers, it wasn't long before he brought Su Shi to Forest Sword Peak. The architecture here resembled that of the main hall of the sect, yet many areas were adorned with sword bamboo, creating the illusion of thousands of green swords standing proudly upon the mountainside, radiating sharpness. Obedient disciple, from now on, you shall manage Forest Sword Peak. You are my only true disciple, thus you will hold the highest rank among the disciples here. You may arrange all matters as you see fit. Should you encounter uncertainty or have questions regarding cultivation, seek me at the Forest Sword Hall atop the mountain. Cultivate diligently. Our Heavenly Sword sect has yet to produce a transformation god cultivator. Perhaps you will be the first. Ha ha ha. If I can teach a transformation god disciple, my life will have been worth it. After placing Su Shi down, the elder laughed with great joy, leaving behind a storage bag and a volume of secret techniques. Before strolling into the hall atop the mountain, appearing carefree and uninterested in the matters at hand. Su Shi caught the storage bag and the technique book, his expression complex, feeling as though he had unwittingly entered a grim factory to work. You have successfully entered the esteemed Yuan Ing sect, the Tianjin sect, becoming the foremost disciple of the Sanjian Peak lineage. Within the storage bag left by your master, Li Wanshou, you discovered a travel token, a flying vessel accessible to mortals, and an abundance of spirit stones, talismans, and array instruments. A sudden realization struck you. You were destined to be a part of Sanjian Peak. You activated the flying vessel and brought your sister, Su Emoli, to your side, settling in an uninhabited cave on the mountain. Your innate talent is extraordinary. In a single day, you grasped the sensation of qi. Within 3 days, refined essence into qi, and within 100 days achieved a perfect breakthrough in Qi refinement. Li Wanshou, with an unnatural expression, complimented you, noting that you bore some of his former grace. Not long after, you caught wind of an unexpected piece of news. Your master, the great cultivator of the Yuanying stage and the peak master of Sanjian, Li Wanshou, has sustained injuries. After several inquiries, you learned that Li Wanshou had ventured to another peak to boast about your remarkable cultivation speed, only to be besieged and beaten by numerous Yuanying cultivators. You shook your head, thinking Li Wanshou indeed deserved it. Meanwhile, due to your astonishing cultivation speed, everyone on Sanjian Peak holds you in reverence. No one dared to mock or provoke you. The possessor of a heavenly spiritual root, which rendered your journey through this world rather mundane. Your status as the foremost disciple of Sanjian Peak is unassailable. All believe you are destined to become a powerful Yuanying master, with the potential to glimpse the realm of Huashun. Thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds obscured the heavens, and strands of silver descended from the clouds, gradually intertwining before being torn apart by a fierce wind, transforming into a tempestuous storm. The rainy days on Sanjian Peak differ from those in Heisher City. The former is serene and ethereal, while the latter is bustling and clamorous, filled with human voices. Yet, one aspect remains unchanged. There is always someone waiting for Su Shi brother. A diminutive figure, struggling to hold a larger oil paper umbrella, excitedly waved at Su Shi at the entrance of the cave. Didn't I say you don't have to wait for me every time? Su Shi took the umbrella, tilting it slightly to better shield the delicate figure. But the book says that doing so makes brother happy. Which book? Sister from the Dan Hall lent me 108 strategies to capture a man's heart. Su Shi fell into a brief silence, then gently ruffled Suemo Li's hair. You shouldn't read such books anymore. They're not suitable for children. Oh, the girl, already a budding beauty, seemed to partially understand but felt no need to grasp it fully. She simply wished to heed her brother's words. The two, one large and one small, walked through the rain, the expansive oil paper umbrella shielding them from the wind and rain, allowing only a faint, damp aroma to waft into their nostrils. When it comes to caves, most people's understanding aligns with a tranquil stone hollow. However, that is not the case here. In the realm of cultivation, the cave's significance lies in the concentration of spiritual energy, which determines the speed of cultivation. The specific style of habitation holds little importance. Su Shi's cave is quite simple, resembling a wooden house from Heisher City but slightly larger. It also carries an air of emptiness and solitude. Su Shi is indifferent to this, while the girl is determined to bring change, often contemplating the addition of small flowers and grasses to imbue the cave with more vitality. When she tires of playing, she would sprint to Su Shi's side, incessantly asking questions. Brother, what does it feel like to cultivate? Can you really fly to the heavens? Of course, once I break through to the foundation establishment stage after the new year, I will be able to fly on my sword, and I'll take you with me. Yay, Emoli will wait forever. Rest assured. It won't be long that Su Shi patted Emoli's small head. The girl beamed, her eyes sparkling, the corners of her eyes crinkling in delight. Then, Su Shi opened his right hand, revealing 2 hard candies. I bought these when I went out today. Take them and enjoy. The girl's happiness intensified, her eyes shimmering like stars. Brother is the best. Your journey in cultivation has been remarkably smooth. After achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement, you did not rush to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but instead followed Li Wanshou's counsel to solidify your foundation for a perfect establishment. During this period, you began to study the 4 arts of cultivation: traditional alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, and talismans. Your extraordinary talent allowed you not only to master the 4 arts in a remarkably short time, but also to have a spontaneous burst of inspiration, creating a new alchemical formula. The sect took this matter seriously, rewarding you further, and your life with your sister improved significantly. Chapter 5. My life only needs my brother. You began to reorganize Sanjian Peak, penalizing a female disciple from the Dan Hall for stepping into the hall with her left foot first, assigning her to serve as a firewood worker for 3 months. The other disciples trembled in fear, thereafter entering with their right foot. You devoted yourself to cultivation, welcoming the first new year since joining the Tianjian sect. You chose to remain in the cave with your sister, Suemo Li, preparing an extravagant meal. The girl was overjoyed, eating heartily without pause. The winter world is filled with desolation. Leaves wither, flowers fade, and the once verdant mountains are left with bare branches swaying in the biting wind. Accumulating layers of snowflakes that gradually turn pure white, Sushi does not particularly favor winter, especially since entering the simulated world. During the 5 years living in Heisher City, he earned a meager income, expending all his efforts merely to sustain himself and his sister. Unsurprisingly, the two siblings could not afford the coal needed for warmth. Sushi still vividly remembers those days when snow fell thickly, and tiny icicles invaded his lungs with every breath. Each day, a small figure would curl up, shivering in the cold wind, waiting at the door of the wooden house for Sushi. The biting wind remained relentless, showing no signs of change. Now, with Sushi entering the Tianjian sect as a possessor of a heavenly spiritual root and having an independently functioning cave, he no longer needs to worry about the cold wind's intrusion. "Brother, I'm here. What's wrong? If you don't eat soon, the food will get cold." The 6-year-old Suemoli feigned seriousness, shaking her little finger in admonishment. "You must eat while it's hot." Sushi paused for a moment, then smiled. "All right." The chopsticks intertwined, and they shared dishes in perfect harmony. Before spring arrives, the frigid winter days are indeed arduous, but as they huddle together for warmth, they can always await the arrival of spring's light. Do you and your sister enjoyed a warm new year? As the old year passed and the new one commenced, you condensed perfect foundational qi, setting the record for the fastest foundation establishment in the Tianjian sect. Thus becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, you received rewards from your master, Li Wanshou, including a top-grade flying sword and a corresponding defensive artifact. As winter gives way to spring, all things awaken. As a foundation establishment cultivator, you took on more responsibilities within the sect. Alleviate your sister's boredom and consider her future. You enrolled Suemoli in a school. On her first day, she gazed at you with teary eyes, mistakenly believing you were abandoning her. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was eventually cleared up. You expressed concern for your sister's future. "Brother, is life very long?" "Very long indeed." "Brother, is life very short?" "Very short indeed." How can it be both long and short? That feels so strange. That is simply how life is. The girl had her own standards, and you could only let it be. Time passed swiftly. You and the girl spent year after year within the Tianjian sect, growing closer. In the 7th year of your journey, at the age of 13, you broke through once more, while the girl, now 7, completed all her school courses in a single year. In the 8th year, at 14, you advanced to mid-foundation establishment, wielding the withered vine sword to overpower a false Dan cultivator. Someone preemptively bestowed upon you the title of Golden Dan Master, yet your heart remained unperturbed. The girl, now 8, began assisting you with the affairs of Sanjian Peak and was adored by many disciples due to her charming appearance. In the 9th year, at 15, you truly matured, shedding your past youthful appearance. Wherever you went, you garnered praise from both elders and juniors, outshining the contemporary demonic path talents, becoming a rising star of the righteous path. The girl, now 9, lacking any innate talent for cultivation, resolved to aid you in managing Sanjian Peak, and she excelled at it. In the 10th year, you turned 16, while the girl was 10. Time flowed year by year, and life gradually improved. Sushi felt content with this existence, continually growing stronger while enhancing his simulated life's evaluation, all the while caring for Suemoli, ensuring this child could thrive. Despite knowing this was a fabricated simulated world, the experiences and emotions derived from human interactions felt genuine. Thus, Sushi wished to provide the girl with the best life possible. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, the 10th year arrives, and Emoli's 10th birthday approaches. It feels as if the memory of finding her during the flight from disaster happened just yesterday. In the 10th year of entering the simulated world, Sushi, now 16, looked up at the sun in the sky, feeling contemplative as he soared on his sword towards his cave, preparing to present a birthday gift to his beloved sister. Everything appeared beautiful and smooth, as it ought to be. That you, brother? Moli, I feel so much pain. Upon entering the cave, Sushi did not see the familiar, adorable figure waiting for him as usual. Taking a few more steps, he discovered the girl collapsed on the ground, her complexion pale, blood trickling from her lips, staining them a ghastly red. The sight was dire, perilous, and impossible to ignore. Oli, with utmost urgency. Sushi hastened to the girl's side, extracting every healing item he possessed in a desperate attempt to save her. Fortunately, his efforts proved beneficial. After languishing in slumber for half an hour, the 10-year-old Suemoli gradually awoke. Weakly, she gazed at Sushi, mustering a faint smile as she spoke in a fragile voice. Emoli knows, brother will surely come to rescue Emoli. That is why Emoli has been waiting. How wonderful, Emoli has finally waited. Chapter 6, Brother, will I die? The girl's condition is far more dire than one might imagine. This is not a mere mortal ailment, nor is it an injury inflicted from without, but rather a gradual, internal atrophy leading to collapse. Her body is steadily approaching its end. You cannot comprehend, nor do you understand why. You can only strive with all your might to seek a remedy. Yet regrettably, not even the most miraculous elixirs of cultivators can eradicate her affliction, only delay the deterioration of her form. You toil tirelessly, flapping your wings like a desperate bird, soaring through a thicket of thorns in search of minuscule hope. Yet regardless of your efforts, no matter how battered, and despite pleading with all, including your master, you fail to uncover the true cause of her malady. You can only watch her suffer more with each passing day. You can only witness her gradual decline. You are powerless. There is nothing you can do. Reality does not bend to human will. Unlike the protagonists of fervent tales, you cannot alter the present tragedy and suffering with mere unfounded outbursts of rage. In the face of genuine tragedy, human effort appears infinitesimal, so small it evokes despair. Every morning greeting, every evening farewell, serves as a harbinger of death drawing ever closer. Under such pressure, you have labored for 4 years, ultimately achieving nothing. 4 years have passed. You are now 20, while the girl is 14. The once adorable child who trailed behind you, incessantly calling you brother, has blossomed into a beautiful maiden, yet she spends her days confined to a sickbed, as fragile as a cracked porcelain doll, at risk of shattering with the slightest misstep. To some, her pallid frailty embodies an exquisite beauty, but to you, it is the epitome of despair, helplessness, and loathing. Your seasons seem to have been reduced to a relentless winter, devoid of joy and warmth. The girl observes all this, her eyes often reflecting guilt and remorse. Concerned more for your weary state than her own suffering, she frequently apologizes. I'm sorry, brother. At the Sunjian Peak cave dwelling, years have passed. The interior remains largely unchanged, still furnished with the same few chairs and tables. Along with the flora the girl had once lovingly transplanted, a faint, sweet fragrance lingers, permeating the oppressive silence. The girl lies quietly on the bed, her long, dark hair cascading down, her beautiful eyes devoid of spirit. Her lips pale, exuding a fragility that seems ready to shatter at any moment. Do not worry. There is no need for apologies between us, Sushi reassured, shaking his head as he placed a pill in her mouth. Today's 9-leaf pill. Just rest well after taking it. The girl obediently nodded, swallowing the pill. Afterward, the ailing girl offered Sushi a smile, akin to the soft glow of dawn, a beautiful illusion, as she, much like in her childhood, requested a reward. Brother, Emoli has obediently taken her medicine. Her eyes sparkled with joy, appearing as if she had never matured, playfully seeking affection from Su Xi in that moment. The stark contrast between Suemoli's frail form and her lively voice struck observers with a profound sense of suffocation, compelling silence and sorrow. Yes, Emoli is a good child. Sushi managed a strained smile, battling the sting of tears at the bridge of his nose. He retrieved some candy he had prepared earlier, which the girl eagerly accepted, savoring it as though it were a rare treasure. Is the candy truly that delightful? He pondered, noting how each time he offered it to Emoli, her face glowed with unparalleled happiness. After finishing the candy, the girl did not succumb to sleep as usual. Instead, she expressed a desire to venture outside. Sushi consented. Flying on a sword was out of the question, as excessive speed would further strain her already fragile body. Thus, he supported her as they exited the cave and took a leisurely stroll around the now autumn-clad Sunjian Peak, moving at a pace slower than the turning of life's cycles, more meticulous than the minutiae of daily existence. As they wandered along the carpet of fallen leaves, a hint of vitality returned to the girl's face. Yet, despite this leisurely pace, even this brief excursion weighed heavily on the 14-year-old Suemoli. Abruptly halting, She clutched the fabric of her clothing, her complexion paling alarmingly. "If you cannot walk, then do not force yourself," Sushi urged, echoing the tenderness of their childhood. He lifted the girl onto his back, allowing her to rest against him. Nestled against his familiar form, she felt a sense of security and steadiness, her eyelids growing heavy, succumbing to the pull of sleep. Just before drifting off, she posed a question. "Brother, will Emoli die?" Emoli believes in brother. Brother would never deceive Emoli." Su Emoli's voice grew ever fainter, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth as she nestled into Sushi's shoulder, straining to remain conscious. Yet, the blood continued to seep forth, gradually sapping her strength. By the time Sushi perceived something amiss, she had already slipped into unconsciousness. "You have successfully joined the Heavenly Sword sect, becoming a highly envied disciple with a pure spiritual root, heralding a promising future and an extraordinary life. You are a veritable prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Yet, in stark contrast, your sister has succumbed to a grave illness, her condition exacerbating in the autumn of her 14th year. You are powerless to save her, relentlessly completing sect tasks and self-studying alchemy, utilizing precious elixirs revered even by cultivators to delay your sister's impending demise. In the 15th year after your arrival, you are 21, while Su Emoli is 15. You have successfully advanced to the latter stages of foundation building. Your strength has increased, rendering you fearless against ordinary golden core cultivators, thus hastening your quest for elixirs for your sister. However, concurrently, Su Emoli's condition has deteriorated further. She has lost the ability to walk and can only lie in bed all day. In the 16th year, you are 22, Su Emoli is 16. Your stress has reached its zenith. It feels as though you are on the brink of madness, desperately searching for a solution to save your sister. At last, just before your sister's life reaches its twilight, you discover a description related to her affliction within an ancient tome from overseas. Heaven's misfortune. The ancient text states that only those with spiritual roots can cultivate, a universally acknowledged truth in the realm of cultivation. Yet among the countless mortals, there exist a rare few who, devoid of spiritual roots, can still absorb spiritual energy. However, spiritual roots are foundational to cultivation. Without them, a mortal's body becomes harmed by the excessive absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, this phenomenon is termed heaven's misfortune, denoting a calamity bestowed by the heavens. Your sister, Su Emoli, embodies this very condition. The abundant spiritual energy of the Heavenly Sword sect hastened her heaven's misfortune, leaving you in a state of shock upon realizing this fact. Chapter 7. You have overdrawn everything. Heaven's misfortune, spiritual roots, spiritual energy. So, it is as I suspected. Within the confines of the Heavenly Sword sect's domain, in a cultivation marketplace, Sushi perused the ancient tome, meticulously absorbing its contents, with his eyes closed. A bitter expression crept across his face after a prolonged silence. He had never fathomed that his decision to bring the girl to the Heavenly Sword sect would jeopardize her life. Though the text detailed that spiritual energy pervades all corners of existence, indeed, even in places of minimal spiritual density, Heaven's misfortune would not permit survival beyond the age of 40, from the very beginning. Sushi had been blissfully unaware of Heaven's misfortune, harboring only the intent to protect the girl when he brought her to the sect. Despite Emoli's character, which would never allow her to blame her brother, the wrongdoing remains unequivocally wrong. Sushi sighed internally. His face, already marked by years of arduous toil, now appeared even more haggard and lost. Anxiety, guilt, regret. If one merely shifts the blame after committing an error, whom can Sushi hold accountable? His sister, who has trusted him unconditionally since childhood, or the natural flow of spiritual energy, which operates without self-awareness? How absurd is that? I truly am not a competent brother. Sushi lamented, his spirits plummeting as he soared through the skies on his sword, aiming directly for the Heavenly Sword sect. The error has been made. His sister's heaven's misfortune has arrived. Fortunately, the ancient tome contains a remedy. Heaven's misfortune essentially refers to those who are innately attuned to spiritual energy but lack spiritual roots, causing this innate talent to transform into a nightmare. Thus, the solution is deceptively simple. Allow the afflicted to acquire spiritual roots and begin cultivation. The notion of endowing a mortal with spiritual roots is unprecedented. One can only hope that his master possesses a solution. As he flew through the air, the winds swirling around him, Su Shi furrowed his brow. While methods of possession exist within the cultivation realm, fundamentally, they merely involve exchanging one body with another that possesses spiritual roots. If it were indeed possible to conjure spiritual roots from nothing, the number of cultivators would not be so scarce. This is the secluded retreat of your esteemed master, Li Wanshou. Simultaneously, this marks your second visit to the Forest Sword Palace for personal matters. During your previous visit, you sought your master's wisdom regarding your sister's ailment. This time, you wish to inquire about the method to cultivate a spiritual root, hoping to aid your sister in her true recovery. Upon entering the Forest Sword Palace, you met with Li Wanshou and directly expressed the purpose of your visit, earnestly seeking guidance on the cultivation of the spiritual root. Your master regards you as his heir and has always been responsive to your requests. Yet this time, even he, a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage, finds himself unable to provide the answers you seek. Having lived for over a millennium, I have never encountered a method to cultivate a spiritual root postnatally. Spiritual roots are inherently bestowed by heaven and cannot be altered by human effort. Perhaps only those legendary immortals possess the capability to accomplish such a feat. I in the ethereal atmosphere of the Summit Palace at Forest Sword Peak. The venerable elder stroked his beard and sighed. Disciple, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Even a divine transformation practitioner would find no solution to this matter. Su Shi remained silent. Continuing to bow respectfully, the elder continued, your disposition, alas, I have heard tales from ancient times of methods involving external spiritual roots, utilizing the treasures of heaven and earth to replace the innate spiritual root, assisting mortals in their cultivation, but such practices are nearly impossible to realize. Why is it impossible? Simply because it is exceedingly difficult. The rare treasures of heaven and earth are scarce. Even the great masters have barely enough for their own use, let alone spare resources for mortals to cultivate spiritual roots. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect, a prominent nascent soul sect, lacks such treasures. Su Shi comprehended the gravity of the challenge. It was daunting, yet it remained a potential avenue for salvation. Thank you, Master. Su Shi expressed his heartfelt gratitude before departing, leaving the elder gazing at his retreating figure with a long sigh, as though lamenting something lost or reminiscing about days gone by. The realization of the existence of external spiritual roots filled your heart with exhilaration. She continued to gaze at you with warmth and trust, believing in and relying on you. You began your quest for the treasures of heaven and earth. The journey you embarked upon was fraught with difficulties. Lower-tier treasures of heaven and earth proved ineffective for cultivating external spiritual roots, while higher-tier treasures were beyond the reach of a nascent golden core practitioner like yourself. You commenced a pursuit of self-rescue, persistently researching and exploring other possibilities for external spiritual roots, such as employing formations or artifacts as substitutes. You exhausted your energy, igniting a surge of inspiration, and your 4 arts of cultivation saw notable progress. You depleted your vital essence, triggering a sudden burst of insight. Enhancing your 4 arts of cultivation, you drained your spirit, sparking an impulsive surge, leading to advancements in your 4 arts of cultivation. You overextended. Countless failures and repeated attempts. The myriad challenges led Su Shi to contemplate giving up. Yet every time he recalled that trusting gaze, he found renewed motivation to press on. Yet, reality was brutally harsh. The method for external spiritual roots resembled a lifebuoy thrown to a drowning person. It offered a glimmer of hope for survival, only to be swallowed by a tumultuous wave in the next moment, dragging one back into the depths. With Su Shi's current nascent golden core cultivation, he lacked the strength to touch or possess treasures of such caliber, let alone shape them into external spiritual roots. If one were to speak of any treasure in Su Shi's possession, it would be himself. With a wood-type spiritual root, contrary to the calamities of heaven, the wood's spiritual root was a sign of divine favor. Despite years of neglecting his cultivation, Su Shi was on the brink of entering the golden core stage without any hindrance. As for the 4 arts of cultivation, Su Shi had evidently overestimated the potential of the blue attribute. Even with continuous bursts of inspiration, his level could not reach the extent required to create external spiritual roots. Perhaps I should shift my approach and focus on enhancing my own strength.
After numerous failures, this thought emerged in Sushi's mind. He ceased his fixation on creating external spiritual roots and instead directed his attention towards elevating his own cultivation. He devoted himself entirely to secluded training, fervently consuming elixirs, and within less than 2 years of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, he directly ascended to the Golden Core stage. At under 30 years of age, he became the youngest Golden Core practitioner since the establishment of the sect. Furthermore, he awakened his innate divine ability with regeneration. This was a remarkably potent life-preserving technique, capable of consuming Golden Core mana to unleash an abundance of vitality, effortlessly restoring severed limbs. When the vitality reached a certain intensity, it could even become miraculous, nourishing Golden Core and nascent soul practitioners alike, healing their spirits and mending hidden injuries. Frankly speaking, this was a technique that could dominate the cultivation realm. Coupled with the cultivation speed afforded by his with spiritual root, anyone would inevitably become a top-tier practitioner in the realm of immortality. Yet, within this, Sushi saw even greater possibilities. The chance to save Su Molan. Chapter 8. When you awaken, all will be well. What constitutes a treasure of heaven and earth? Surely the true fire of the great sun and the essence of the celestial Een would qualify. Yet such divine artifacts are exceedingly transcendent and elusive. Now, as Su Shi, having ascended to the Golden Core stage, gazed at the rich vitality emanating from his divine ability, a thought surfaced in his mind. Can the product of the wood's spiritual roots' divine ability be considered a treasure of heaven and earth? The answer is affirmative. An item capable of healing Golden Core and nascent soul practitioners must certainly be deemed a treasure of heaven and earth. Moreover, this divine ability knows no bounds. Theoretically, the purer the mana Su Shi invested, the more essence of his Golden Core he activated, the greater the vitality released by wood regeneration would be. Truly remarkable. How can one articulate this? It is indeed a boon bestowed by the golden attributes. Had this been in the past, I would have rejoiced to consider myself the chosen one, wouldn't I? Beneath the gradually dissipating heavenly tribulation, Su Shi, upon achieving the Golden Core, received blessings from all directions within the heavenly sword sect. Congratulations, congratulations, Su Shitsizi, you are truly a remarkable youth. Congratulations to senior brother for consolidating the Golden Core and attaining the title of true person. An increasing tide of congratulations flooded in, from elders of the nascent soul stage to peers of the Golden Core stage, and even juniors of the foundation establishment and chi refining stages. There were applause, cheers, and spirit beasts exhaling flames like fireworks in celebration. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous, as if a monumental achievement had been accomplished. Upon Su Shi's breakthrough to the Golden Core, the world around him inexplicably erupted in revelry. Though it was a scene of great festivity, it felt as if a thick barrier separated him from the jubilant crowd. You are all too kind. Faced with the bustling throng, Su Shi felt little joy, even a sense of solitude and monotony. If one were to inquire why, it would perhaps be due to the absence of laughter reminiscent of morning sunlight, beautiful dreams, or a flawless sky, laughter akin to that of a young girl, and the persistent calls of brother. 17 years have passed since your crossing. You are now 23, while Su Molan is 17. Despite the assistance of the spirit-locking formation, your sister's vitality has been prolonged, yet the calamities of heaven have inflicted severe harm, causing her to frequently fall into comas, sometimes awakening only once every 10 days. Your cultivation has advanced, and you have become a Golden Core practitioner, awakening the divine ability of wood regeneration. You resolve to use your divine ability as the foundation to create an external spiritual root for mortals, with no path of retreat left for you, akin to a desperate gambler clinging to the last shred of hope. You succeeded, and your research on the divine ability progressed remarkably well. You experienced a surge of inspiration, keenly perceiving the commonality among the 4 arts of cultivation, and on that basis, you fused your divine ability to explore the method of shaping external spiritual roots. Yet, this joy was short-lived. Success came at a cost. You suddenly realized that the vitality required to shape external spiritual roots was astronomical, and even if you expended all your mana and the essence of your Golden Core, it would still be insufficient to truly manifest it, unless you are willing to truly burn your cultivation and your wood spiritual root. Spiritual roots are bestowed by heaven. Whether one possesses a spiritual root is determined by fate, in other words. Enabling a rootless mortal to acquire a spiritual root conducive to cultivation is an unequivocal act of defiance against heaven. The price, naturally, is steep. If one had a divine artifact, the burden of this defiance could be shouldered by the artifact itself, yet Sushi had no such item and could only bear it himself. Though aware of the significant cost, he had not anticipated it would be so great, requiring the complete sacrifice of his cultivation and with spiritual root, if he were to proceed with such an act. Then this simulation would essentially come to an end. The Heavenly Sword Sect, on Forest Sword Peak. Life during that time was indeed arduous. Yet even amid such trials, little Molin would warm her hands and help Sushi shield his cheeks from the cold. The mere thought of this made Sushi unable to ignore the safety of the young girl's life. Yes, this is merely a simulation. Sushi could easily abandon the girl, cast aside this sister with no blood ties, and choose the most pragmatic approach, continuing to venture through this realm of cultivation to obtain greater rewards from the simulation. Yet, he had had enough of being the timid self who could accomplish nothing in reality. If he could not even be free within the simulator, unable to save those close to him, then what meaning did such a life hold? A person's life, in truth, does not require excessive contemplation. One simply needs to do what they believe is right. Indeed, that is all. Buzz Sushi extended his palm, gently brushing against the girl's face, a faint green light intertwining and shimmering as it surged into her body in a specific combination. That was the entirety of a Golden Core practitioner's mana. It was the essence of a Golden Core practitioner's Golden Core. It was the burning of an innate divine ability. It was the self-ignition of a wood's spiritual root. Everything that could be transformed was converted by Sushi into pure vitality, arranged in intricate patterns, and perfectly merged into the girl's heart. Brother? In a half-dream, half-awake state, the girl's eyes fluttered open for a brief moment before quickly succumbing to slumber once more. Continue to sleep, Emoli. Sushi murmured softly, when you awaken, everything will be better. My brother always keeps his word. Pain, an indescribable agony surged through his entire being in an instant. Sushi could distinctly sense that with the burning of his cultivation and spiritual roots. His body was gradually approaching its demise, the blood surging in his throat becoming increasingly difficult to control. Yet, the expression upon his face grew ever more radiant, adorned with blood, tears, and a smile. He gazed upon the young woman resting upon the bed, feeling the resurgence of her heartbeat. How wonderful it is! This method truly works. Sushi tremblingly extended a finger, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he wiped the corner of the girl's eyes, which had inexplicably become moist despite her unconscious state. You have succeeded. You have successfully shaped an external spiritual root, exchanging everything for it, and have saved your sister, Su Emoli's life. Having lost your spiritual roots and cultivation, you are now utterly weak. Even an ordinary mortal could easily overpower you, and your lifespan is reduced to a mere 3 years. You harbor no regrets about this, willingly accepting your fate, yet you know that you must do more. For when the girl awakens, she will undoubtedly struggle to accept this reality, and you need someone to explain your actions to the sect. You leave the cave dwelling, retrieving the long-unused flying vessel, one that can be operated by mortals, and fly directly to the temple atop Xinjian Peak, where you meet your master, Li Wanshou. This is the first time you witness your teacher's fury. He is enraged, and you are scolded mercilessly. Chapter 9. This is a lie. Traitor, traitor, traitor. Without spiritual roots, how can you cultivate in the future? In the Xinjian Hall, surrounded by cloud-patterned tigers and ethereal wisps of blue smoke, ancient trees obscure the sky. Li Wanshou's expression darkened as he raised his voice to reprimand Sushi for the first time. The fact that this usually gentle elder was so furious indicates the depth of his anger. It's simple. I just won't cultivate, master. After a pause, your tone is somewhat calm. After this, I have only a few years left to live. It matters little whether I cultivate or not. Upon hearing this, Li Wanshou's expression stiffened, the anger on his face gradually fading into a complex mix of emotions as he gazed at his beloved disciple who had lost all his cultivation. Speak, explain everything from the beginning. What exactly have you done? Yes, master. There was no concealment, nor was there a need for it. Sushi recounted his research on external spiritual roots and the act of burning himself to create them, leaving nothing omitted for Li Wanshou to hear. Li Li Wansho's eyes widened in disbelief, even tugging at a strand of his white beard in shock. How could this be? I merely mentioned it casually. Yet you truly managed to create an external spiritual root. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. Initially overjoyed, Li Wansho's expression soon turned regretful as he shook his head. What a pity, my child. You have severed your spiritual roots. Otherwise, ascending to immortality would not have been out of reach. The elder suddenly fell silent, shaking his head and sighing. Finally, in frustration, he stamped his foot and glared at Su Shi. Traitor, why such haste? Do you even understand what you have done? Why not inform your master beforehand? And during the elder's scolding, Su Shi shook his head slightly. If I had told you in advance, you would have certainly stopped me. I understand your intentions, master. You wish for me to proceed cautiously? To save Imoli without harming myself. But I cannot bear to watch my kin approach death. The elder fell silent. His lips moved instinctively a couple of times, yet ultimately, he refrained from uttering further reprimands. His gaze gradually softened, tinged with a hint of relief, akin to witnessing a naive child grow into adulthood, stirring a sense of nostalgia within the elder. I understand now. Since this is your decision, as your teacher, there is little more for me to say. All traces of anger dissipating, Li Wansho spoke, I will resolve matters with the sect on your behalf. I can still speak a few words. However, regarding Imoli, Li Wansho hesitated, the words caught in his throat. He understood that the bond between the siblings was profound. Should the younger sister Su Imoli learn that her brother had sacrificed himself to save her, her emotions would likely spiral into despair. A gentle breeze wafted through, rustling the ancient trees outside the temple, casting undulating shadows of leaves. In a moment of daze, the distant tolling of an ancient bell resonated. At that time, Imoli would be entrusted to the guidance of her teacher. The reality of sacrificing a brother's life for mere survival was too harsh. Even those seasoned by the trials of life would feel guilt and remorse. Let alone the girl who had regarded Su Shi as her pillar of support since childhood, always by his side. When all matters were discussed with the master, Su Shi stepped out of the Sanjian Hall, carrying an ancient wooden sword, the very one the elder had insisted he take. The specific words echoed in his ears. Get out of here, traitor. Take this sword to avoid being killed by mortals in the future. Lest you bring shame upon me, the elder scolded, hopping about as he expelled Su Shi from the ancient hall, slamming the door shut behind him as if he never wished to see Su Shi again. Standing outside the hall, the stone-paved path wound downward, and he reached back to firmly grasp the hilt of the wooden sword, feeling the surging waves of magical energy within, with the former owner's allowance. Even a mortal could wield it at will. Disciple obeys. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Su Shi kept vigil by the bedside for 2 days until the external spiritual root fully integrated with the girl's body, the original calamity dissipating without a trace. Correspondingly, the young woman experienced an inexplicable surge of vitality. Though she had yet to truly commence her cultivation, she had taken the first extraordinary step due to her innate talent. Brother. Su Mo Li's voice was faint, tinged with the frailty of someone recovering from a serious illness. Yet she soon realized that her body no longer ached, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease. Wonderful. As if sensing something, the girl on the sickbed offered Su Shi a sweet smile. Brother has fulfilled the promise made to Imoli. Indeed. Su Shi gently clasped the girl's warm, pale hand, as if holding onto fleeting blossoms or capturing the summer breeze. The girl's smile widened with joy, yet gradually, her eyes betrayed an uncontrollable redness, prompting her to repeatedly wipe at them with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know what's wrong. But I suddenly feel like crying. It was as if some sorrowful event had transpired. How strange. I should be happy right now. Uncertain and perplexed, Su Imoli clutched her clothing, her fingers turning pale from the tight grip, as if something of utmost importance was slipping away, something she could not afford to lose, something more vital than her own life, more precious than all her convictions, like the roots of a tree, the wings of a bird, or the teeth of a beast. Without such things, survival would be suffocatingly impossible. It's all right, Su Shi's soothing voice reached her ears, his gentle hand caressing her hair. Only at this moment could the emptiness from her loss be temporarily alleviated. I think it must be that little Imoli has slept too long, and her body is struggling to adjust. That's so? The 17-year-old girl felt that something was amiss, yet upon reflection, She found no reason to doubt Sushi's words. Perhaps it was indeed the result of her prolonged illness that caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. With this thought, her emotions gradually settled. There's nothing left to fear, and no matter the challenges we face, brother will always be by my side. As long as brother is here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Yes, as long as brother is here. Suemoli took the initiative to grasp Sushi's hand, holding it tightly, with all her might, unwilling to let go. Will brother leave Emoli? No, this is a lie. Chapter 10. What have I done wrong? You have discussed everything with your master, Li Wanshou. You are acutely aware of the dire state of your own body, with no hope for salvation, and you begin to arrange your final affairs, in order to ensure your sister can live better. You start to teach her, covering not only cultivation but also navigating the world and the 4 arts of immortality. Your sister relies heavily on you, yet your demeanor begins to grow cold. Intending to reduce her dependence on you and to distance your relationship, you believe yourself to be a dying man. You should not become a hindrance to the girl's future. Only in this way can she avoid searching for the missing you. Only in this way can she remain oblivious to the truth. Only in this way can you find peace. In leaving, your actions yield some results. Under your deliberate neglect and indifference, Suemoli's reliance on you diminishes somewhat, yet she still holds you in high regard, viewing you as her brother. Under your tutelage, Suemoli formally becomes a chi refining stage cultivator. She is elated, and in the midst of her eager gaze, you utter 2 words, mediocre. Due to your neglect, Suemoli feels a deep sense of grievance. You did not offer her solace. Instead, you assigned her additional training courses. You are increasingly anxious, for theoretically, you have only 3 years left to live, yet the signs of your body's deterioration have already begun to manifest. One day, you discover that your hearing is failing. You conceal your condition well. The girl remains oblivious to your physical afflictions. Silently, you hasten the pace of her training, striving to mold her into someone capable of standing on her own before your body completely collapses. Your excessively rigorous teaching plan breeds further dissatisfaction and resentment in her, leading her to doubt her significance in your heart. How has it come to this? The elder brother who once showered her with love and care has turned into someone so distant. As grievances and confusion accumulate, Suemoli finds herself unable to bear it any longer. Half a year later, within the confines of the cave, the ethereal beauty of the girl is marred by tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together, as if countless grievances swirl within her heart. With a quiver of her lips, she murmurs, "Brother, what have I done wrong?" Silence. An extended silence. In response to his sister's inquiry, Sushi shakes his head. You have done nothing wrong. 17 years. This is the total time Sushi has spent in simulation, and it is also the age of the girl. Indeed, 17 years have passed. Sushi speaks softly, his voice laden with profound exhaustion, tinged with an undeniable hoarseness and numbness. When I first encountered you, you were but a newborn child. To ensure your survival, I had to trade my last rations for human milk. I was truly starving. Yet I worried every day, fearing you would be unhappy, that you would not be warm enough, that you would go hungry. When you fell gravely ill at the age of 10, it took 7 long years until this year. When you were finally healed, for your sake, I toiled tirelessly for 7 years without respite. Sushi's voice remains calm, devoid of blame or accusation, merely revealing a bittersweet weariness. Moli, if not for you, my life could have been far more splendid. I am but a person with my own dreams. I cannot think of everything for you. I am not that great. Do you understand? You are now 17, no longer a child. It is time for you to learn to care for yourself and to live independently. I am weary. Within the cave, an oppressive and heavy atmosphere pervades. The light grows dim and indistinct. The girl pales, her eyes void of life, as if she yearns to retort, yet ultimately can only utter. So, does brother consider Moli a burden? Yes, a heavy heart, as if plummeting into an abyss, all emotions devoured, leaving only a desperate retreat. Suemoli chokes back her words, unable to voice her pain. She flees swiftly, escaping the cave. Left behind is Sushi, utterly drained, slumped in a wooden chair, silent and lost in thought for a long while. Indeed, humans are profoundly contradictory beings, Sushi muses. He had long prepared various excuses to sever his bond with his sister, to erase the image of the good elder brother from her heart. Yet when the moment arrived, he found it unbearably painful. It hurt far more than when he had burned his spiritual roots. Sushi clutches his chest, murmuring to himself, "But now, that child can completely break free from my influence and thrive in the realm of cultivation." Your words are as sharp as swords, piercing and rending the girl's heart. She runs away, alone for an extended period, weeping uncontrollably, mourning in solitude, seeking to console herself in the most pitiable and desolate manner. Your heart aches, yet it also rejoices. Following this incident, the girl's resolve grows considerably stronger. Amidst your reflections, you feign nonchalance, covering your mouth to conceal the blood you cough up, ensuring she does not witness your suffering. You devote yourself to assisting her in her cultivation. Yet the intense focus accelerates the deterioration of your own body. On a morning that marks the dawn of your 18th year, you realize your strength is waning even further. You understand that the time has come for your departure. Despite your reluctance, despite your desire to witness her growth, remaining at Tianjin sect would inevitably lead to her discovering the truth. You choose to leave without a word, piloting a flying vessel away from Tianjin sect, cutting through the wind and clouds towards a place far removed from the realm of cultivation. Where to next? You are engulfed in confusion. Throughout these 18 years, your sole objectives have been cultivation and caring for your sister. Yet now, both aspirations have become unattainable. The flying vessel descends silently, unnoticed by anyone. In the stillness, the youth, stripped of all cultivation and spiritual roots, takes up residence in an old wooden cabin, alone, awaiting death. During this time, when asked about the whereabouts of the girl, he merely smiles and changes the subject. Chapter 11. The Great Deceiver. Has my brother already departed? At Tianjin sect, on Sanjian Peak, the cave that once seemed lonely becomes even more desolate in his absence. The girl sits in silence on a chair woven from vines, a flickering candle casting shadows that dance across her face, obscuring her features in the wavering light. Without sunlight, plants cannot thrive. Without wings, birds cannot soar. Without legs, humans cannot. To the girl, Sushi is such an indispensable presence, irreplaceable, a singular entity that will never be replicated. Yet, alas, that singularity has now distanced itself from her. Why has it come to this? Her injuries have healed completely, and her brother's cultivation has ascended to the golden core stage. Two profoundly joyous events. Why then has it culminated in such a state? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Her gaze is vacant, as if she has lost the ability to perceive the world. Tears linger in her eyes for what seems an eternity before finally cascading down her cheeks. At this moment, even breathing is painful. Her throat constricts violently, as if engulfed in flames. The light of her tears shatters, akin to the support she once relied on. Now forever lost, I cannot cry. I must not cry. She yearns to scream, to weep, to unleash the despair within her. Yet the only one capable of accepting her, the sole individual who embraced Su Moli, has irrevocably departed. Moli knows all too well that long ago, following that quarrel with Sushi, a vague premonition settled in her heart that one day he would cast her aside as a burden and vanish entirely from her life. Unwilling to accept this fate, she devoted herself to learning, striving to impress her brother, to prove that she was not a burden. But why? Despite her relentless efforts, despite adhering to Sushi's teachings and mastering all that she ought to learn, why must he still leave? Is it that she has fallen short in some regard? Is her nature not agreeable enough? Does her existence bring him discomfort? Su Moli shuts her eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely. When her brother first vanished, she clung to the hope that he might only be temporarily away. She envisioned his liberation from the shackles of her burden, his freedom to depart. Indeed, was it not a given? After all, everyone should be free. What right did she, as a burden, have to demand that Sushi remain by her side? Such naive fantasies should have long since been shattered, should they not? A deceiver, a great deceiver. He had promised me he would not leave. The weeping girl cries even louder, gripping a storage ring tightly in her hand. This was a gift from Sushi before his departure. It contains numerous items, a wealth of spirit stones, exquisite talismans, a mountain of stored runes, and ample cultivation and healing elixirs. Yet in Su Moli's eyes, all of this is devoid of significance. Enveloped in fury and sorrow, she hurls the storage ring against the wall. All means nothing. No matter how she weeps, no matter how sincere her wishes, the hero who had once, under the scorching sun and in the face of starvation, chosen to save her when all others had abandoned hope, the brother she deemed her unwavering support, would never return. Indeed, it will never be so, and no matter how much she refuses to acknowledge it. No matter how fearful she is to confront reality, this truth remains unaltered. Suffocation. As if plunging into the deep sea, submerged by an endless despair, Su Moli feels herself drained of all strength, her mind spinning in a haze, ultimately yielding to a downward spiral. Perhaps it is because the sun within her heart has vanished. In this state of turmoil, she spirals further out of control, weeping in despair. Time passes, and eventually, her sobs diminish to a whisper. When she finally steps out of the cave, her eyes have lost their former vibrancy, growing colder than ever before. She seems to have made a resolute decision, walking alone towards the peak of Xinjian Hall. Before long, news spread throughout Tianjin sect. The illustrious true disciple Su Shi was nowhere to be found, while his sister, Su Moli, had become the second true disciple of Xinjian Peak's master. Some were puzzled, some were perplexed, and others were astonished. Amidst the discussions echoing throughout the sect, Su Moli's performance shone exceptionally bright. Like a brilliant meteor streaking through the sky, bursting forth with unparalleled talent that even eclipsed her elder brother, she ascended to the ranks of foundational cultivators at an astonishing pace. Relentlessly, she pressed onward, as if driven by an insatiable need to prove something. Su Moli's strides grew increasingly audacious. Gradually, the commotion she stirred within the realm of immortals intensified. Whether delving into ancient legacies or slaying formidable foes of higher ranks, the righteous sect regarded her as a seed of transcendence, while the demonic path loathed her as a thorn in their side. This uproar was so profound that even in distant mortal cities, whispers of the young girl began to circulate. Sword immortal, favored by the heavens, reincarnated celestial. These were the accolades bestowed upon her in Haishi City. When Su Shi first heard these commendations, he was momentarily taken aback, particularly by the notion of being favored by the heavens, which elicited an involuntary chuckle. Shortly thereafter, Su Shi released a sigh of relief. The anxiety stemming from his prolonged absence from the girl was alleviated. How wonderful it was to realize that even in his absence, Emoli could thrive within the world of cultivation. Thus, he had little to worry about as he felt the increasing lethargy and frailty of his body. Su Shi managed to smile. Go be candid. His current condition was dire, verging on torment, far worse than being confined to a wheelchair in the real world. He had contemplated ending this simulation through self-destruction more than once. Yet, each time this thought arose, the image of Emoli surfaced in his mind. He could not help but desire to linger a while longer, to observe her growth, for once the simulation concluded, the two souls, separated by realms and time, would never reunite. Chapter 12. The final day of simulation. This body had but a year of life remaining. Let the simulation come to its natural conclusion, Su Shi declared. Upon learning that your sister is faring well, your heart feels light, yet you cannot let her go, deciding to continue silently observing her growth within the limited time you have. Your body is in a wretched state, having burned your entire essence to forge an external spiritual root. Your life is now on a countdown. For many, life is exceedingly finite and precious. As one approaches its end, an involuntary fear grips the heart. More distressing than the dwindling lifespan is the relentless agony inflicted by your deteriorating body, coupled with the myriad inconveniences of daily life. In the first month of the final year, during the early morning, you awaken to the shocking realization that your left leg has completely lost sensation. No amount of stimulation can restore its ability to walk. You seek solace in the fact that at least you still possess one leg, which is undeniably preferable to your condition in the real world. You retrieve the wooden sword gifted by your master, Li Wanshou, using it as a makeshift cane. From that moment forth, you become a peculiar figure, a limping oddity in the eyes of others, struggling to move with great difficulty. You remain unfazed, recalling the legendary Tai Guili from ancient tales, and humorously likening yourself to the limping sword immortal Su Shi, eliciting a chuckle. By the third month of the last year, you realize your laughter was premature. Puddles formed by rain, trivial for a healthy adult or even a child to leap over, appear to you as insurmountable chasms. Struggling, you brace yourself with one hand on the ground, only to slip again. This cycle repeats, drenching your garments with water, and it is only after an arduous effort that you manage to rise once more. Vowing never to laugh again, as the pain renders you incapable of such joy in the 5th month of the final year, you venture out less frequently. Your cough becomes increasingly persistent, each bout producing copious amounts of black blood, evoking sighs and headshakes from those nearby. By the 8th month, your condition deteriorates further. The flavors of food elude your palate, and your vision blurs, leaving you, aside from your consciousness, in a state worse than that of an elderly person. A band of marauders, sensing your frailty, attempts a midnight raid on your humble abode. Grasping your wooden sword, despite your blindness, deafness, and impaired limbs, you still manage to dispatch them effortlessly, hanging their bodies at your door to deter others with malicious intent. As time flows on, by the final month, your life flickers like a candle in the wind. At the cusp of autumn and winter, you painfully spend 3 hours, enduring agonizing chest and lung pains. To inch towards the threshold and bask in the sun's warmth, an unexpected figure materializes before you. Your master, the nascent soul cultivator Li Wansho. The elder gazes at his long-lost disciple in silence, his eyes reflecting regret and a fleeting sorrow. Finally, Li Wansho utters the question, "Do you regret it?" Su Shi shakes his head, as resolute as ever. "No regrets," Li Wansho continues. "How do you feel?" The elder smiles, humorously exasperated by Su Shi's demeanor, and casts several spells, futile though they may be, to ease Su Shi's suffering. Then, master and disciple sit at the threshold, conversing, both acutely aware that this is their final dialogue. The atmosphere heavy with unspoken melancholy. The elder speaks of Su Imoli's advancements, while Su Shi recounts his life in Haishi City. That child Imoli is already preparing to break through to the golden core stage. Li Wansho informs Dada so soon? I recall her foundational breakthrough was less than a year ago. Su Shi responds, Li Wansho nods. Her talent surpasses our expectations. Given time, she may indeed ascend to the celestial realm. Su Shi smiles, the pain in his body distorting his expression. How wonderful! As the sun sets, the elder departs on his sword, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Su Shi laboriously shifts his body. Leaning against the doorframe, gazing at the breathtaking sunset in this moment, his life mirrors the setting sun, visibly approaching its end. Yet, there is little left to yearn for. To learn of his sister's well-being from Li Wansho in his final moments fills him with satisfaction. The penultimate day of life. You find yourself nearly devoid of mobility, languishing on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Unable to cook, you rely on the spiritual connection to your storage pouch to retrieve pills to stave off hunger. You refuse to accept a death by starvation. The final day of life. You cough violently, expelling not only blood but also unfamiliar bodily tissues, a dawning realization settling upon you. You are nearing death. On this last day, regret washes over you. The world of cultivation is brimming with wonders, yet you have no chance to explore or witness the splendor of the immortal realm. Nevertheless, you harbor no remorse. Believing that sacrificing your life for the survival of your sister, Su Imoli, is a worthwhile trade. You close your eyes, feeling the frailty of spirit and soul, awaiting death's arrival. Yet, unexpectedly, on this final day, a fierce clash of powers erupts above Haishi City, causing the city to crumble and claiming the lives of countless innocents. The roof of your wooden house is similarly damaged, and through the gaping hole, you glimpse a multitude of cultivators engaged in battle. Boom, boom. Various spells crash against the sky, and from time to time, a flying sword shatters or a spirit beast is cleaved in two. Righteous sects, demonic factions, sect cultivators, and numerous rogue cultivators. An incomprehensible and astonishing scene unfolds before Su Shi. Could this truly be a war between the righteous and the demonic? Su Shi's mind races. He never anticipated witnessing such a grand spectacle in his final moments. Having sensed the increasing friction between the righteous and demonic paths during his time at Tianjin sect, he is astonished that it has escalated into outright war. Suddenly, Su Shi's thoughts turn to Imoli, who is preparing to break through to the golden core stage. If this is indeed a battle between righteousness and evil, then as a prodigy of the righteous path, Su Imoli would undoubtedly be a primary target for the demonic cultivators. Chapter 13. The final conflagration. What does this have to do with you? Have you not done enough for her? Now, you can hardly walk. How can you possibly save her? Surrender. Let the simulation come to an end. There's no need to exert yourself for a fictional character. In that brief moment, a flurry of thoughts envelopes Su Shi's mind, each one reasonable enough to grant him the comfort of ignoring this overwhelming conflict. His body convulses in pain, and his spirit is utterly exhausted. The repercussions of having burned his spiritual root, cultivation, and lifespan have subjected Su Shi to 3 years of torment. On this final day, his body has deteriorated to a point where even he struggles to recognize himself. His pallid complexion, withered arms, and insensate lower half, accompanied by a deep, bone-aching itch that feels as though countless insects are crawling beneath his skin. Such a condition is undeniably dire. Su Shi endures the pain, mustering every ounce of strength to extract the last vestiges of power from his weary body, yet even this proves insufficient to allow him to rise. The agony is unbearable, and the temptation to relinquish it all grows stronger. The ringing in his ears sounds like urgent alarms, a warning that his body has reached its limits. Gradually, the world before Su Shi becomes suffused with crimson. His failing body finally succumbs. Blood flows from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, blurring his vision, staining his teeth, and as he slightly parts his lips, more blood escapes uncontrollably, saturating the bed beneath him with a chilling, otherworldly bloom of crimson. Bubbles rise in his throat. Su Shi was truly at his breaking point. The agony he endured had surpassed the limits of human endurance. He was overwhelmed by suffering, unwilling to endure even a moment longer. Longing for the pain to engulf his sanity, and wishing to end this simulation once and for all, yet, in his dazed state, amidst increasingly blurred vision, a familiar silhouette emerged, transitioning from infancy to adolescence. From vitality to frailty, Oli was determined to help her brother earn an abundance of wealth. Emoli adored her brother. Brother, will Emoli die? Emoli was still waiting for me to rescue her. I could not, must not perish here. Su Shi struggled to sit up from the bed, his pallid face contorted in agony, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He yearned to rise and stand, but his body faltered, causing him to tumble from the bed. His vision swayed violently. He had fallen, knocking over numerous items by the bedside, scattering them chaotically across the floor. In a body that struggled even to stand. Could he truly intervene in the conflicts among cultivators? Did Su Emoli truly require his assistance? Su Shi was uncertain. All he knew was that, as her elder brother, he had once pledged, without hesitation, to do anything to save his sister. This was unrelated to his ability to fulfill that promise or whether the simulated world was real. What mattered was that it was a promise he had made with his own lips. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha, he laughed, his laughter a desperate substitute for the anguished cries of pain, coughing up blood as he fell to the ground, frantically groping until he finally grasped the hilt of a wooden sword. The moment it touched his hand, he felt the surging yawning power within. This power obeyed Su Shi's will, forcibly flooding into his broken body that had lost its spiritual roots, streaming into every fragmented vein. Providing him with fleeting strength, he stood up, staggering out of the house. His body began to suffer abnormal disintegration from the forced influx of power, erupting in bursts of crimson mist. If this continued, Su Shi might not even leave behind a complete corpse. But what did that matter? You are destined to perish. The prolonged afflictions have drained every ounce of your strength, and your body has already reached the end of its life. Yet you have achieved a miracle that should have been impossible. Your willpower has transcended human limits, forcefully propelling your body into action, even as your suffering far exceeds anything you have previously endured. You bear no resentment. Blood, severed limbs, damaged artifacts. The battle rages on, yet the scene of rivers of blood has already unfolded. The entire Tianjin sect resembles a hell on earth, and amidst your shock, you feel concern for your sister and master. You forcefully wield the wooden sword to vanquish foes. Some recognize you, either in astonishment or in fear. You have become a whirlwind of destruction. As a Yuaning sect, the Tianjin sect was not weak. Although it did not rank among the very top of the cultivation realm, it was nonetheless a first-rate sect with a rich legacy, revered by disciples throughout history. However, in the torrent of conflict between righteous and demonic paths, even the formidable Tianjin sect had to accept the grim reality of defeat in the face of numerous demonic cultivators. The sword peak had collapsed, the main hall was severed, countless disciples were slain, and every peak was surrounded. Even several powerful Yuaning cultivators had perished, leaving despair and rage in their wake. Before the formal assault commenced, the demonic faction had devised meticulous plans. Certain individuals had to be eliminated. For instance, Suemo Li. This second true disciple of the Sanjian Peak was simply too extraordinary, completing her foundation building in a mere year and planning to condense her golden core in another. Numerous demonic ancestors were astonished by her prowess. It could be said that a significant portion of the reason the Tianjin sect was targeted was due to Suemo Li's unparalleled talent. Inciting the giants of the demonic faction to either recruit or eliminate her to avert future troubles. Surrender, Fairy Emoli. If you join our heavenly demon cult, the position of Saintess is within your grasp. You are like a bird in a cage, with no hope of escape. 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, 5 mid-stage golden core cultivators, and 9 early-stage golden core cultivators encircled Suemo Li. They urged her to surrender while casting wary glances at the cold figure clad in white. Wielding a long sword, Suemo Li, renowned for her celestial beauty and exceptional prowess, stood resolute. With her foundation-building cultivation, she had already slain several golden core foes. Yet, she was ultimately just a foundation cultivator, her powers limited. No matter how extraordinary, she could not escape the siege of 10 or more golden core cultivators. Chapter 14. You perished before the young girl. In the end, the path had reached its dead end. Compared to the innocence of her childhood and the frailty of her adolescence, the 20-year-old Suemo Li possessed eyes like deep pools and a visage of unparalleled cold beauty, her flowing garments reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly secured with a jade hairpin. Her fingers were slender, wielding a sword to confront her enemies, fierce, commanding, and sharp. No one knew what Suemo Li had experienced. Each move she executed carried terrifying might, instilling fear in the hearts of demonic cultivators. Yet, human limitations are inevitable. As the demonic cultivators set up their grand formation, Suemo Li, merely a foundation cultivator, soon found herself ensnared in a dire situation of encirclement and slaughter. Was she to die? Feeling her dwindling power and the nearly shattered flying sword, she glanced at the impenetrable demonic formation surrounding her. Suemo Li lightly smiled, her expression tinged with lethal intent. Demonic wretches, come forth and fight. Ignoring their so-called pleas for surrender, she slashed out with her final, breathtaking strike, instantly killing 2 early-stage golden core cultivators. Then, she was bombarded by a multitude of artifacts, plummeting from the sky. The young girl understood that no one would come to her aid in this dire moment. Yet, she felt neither fear nor regret. Long ago, she had prepared herself for the possibility of death, having walked through the gates of hell once before. However, the thought of bidding farewell to the world stirred a tinge of reluctance within her. For there were ties to the Tianjin sect, to her master Li Wanshou, to Blackstone City, and to the man whose presence had warmed her life for the majority of her years, now long gone. Over the past 3 years, Suemo Li had experienced much and traveled to many places, but no matter how breathtaking the scenery, it could not fill the void left by that man's departure. What feelings did she harbor for him? On countless quiet nights, Suemo Li would silently ponder this question. Was it hatred? Perhaps, for he had left without a word. Was it love? It resembled love, yet also felt distinct. An indescribable emotion that yearned for eternal togetherness. Yet now, such considerations were rendered moot, for she was on the brink of death. Strangely, as she faced imminent peril, Suemo Li caught sight of a familiar bloodied figure. Stumbling toward her, it was her most trusted brother, her solitary hero, the one who brought her joy and sorrow. But why? Why was he here? No, don't. Stop, please stop. No, it cannot be. Absolutely not. Do not come any closer. Panic and confusion instantly overtook the serene countenance of the young girl. She sensed something dreadful, an unimaginable future that she could not accept. Yet Sushi pressed on, as he always had, rushing to her side in her most desperate hour. The pain, it is unbearable. Your consciousness is submerged in ceaseless agony, nearly robbing you of your capacity for thought, yet you remember clearly your purpose, to protect your sister. You witness your sect being ravaged, your fellow disciples slaughtered, and your grown sister ensnared by demonic forces. Without hesitation, you wield your wooden sword, employing once familiar techniques to strike at those vile fiends threatening your cherished treasure. You are discovered? And a fierce battle ensues with the demonic cultivators. Muscles cry out in torment. Bones shatter. Blood spills forth on the battlefield of the Tianjin sect. Sushi's entire being was drenched in blood. Resembling a figure long overdue for death, yet he continued to move, numbly swinging the wooden sword in his grasp. The yuaning power that did not belong to him coalesced into a rainbow strike, cleaving a late-stage golden core cultivator in half. However, in retaliation, a demonic cultivator severed one of Sushi's feet, sending it flying into the unknown. He was Sushi, the foremost true disciple of the Tianjin sect. Quickly, everyone, let's kill him! A demonic cultivator shouted in terror, recognizing Sushi's identity. The feat of annihilating a late-stage golden core cultivator in a single blow was astonishing, instilling fear in the hearts of the demonic cultivators, who, beset by pressure, converged to attack Sushi. Brother! Su Emoli cried out, the long-forgotten title escaping her lips, her expression more frantic than ever. She yearned to shatter the formation and join Sushi in battle. Yet, she was far too weak. Her attacks could not breach the formation's constraints, and she could only watch in despair as the bloodied figure fell time and again, only to rise again. Please, don't. Another flash of sword light sliced through the air. 4 golden core demonic cultivators perished, but Sushi paid the price of losing both legs. He could stand no longer, crawling on the ground. Progressing in an excruciatingly slow and comical manner, blood flowed continuously from the wounds where his legs had been severed, saturating the earth along his path, leaving a long trail of crimson. The practitioners of the demonic path trembled in fear, momentarily unable to discern who truly embodied the essence of darkness. Yet, they bravely stifled their terror and continued their assault on Su's faction. This time, Su paid a grave price. His body, charred and blackened, and his left arm completely lost, he annihilated the remaining golden core demons. No, please, stop. Why must this happen? I am but a burden. The young girl sat on the ground, her eyes vacant, weeping uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto her lap, embodying a visage of utter despair and complete ruin. Please, don't come any closer. I beg you. Sobbing uncontrollably, she trembled in fear. Before her lay the figure of the once proud warrior, now a grotesque shadow of himself, crawling forward with great difficulty, his remaining arm propping up a wooden sword. With his last ounce of strength and magical essence, he pierced through the entire formation. Su's cracked lips parted slightly, as if he wished to utter something, but his vocal cords had long been destroyed, rendering him voiceless. Yet, Su Emoli understood the unspoken words he desperately conveyed. Brother has come to save you. Moli, brother did not deceive you. Bang. Almost at the moment the formation shattered, Su closed his eyes, fatigue crashing over him like a tidal wave, rendering him powerless to do anything but succumb to slumber. In the gaze of the girl, filled with despair and collapse, Su's charred body dissipated into the wind, offering her not a single chance for salvation. Her mouth gaped open, wanting to cry but unable to produce a sound, only letting out desperate, hoarse wails, repeatedly cursing her own impotence. You have died. Simulation ended. Chapter 15. After your death, she went berserk. In the final moment of your simulated life, through your own efforts, you successfully saved your sister. Your heart is filled with profound satisfaction. You die without regrets. Though possessing a celestial root, your future should not end here. Yet your heart bears no grievances, believing you have done the truly right thing. Simulation concluded, commencing statistics of remarkable moments. Calculating simulation evaluation, generating simulation rewards. The familiar ceiling loomed above, as if he had been tossed around in a washing machine for countless rotations. Sitting half reclined in a wheelchair, he gazed up at the white ceiling. Su lowered his head slightly, realizing he still clutched the book he had held before the simulation began, its cover pristine and dust-free. After spending so many years in the simulated world, had the real world remained unchanged? So this is what they call a pause in time. Beep, beep, beep. The simulator's notification chimed incessantly, seemingly tallying the rewards from the first simulation. Su paid no heed, instead maneuvering his wheelchair towards the bed, laboriously using his hands to lift himself, inching his way onto the mattress. He closed his eyes, surrendering to rest. He was utterly exhausted. although he had left the crumbling body behind upon exiting the simulation. His mental state had not refreshed, therefore, he decided to sleep first as he drifted between dreams and waking. The sound of rain could be heard from outside. Torrential rain poured down, as if the heavens had opened, engulfing the entire Tianjin sect in a deluge that even diluted the heavy stench of blood. The downpour was fierce, creating splashes everywhere, yet the girl remained unmoved. She knelt in place, staring blankly at the ground, her hands cupped as if attempting to gather something. But under the rain's relentless assault, the mud and sand slipped through her fingers, leaving her grasp empty. The only item she could salvage was a tattered scrap of cloth, the sole remnant left behind by the deceased, once pure white but now stained black with blood. Not even the torrential rain could cleanse it. The girl stood there silently, her gaze hollow and filled with despair. Clutching the cloth tightly down, no matter how much she wished to deny it, no matter how hard she refused to believe, the searing pain, the heart-wrenching regret, and the surging hatred made it painfully clear to Su Emoli. Her brother had died, in the most tragic manner before her eyes. The brother who would kindle fires for her warmth during the cold winter had perished. The brother who toiled tirelessly to buy her sweets with his hard-earned money was gone. The brother who remained by her side, caring for her while she lay in unconsciousness, had died. He was truly gone. This was not a brief separation but a final farewell. Su Emoli's heartbeat weakened amidst the cacophony of rain, as if it might cease at any moment. Her eyes had long run dry of tears, leaving only the parched sorrow and despair. She wished nothing more than to end her own life, to escape it all. Yet, even such thoughts felt like a luxury. Thus, Su Emoli resolved to abandon herself, allowing despair to consume her. The battle outside raged fiercely. It seemed reinforcements from other righteous sects had arrived, joining forces with the Tianjin sect to repel the demonic practitioners, who, in their fright, fled in disarray. None of this mattered to Su Emoli anymore. Whether righteous or demonic, she no longer had the heart to care. Amidst the clamor of battle, however, her vacant eyes flickered for a moment. She had heard someone mention her brother. Damn it, these hypocritical scoundrels arrived so quickly. The plan has failed. Retreat. We've made enough gains, not only killing 3 golden cores but also the first true disciple of Tianjin sect. If I remember correctly, his name was Su Shi? What a monster! He single-handedly killed over a dozen golden cores, yet in the end, he perished. A genius? Merely a lucky wretch. Unable to forgive? Unable to forgive, unable to forgive. She could not pardon the vile scoundrels who so brazenly slandered her brother, nor could she forgive her own impotence. She had to act. She must do something. Boom! A thunderclap shattered the dim sky. In that darkened world, lightning flashed for an instant, illuminating the area for miles. Su Emoli rose against the raging wind and rain, her eyes streaked with tears, a visage caught between laughter and sorrow. Devoid of personal will, driven solely by an obsessive resolve, she silently grasped the blood-soaked cloth belonging to her beloved brother, tying it into her flowing hair. Her dark locks danced wildly, exuding a murderous intent as she wielded her brother's wooden sword. Charging toward the fleeing demons. One sword, and the heavens trembled. One sword, and the spirits wept. One sword, and the golden core solidified. I demand that you accompany my brother in death. The girl cried and laughed, uttering such chilling words as her murderous intent surged forth, disregarding the foundational barriers, instantly transforming into a golden core. Wherever the wooden blade struck, all was cleaved asunder, be it golden core or nascent soul. A voice shouted, urging the others not to panic, for if they could kill Su Shi, surely they could slay his sister. But scarcely had the words left his lips when he felt his vision tilt. Rolling over and over in his final moments, he beheld a blurred figure, drenched in blood, wielding a wooden sword. She had become even more ferocious. Kill, continue to kill. Annihilate all who slander my brother. A sickly laugh escaped Su Emoli's lips, her exquisite countenance marred by blood, as she tilted her head towards the remaining demons, pacing through the void. Though her steps appeared slow, each stride covered great distances. The onlooking demonic practitioners felt their scalps tingle in terror. They wished to flee, but escape was futile. No matter how far they ran, they would be pursued by that awe-inspiring sword light, feeling their vitality wane amidst the ultimate torment. Righteous cultivators arrived, initially intending to assist in the pursuit. Yet, upon witnessing the mountains of demonic corpses, they quaked in fear, daring not approach Suimoli. The sight was too horrifying, limbs and shattered bodies raining down from the sky, mingling blood with rain to form a terrifying deluge of crimson. In the center of this sanguine storm stood the girl alone, her feet planted upon the mountain of corpses she had forged with her own hands. Chapter 16. The sinner stained with brother's blood, having eradicated the invading demons. Suimoli felt a fleeting alleviation of her boundless despair. She scanned her surroundings, gazing at the tardy righteous reinforcements, none daring to meet her gaze. Even familiar faces from the Tianjin sect recoiled in shock, taking several steps back. What kind of gaze was that? Anger? Sorrow? No, it was something more extreme. An emptiness that spoke of total loss. It instilled fear, raising questions. Was this girl still human? Perhaps describing her as a living corpse would be more fitting. Brother, what truly happened 3 years ago? The girl mused internally. She was not foolish. After avenging her brother, she keenly sensed something. If Sushi genuinely believed her a burden, he would not have fortuitously arrived to rescue her. This indicated that he had always watched over her in silence. Yet, if he cared so deeply, why had he once acted so callously, even leaving the Tianjin sect and severing their ties? With confusion and disbelief swirling in her heart, Suimoli soared towards the sword peak of Tianjin sect. If anyone could provide answers, it would undoubtedly be their teacher, Li Wanshou. Before long, Suimoli encountered the elderly man, recuperating from the battle. She recounted everything that had transpired. Li Wanshou remained silent for a long time, finally sighing, "Enough, enough. What good is hiding now? Since he has appeared before you, he must be prepared for you to know everything." As she gazed at the blood-stained wooden sword in Su Moliai's hand, Li Wanshou stroked his beard and shook his head, recounting the full story of how the Su family sacrificed everything to create an external spiritual route in order to save Moliai, choosing to depart silently to prevent her from discovering the truth. Such a revelation, such stark reality, was evidently far beyond Su Moliai's expectations. She could never have anticipated that the affliction that had tormented her for 7 long years came at the cost of her brother's everything. His life, his cultivation, his very spiritual root. It was incomprehensible to imagine the mindset with which her brother endured such suffering, even on the last day of his life, dragging his frail body to save his sister. Su Moliai's pupils quivered violently. The pain was excruciating. Every part of her body throbbed with agony, particularly her stomach, which convulsed in torment. Her eyes were sore, seemingly on the verge of tears, but the tears had long since dried up, intensifying her suffering to the point where she could not see her own hands. Looking down at her hands and feet, she felt as though they were stained with the blood of guilt. "It's all my fault, all my fault." If it weren't for her, her brother could have lived well, basking in the admiration of countless onlookers as the pride of the day, rather than leaving behind no trace. Yes, it was all her fault. She was a burden, a sinner drenched in her brother's blood. Brother. After searching for a long time, she finally discovered a petite storage ring, filled with an abundance of cultivation supplies left behind by the Su family. The girl was indifferent to the quantity of resources. What mattered to her was that this was one of the few possessions her brother had left in the world, a gift imbued with special significance. In the days that followed, she shut herself away in her cave, neither cultivating nor responding to the summons of her sect. She simply sat quietly in the innermost chamber of the cave. Opening the storage ring, she emptied its contents, allowing the items infused with the essence of the Su family to engulf her entirely. It was as if, by doing so, she could conjure an atmosphere that suggested the Su family was still by her side. However, as she continued to pour out the items, Su Moliai suddenly stumbled upon an extraordinary object amidst the myriad of things. It was neither a resource for cultivation nor an exceedingly rare treasure, but rather a jar filled to the brim with candies, a jar brimming with sweets. Su Moliai's once vacant eyes regained a glimmer of light as she stiffly reached for the jar of candies. Extracting a hard candy and placing it in her mouth, the taste was familiar yet somehow off, perhaps due to the passage of time rendering it inedible. No, that wasn't it. It was not the length of time that had rendered it so, but rather her late discovery. Tears streamed down the girl's face once more, silently falling. Had she found this jar of candies in the first year after the Su family's departure, she could have savored it at its freshest, but she hadn't. She felt utterly useless, so much so that she loathed herself. I must atone. I must bring my brother back, no matter the cost. Amidst the shattering of her spirit, her voice quivered with tears and determination. The following day, Su Molii vanished from the Tianjin sect without a trace. There were no proclamations, no parting words. She simply disappeared without a shadow. It was said that someone had caught a glimpse of Su Molii in a mortal city named Haishi, where she had used her immense power to uproot a wooden cabin, shedding blood and tears as if in mourning. Later, she was seen again in a legacy cave, having reached the Yuaning stage of cultivation. Acting with authority, she ruthlessly slayed a transformation refining cultivator, her name striking terror throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Kill, an endless cycle of slaughter, until the demonic path itself was nearly eradicated. It seemed she bore an irreconcilable grudge against the demons, single-handedly annihilating their kind, drawing the attention of a tribulation-stage demon lord, yet she still managed to escape. Not only that, when Su Molii next reappeared, she had broken through to the tribulation stage herself, wielding a single sword to eradicate that tribulation demon and the top demonic sect behind him with unparalleled might. After that, the tale of Su Molii faded from the knowledge of the cultivators. Her talent was too monstrous, too defiant. The lower realm could no longer contain her, and she looked down upon remaining in the realm of cultivation, as if nothing here held her interest. Thus, with the sword, she opened the heavenly gate, transcending the requirements for ascension, and boldly stepped into the celestial realm. Presumptuous, how dare mere mortals intrude upon the realm of the immortals, not bowing to the celestial upon meeting them. Your name shall be inscribed upon the monument of reincarnation. Mortals, seeing me is like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Having entered the immortal path, before this emperor, you ought to be like a mayfly attempting to fathom the vast sky. As she slaughtered, she broke through her cultivation, encountering countless formidable foes. Yet with only a wooden sword, Su Molii carved a path through the celestial realm, where none dared to label her as mad. The fearsome reputation she had earned in the lower realm for slaying immortals spread throughout the celestial realm, until even the exalted Emperor of Heaven could not escape the wrath of her sword. Chapter 17. Simulation Reward Settlement. Brother, I can finally atone for my mistakes. The heavens trembled. The ocean of realms surged. Unbeknownst to how many eons had passed, a killing intent transcended time. A cold figure with a gaze that suppressed all worlds stepped forth from the celestial realm. Wielding a blood-stained wooden sword, she stepped forward, treading upon the river of time. Under her terrifying pressure, the waters that symbolized the past, present, and future boiled, erupting into towering waves, each droplet heavy with the weight of a small world. Buzzing, Su Molii gently lifted her delicate hand, reversing time in her grasp as the years were rewritten by her will. How much time had truly passed since her brother's death? Su Molii found herself unable to recall. She only knew that from that day forth, she had lost all hope and support, leaving only the obsession to resurrect her brother, driving her body to cultivate relentlessly. Finally, as this thought crossed her mind, that ageless, enchanting visage involuntarily revealed a hint of a smile. Thunderous booms. The river of time was severed. Her snow-white hand surged upwards, precisely grasping a small world imbued with a familiar essence from the endless droplets of time. The very world of Su Molii before her ascension. The past was drawn forth, manifesting as vivid scenes. After a long separation, Su Molii once again beheld that familiar face, watching as, in the annals of time, her brother tenderly nurtured her through childhood. She also witnessed the moment when, at the age of 17, her brother sacrificed his life to save her. Brother, a whisper imbued with myriad sentiments. Time trembled as supreme power was exerted at her fingertips, gently reaching for the past of the Su family, wishing to forcibly draw it close. But with the crisp sound of shattering illusions, the cold woman's fingers passed through the Su family, leaving not even a trace of impact. No matter how hard she tried, she could not touch even a fragment. No, this is impossible. Su Molii began to panic. She attempted to retrieve other elements from the past, and everything went smoothly. Before her overwhelming power, the constraints of time could not hinder her in the slightest. Yet, she could not touch her brother, again and again, again and again, again and again. No matter how many times she tried, she could only see the Su family living in the past. While she could not truly reach out to him, it was like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. Though visible, they were separated by an infinite distance, making contact impossible. Why? Why has it turned out this way? It shouldn't be like this. Why won't you grant me a chance to atone? She began to weep. A silent sea or wide it was quiet, sorrowful. No sound emerged, only tears falling incessantly, merging into the river of time. Yet that sorrow-laden tear, even when washed by the currents of time, remained unmitigated. Brother, I'm sorry. Ultimately, the girl who transcended countless beings, reaching the impossibility of the other shore, curled herself into a small ball. She let her consciousness slip into silence, plunging into the endless darkness, seeking to escape the unalterable despair. When she opened her eyes, the darkness was pierced by warm sunlight. Unlike before, when she awoke in the realm of cultivation, this time, Su family found herself awakening in a room in the real world. It felt as if she had experienced an extraordinarily long dream. The sun shone brightly, still daytime, streaming through the window to illuminate the entire room. It was not that Su family had slept too little. Rather, he had slumbered for nearly 10 hours, arriving at the dawn of the next day. After all, what he had endured before the simulation ended had far exceeded the limits of human endurance, placing an immense burden on his mind. I wonder how that child Molei has fared since my death. With her talent, she should have no need for my concern. The thought of not seeing her again brings an inexplicable sadness. Su family sat up in bed, catching the sunlight in his palm. Feeling its warmth and comfort, reflecting, he truly is somewhat of a recluse. Especially after his legs had become lame, he had seldom interacted with others. This simulation experience allowed him to enjoy a normal life for 17 years. And to be honest, Su family felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. Yet, as he recalled the image of the girl weeping in despair at the end of the simulation, he couldn't help but sigh. Feeling a lingering concern, a simulated life, indeed, was as the simulator had described, akin to a second chance at life, yet it bore no resemblance to the beautiful life he had initially spoken of. Su family clicked his tongue lightly before beginning to review the system notifications that he had yet to check due to his overwhelming fatigue. Ding dong. The first simulation statistics are complete. Congratulations to the host for activating the following achievements. The hero for 1. The Transformer of 4 Arts, Early Demise, the man behind him. The hero for 1. You are her sole hero, the light within her heart. The Transformer of 4 Arts. Your mastery in the 4 arts of cultivation has achieved the distinction of establishing a sect, completing a transformation unbeknownst to others. Early Demise. Your future could have been more resplendent, yet your life was cut short. The man behind him. Your existence may seem inconsequential to the world, but you have indirectly facilitated his birth. Some refer to you as the unspeakable taboo behind the man. Sushi. The first 3 achievements seem quite normal, but why does the last one take such a different tone? From the description, it appears that the he refers to Amoli. Sushi pondered. It seems that after my demise, that child has become someone extraordinary. The concern for the girl in his heart lessened somewhat. Sushi continued to inspect the simulator panel. Simulation summary. You have utterly squandered your talent. Despite possessing an exceptional spiritual root, your cultivation ultimately stagnated at the golden core stage. Undoubtedly, this is a waste. However, correspondingly, you paid the price with your life, indirectly achieving another great feat, thus being remembered across the myriad realms as that man. Simulation number 01 Final evaluation. Rewards are being generated. Beep, beep. Please choose 3 out of the following 5 rewards. Selection will result in immediate issuance. 1. Peak cultivation within the simulated life. 2. All Dao techniques within the simulated life. 3. Wood type, spiritual root. 4. A storage ring filled with cultivation resources. 5. A jar of everlasting candies. Chapter 18. Recharge anchor points. The simulator thoughtfully provided detailed explanations for each reward, allowing Sushi to assess the merits and demerits of each option more intuitively. For instance, upon selecting the peak cultivation, Sushi would attain golden core cultivation within the simulated life, thus enabling him to possess self-defense capabilities in the real world, rather than starting from the chi refinement stage in a disheartened manner. An S evaluation allows for the selection of 3 rewards. By this logic, an A evaluation would yield 2 rewards, and AB evaluation would grant 1 reward, or perhaps significantly diminished rewards. Thus, it became apparent that future simulations must strive for high evaluations. Su Shi contemplated deeply, swiftly settling on options 1 and 3. Peak cultivation and spiritual root, AS for the 3rd reward. Su Shi glanced at the final option, the seemingly mundane jar of candies, which appeared remarkably ordinary compared to the other rewards. The jar was merely an unremarkable container, and the candies were just regular sweets. Su Shi was well aware of this. After all, the jar of candies was something he had purchased at a mortal market. He had not anticipated that this jar, which he kept in his storage ring as a gift to cheer up his sister, would appear among the simulation rewards, especially noted as never expiring. This indicated that it had once expired. Su Shi's expression grew complex. It seemed that his actions had indeed displeased Emoli, preventing her from enjoying a single candy. With a touch of self-deprecation, the youth chose the jar of candies as his final reward. He possessed all the memories of cultivation, could relearn the Tao techniques from scratch, and could gather resources anew in reality. Only this unremarkable, even somewhat mediocre candy was irreplaceable, a treasured artifact from another world imbued with special significance. Even if it served no practical purpose, Su Shi wished to keep it as a memento, a remembrance of the girl he would never meet again. Ding! Reward selection complete. Beginning distribution. As the simulator's light screen refreshed, the wood-type spiritual root took root within his body, while the jar of candies materialized in Su Shi's hand. The jar, a cylindrical ceramic vessel with a faintly reflective light blue surface, revealed various candies upon gently lifting the lid. There were gummies, brittle candies, hard candies, and candied fruits. During his time in Blackstone City, the 2 siblings had lived in considerable hardship, and thus, Su Shi could only buy inferior candies to satisfy his sister's cravings. Therefore, for this final gift of candy, Su Shi had chosen with great care, filling the jar with the best sweets he could find. Regrettably, the candies never made it to the one intended to enjoy them. Su Shi spoke with a tone of regret, holding the jar and placing it on the bedside table, slightly moving it back to avoid direct sunlight. After completing this act, Su Shi took a deep breath and, with practiced ease, began to circulate the golden core within his body, embarking on his first cultivation session in reality. The gentle spiritual energy surged through his meridians, and with the golden core cultivation in hand, along with the wood's spiritual root, it was only natural that his innate divine ability would rebirth, emerged. This ability could restore severed limbs and, of course, could also heal Su Shi's long crippled leg. Excellent, just as I had anticipated. In a world where spiritual energy has been revived, the cultivation realm is not vastly different from the simulated realm of cultivation. Thus, I can employ my innate divine ability. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Shi began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air at an accelerated pace, converting it into his own magical reserves. Then, he activated his golden core innate divine ability, would rebirth, directing it toward his legs, which had been crippled for many years. With a soft fizz, a gentle sound of bubbling emerged as life force flowed continuously into his legs, healing, merging, and reshaping them until they returned to their pristine state. When Su Shi finally attempted to move his legs after such a long absence, he found them unhindered on the ground. Walking, jumping, squatting, everything felt so fluid, as if he were no different from an ordinary person. Finally, I have awaited this day. In the solitude of his room, Su Shi could not help but cover his face with laughter, reveling for quite a while before regaining his composure. It was no surprise that he lost control. The days of being crippled had been stifling. Now, a brand new life opened its doors to Su Shi. All of this was thanks to the simulator. If I could experience a few more simulations, surely my life would transform completely, leading me toward an unimaginably bright future. The issue is, simulations cannot commence at will. After 5 long years, Su Shi walked away from his home with his legs, having stored away the wheelchair he once used, holding a slightly yellowed apple in his hand. With a twist of his wood-type magical energy, the apple returned to its freshest state. He took a bite, savoring its crisp sweetness. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the simulator panel. On the translucent blue virtual screen, visible only to him, Su Shi spotted a text prompt. Simulation cooldown refresh time. 9,999 days. 6 hours. Subtracting the time Sushi had spent asleep, it became evident that the simulator's natural cooldown rate allowed for a simulation to be restored every 10,000 days. This figure was somewhat alarming. Fortunately, the simulator offered a second avenue, preventing Sushi from having to wait an entire decade. Recharge anchor points to gain new simulation opportunities. Please host recharge generously for an early arrival at a beautiful life. Sushi paid no heed to the simulator's promotional tone. His gaze fixated on the words anchor points, medium. It sounded akin to a form of positioning. Sushi contemplated this, inquiring further with the simulator to ensure these were items that could be found in the real world, and then silently committed them to memory. He was in no rush. Having just completed his first simulation, Sushi was still in a state of digestion, unwilling to hasten into a second point. One must eat a meal one bite at a time, and walk a path one step at a time. This principle holds true at all times. For now, Sushi planned to cultivate Dao techniques at home, restoring the battle prowess befitting a Golden Core practitioner. And afterward, he would venture out to explore and truly appreciate the rapidly developing real world, now rejuvenated by spiritual energy. Previously, his mobility had been limited. Although he could glean some understanding through his phone, it was ultimately insufficient. Now, as a Golden Core cultivator with restored legs, Sushi finally possessed the qualifications to discern the true essence of this entire new era. Chapter 19. Cultivation is not just about fighting and killing. The revival of spiritual energy. The return of myths, the awakening of the extraordinary, the evolution of humanity. This brand new era bears different names in the mouths of various people. Yet, the consensus among all is that the onset of this new age stems from the great catastrophe 5 years ago. That disaster shattered the dream of humanity's supremacy, and countless extraordinary phenomena, once deemed impossible fantasies, suddenly manifested in the real world, causing significant devastation. To this day, such anomalies still occur from time to time. However, it is precisely due to this that humanity on Earth began to grasp extraordinary powers. Some fortunate individuals, or those with exceptional insight, could even ascend to become true powerhouses. Today, 5 years later, the emergence of the extraordinary has become a norm, accompanied by formal legal stipulations regarding benefits and responsibilities. Some envy and perceive the extraordinary as superior beings, while others lament the high mortality rate among them. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that this is a truly remarkable era, a grand epoch brimming with infinite possibilities. Half a month later, having swiftly mastered Dao techniques thanks to the simulated memories, Sushi, after a 5-year hiatus from walking, left his home and slowly observed the streets of the city. Taiji Baozi Shop, Telekinetic Haircut Studio, Chi Combat Horse Vocational Training School, gazing at the diverse array of shops lining the streets. Combining elements of Earth and the extraordinary system, Sushi couldn't help but feel a momentary daze. Humanity's technological trajectory on Earth has been thoroughly distorted. Everywhere, the shadows of extraordinary powers linger. Certainly, in just 5 years. Although the number of extraordinary individuals on Earth has increased significantly, we have yet to reach a point where everyone possesses extraordinary abilities. Most of the shops on the streets have merely altered their names to ride the wave of popularity. The true extraordinary individuals have predominantly joined the Extraordinary Administration Bureau, enjoying the generous benefits and resource channels bestowed by the government. In return, the authorities dispatch various tasks and collaborative projects that require the extraordinary individuals to fulfill. Naturally accompanied by rewards. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, a quintessential win-win scenario. Perhaps I should consider joining the Extraordinary Administration Bureau as well. If my memory serves me right, there is a branch nearby. As Sushi strolled along the road, he casually purchased a breakfast. The large meat bun, with its thin skin and ample filling, was delightfully juicy and overall quite palatable. It is worth mentioning that the vendor also provided a bowl of sweet tofu pudding. Cultivation is not solely about combat. It also encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. With my Golden Core stage strength, I believe I would garner some attention upon joining the Bureau, allowing me to leverage its channels to seek the so-called anchor points. Even if I cannot locate them, I can utilize the Bureau's resources to enhance my power. Biting into the meat bun, I felt the warm juices burst upon my tongue, prompting Sushi to ponder. He had no intention of emulating those overpowered protagonists who, upon acquiring a golden finger, dismissed the existence of the state, convinced they would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle. Reality has proven such behavior to be foolish and erroneous. In the early days of the spiritual energy revival, numerous fortunate individuals who obtained extraordinary powers harbored such mindsets, secretly hiding among ordinary people, believing they were destined for greatness. Eventually, when the authorities thoroughly disclosed information, these so-called protagonists were left aghast, realizing they had fallen far behind. The intellect of an individual simply cannot rival the might of a national apparatus. Matters of cultivation can often be explained by unexpected inheritances, a phenomenon that has occurred countless times since the revival of spiritual energy. I need not conceal anything. Without further ado, I shall join the Bureau today. After satisfying my hunger, Sushi opened his mobile phone to search for the location of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau branch. Upon pinpointing the location, he stepped out. The advent of the extraordinary era has provided humanity with an abundance of energy sources, leading to a significant upgrade in transportation methods, which now far surpass their predecessors in speed. However, Sushi had not walked in quite some time. Coupled with the self-sustaining nature of his magical energy, he felt no fatigue. He leisurely walked for over 2 hours, occasionally stopping to admire newly constructed buildings and observing the ethereal energy-infused taxis zipping by. It was only as noon approached that he finally arrived at his destination, the Yinshan branch of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau. Before him stood an impressively towering structure, reminiscent of majestic mountains. Shrouded in an aura of mystery, Sushi gazed curiously for a moment before entering the Bureau's grand entrance. Inside, the Bureau was even more expansive than its exterior suggested, bustling with crowds and intersecting pathways. As it was Sushi's first visit, he was naturally unfamiliar with the layout. Thus, he stopped the passing male staff member to inquire, "Excuse me, this is my first time here. Could you please direct me to the registration office for extraordinary individuals?" "Oh, you must be looking for the registration room, right? I'm headed that way too. Allow me to accompany you," the male staff member replied warmly, leading the way while holding a hefty folder of documents. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, what kind of extraordinary power do you possess? Did you awaken it yourself?" Sushi smiled and replied, "I suppose I am a cultivator. I was fortunate enough to inherit a legacy while sleeping at home." Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression visibly shifted to one of envy. "How envious! Not only did you awaken extraordinary powers, but you are also among the most renowned cultivators. It's truly outrageous that you can cultivate just by sleeping." The staff member's tone carried a hint of jealousy. In this era, there are numerous types of extraordinary powers that can be awakened, including but not limited to fantasy, cultivation, martial arts, magic, and combat energy. However, without a doubt, the extraordinary power most coveted by the people of Huaxia is that of the cultivator point. One must wonder how many children have not fantasized about the carefree scene of soaring through the skies on a sword? Clearly, the male staff member escorting Sushi was an ardent fan of the cultivation system, leading Sushi while casting envious glances his way. The longing in the staff member's eyes was almost unbearable for Sushi. Listening to Sushi's explanation, the staff member's expression softened somewhat. Just as the two were nearing the registration office, a sudden commotion erupted from the right corridor, filled with cries for help and the roaring of a frantic beast. "Watch out! Everyone, get out of the way! A foundational beast has broken free from its restraints and is charging your way." Panic ensued as the crowd scattered. The foundational beast, a furious red-eyed tiger, possessed terrifying physical strength, effortlessly demolishing the walls of the corridor as it charged forward. Even extraordinary individuals of the same level would find it challenging to confront the rampaging foundational tiger. At this critical moment, Sushi stepped forward, his fingers forming a loose grip. With a soft sound reminiscent of air being split apart, a surge of energy coalesced into an invisible cage, firmly restraining the rampaging tiger, forcing it to the ground. The staff member exclaimed, "Is this what you call weak power?" Chapter 20. Joining the Extraordinary Administration Bureau under normal circumstances, the registration process for extraordinary individuals is quite cumbersome, requiring a series of official examinations to verify whether one truly possesses extraordinary powers and to which extraordinary system they belong, ultimately determining their rank and specific benefits. However, exceptions do exist. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Sushi single-handedly subdued the foundational beast, his display of power rendering the crowd speechless, nearly gasping in awe at his formidable prowess. Minutes later, Sushi was respectfully invited to the branch director's office, where a dedicated staff member served him hot tea, mentioning that the branch director would arrive shortly. Inside the office, Sushi settled into a plush chair, sipping the hot tea with an intrigued expression. It was indeed preferable to bypass any unnecessary procedures. After all, no one wishes to squander their time. From this, it was evident that extraordinary individuals at the Golden Core stage, or those of similar caliber, are relatively rare in the real world, at least in Yinshan City. After some rough calculations, Sushi had gained a basic understanding of the situation in the real world, and now he awaited the arrival of the branch director of the Yinshan Bureau. Approximately 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a square jaw hurriedly entered, appearing quite agitated. "Thank you for your patience, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Yaogua, the director of the Yinshan Extraordinary Administration Bureau." Upon extending his hand, Sushi rose to greet him, politely shaking his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Zhang. I am Sushi." Seeing Sushi's courteous demeanor, the middle-aged man's expression visibly softened. As the director of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau, Zhang Yaogua had encountered countless arrogant individuals over the years, so upon hearing that a Golden Core cultivator had joined the Bureau, he felt a mix of excitement and concern regarding Sushi's temperament. However, it appeared there was ample room for collaboration between them. "Mr. Su, please have a seat." Zhang Yaogua gestured to the ebony desk between them as they both took their seats. He made an effort to calm his racing heart and adopted a serious demeanor. Stating to Sushi, "I have been fully briefed on the specifics of the situation. On behalf of the Yinshan Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude for your assistance. Furthermore, I understand you intend to join the Bureau?" "I do indeed wish to join the Bureau. Please feel free to ask any questions," Sushi affirmed with a nod. Zhang Yaogua was elated. In the 5 years since the revival of spiritual energy, while many strong individuals had emerged, they were scattered across various branches, leaving the main headquarters in the capital with very few formidable candidates to utilize. If Sushi were to join the Bureau, having a Golden Core cultivator in their ranks would significantly bolster the strength and stature of the Yinshan Bureau. Zhang Yaogua then began his inquiries. "Mr. Su, may I ask how you awakened your powers?" Sushi replied, "I was sleeping at home when I suddenly obtained the legacy of a cultivator and broke through overnight to form my Golden Core." Zhang Yaogua remarked, "Your luck is truly extraordinary. Do you know the identity of that cultivator?" Sushi answered, "I only know they were from a sect called the Tianjin sect. Beyond that, I am unaware." Zhang Yaogua posed one final question. "Could you please demonstrate your Golden Core cultivation for us?" "Of course," Sushi responded. He opened his palm, channeling his magical energy to connect with the Golden Core within, manifesting his innate divine ability as the radiant essence of his Golden Core emanated from him in brilliant golden hues. There was no room for doubt. The unique divine ability of a Golden Core true cultivator, coupled with the resplendent golden aura surrounding him, was more than sufficient proof of Sushi's authenticity as a genuine Golden Core Grandmaster. "Indeed, you possess Golden Core cultivation?" Director Zhang's expression brightened even further. Witnessing this firsthand, the last shred of doubt in his heart dissipated, and he promptly engaged Sushi in discussions regarding remuneration, benefits, and the various matters he might encounter upon joining the Bureau. The base salary was set at 300,000 Huaxia coins per month, with additional rewards for completing tasks or engaging in other official collaborations. Moreover, the Bureau boasted a dedicated shopping network for extraordinary individuals known as Extraordinary Home, which operated on a points system exclusive to the Bureau. As a Gold Core cultivator, Sushi possesses the privilege of earning 1,000 points each month, allowing him to freely engage in transactions within the Extraordinary House, where he can exchange them for the cultivation resources he desires. Similarly, these points can be utilized to acquire intelligence within the Extraordinary House as well. In essence, their applications are quite extensive, Sushi pondered. By this calculation, the value of 1,000 points at the Extraordinary House is remarkably high, far surpassing the previously mentioned monthly salary of 300,000 Huaxia coins. Without a doubt, Sushi is quite content with this arrangement. I provide the strength, you provide the remuneration. Both parties achieve their desires. It's a win-win situation. After symbolically signing the contract and entering his identity information, Sushi officially became a member of the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau of Yinshan City. And the delight on Zhang Yaogua's face was palpable. "Ha ha ha, we shall be colleagues from now on, Mr. Su." Zhang Yaogua laughed heartily, appearing much more amiable than before, his gaze towards Sushi now imbued with a sense of camaraderie. "With your addition, our Yinshan Coordination Bureau will have a much easier time. We will no longer need to frequently seek assistance from the headquarters. The first month's 300,000 Huaxia coins and 1,000 points will soon be credited to your account." Additionally, this is a personal token of my appreciation. Director Zhang smiled as he handed Sushi a storage ring. The storage ring was indeed quite small, but its internal capacity remained a mystery. Thus, Sushi decisively accepted the storage ring, sharing a knowing smile with Zhang Yaogua. Brother Zhang, I can see at a glance that you are a good person. Haha, Su Lao Di is truly perceptive. To awaken as a gold core cultivator so swiftly, you are indeed a dragon among men. The two shared another hearty laugh, the air filled with joyous sounds. Chapter 21. A place that will always be reserved for her after discussing his joining the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. Sushi did not leave immediately. Instead, he remained in the director's office, continuing to converse with Zhang Yaogua to gain insights into extraordinary beings and the resurgence of spiritual energy. In this regard, as the branch director of the Coordination Bureau, Zhang Yaogua undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than Sushi. The resurgence of spiritual energy, you say? Sunlight streamed into the office, casting a melancholic shade upon the middle-aged man's face. Zhang Yaogua sighed deeply. Sushi, how much do you know about the cataclysm that occurred 5 years ago? Sushi shook his head. Not much. I only know that countless extraordinary beings emerged overnight, wreaking havoc across the globe. Director Zhang's expression turned one of surprise. I had no idea you had experienced such events. It seems that those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune. No wonder you were able to inherit the legacy of a cultivator. He paused before continuing. Most people's impressions of the cataclysm are quite similar to yours. They only know that many extraordinary beings appeared, followed by the gradual awakening of others into extraordinary beings. The existence that was once confined to fantasy suddenly manifested in reality. This is indeed remarkable. This is why most people refer to the new era as the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, the term resurgence is somewhat inappropriate, Zhang Yaogua's face revealing a bitter smile. Those entities, those abilities, have never truly belonged to Earth. Rather than a resurgence or awakening, it is more akin to an invasion. Cultivation, magic, martial arts, the fantastical, and even more incomprehensible existences have all emerged on Earth. An invasion. Listening to Zhang Yaogua's explanation, Sushi furrowed his brow slightly. He had contemplated many truths, but the words spoken by Zhang Yaogua still took him aback. Director Zhang, are you suggesting that these extraordinary beings are actively invading us? As for that, it is not necessarily the case. In response to Sushi's inquiry, the middle-aged man carefully chose his words. In my previous operations, I encountered some extraordinary beings capable of communication, even individuals from other worlds. They too seemed unable to comprehend why they had appeared on Earth. Furthermore, it is not just extraordinary beings that have arrived on Earth. There are also other entities, such as vast landscapes, entirely new species, and an abundance of extraordinary resources. The Extraordinary Coordination Bureau's growth to its current scale owes much to these otherworldly products, as he spoke. The man before Sushi wore a complex expression. On one hand, he resented the invasion from other worlds that altered the Earth he once knew. On the other hand, he genuinely felt joy, as these extraordinary forces had helped the nation move toward a more prosperous future. Finally, Zhang Yaogua concluded, be it an invasion or resurgence, it ultimately matters little to us. We cannot change anything. What we can do is to enhance our own strength as much as possible, to protect ourselves and others from the unforeseen calamities brought by the extraordinary. Sushi wholeheartedly agreed, resonating with Director Zhang's perspective. Thank you for the enlightening explanation. I have greatly benefited from our discussion. Having acquired the information he sought, Sushi stood to bid farewell. Now aware of the truth behind the resurgence of spiritual energy and having successfully joined the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, he had many tasks ahead of him. Director Zhang warmly escorted Sushi to the door, assigning a staff member to guide him and help him familiarize himself with the internal structure of the Bureau. For instance, there was a dedicated storage room for items purchased from the Extraordinary House. Considering that most items from the Extraordinary House could be harmful to ordinary individuals, all purchased goods would be consolidated and sent to the local Coordination Bureau. Moreover, to assist newcomers who had just embarked on the extraordinary path in mastering their powers, the Bureau offered a variety of extraordinary courses that, of course, this was entirely irrelevant to Sushi. After a brief tour of the Coordination Bureau, gaining a general understanding of the various departments, Sushi exited through the Bureau's main door. As he glanced at his phone, he noted that while the Extraordinary House was an internal trading network of the Coordination Bureau, it could be accessed from anywhere, buying and selling, searching for information, accepting tasks, These could all be done from the comfort of home, proving to be far more convenient than he had anticipated. Looking at the phone activated and bound to him by the bureau, Sushi felt quite satisfied. However, he was taken aback to discover that the so-called resurgence of spiritual energy was, in fact, an invasion from other worlds, occurring simultaneously across multiple realms. At this rate, perhaps Earth would eventually merge with these other worlds? Sushi found himself lost in thought, but soon chuckled self-deprecatingly. If what he imagined were true, so what? He was merely a fortunate individual with access to a simulator, pitifully weak and helpless, unable to effect any change. Surely, this so-called resurgence of spiritual energy had nothing to do with him. Such a notion was, of course, utterly implausible. Once his strength was stabilized, he would leverage the Bureau's information channels to gradually collect anchor points and initiate a new simulation. With these thoughts in mind, Sushi quickened his pace. Tick-tock, tick-tock. However, misfortune struck. Barely had he stepped out of the Coordination Bureau when the sky darkened at an alarming speed, and raindrops began to fall. The fine rain drizzled like silk, the moisture hanging in the air like mist. The once searing pavement, scorched by the sun, rapidly cooled, sending up a flurry of splashes. Sushi's nose twitched. He could feel the dampness invade his nostrils. The sound of raindrops pattering against his umbrella created a crisp, rhythmic drumming. Sushi relished this sound, akin to a dream, a fantasy, reminiscent of a lullaby. It had been 5 years since he last walked in the real world beneath an umbrella. Time truly flies. It felt like just yesterday he had been confined to a wheelchair for 5 years. Sushi mused, suddenly noticing his left shoulder was slightly damp, prompting him to adjust the umbrella held in his right hand, shifting it to the left. Yet, it wasn't long before large raindrops struck his left shoulder again. At that moment, Sushi realized that while holding the umbrella, he unconsciously tilted to the right, instinctively attempting to shield an absent figure from the rain. After a moment of silence, Sushi ceased to correct his posture. He maintained this somewhat peculiar stance in the eyes of others, continuing onward with the umbrella, allowing his left shoulder to be soaked. Sushi understood that he could not change this habit in a short time, nor did he intend to. If one were to ask why, perhaps it was in anticipation of an impossible miracle. Chapter 22. I do not place any value on money. Ding. Upon returning home and stowing away his umbrella, a melodious notification chimed in his EA-art. It was not from the simulator, but from his phone. Your debit card account 9527 has received an income of 300,000 Huaxia coins today. Available balance, 323,333 yuan. So soon? Taking out his phone to check, Sushi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swiftness of the Coordination Bureau's actions. However, upon further reflection, 300,000 Huaxia coins was indeed a trivial amount compared to a gold core cultivator. So it was understandable that the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau would take it to heart. Sushi did not dwell on the sum of Huaxia coins. After changing into clean clothes, he reclined on the sofa, opening the Extraordinary House on his phone. After a series of verifications, he accessed the trading network exclusively available to extraordinary beings. Talismans, combat techniques, chi and blood martial arts. Ghostly cultivation secrets, the Great Harmony technique, fallen iron bows, alchemical furnaces, holy light-enhanced Gatling guns, heavenly thunder-enhanced armor-piercing rounds. An overwhelming array of items awaited him. As the official trading network established by Huaxia, the variety of goods available at the Extraordinary House far exceeded Sushi's expectations. He had not anticipated that they would even produce enchanted firearms. This was perhaps what they meant by keeping pace with the times. After this reflection, Sushi began to search for the items he desired. As a cultivator, nothing is more paramount than the mastery of techniques and Taoist arts. However, these two elements are not lacking in Sushi's possession. Having experienced the life of a cultivator once, his mind is imbued with numerous secrets of the Heavenly Sword sect. In this case, he finds himself with ample points to acquire other items and desired information. Sushi mused, his fingers gliding over the smartphone screen, meticulously filtering the 4 arts of cultivation: alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, and talismans. Medicinal pills can aid in cultivation, while crafted items enhance a cultivator's offensive and defensive capabilities. The versatility of formations is remarkable, and talismans can be activated instantaneously with simplicity. As a former prodigy in the 4 arts of cultivation, Sushi is determined to let this talent shine and not be squandered. Therefore, he intends to procure materials from the Extraordinary House to forge a comprehensive system of pills, weapons, formations, and talismans, integrating cultivation, protection, and offense. As for why he does not simply purchase finished products, the answer is straightforward. They are prohibitively expensive. In the Extraordinary House, the price disparity between finished goods and raw materials often amounts to several times. And there is no guarantee that the desired finished products are available. 5 years is ultimately a brief span. In such a short time, the Extraordinary Governance Bureau likely has few official alchemists, weapon crafters, formation masters, or talisman creators. Su Shi's thoughts flowed as he soon deduced the reasons behind this awkward situation. Once I have refined the items I require, if time allows, Su Shi muttered to himself, his gaze swiftly scanning the smartphone screen as he added sought-after materials to the shopping cart. Items such as Crimson Fox Eyes, Jiao Dragon Bones, and Thunderous Gold Essence. Purchase. All of it. He only ceased when his points were insufficient. Feeling a lingering sense of desire, 1,000 points still seemed a tad insufficient, hardly enough for his expenditures. Observing the other offerings in the Extraordinary House, Su Shi felt a twinge of regret. Besides the excellent items related to cultivation, there were numerous other extraordinary products he was genuinely interested in researching. Unfortunately, with limited resources at hand, he could only prioritize the materials for the essential pills, weapons, formations, and talismans. For now, this will suffice. There is still ample time. No need to rush. After closing the page of the Extraordinary House, Su Shi closed his eyes to meditate. Time flowed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Su Shi gradually accustomed himself to his new life with restored legs, spending most of his time at home cultivating, with occasional strolls outside. With the arrival of the materials for pills, weapons, formations, and talismans, Su Shi crafted a complete set of spirit-gathering arrays and a large quantity of Huanglong pills to enhance his cultivation speed. Additionally, he utilized his innate supernatural ability, Wood Rebirth, to nurture a vine dragon worth 500 points. He refined the vine into a sword, forging his innate treasure, the Withered Vine Sword, from the lineage of Sun Jian Peak. Finally, Su Shi inscribed numerous talismans, although their power did not compare to his own strikes. He believed in the wisdom of preparedness and was not inclined to waste his talents. His induction into the Extraordinary Governance Bureau did not render Su Shi overly busy. During this month, he engaged in combat only twice. The first instance involved slaying a suddenly appearing mutated raptor, seemingly hailing from a fantastical world, its wings casting shadows over a significant portion of the urban area. Wielding the Withered Vine Sword, Su Shi unleashed a streak of azure sword light from a distance, cleaving it in two. Following this, besides the materials from the raptor's flesh, he received a reward from the Governance Bureau, 1 million Huaxia coins and 500 points. The second encounter occurred mid-month, marked by the bizarre phenomenon of 100 demons parading through the night. This grand spectacle of demonic entities overwhelmed the Extraordinary Bureau's practitioners, yet they ultimately fell beneath the brilliance of Su Shi's sword light. His wood-based magical power teamed with vitality, proving particularly effective against these malevolent beings. The reward following this engagement amounted to 150,000 Huaxia coins and 900 points. Through these two battles, Su Shi sincerely reflected that money is merely a string of numbers. He no longer placed much value on it. Regarding the vast expanse of Yanshan City, a month was hardly limited to only 2 extraordinary calamities. However, some of these threats were of low severity, manageable by other practitioners. In the words of Director Zhang Yaogua, good steel should be used on the blade's edge. As one of the few golden core combatants in the Yanshan Governance Bureau, Su Shi's task was to conserve his energy and address the genuinely high-threat anomalies. Ordinary extraordinary disasters could be entrusted to less powerful practitioners, allowing them to hone their skills. Su Shi readily agreed to this. However, points were something one could never have too many of. Recently, he had set his sights on several desirable items, yet his points were insufficient. Since he could not earn more through tasks, he would have to delve into the 4 arts of cultivation. Among the 4 domains of alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, and talismans, the applicability of medicinal pills was the most extensive. Not only could they be utilized by cultivators, but they were also accessible to other extraordinary beings, particularly those of the fantasy and martial arts lineage, who had an immense demand for pills. I could easily refine pills to earn my first bucket of gold and continue to snowball from there. At home, Su Shi scrolled through the product page of the Extraordinary House, having just purchased a large quantity of spiritual materials intended for alchemy when he suddenly received an urgent message from Zhang Yaogua. Danger! Come quickly. Chapter 23. The ruins of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Since joining the Extraordinary Governance Bureau, Sushi had already learned that the arrivals on Earth were not limited to various extraordinary life forms. Some fragments were also from extraordinary worlds, possessing landscapes and structures from other realms. These otherworldly fragments were officially designated as ruins. The hidden value of these ruins is exceedingly high. Through their study, one can unravel more data on extraordinary systems and even acquire unique extraordinary products from within. The diverse array of goods in the Extraordinary House largely derives from these ruins. However, the emergence of ruins does not always signify good fortune. Some are fraught with peril, not only yielding little profit but also posing dangers to the surrounding area. What Sushi now faced was precisely such a peculiar scenario. It was indeed a ruin from the realm of cultivation. In the outskirts of Yinshan City, upon receiving Zhang Yaogua's message, Sushi hurried to the location with utmost speed. From a distance, he beheld the azure sky shrouded in blood rain, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerging from the downpour. Suffused with nameless dread and overwhelming terror, it was hard to fathom how many souls had perished to create such a hellish landscape. Faintly, Sushi could discern that some of the corpses within the ruins bore clothing strikingly similar to that of familiar cultivators. Could it be that the source of this ruin is the cultivation world I simulated? No, that may not be the case. There is not just one cultivation realm. Sushi gazed into the distance, observing for a long while before turning to Zhang Yaogua beside him. What is the current situation? Very dire. Zhang Yaogua replied gravely, his expression dark. This ruin appeared an hour ago and is expanding rapidly. If this continues, it will inevitably encroach upon Yinshan City. I have already requested assistance from the headquarters, but until then, we must rely solely on ourselves. His voice grew heavier, tinged with vigilance, anxiety, and restraint. The director of the Yinshan Extraordinary Governance Bureau, a middle-aged man who had devoted most of his life to the nation, instinctively clenched his fists, staring intently at the indescribable scene of the ruin. Merely gazing at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood within could sap the courage of even the most resolute. More critically, Sushi sensed a multitude of sinister auras within, likely indicating the birth of some malevolent entities, or perhaps the souls of deceased cultivators transformed into vengeful spirits. This indeed presents a conundrum. Sushi's eyes narrowed slightly. While he excelled at defeating foes beyond his level, and the withered vine sword was effective against malevolent beings, there were still limits to his capabilities. The scale of the blood rain ruin before him was truly immense. He could only wonder which reaper had orchestrated such an exaggerated scene of death. Considering this, Sushi addressed Zhang Yaogua. Evacuate all those below the Foundation establishment level. This incident is too perilous. Only extraordinary beings at the Foundation establishment level or above possess the ability to safeguard themselves within the ruin. Understood. Zhang Yaogua replied decisively. You are a golden core cultivator, more familiar with the cultivation side ruins than we are. You may make the decisions here. Soon, the extraordinary practitioners gathered at the scene dispersed by more than half. The remaining individuals were all Foundation establishment cultivators or extraordinary beings of equivalent standing, such as innate martial artists from the martial arts lineage or official mages from the magical lineage. Those who had reached this realm had long since shed their novice status and could wield extraordinary power with finesse, rendering them reliable combatants. Furthermore, due to the significant threat posed by this particular ruin, Director Zhang Yaogua also summoned another top-tier combatant from the Yinshan Extraordinary Governance Bureau, Wang Dali, a martial arts master of equal standing to Golden Core cultivators. He was an impressively large and muscular man. Ha ha ha, my super intellect is telling me that it's time to unleash my super strength to save the world. He strode forward with a robust and imposing presence, his step steady as if a heavy truck was moving forward. Wang Dali boomed with laughter, his voice resonating like a drum. Approaching Sushi, he flashed a broad smile, revealing large white teeth, and heartily exclaimed, "Long time no see, Brother Su." Sushi nodded. Indeed, it has been a while. This was not their first encounter. Over the past month, they had crossed paths several times within the Extraordinary Governance Bureau. To be honest, Sushi held a favorable impression of this brawny man, finding him honest and upright, embodying the essence of a martial artist and thoroughly exemplifying the concept of qi and blood martial arts. After a brief moment of regrouping and confirming their readiness for battle, all extraordinary practitioners from the Yinshan Extraordinary Governance Bureau followed Sushi's lead and approached the ruin. As they drew closer, the horror of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood became increasingly apparent. The sky and earth were stained crimson, the stench of decay overwhelming, as droplets of blood fell from above, rapidly forming small puddles, each filled with the softened remains of corpses, fascia entwined, hair tangled, fragments of bone deeply embedded in putrid flesh. Alas, among the extraordinary, there are those with fragile psychological resilience, their eyes widening in horror as they clutch their chests and retch violently. The scene before them challenges the very fabric of their beliefs. Corpse after corpse, in a ghastly state of decay, piles high to form a towering mountain of cadavers, emanating an unimaginable stench. Hatred, shock, fury, and fear. Countless complex emotions manifest on those blurred and rotting faces, leaving one to ponder the horrors that transpired. Death, death. A sudden transformation occurs. Corpses filled with unbridled rage begin to move, howling as they lunge towards the crowd, while vengeful spirits of once powerful cultivators grin malevolently, seeking to possess the bodies of the extraordinary. Under Sushi's vigilance, these malevolent apparitions are swiftly dispatched. However, the perplexity etched on Sushi's face deepens. Crouching amidst the blood-soaked ground, Sushi retrieves a cultivator's robe, his brow furrowing in recognition. This garment is all too familiar. It belonged to the demonic cultivators he faced during the first simulation. If memory serves, it belonged to a sect known as the Heavenly Demon Cult. Is there a problem, Brother Su? Wang Dali inquires, standing guard nearby. No, it's nothing. Let us proceed, Sushi replies, shaking his head as he leads the way forward. As they delve deeper into the realm of desolation, they harness their extraordinary powers to eliminate the blood and corpses, preventing a vicious cycle from polluting the outskirts of Yinshan City. Yet soon, Sushi stumbles upon an unexpected discovery. In a pool of blood, he finds the body of a Heavenly Sword Sect cultivator, whose attire and waist insignia mirror his memories perfectly. A bold hypothesis springs forth in his mind. Is this the battlefield of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Heavenly Demon Cult? Could this desolate realm originate from the very simulation of the cultivation world I experienced? Chapter 24. Found you, Brother. Heavenly Handprint, Martial Technique, Wind Chase Leg, Magic, Fireball Technique. As they venture further into the desolation, the enemies Sushi's group encounters become increasingly formidable. The scent of blood hangs thick in the air, with each step revealing brittle bones beneath their feet, while rivers of blood flow freely over the scorched earth, causing corpses to swell and faces to become unrecognizable. Along the way, more and more bodies of demonic cultivators appear, occasionally interspersed with those of the Heavenly Sword Sect, causing Sushi's brow to furrow in concern. Most individuals have experienced dreams, whether sweet or nightmarish. Yet, regardless of how vivid those memories may be, they remain mere illusions. However, if dreams were to manifest into reality, one would find it bizarre and absurd. Sushi now finds himself in such a state of eerie discomfort. He never anticipated that what he believed to be a fabricated simulation would materialize in reality, taking the form of this desolate realm. Absurd, utterly absurd. No, I cannot jump to conclusions just yet. I need to gather more evidence to ascertain that this realm indeed originates from my simulated cultivation world. Sushi muses, his mind swirling with confusion. He turns to Wang Dali. Dali, I leave this area to you. I will investigate the dangers lurking within the desolation alone. Wang Dali scratches his head. Brother Su, are you sure you can manage alone? Realization dawns on him, and he strikes a muscular pose, laughing heartily. All right, go ahead. My bond with my muscles is invincible. With me here, you can rest easy. With that, Wang Dali leads the other extraordinary beings into the fray against the undead and demonic spirits, their fists roaring as they unleash pure violence to shatter all malevolence in their path. Seems I need not worry for now. Sushi nods, feeling the flow of his golden core as he channels profound magical energy to fly with his sword, plunging into the depths of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, constantly scanning his surroundings for the evidence he seeks. In solitude, Sushi's search becomes remarkably swift. Soon, he uncovers a variety of evidence, such as the bodies of other demonic cultivators who had joined in the assault against the Heavenly Sword Sect, the sect's standard flying swords, and standardized storage pouches. Indeed, in the blood-soaked sky. His vine sword conjures a magical barrier, blocking the torrential blood rain. Sushi contemplates the evidence before him. This realm undeniably originates from the cultivation world of my simulation. This should be impossible. It comes from that world, which should have been mere fantasy, a figment of my imagination. Sushi falls silent. Initially, upon discovering the desolation, he believed it to be from another cultivation world, and later thought it might be from a similar realm. However, the accumulation of evidence leaves no doubt. This desolate realm originates from the cultivation world that Sushi traversed in his simulations. How could this be? Wasn't he at a mere simulated world? How could it transform into a tangible reality, appearing on Earth in this desolate form? The simulator had never claimed that the simulated life was false. He merely assumed that since it was a simulation, it must be an illusion. Now, upon reflection, if the simulator can manifest the spiritual roots from the simulated life in their true form, it stands to reason that the experiences within that simulation could also be real. Though Sushi had previously been unaware of it. Yes, that must be it. Sushi is filled with profound emotion, unable to fathom that the unexpected boon he received would be such a formidable advantage, transforming simulated experiences into reality and directly impacting the world he knows. If that is the case, then Emoli, that child, is indeed a living, breathing person, truly existing. The girl I saved in my simulation must be living well now. Or perhaps she has already passed on. With a heavy sigh, Sushi resumes his flight on the sword, continuing his search above the sea of blood and mountain of corpses. The origin of the desolation is clear, but how to eradicate it or prevent this foul land from expanding remains a significant dilemma. Perhaps within this battlefield of the heavenly demon cult and the heavenly sword sect, he might uncover some intelligence regarding who orchestrated such a horrific scene. He recalls that when the simulation ended, Emoli had been quite weak. He hoped she was not caught in the crossfire of this war, especially given her fragile strength at the time. Subconsciously worried for the girl, Sushi guides his flying sword toward the pinnacle of the corpse mountain, where he encounters a figure with her back turned to him. Severed limbs fall from her side, creating a mound of bones. Blood drips from the tip of her sword, forming a torrential rain of crimson. A solitary figure, armed with a sword, stands atop the mountain of corpses, having quelled countless demonic cultivators. Who is that? A chilling aura sends a wave of dread through Sushi as he beholds her silhouette, causing his body to momentarily stiffen. Yet, the murderous intent dissipates as swiftly as it came. Leaving behind an inexplicable familiarity, Sushi's instincts kick in, and he subconsciously seeks to distance himself from this treacherous place. However, as the figure turns to reveal a familiar face, her ruby lips parting to speak, "Found you, brother." Her exquisite visage, marred by blood, is accompanied by a radiant smile. Emoli. Sushi's pupils constrict. He yearns to act, but finds himself immobilized, helplessly watching as the girl strides toward him, traversing the mountain of corpses and crossing the blood sea, extending her blood-stained alabaster hands to gently embrace him, tightening her hold. "Brother, this time, I will not let you go." She clutches him tighter, the overwhelming force pressing painfully against his ribs. Sushi is engulfed in uncertainty, overwhelmed by the surreal unfolding of events. Just as he attempts to speak, the visage of Emoli disintegrates into a myriad of luminous particles, accompanied by a soft, rustling sound, dissipating into the void, leaving behind a crystalline droplet resembling water, resting in his palm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special item, Eternal Tear. Chapter 25. What of me living off my sister? Eternal Tear. Item description. His sorrow, his tears, his lament, his pain, his hatred, his regret, all converge here. Item effects. Increases spiritual cultivation effectiveness tenfold, accelerates the advancement of the 4 arts of cultivation tenfold, amplifies the power of the Tao tenfold, enhances comprehension of the world tenfold, boosts swordsmanship effectiveness tenfold, augments divine abilities tenfold, and increases damage to malevolent entities tenfold. Refreshes protective spiritual light once daily, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an immortal emperor. Refreshes the cycle of life once daily, automatically healing all bodily injuries and slightly extending lifespan. Usage requirement. Only you? It can only be you. The pale red, droplet-shaped crystal slips into Sushi's palm, Its texture delicate and surface shimmering, it feels like the affectionate nuzzle of a young girl, yet also evokes the sorrowful weeping of a maiden. The touch is cool at first, then warms gradually. Tears, you say? Whose tears? The answer is all too evident. Sushi gazes down at the bloodied tear, overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all, his mind swirling with myriad confusions. Why does the silhouette of a young girl exist in this boundary ruin? And why does it suddenly transform into eternal tears? After the demise of her simulated self, what exactly transpired with Su Moli that led to the horrifying scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? The confusion is overwhelming. Tangled and intricate, Sushi, while gazing at the eternal tears, furrows his brow in contemplation. This is the tale of Sushi's death. It is a gloomy day, drenched in relentless rain. The girl, who witnessed her brother's death, is ensnared in an abyss of regret and despair. Her expression crumbles, her heart convulses, and her breath nearly ceases in that extreme hatred. The girl's face oscillates between tears and laughter, completely losing control. She despises her own helplessness. She loathes the mockery directed at her brother. She detests this world that no longer holds her brother's presence. Unable to forgive, the tears that flow from the girl mingle with the rainwater. Binding her long hair with a blood-stained cloth, armed with a wooden sword, she charges alone towards those demonic cultivators. The dull blade of her wooden sword effortlessly slices through the throats of her enemies. Her weary body, driven by hatred, knows no fatigue. To kill, to continue killing. Eliminate all those enemies who caused her brother's demise. Su Moli has completely succumbed to madness, killing her way through, whether they are golden core or nascent soul demonic cultivators. All fall to her blade. The bodies accumulate, forming a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is the truth. The emergence of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood is not the result of a heinous calamity, but merely the desperate revenge of a girl, nothing more. The scene continues, seemingly depicting the girl's future, yet it becomes increasingly blurred, eventually cutting off entirely, leaving only the final image of the girl weeping alone. Her tears drift in the boundary sea, meandering through chaos, eroded by the river of time, ultimately merging with this boundary ruin, appearing together in the outskirts of Yinshan City. This is the origin and reality of it all. She silently clutches the eternal tears. So much has transpired after my death. How has that child Moli endured these years? She must be weary. Sushi sighs deeply. He knows that he holds a significant place in the girl's heart. Witnessing his death would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on her. Yet even if time could rewind, Sushi would still make the same choice. For if he did not die, it would have been Moli who perished. Su Moli is truly dead, with no notion of rebirth. Therefore, Sushi never regrets his decision. The Moli he encountered earlier was merely an illusion conjured by the eternal tears, not the girl herself, which is why it dissipated so suddenly. Who knows if there will be a chance to meet again in the future? Gripping the blood tears in his hand, Sushi slightly bends his fingers, tracing a spell to form a cord that passes through the center of the tear, crafting it into a unique bracelet to adorn his wrist. This is not only due to the special significance of the eternal tears, but also because of the various extraordinary effects it possesses. Truthfully, Sushi finds it hard to fathom just how powerful his sister has become, to the extent that a single tear possesses the ability to withstand the attacks of an immortal emperor. For Sushi, at the Golden Core stage, even the weakest immortal is currently an unattainable existence. Could it be that I am not following a traditional path of growth, but rather living off my sister's achievements? Sushi muses, donning the eternal tears in an instant. He feels an unending surge of power coursing through him, a sense of overwhelming strength as if he could wield a true dragon as a jump rope. Sushi does not take this seriously. He knows this is merely an illusion following the explosive increase in power. However, with his current golden core cultivation, under the amplification of the eternal tears, he should possess the combat strength of a late nascent soul stage. On this foundation, employing sword techniques against evil entities would undoubtedly yield the destructive power of a god transformation cultivator. Sushi clicks his tongue. One must understand that the eternal tears can also enhance his cultivation speed. This signifies that, in no time, Sushi's realm will rapidly ascend, and at that point, his combat prowess will become even more exaggerated. Living off my sister is indeed delightful, she sincerely reflects. He then gazes at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood beneath him, and looks up at the crimson sky. Perhaps due to the absence of the eternal tear's suppression, the malevolent spirits grow increasingly restless. Within just a few minutes, the foulness within the boundary ruin multiplies several times. Various evil entities awaken, emitting piercing and shrill howls. Holding the withered vine sword, Su Shi's gaze sharpens. His initial intention upon entering the boundary ruin was to delay its expansion, seeking support from the supernatural unified bureau. But now, with the aid of the eternal tears, he is more than capable of engaging in battle. Sky sword technique, slash. Su Shi exclaims lightly, as the withered vine sword condenses 1,000-foot sword light, shimmering with a ghostly green, cleaving the boundless sea of blood and the scarlet sky into two distinct halves. Many evil spirits are instantly slain by merely grazing the sword light. Another fierce slash follows. The blood rain dissipates. The mountain of corpses collapses. The entire boundary ruin shakes violently, and the pervasive blood mist evaporates, dramatically expanding his field of vision, exposing the malevolent entities hidden in the shadows. Su Shi also sees Wang Dali and the others who had separated earlier. At this moment, everyone is dumbfounded, struck by the earth-shattering power. Living off my sister is truly delightful. A subtle smile graces Su Shi's lips. Chapter 26. The magical anchor point medium with a single sword. The world is swept away. With two swords, the evil spirits are vanquished. Under the enhancement of the eternal tears, Su Shi effortlessly obliterates the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Yet, the battle is not over. Remnants of evil spirits still linger in the ruins of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Only by completely eradicating them can this battle truly come to an end. A tearing sound reverberates through the heavens, accompanied by the explosive roar of the air. Thunder rumbles, winds howl, and a sword light so strikingly bright cleaves the heavens and the earth, severing the very foundation of this boundary ruin, dispersing the ominous energies of ghosts, demons, blood, and resentment. His robe billows, and the sword pierces the sun. Su Shi rushes toward Wang Dali and his companions, his sword blade never ceasing. Every strike annihilates vast swathes of evil spirits. You little brats of the heavenly sword sect dare. Behold as I seize your flesh and pursue the path of demons. Ha ha ha! A 10-meter-long blood dragon soars through the sky. Its vertical pupils dark and filled with murderous intent, lunging towards Su Xi. As the dragon's tail whips, the mountains tremble. Yet, Su Shi remains unfazed, noisy. With a simple yet forceful punch, the blood dragon is obliterated, bursting into a shower of blood that rains down, vanishing into the mud beneath. He then positions his fingers in a sword formation, slashing toward a nascent soul ghost. The sword is a vibrant green, thunderous and teeming with life, yet possesses the power to annihilate all, shattering the nascent soul ghost into nothingness, leaving no trace of its soul. Golden core? Nascent soul? Mere trifles. Su Shi now feels inflated with confidence. Unless a god transformation evil entity appears, he faces no pressure whatsoever. Damn it, where did this little brat come from, to be so terrifying? Everyone, attack together. Today, either he dies, or we perish. The assault of the evil spirits becomes increasingly frenzied. Fear is evident on their faces as they regard Su Shi with trepidation, unleashing all manner of sinister artifacts upon him. Among them are the infamous 10,000-man banner, the bone viewing apparatus, and the human skin scrolled. Su Shi shakes his head. Such artifacts, reliant on the slaughter of lives for their creation, are inherently countered by him, especially now that he possesses the multiple enhancement buffs from the eternal tears. Throughout my life, I have treaded carefully, relying solely on my diligent cultivation. Eternal tears, assist me. Divine ability, wood regeneration, sword technique, sky sword style. The dazzlingly brilliant forest green sword light emanates from Su Shi, cleaving the heavens and the earth, obliterating myriad evil spirits beneath its radiance. Seizing this moment, Su Shi accelerates towards Wang Dali and his group. Their condition appears dire. Many are injured. This is to be expected. After all, aside from Su Shi and Wang Dali, the rest possess only foundational strength. A mere encounter with a golden core evil entity could lead them to an insurmountable predicament. Su brother, you just now. The previously boisterous muscular man, upon witnessing the earlier slaughter of nascent souls as if they were mere dogs, stutters, clearly shaken. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small breakthrough, Sushi replies with a smile. You all should leave first. I will handle the rest here and eliminate all the evil entities. A small breakthrough? You call this a small breakthrough? The other extraordinary beings exhibit expressions of disbelief, torn between wanting to speak and holding their tongues. Ultimately, they obediently heed Sushi's words, supporting their injured companions, retreating under Wang Dali's protection toward a location far from the boundary ruin. They understand that lingering here would only hinder Sushi, providing no assistance. Su Senior, we are immensely grateful. Then we shall leave it to you, Su brother. Soon, all the combatants of the Yinshan Supernatural Unified Bureau, except for Su Shi himself, have evacuated the boundary ruin. Now, he can unleash his full power without restraint, Su Shi states, directing his gaze toward the remaining evil spirits. Some plead for mercy, others have lost their sanity to malice. Some attempt to flee, while others contemplate a mutual destruction with Su Shi. The withered vine sword arcs, initially a mere flicker of light, akin to the dawn's first rays, bright yet small, however, after just a few breaths. That sword light transforms into the brilliance of the midday sun, illuminating the entirety of the boundary ruin, allowing the living to be reborn and the dead to perish, all evils eradicated in tranquility. Time seems to freeze, enveloped in profound silence. Just then, a gentle breeze sweeps through. All malevolent entities were reduced to mere powder, dissipating gently in the tranquil breeze. Within the confines of the realm, the once terrifying visage had vanished, leaving behind only harmless fragments of enchanted artifacts and remnants of certain cultivators. Sushi glanced around, noting that most objects were beyond salvageable condition, thus losing any desire to scavenge. Just as he prepared to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual, not quite resembling a product from the cultivation side. Was that a wand from the realm of magic? Picking it up for closer inspection, Sushi suddenly realized that it must have been left behind by the magical transcenders of the Yinshan Comprehensive Bureau's team. The disparity between the cultivation and magical realms was vast. Both were forms of extraordinary power, yet they followed entirely divergent paths. Sushi had little interest in further examination and was about to discard the wand when a notification from the simulator halted his actions. Ding! Magic anchor point medium detected. Would you like to proceed with a recharge? Note: the anchor point medium will be completely destroyed upon recharge. A magic anchor point medium? On the dusty brown earth. Sushi first glanced at the suddenly appearing simulator panel, then at the wand in his hand, and it dawned upon him. The so-called anchor point medium referred to extraordinary items. But if that were the case, why hadn't he triggered the simulator's prompt when studying alchemical artifacts and formations earlier? Sushi murmured to himself. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the answer. Alchemical artifacts and formations belong to the cultivation side of extraordinary items, while the world he first simulated also belonged to the cultivation realm. So it was that similar types of simulated worlds could only be engaged once. No wonder the simulator emphasized that it was a magic anchor point medium. If the anchor point mediums were interchangeable, there would be no need for such emphasis. Sushi pondered this and confirmed the recharge on the simulator panel before his eyes. Immediately, he witnessed the wand vanish from his grasp at an astonishing speed, completely disappearing as if consumed by some unseen force. Ding! Magic anchor point medium loading progress. 1. Please strive for further recharges, aspiring for a prosperous life ahead. Chapter 27. Brother, we shall meet again soon. Having confirmed the absence of any malevolent entities, Sushi exited the realm. This revelation caused an immediate uproar. NO1 had anticipated that what required intervention from the Supernatural Comprehensive Bureau would be single-handedly resolved by Sushi. How could this be? The weakest among them were at the Foundation establishment level, with numerous Golden Core and nascent soul entities present. It was inconceivable that Sushi, at the Golden Core stage, could annihilate such foes alone. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Everyone stared at Sushi in disbelief. I understand now. Senior Su is a hidden transformation stage cultivator, and his Golden Core cultivation is merely a fade. Much like a classic tale of a wolf in sheep's clothing, from the moment I laid eyes on Senior Su, I sensed he was a figure of great prowess. Foster father, do you still need a powerful ally? Coughing, Sushi helplessly explained, I genuinely am just a Golden Core cultivator. Yet, this earnest declaration was met with skepticism. Even the most earnest among them, Wang Dali, wore an expression that suggested he thought Sushi was jesting. Ultimately, Sushi allowed them to harbor their misconceptions. After all, with the Eternal Tear in hand, his combat prowess indeed surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Thus concluded this chapter splendidly. Afterward, Zhang Yaogua inquired about Sushi's desired reward. Given the significant threat posed by the realm and Sushi's timely resolution, his merit was immense, yet they were at a loss for how to adequately reward him. If possible, I would like to exchange everything for extraordinary items. Yes? Everything. Moreover, I do not require any extraordinary items from the cultivation side. Sushi made this peculiar request without asking for cash or points, leaving Zhang Yaogua in astonishment. Very well, I understand. Although Zhang Yaogua was uncertain why a cultivator would desire extraordinary items from other systems, he readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, Sushi received over 1,000 extraordinary items, varying in quality, some damaged, others intact. He promptly recharged all of them into the simulator, significantly boosting the loading progress. Unfortunately, due to the sheer variety of extraordinary items, the loading progress for the anchor points varied greatly, and in the end, none reached 100. This indicated that Sushi would need to continue striving, pouring more extraordinary items into the simulator. Currently, the anchor point medium with the highest loading progress was from the magic side. Standing at a commendable 83, with that in mind, he decided to begin with the magic side. Upon returning home, Sushi wasted no time and embarked on the alchemical endeavor, purchasing raw materials from the extraordinary house. He refined them into finished elixirs, selling them at the extraordinary house to earn points for further material purchases. This cycle continued relentlessly, squeezing every moment of rest from his schedule, until he finally reached the moment of reward. Bang! After 20 days, during the night, the lid of the alchemical furnace flew open, and dozens of golden elixirs floated into the air. Sushi deftly flicked a porcelain bottle, allowing the elixirs to fly effortlessly into it, sealing them away. Exhaling a long breath of fatigue, Sushi's face bore the marks of exhaustion. This was the last batch of Huanglong elixirs. Tomorrow, upon selling them, he would have enough points to purchase another batch of magic side items, filling the remaining magic side progress. At last, it was finally happening. These days of continuous alchemical work had left him feeling as though he were being refined himself. Shaking the porcelain bottle in his hand, he listened to the sounds of the elixirs colliding within Sushi's side once more, then stored all the elixirs in his storage ring. Glancing out at the night sky, he noticed the moon hanging high and decided to relinquish the fatigue that weighed upon him. Walking to his bed to lie down peacefully, golden core cultivators had long since replaced ordinary sleep with meditative practice, allowing them to remain awake indefinitely. Nevertheless, Sushi was utterly exhausted. The relentless alchemical work over the past 20 days had left him mentally drained. Longing only for deep slumber, unbothered by anything else before long, in the tranquil room, the soft sound of breathing signaled that its occupant had entered a state of sleep. The moonlight flowed like water, and the night remained serene. It was an exceptionally quiet and peaceful evening. The pure white moonlight, crisp and cool, shimmered delicately alongside the brilliance of the stars. The moonlight was not as dazzling as sunlight, nor did it possess its searing warmth. Yet, in the dim night of the human world, the moonlight pierced through the window, illuminating the room with a soft glow, casting a silvery sheen over everything within, including the ethereal figure that had quietly appeared at the bedside, her dark hair tinted with a silver halo. "Brother," she called softly, her voice trembling with an infinite longing. Her fingertips pressed against Sushi's chest, reminiscent of childhood, as she bent down, tilting her head, allowing herself to rest against her brother's embrace. Feeling the familiar warmth of his chest, the comfort of his presence, her anxious heart began to settle. Witnessing her brother's existence, touching him with her own hands, and hearing his presence, Su Emoli finally found the answer she sought. The hero who belonged solely to her, her very own son. "Brother, we shall meet again soon. I promise," the girl whispered softly, resting against her brother. Finding her longed-for brother was indeed a joyous occasion, yet she could not fathom why he would appear in this minuscule, fragile realm in such a case. Her true form could not enter this place at all. If she were to force her arrival, it would only shatter everything in existence. She did not wish to commit such an act that would displease her brother. Thus, at the infinite distance of another realm, Su Emoli, now a being above the immortal emperor, was swiftly dismantling various cultivation worlds, merging their fragments with Earth's time and space, preparing to enhance the Earth's capacity until it could accommodate her true form. Only then could the girl fulfill her wish to live alongside her brother once more. However, the inability of her true form to descend did not preclude contact. Through the eternal tear worn by Su Shi, she could sense his existence at any moment, a thread of power descending beside him. Just as it was now, a single thread of power, a singular thought, could construct a form capable of movement. The reason she had refrained from revealing herself for so long was rooted in fear. Fear that her brother would not accept the vastly changed version of herself, fear that he might blame her, and fear that he would not welcome her return. Chapter 28. The second simulation begins. Though she knew her brother was not that kind of person, he was the one who cherished and cared for her the most. Su Emoli felt an inexplicable unease in her heart. Thus, she could only wait until the dead of night, when Su Shi succumbed to sleep, to stealthily manifest and touch him. "Good night, brother." Resting her head upon Su Shi's chest, the girl bathed in moonlight. Slowly closing her eyes, she was not asleep, merely wishing to savor as much of this tranquility as possible and cherish the precious moments spent with her brother after such a long time apart. She remained there, nestled against him, until the sun rose the following day, before reluctantly fading away into the air. Before departing, the girl, now a vision of unparalleled grace, cast a glance at the corner of the room where the extraordinary items from the magic side lay. Lightly furrowing her brow, for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Not deadly, nor dangerous, but utterly irksome, akin to the annoyance of a childhood rival attempting to snatch her candy. Half an hour later, the morning sunlight pierced through the curtains, its searing brightness a stark contrast to the gentle glow of the moon, awakening Su Shi from his slumber. Oddly, his body felt excessively fatigued. Upon opening his eyes, Su Shi sensed something was amiss. A peculiar heaviness enveloped his upper body, particularly around his chest, as though he had been crushed by a heavy weight throughout the night. Could it be that a cultivator of the Golden Core realm like himself was experiencing sleep paralysis? The immediate priority was to sell off his elixirs. Rising from his bed, he washed up and hastily prepared a simple breakfast. Su Shi swiftly accessed the extraordinary marketplace, skillfully listing his elixirs for sale. Before long, a regular customer purchased them. He switched pages, navigating to the magical side's extraordinary items for sale. He pre-selected the items he wished to acquire, adding them one by one to his shopping cart. The next step was to pay a visit to the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau, Su Shi thought to himself as he stepped out of his home. The withered vine soared with the wind, carrying Su Shi towards the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau in Yin City. The extraordinary marketplace was quite convenient. Any transactions could be conducted via smartphone or computer, yet the actual distribution and receipt of items required a visit to the Regulatory Bureau. The Bureau housed a dedicated transportation department responsible for the trade of goods from the marketplace. This was why, during Su Shi's first visit to the Bureau, he encountered such a throng of people. Group up, group up. I am a grand martial artist of the fantasy realm. Come heal and tank. New extraordinary being seeking a group? Please, great ones. Take me along. Haha. My child possesses the grace of a celestial, and yet has 3 spirit roots. The hall of the Yin City Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau was filled with a cacophony of voices, extraordinary beings calling for groups and ordinary people rejoicing in their newfound extraordinary qualifications. Occasionally, one could even witness more peculiar phenomena, where the realms of the extraordinary intertwined with technology and the ancient melded with the modern. This was the revival of spiritual energy. This was a brand new era. Though not his first encounter, each sighting evoked a fresh sense of awe in Su Shi as he briskly entered the bureau amidst the respectful greetings of Su Senior from the crowd. Transactions, sales, confirmations, and then more transactions. This cycle repeated numerous times, from dawn until noon at long last. Su Shi successfully exchanged all his elixirs for the magical extraordinary items he required, storing them all within his storage ring. He then recharged all the magical extraordinary items into the simulator in one go. Ding! Magical Anchor Medium Loading Degree. 1111. The progress bar gradually ascended. With each magical extraordinary item disappearing, the loading degree of the Anchor Medium would subtly increase, slowly but surely inching towards completion. Finally, the last bit of space on the progress bar was filled to the brim. Magical Anchor Medium Loading complete. Congratulations. Host, you have received simulation attempts. Would you like to proceed with the simulation and embark on a splendid simulated life? Current available simulation attempts. 1. At last, it succeeded. A smile of elation graced Sushi's face. Nearly 2 months had passed since the last simulation concluded, and Sushi had already fully digested the rewards from the first. Now, the timing for the second simulation was impeccable. The disparity between the magical realm and the cultivation realm was immense. Almost entirely unrelated, he wondered what benefits he could derive from this simulation. He hoped the final outcome would not disappoint him. Summoning the completed simulator panel, Sushi chuckled softly and decisively pressed the button to initiate the simulation. Simulation starting. World line deduction in progress. Locking in traversable world. Analyzing as a magical realm. Entry generation in progress. Entry generation complete. Please select 3 entries to define your character's talents for this simulated life. Entry levels are classified as white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Melee mage. Blue as a competent mage. Your melee skills are astonishing. Even when confronted by a knight, you can hold your ground. Elemental perception. Purple, you possess exceptional elemental perception abilities. With a chance to form a pact with elemental spirits, perhaps you will become an elemental mage leading the era. Dream whisper. Gold, you often dream of incredible whispers, from which you can gain profound insights. Though your sanity will rapidly diminish. Sprint. White, you run swiftly, outpacing even the neighbor's dog. Wisdom of mortals. Red, your research abilities are outstanding. As long as you are willing, you can learn anything. But all your knowledge remains within mortal bounds. Observer. Purple, your attention is keener than that of ordinary individuals, allowing you to see through appearances to grasp the essence. Sushi perused the entries, noting that this time, the selections were particularly advantageous. The highest tier red entry, Wisdom of Mortals, the ability to learn anything. Could this not render him a unique child of destiny? Sushi pondered, swiftly selecting his 3 entries. Elemental Perception, purple. Wisdom of Mortals, red, and Observer, purple. Although Dream Whisper was a golden entry, the associated side effect of mental collapse was too daunting for Sushi to accept. The simulated life would be utterly authentic. He had no interest in becoming a muddle madman. Entry selection complete. Would you like to begin the simulation? Confirmed. The familiar sensation of detachment enveloped him, and in a daze, as a golden core cultivator. Sushi sensed a radiant glow surrounding him before he uncontrollably broke through the fabric of time and space. Simulation number 02 officially begins. Today's weather is exceptionally gloomy. A sudden downpour ensues outside, and you have no intention of stepping out of the house. The roar of a heavy truck reverberates outside. You dismiss it, believing you are not outside and cannot possibly be struck. You were careless and did not dodge. The rain-slicked road becomes treacherous. A large truck's tires suddenly skid, hurtling straight towards your house, placing you directly in its path. Once more, you collide with the truck, being violently thrown aside. Chapter 29. Steam and Machinery, Magic and Mystery. You experience a painless traversal. Upon opening your eyes, you find yourself in a world of steam and magic. Your body transformed into that of a 15-year-old, weak and ordinary. You possess no identification, no wealth, and not even a bowl to your name. As a traveler, you are not overly alarmed. You take your time to survey your surroundings, preparing to start from scratch in this new world. Though your 15-year-old body has yet to fully develop, it possesses the capability for self-sufficiency, which is your greatest asset and source of confidence. You encourage yourself, struggling to emerge from the filthy waters. The roaring steam, the interlocking gears, the efficient magic. At night, steel and steam, magic and mystery, collectively form the central hub of a vast city. What awakens Sushi is the piercing sound of a long, shrill whistle, beep. Opening his eyes, he finds himself flanked by towering red walls, leaving only a narrow passageway that reveals the dim sky and a few flickering streetlights. Suddenly, a searing white steam erupts from an unknown source. Soaring high into the sky, it collides with the cold evening breeze, creating a dense mist of water droplets that obscures his vision before dissipating slowly and evenly into the city's corners. This mist obstructs visibility, and occasionally, curses can be heard echoing from various parts of the city. Thus, Sushi sees figures clad in robes, wielding wands, floating in the air, casually waving and conjuring enormous firestorms that consume the mist entirely. The city falls silent once more, praise the omnipotent magic and the esteemed fire deity, the people fervently pray. This era is indeed remarkable. The faith in deities permeates the land, elevating the power of magic while embracing the convenience of steam. Yet, in the grand corners, there lies a darkness often overlooked. How should one put it? During the simulated traversal, could I not have been granted a more favorable start? Sushi struggled, laboriously rising from the alley. This alley was filled with murky, foul-smelling waters, reeking of decay and possessing an inexplicable corrosiveness, comparable in wretchedness to the last simulation's impoverished beginnings. Sushi harbored suspicions that this simulator was intentionally sabotaging him. In any case, he needed to find a way to address the most fundamental necessities of life before delving into the study of magic. Once standing, Sushi staggered out of the alley. In this entirely new simulated world, he possessed not a shred of extraordinary power, nor the eternal tear to rely upon, unable to indulge in the comforts of others. Fortunately, with 3 talent entries, self-sufficiency should still be attainable. You have taken the arduous first step. Through inquiries, you have discerned your location. The city of Alanson, situated in the northern reaches of the world. This grand metropolis is powered by highly efficient steam machinery and primarily venerates the deities of the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest. As a newcomer, you have chosen to earn your initial fortune through manual labor. You have succeeded, though utterly exhausted. Your sweat has yielded your first meal and a meager sum of 3 copper coins. You counted this for 10 minutes. A profound sense of satisfaction envelopes you, for everything is unfolding according to your plan. You opt to temporarily settle in the slums, where the food is both affordable and of good quality. And housing requires no rent, merely a few scraps of metal atop a muddy patch suffice as your new abode. A year has passed, during which you have successfully grasped the fundamental information of this world and understand your next steps. This is an era ruled by deities. Countless individuals, relying on their faith in the divine, acquire the ability to wield magic. The deeper their belief, the greater their magical prowess. Some are even chosen as divine agents, referred to as demigods. There exist those who, eschewing divine faith, choose to cultivate their own magical abilities, known as elemental mages. By comprehending the essence of all things and forging a connection with the elements, they unleash their magic. This path is exceedingly arduous. Those who hold steadfast faith in the deities can become formidable in a short span, while elemental mages must toil painstakingly, with few opting for this route. You chuckle, for you possess an extraordinary talent for elemental perception. Simultaneously, you harbor no interest in divine worship. You spend your hard-earned savings accumulated over the year to purchase a bottle of the lowest-grade slime essence from a shop in the city center, widely regarded as the most inferior magical material, and the only item within your financial reach. A year later, in the slums. Ignoring the pervasive stench surrounding you, Sushi sits expressionlessly in his home. If one could call that makeshift shelter of disheveled metal sheets, resting upon a muddy surface a home. A year, TSK. Although the sensory perceptions in this simulated world are not as acute as in reality, I have indeed had my fill of slum life over this past year. Sushi muses, shaking the transparent, colorless slime essence in his hand. The essence, contained within a well-sealed bottle, sways slowly as he moves, rolling back and forth. Practicing magic with slime essence is deemed impossible. Yet, Sushi is different. Long ago, he had chosen the path of magic as his new simulation world and had prepared extensively, developing meditation techniques for magical cultivation and studying various practices in advance. Furthermore, in this simulation, he possesses the unique trait of elemental perception. Thus, a miracle that should not have occurred is born in the slums. You become a magical apprentice. Through meditation, you successfully perceive the life element within the slime essence, and your mind astonishingly remains calm, reaching the limits of mortal comprehension, etching this elemental fluctuation into your spiritual consciousness. Consequently, you learn the Level 0 spell, Life Slime Generation. You depart the slums and head to the Mage Association in the heart of Alanson, where you register and enroll as a magical apprentice, receiving a monthly stipend of 10 silver coins. Your life begins to improve, gradually transforming for the better. You ascend the social ladder, transitioning from a slum dweller to a distinguished magical apprentice, astonishing all who witness your rise, who regard you as a devout follower of the goddess of life. In this world, the existence of elemental mages is exceedingly rare. Even those who wish to learn struggle to grasp the elements, often considered the stuff of legends. You smile, neither confirming nor denying. In an age where everyone venerates the deities, atheists are viewed as heretics. The misunderstandings surrounding you provide a cloak of safety for your existence. Chapter 30. Your first encounter with her. You have left the slums, yet your legend perpetually circulates within, where you are hailed as the man of the tale. After your departure, the underworld of the slums sought to curry favor with you, delivering a harsh lesson to the scavengers who had crossed you, instilling fear and reverence, dubbing you the invisible godfather of the slums. Do you relocate to an area near the city center? The city center boasts a pleasant environment, devoid of repugnant odors and chaotic sewage. Your spirits soar, accelerating your studies in magic, and you trigger your elemental perception, gaining greater attributes during your third year. This year, you are 17. You become a composite elemental mage, mastering earth, wind, water, fire, lightning, light, darkness, life, and death attributes. Except for the most challenging realms of time and space, you possess no deficiencies. Those domains belong to the divine. More accurately, they pertain to the supreme deity, far beyond the grasp of mortal wisdom. You harbor no regrets, feeling that your ability to command such a multitude of elements is a cause for great joy. You focus your mind, directing your attention entirely toward the realm of magic. The hierarchy of mages is classified as follows: magical apprentice, formal mage, elite mage, grand archmage, sanctum archmage, and demigod. Your talent is unparalleled, and your progression is astonishingly swift. In the fourth year of simulation, at 18, you successfully advance to the rank of formal mage. In the fifth year of simulation, at 19, you master all attributes level 1 to 3 foundational spells, forging contracts with several elemental spirits, enabling you to draw power from the elemental planes, your magical capacity tenfold that of an ordinary person. This appears to be a form of unexplainable blessing. In the sixth year of simulation, at 20, you experience yet another breakthrough. You become an elite mage. From this point onward, you can wield level 4 to 5 spells. Should you so desire, you could obliterate a town, and given sufficient time, even raise a city to the ground. To maintain a low profile, you do not announce your elite mage status, rather claiming to have just ascended to formal mage. A new wave of excitement ensues. Despite your efforts to remain inconspicuous, your background from the slums ensures your name spreads throughout Alanson in an instant. Within the city of Alanson, from the nobility to the beggars, all are aware of your existence. A shining star breaking free from the mire. Your tale circulates widely, sung by wandering bards to distant lands, and you are regarded as a paragon by many who struggle in life. Nobles begin inviting you to their banquets, and you bask in glory. The simulation proceeds smoothly. Although the first simulation ostensibly offered novice benefits, this second simulation bestows upon Sushi an unprecedented thrill. The synergy among 3 traits yields effects far exceeding mere numbers. At merely 20 years of age, he stands as an elite mage. Sushi is confident that before this simulation concludes, he will officially ascend to the realm of a sanctum archmage. Perhaps even catch a glimpse of the divine, if, after this simulation, he can replicate the levels attained within the simulation in reality. He will indeed be invincible. If memory serves, the demigod level within the magical hierarchy corresponds to the scattered immortals in the realm of cultivation. Should he attain the status of a sanctum archmage, the analogy would suggest the Great Ascension phase. Walking along the street, Sushi strolls slowly, contemplating the matters that will arise post-simulation while absently chewing on a piece of bread. He turns into a narrow alley. His boots splash in the muddy potholes, sending up splatters of deep brown water, the cleanliness of his attire starkly contrasting with the foul environment. Occasionally, the movement of his boots causes the rough coverings to tremble. Beneath the cracked bricks, dried blood is revealed. This city is far from idyllic. The lofty nobility engage in power struggles while the lower classes resort to primal violence, rendering blood a common sight here. Yet, this does not concern Sushi. After all, the denizens of this city know him. No one would be foolish enough to provoke a formal mage. Stop, stop, hand over the bread. A quavering voice emanates from ahead. Trembling and stuttering, as if the speaker is utterly terrified, Sushi halts, gazing at the small figure before him. It is late October. The weather has turned chilly. Her hair, soaked with mud and grime, reveals a scar on her forehead. Her eyes are a pale golden hue, devoid of joy or sorrow, only reflecting a hollow void and fear of the unknown, creating an illusion of dark pupils. From any angle, one can only perceive emptiness and a lack of light. Su Shi's gaze descends, landing on the small knife clutched tightly in her hand. Despite her trembling body and shaking hands, she clings desperately to her sole weapon. Tio attempts to rob a formal mage with merely a small knife. Has she overstepped? Su Shi furrows his brow, activating his observer trait, revealing more peculiarities about the diminutive figure before him. Those traits that set her apart from ordinary humans, such as the jagged remnants hidden within her hair and the scales embedded beneath her skin. Characteristics impossible for a normal human, so, it seems, she is of mixed blood, a human and a demon. From her appearance, it appears she has been abandoned and has only recently fled to the city of Alanson. No wonder they dared to commit robbery. It turns out they didn't recognize me at all. Su Shi stepped forward a few paces. The scar on the girl's face, the bruises on her arms, her trembling legs filled with fear. All these details became vividly apparent. How pitiable that Su Shi lowered her gaze, letting out a quiet sigh within in a world where deities reign over all living beings. It is only natural that there exists a demonic race that opposes them. The majority of demons are robust and grotesque in appearance, yet there are rare species that bear a striking resemblance to humans, evoking peculiar interests in certain individuals. Thus, the impure-blooded offspring, neither fully human nor entirely demon, came into existence. Such descendants are seldom acknowledged. In fact, at the moment of their birth, a staggering 99% are outright discarded. Only a select few, endowed with formidable power, are retained for training, repurposed as unconventional soldiers. Clearly, judging by the girl's fearful and trembling demeanor, she belongs to the most inferior category, lacking the strength of demons and the normal appearance of humans. Unable to integrate into society, she is among the most wretched. No, don't come closer. The demon girl appeared even more terrified in the face of Su Shi's approach. Chapter 31. The witch has been rescued. The girl clutched a small knife tightly. Her sole source of security, the oversized, deep green trousers, trailing on the ground, made a rustling sound as her trembling legs moved. Although she was a robber, her anxiety and fear resembled that of a tormented victim. Devoid of any intimidating presence. Stop. Give me the bread. The girl realized her own shortcomings. She tried to adopt a fierce demeanor, pointing the knife's sharp tip at Su Shi, akin to a young beast baring its new teeth, while shouting desperately for Su Shi to halt her advance. Her eyes brimmed with longing, fixated on the half-eaten loaf of white bread in Su Shi's hand, which was marred with bite marks. Unable to resist, her parched throat, devoid of moisture, struggled to swallow. To be honest, the atmosphere was quite bizarre, almost absurdly theatrical. In the early morning, the massive steam engine of Alanson City roared to life, its vast clouds of steam shrouding the sky like a miracle. With the occasional silhouette of a mage soaring through the mist in a secluded alley unnoticed by anyone, a half-demon girl, armed with a ludicrously small knife, attempted to rob a prominent figure in Alanson City, Su Shi, who publicly claimed to be a formal mage, yet was, in truth, an elite sorcerer. Such an event defied all logic, even more so than the mythical epic sung by wandering bards. Even disregarding Su Shi's mage identity, the physical prowess of an adult male could easily subdue this frail demon girl. Yet, Su Shi refrained from doing so. Hungry, without casting a spell to punish this disrespectful demon girl or issuing a stern rebuke, Su Shi simply regarded her calmly and inquired. The girl paused momentarily, nodding slightly. Here, Su Shi tore off the bitten portion of the bread and extended the remaining piece towards the girl. She did not immediately accept it, but instead watched Su Shi warily from a distance. Her eyes flickering with confusion and bewilderment. It seemed she had never anticipated acquiring food so effortlessly. Step by step, the girl cautiously moved forward, one hand gripping the knife, the other reaching for the bread. Inching closer to Su Shi with utmost caution, perched on a decaying wooden crate in the alley's corner, her feet submerged in a muddy puddle, she first took small bites, and after confirming that there was no danger, she immediately began to gulp it down. It is said that true pure-blood demons possess exceptionally resilient organs, capable of enduring hunger for up to a year, surviving solely on their magical powers during that time. By this logic, half-demon offspring should inherit a portion of this ability to withstand hunger. Observing the girl devour the bread ravenously, Sushi shook his head. He could hardly fathom how long this girl had been in exile. What kind of experiences she had endured to become this filthy, battered wretch. After a while, the demon girl finished the piece of white bread. She looked at Sushi again, or more accurately, her hollow, vacant eyes fixated on the leftover crumbs of bread in Sushi's hand, which bore his bite marks. It was only at that moment, upon seeing the food, that a glimmer of desire flickered in her eyes. "See, can you give me some?" Perhaps Sushi's act of offering food had improved her perception of him. This time, the girl refrained from threatening with the knife and instead stammered her request, unconsciously infused with a hint of pleading and supplication. Her emaciated body rose from the rotten crate, bare feet stepping through the muddy water and dirt, staggering towards Sushi in an attempt to grasp the crumbs in his hand. However, why? The girl froze. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground, landing in the foul, slippery alleyway, pain surging through her as blood flowed from her forehead. She did not wail, for she had long since grown accustomed to suffering. She did not rise but remained in her fallen position, lost in a daze amidst the mud and water. "Mom, did I do something wrong again? Mom, why is this happening? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Mom!" The gnawing sensation of hunger surged once more, the deadly convulsions in her twisted abdomen far more intense than the pain from her bleeding forehead, causing her to cry out in despair. She curled up, hands clutching her abdomen, rolling helplessly in the mud as if this action could alleviate the torment. She wanted to cry, but such emotions had long been lost, utterly destroyed amidst repeated despair. In the end, she could only lie in the mud with a broken appearance, her eyes vacant and dazed, staring at the sky, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. "If I die, I won't be hungry anymore." This simple thought flashed through her mind. But just then, a sound of footsteps approached from nearby, growing ever closer until they reached the demon girl. "Eat," Sushi said. "The previous bread has my bite marks on it and isn't very clean. You can have this freshly bought one." He spoke without regard for the stench emanating from the girl and the mud dripping from her body. Extending his palm, he unleashed a fifth-level life magic, using his vast life energy to heal the girl's wounds. Then he helped her up from the ground, guiding her to a cleaner spot to eat the bread. The girl remained in a daze throughout, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It wasn't until Sushi handed her the bread that she finally reacted, mechanically biting into it with each mouthful. The bag of bread was quickly devoured. Sushi then used water magic to conjure a large water sphere, providing the girl with hydration and cleansing the dirt from her body. Finally, Sushi crouched down to meet the girl's gaze. Striving to embody a gentle demeanor, in the filthy, chaotic, and foul-smelling alley where even rats would not choose to dwell, he extended his hand toward the girl, who was equally flesh and blood, a tangible being. Offering a simple invitation, "Come with me." The girl, who had been as silent as a puppet, gazed at Sushi with her lifeless eyes, resembling a marionette under someone else's control, her face betraying no hint of self. She still did not understand what had transpired, but an impulse within her urged her, compelling her. Thus, she complied, slowly grasping the man's hand before her. "All right." Her voice trembled. Chapter 32. Clisha Christina. The autumn wind carries news of falling leaves. The cold winter of the north is soon to arrive. You do not perceive yourself as particularly noble, nor do you feel grand. You merely offer a small act of kindness within your capabilities. Yet, for her, this is a radiant salvation akin to the sun. The thick soles of the boots crunched on the dry, fallen leaves along the path. The white-brown courtyard came into view. Clean and serene, this was Sushi's residence in Ailinson City. Step inside. Faced with the pristine courtyard, the demon girl appeared somewhat hesitant, prompting Sushi to exert a little more effort, half dragging her into the courtyard. With a soft patter, the girl, exposed to the sunlight, appeared quite unnatural, squinting her eyes and attempting to lower her head to evade the glaring brightness that discomforted her. However, with Sushi's hand firmly holding hers, she could not retreat as she once had. Gradually, she tried to open her eyes. What met her gaze was the gentle sunlight filtering through the brick and wooden fence, fragmented and scattered by the plants and flowers, casting beautiful shadows on the ground. The tranquil ambience was accompanied by the chirping of insects. If one listened closely, the distant sound of the steam engine in the city center could also be heard. "It's so beautiful." The girl's eyes reflected Sushi's figure, realizing for the first time how wondrous the world of light could be, discovering that she too could stand in the sunlight. As long as she held on to this man's hand, she could summon her courage. The girl has wandered for far too long, having lived amidst garbage for years. Merely relying on the water magic you previously cast is insufficient to cleanse her completely. You summoned a water elemental spirit, casting purification magic alongside it. You succeeded. The filth on the girl has been completely purified and eradicated. The sound of rushing water echoed in the bathroom. Sushi pressed the valve, and with the unique hissing noise of mechanical operation, steaming hot water flowed through the pipes, which Sushi controlled to pour over the girl's head, as though it was gray hair. Sushi murmured in surprise. He gently massaged the girl's scalp with his palm, washing away the clumps of mud that had hardened. Once her hair was clean, it revealed a cascade of silvery gray locks. The sheen was notably dull, and the texture felt coarse, akin to parched straw, a clear indication of severe nutritional deprivation. This was entirely expected. There was no reason to be astonished. After all, the girl's frail body was gaunt, with protruding bones visible beneath her skin, embodying a profound weakness that delivered a stark reminder of her precarious existence. Given such physical conditions, merely surviving was a miracle, and there was certainly no surplus nourishment to spare for her hair. With a heavy heart, Sushi let out a soft sigh as he helped the girl cleanse her hair and hands. Then, in response to her bewildered gaze, he placed the hot water hose in her hands. "Now you wash yourself. Can you manage that?" he inquired. While he could assist with her hair and hands, he decided that the more private parts of her body should be tended to by the girl herself. After all, she was no longer an infant in need of constant care. Some concepts needed to be established from this moment onward. The girl nodded slightly, and after handing her the hot water hose, Sushi exited the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity while she was alone, he stepped out to purchase some clothes. Having lived alone prior, his home lacked any garments suitable for a young girl. The attire she had previously worn could hardly be termed clothing. Rags would be a more accurate description, which he had promptly incinerated. Standing alone in the bathroom, the girl held the hot water hose, motionless, resembling a statue frozen in time. The hose continued to pour forth hot water, disappearing down the drain. Her eyes were vacant. Upon Sushi's return, she turned to him, her expression robotic, awaiting his next command. "Come out and dry off your body. You need to turn off the hot water here." At his instruction, he pressed the valve on the bathroom wall, and moments later, the hot water ceased flowing from the hose in her hands. Next, he draped a large towel around her damp frame. Wiping her down, naturally, her hair remained untouched. With his left hand conjuring fire magic and his right manipulating wind magic, he summoned a gentle warm breeze, thoroughly drying the girl's hair without leaving a single droplet behind. Following this, he presented her with the new clothes he had purchased. Although not particularly splendid in style, once the girl donned them, she exuded a refreshing vitality. If one were to describe it, it was akin to finally embodying a person. No longer discarded detritus or neglected leaves, but a genuine individual standing right there. Seeing the girl transformed, Sushi smiled. "Yes, now you look much more spirited." He took her hand once more, preparing to lead her to the room he had prepared for her. The corridor extended straight ahead, not very long, ending at the door to her new room. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, just before entering, he suddenly remembered something and looked down at her. "Do you have a name?" Krisha, the quiet demon girl, finally reacted, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Krisha Christine." Her eyes remained hollow, devoid of any reflection of the world around her. Yet, in that emptiness, Sushi thought he discerned a glimmer of expectation. "Krisha is such a lovely name," he murmured, caressing her hair gently before pushing open the wooden door and leading her inside. "You have learned the true name of the demon girl. Krisha Christine. What a beautiful name. You think this to yourself as you express it aloud. You have made arrangements for Krisha, and from this day forth, you have officially adopted her." Taking in a witch. Chapter 33. The witch begins to learn magic. After adopting the witch, your life undergoes some changes. Previously, you were solely focused on researching magic, but now, Part of your time is devoted to teaching her. You find no fault in this arrangement. Your mastery of magic has reached an elevated level, and further enhancement of your abilities is merely a matter of time. Teaching the girl is a perfect way to pass the time. The girl's comprehension is remarkably high, far exceeding your expectations. Despite your teachings being merely basic knowledge of human life and social conduct, she assimilates it all within a mere week. Due to her tragic past, she still appears somewhat peculiar, yet she can now engage in normal conversation with you. You feel a sense of pride and offer her praise. But amidst your pride, you worry about the witch's future, for you have noticed a critical absence in Krisha during your daily interactions. It is not merely the impurity of her demon blood, the broken horns upon her head, or the incomplete scales on her skin. More crucially, it is the emotions she has lost. She does not understand joy, is unaware of sorrow, and is ignorant of anger, leaving only fear in its wake. Through her tumultuous past, the girl has endured countless insults and abuse, excruciating pain, and suffocating despair, leading her to numb herself, forgetting unnecessary emotions. She does not smile, nor does she shed tears. Only the instinctual responses born from pain remain, shrinking away in fear at the prospect of violence. On one occasion, while you and Krisha were in the same room, you reached out to retrieve a cup of tea, only for her to scream in terror, mistaking your gesture for an attack, shrinking away in the corner. Since that moment, you consciously moderated your movements, and gradually, the young witch grew accustomed to your presence. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, you had been caring for the witch for half a month. Throughout these 15 days, thanks to your diligent guidance, the girl became increasingly gentle, even assisting with daily tasks. You pondered deeply about her future, considering various possibilities, yet ultimately decided to allow her to choose her own path in life. Point 1. Allow the girl to remain at home, continuing to live as a maid, tending to your daily needs. 2. Have her regard you as a mentor, teaching her magic, thus transforming her into a true witch capable of altering her destiny. Point 3. Depart entirely, embarking on a new life, providing her with ample funds for her journey. On a chilly autumn afternoon, as the winds howled fiercely, you summoned Krisha to present her with 3 distinct choices, allowing her to make her own judgment. In Ellenson City, the autumn winds howled ferociously, easily sweeping up a multitude of dried leaves. In a courtyard slightly removed from the slums and closer to the city center, the girl, around 11 or 12, stood with vacant eyes, resembling a machine devoid of self-will. Before her lay 3 items. The first was a maid's uniform. The second was an apprentice's robe for magic. The third was a bag brimming with coins. These 3 items symbolized 3 divergent paths in life. Without hesitation, Krisha bypassed the bag of coins entirely. Although its contents could secure her future, she felt no inclination toward it. Maid, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the maid's outfit. She harbored no interest in extraordinary powers and had never aspired to become strong. To remain by Sushi's side as a maid, possessing personal belongings, felt like the pinnacle of happiness to her. With that thought, Krisha reached for the maid's outfit. Yet suddenly, she noticed a hint of disappointment in Sushi's eyes. Prioritizing his feelings over her own desires, the witch tentatively extended her hand toward the apprentice's robe. This time, she observed satisfaction reflected in Sushi's gaze. Resolving her indecision, she grasped the apprentice's attire firmly. Mentor, I have made my choice, Krisha stated, her tone flat and devoid of inflection, as she donned the black apprentice's robe, which, paired with her silvery gray hair, imparted an air of mystery. Krisha, starting tomorrow, come to the meditation room. I will begin teaching you the fundamentals of meditation. Sushi's face bore an expression of regret as he stroked the girl's hair, which was beginning to regain its luster. He could see that Krisha did not genuinely wish to learn magic for herself, but rather chose this path because of his desires. While a pang of guilt tugged at him, he also felt a sense of relief. In this world of magic, without power, one could not seize control of their fate. Compared to humans, demons enjoyed a significantly longer lifespan, truly embodying the concept of immortality, even a half-demon which could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Sushi was uncertain how long he would survive in this simulation, but he presumed it would be shorter than the girl's lifespan. To prevent her from enduring further inhumane treatment or facing a tragic end at the hands of others after his departure, he felt compelled to equip her with the means to protect herself, namely, magic. Given Krisha's demon heritage, relying on faith in the gods to wield magic was utterly implausible. Fortunately, as an elemental mage himself, he could teach her to comprehend elemental forces. I must impart true strength to her, Sushi mused, gazing at the grand tree in the courtyard. Flowers inevitably fall, and trees must wither in time. It is far too late to regret once something has transpired. Come inside, Krisha. It's chilly out, and you might catch a cold. Yes, Master Minter. The girl closely followed Sushi, their figures intertwined. The next day? In the innermost chamber of the courtyard, which Sushi had designated as the meditation room, the light was dim, and the flickering flames cast shadows around. Both Sushi and Krisha took their seats. The meditation room was inscribed with a special magical array, designed to enhance focus and elevate one's sensitivity to the elements. Perfectly suited for a novice like the girl. Krisha, clear your mind. Do not think of anything. Embrace the elements in your most natural state, Sushi instructed. Within the meditation room, Sushi held a brown wand, waving it slightly, causing the dark, frigid air to become stiflingly warm, tinged with a faint scent of charred remnants. This was clear spirit grass, a herb from the bountiful lands beyond the city. It was said to be one of the miracles bestowed by the harvest goddess. For a novice mage, it possessed a remarkably magical awakening effect, making it easier to perceive and comprehend the existence of magic. In Sushi's vision, after a month of continuous exposure to the clear spirit grass, combined with the focus-enhancing effects of the magical array, the girl should be able to smoothly transition into a magic apprentice without the need to worship any deities. Take your time. There's no need to rush, Sushi said calmly, prepared for a prolonged effort. After all, in this world, elementalist mages who did not worship deities were exceedingly rare, and the existence of a demon mage was unheard of. In a sense, Sushi was attempting to create a miracle. Minter, I am ready. If confusion could take form, then Sushi would undoubtedly be surrounded by a multitude of question marks. In order for Krisha to succeed in her meditation, Sushi had prepared numerous plans well in advance. Gearing up for a long battle, he never anticipated that the girl would succeed on her very first attempt. Krisha, please share your experience of the meditation, Sushi inquired, ensuring clarity. Yes, I saw, Krisha responded obediently, her speech occasionally faltering, yet much improved compared to their initial meeting. Elements, magic, mental strength. From Krisha's descriptions, Sushi could ascertain that she had indeed succeeded in her meditation. However, why was that? In the dimly lit meditation room, the scent of burning clear spirit grass lingered, pungent and spicy, while the demon girl, clad in a black apprentice robe, awaited Sushi's next command. Sushi gazed at her, lost in contemplation and inquiry. My success in meditation, transitioning from an ordinary person to a magic apprentice, is due to my superior red attribute alongside 2 purple attributes as support. With these 3 attributes, I possess an innate advantage, making my success in the first meditation quite reasonable. Yet this child, Sushi pondered, reflecting on the factors contributing to this successful meditation. Besides the fundamental talents and insights, there must be something he had overlooked, something unique that no other demon or even human possessed. I see. Is it truly so? Sushi fell into silence as he looked at the small figure before him. He understood now. The demon girl was not a prodigy. She lacked the powerful physique of pure-blood demons and did not possess a spirit superior to that of humans. Her body was frail, having endured torment and abuse, while her spirit was like stagnant water, sealed away in prolonged despair, devoid of understanding emotions or the nuances of joy and sorrow. Yet, this was precisely why Krisha succeeded on her first attempt at meditation. Meditation, at its core, is the practitioner's mental energy reaching out to sense the elements of all things, demanding a high level of mental composure. Ordinary individuals might fail due to emotional fluctuations or overthinking. But Krisha did not. Without emotions, there would be no turbulence. Without contemplation, there would be no hesitation. Only when she experienced pain and suffering did this half-demon girl briefly reveal her fear and trepidation. The truth was indeed harsh. Sushi gripped his wand tightly in silence. Krisha possessed the talent of a mage, which was wonderful, but the cost behind such talent was devastatingly silent. Sushi sighed inwardly. To validate this observation, he subjected the girl to several more tests. Everything proceeded smoothly, seamlessly. Just like the meditation attempt, Krisha exhibited extraordinary talent in the subsequent processes of sensing elements, establishing connections, and absorbing magical energy. "Well done, Krisha," Sushi praised as he crouched down beside the quiet demon girl. "Do you feel any discomfort?" "No, Minter," Krisha replied, shaking her head. Her small face bore no expression, devoid of the innocence and vivacity typical of childhood. Replaced instead by a shadow that seemed to engulf her faint golden eyes, it was an indescribable void that rendered one speechless. Yet, it was this very absence that endowed the girl with the unexpected qualifications of an elementalist mage. Sushi paused Krisha's training. "Minter?" Krisha tilted her head in confusion. "Please sit down." Krisha. Sushi settled onto the ground, patting the space beside him, indicating for the girl to sit by his side. Sushi realized that, beyond empowering the girl, there was something far more crucial to attend to. Understanding her past, her experiences. Only through understanding could he better assist her in navigating her future. If he remained oblivious, even well-meaning actions could inadvertently cause the girl further harm. Obediently, Krisha took her seat. The magic apprentice robe hung loosely on her slender frame, enveloping her legs entirely as she sat down. Her excessively long gray-silver hair, trailing slightly on the ground, cascaded gently over the meditation room S-tiles. A breeze brushed against Krisha's cheek, carrying the warmth of Sushi's breath. An odd sensation welled up within her, instilling a sense of inexplicable comfort. Then Sushi spoke. "Krisha, can you tell me about your past? You mean, anything? Anything at all. I wish to understand you. I understand, Mentor." Though the girl did not grasp what made her story worth knowing, she knew she simply had to heed Sushi's words. As a personal possession, obeying her master was the most fundamental duty. Thus, under Sushi's watchful gaze, the 11 or 12-year-old demon girl began to recount a tale from long ago, a reality that unfolded before Sushi's arrival in this world. In her infancy, Krisha had seen her biological mother, a female demon known to humans as a succubus, adorned with large, curved horns, possessing a figure reminiscent of humanity's allure, and bound by a massive iron collar around her neck. With gentle eyes that seemed to exude warmth, she lovingly gazed upon the infant Krisha. Krisha had never met her father. From the very first day of her life, her mother had hidden her away. After approximately 3 to 4 years, Krisha finally encountered her father. It was her first and last glimpse of him. He yanked her out of the room with ferocity, casting her out of the window, hurling her into the wilderness, into a desolate land. Her mother attempted to resist but was met with her father's scornful gaze. "Filth, bastard. What right do you have to die?" At that moment, Krisha could not fully comprehend her father's words but understood that alongside her, her mother's head had been discarded. To this day, Krisha vividly remembers the horrific sight of her mother's head, charred and rough to the touch, the hardened surface burned to a crisp, while the massive horns had been cruelly severed. Run? The life of a demon is remarkably resilient. Even after decapitation, even when burned, her mother's head spoke to young Krisha in her final moments. Thus, the obedient Krisha fled, distancing herself from that home. Chapter 35. I will not abandon you. Krisha wept as she ran, escaping far, far away, to the point where her father's knights could no longer trace her whereabouts. Her demon heritage was far too recognizable. Those who initially wished to adopt Krisha would recoil in terror upon seeing her horns and hastily flee. Why? Why must it be this way? The young Krisha could not comprehend until she grew older, eventually realizing the root of people's fear. This was a grand era ruled by deities, where the gods were benevolent and magnanimous, shielding humanity with their supreme powers, while demons were regarded as malevolent creatures, perpetually clashing with both humans and deities. Consequently, people harbored an innate loathing for demons. Begone, get out. Great sun god, please rain down your flames and incinerate this witch. People either drove her away with disdain or pursued her with swords drawn. Krisha found no place to settle. Thus, she could only heed her mother's dying words and continue to flee, seeking a place far enough away where even she could survive. She had once laughed, finding fruit that had naturally fallen to the ground, savoring its sweetness. She had cried, attempting to join the games of human children, only to be ostracized and pelted with stones, leaving her covered in wounds. As time passed, laughter and tears faded away, leaving behind only fear. The older Krisha grew, the more pronounced her demonic features became. Whenever someone drew near, they could clearly see her horns and the scales adorning her skin, symbols of a demon. Thus, violence befell her with increasing frequency. They hurled hard stones and putrid, decaying food from a distance, striking her head and covering her in filth and injuries. They relentlessly unleashed their brutality, be it through kicks or lashes. Deriving amusement from the girl's pleas and screams, they even went so far as to bind her to the back of a cart, dragging her along the ground. "Mother, why is this happening?" With each torment she endured, the light in the girl's eyes extinguished completely, and ever since, her emotions have been irrevocably flawed. She no longer knew the essence of joy, nor did she comprehend the source of sorrow in truth. This might be considered a blessing, Krista mused, her gaze fixed blankly ahead, devoid of any ripples, only an eternal void. As long as she could run fast enough, she would not be beaten. Krista shared her escape experiences with Sushi, her expression impassive and her tone devoid of inflection. She felt neither cold nor heat, nor the warmth of the heart. She was as if a mere automaton, recounting her past. She informed Sushi that mud was not palatable, for it was laden with sand and pebbles, causing discomfort to the stomach. In comparison, the city's drainage ditches might be preferable, as the rats within could serve as sustenance. "Enough, Krista," Sushi interjected sharply, breaking the silence that hung in the air. The self-reproach in his voice deepened, especially after locking eyes with Krista's hollow gaze. That sense of guilt and remorse grew even more profound. "Sorry?" The demon girl appeared perplexed, unable to fathom why Sushi was apologizing to her. Was it because she had uttered something inappropriate? The master could never err. The son that rescued her could not be wrong. Krista genuinely believed this. If Sushi was not at fault, then the fault must lie with her, right? With this thought, Krista looked at Sushi and earnestly suggested, "It must be that I am of no use, causing you such distress. Please discard me. Useless items ought to be cast away." This is what resided in the girl's mind. After all, that was how her father had discarded her. The witch believed she possessed no redeeming qualities, save for her obedience. Despite her affection for Sushi, her desire to remain by his side for eternity, and her aversion to wandering once more, if Sushi chose to cast her aside, she would surely depart far away, just as she had obeyed her mother's directive to flee long ago. Yes, obedience was all that mattered. Krista sat quietly in place, her fingers interlaced upon her thighs, awaiting Sushi's verdict, anticipating her expulsion from this beautiful and dreamlike home. A twinge of reluctance stirred within her, yet she felt powerless. After all, she was so grotesque, inept, and despicable. Being discarded seemed only natural. Krista remained seated, her face still a mask of emptiness, yet her interlaced fingers began to rub together unconsciously. Though merely seconds passed, it felt as if time had stretched into infinity, causing the emotionless girl to feel an inexplicable unease. At last, she awaited the final judgment that a warm, familiar, broad hand gently rested upon Krista's head, moving side to side, transmitting faint warmth and comfort. "I will not abandon Krista," Sushi declared softly, yet firmly, filled with compassion and affection. This outcome evidently exceeded the girl's expectations, eliciting a muted gasp of surprise, unexpectedly endearing, as she looked up at Sushi. "Really, master?" she inquired. "Yes, truly," Sushi affirmed. The misfortune that had shrouded her since birth suddenly vanished, and the beauty that had only existed in dreams now shone vividly in reality. Like a ray of light, it brought illumination to the girl. Krista remained in a daze for quite some time. She thought that had it been in the past, she would have laughed joyously or wept from the depth of her emotions. Yet, since the defect in her feelings, she had no longer experienced either sentiment. "Thank you. In the silent meditation room, the girl suddenly felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose. Perhaps it was fatigue from practicing meditation, she mused. The witch's talent astonishes you, but what concerns you more is her past and experiences. You cannot help but ponder whether human malice surpasses that of the demons in the abyss. You realize that merely cultivating Krista's power is far from sufficient. You must also nurture Krista's character, enabling her to become an independent individual capable of thriving even without you." Chapter 36. The Krista cultivation plan. The day concluded in meditation. After dinner, he traversed the quiet corridor alone, entering the study situated outside the courtyard. Twisting the knob, several glass lamps embedded with luminous crystals emitted a gentle light, illuminating the previously dark room. The matter concerning that child is rather complicated. This emotional void wrought by such extreme past experiences holds little hope for recovery. It can only be addressed with utmost effort. Sushi approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and seated himself, retrieving a stack of densely written papers. These contained his research on new magic, encompassing virtually every attribute, all-encompassing, innovatively unique. This was Sushi's distinctive foundation, crafted based on the red phrase, wisdom of mortals. Even if no rewards were available regarding these new spells after simulation calculations, Sushi could replicate them in the real world through memory. However, this evening, Sushi had no intention of delving into new magic. After a brief glance at the materials, he placed the papers back in the drawer and instead retrieved a blank sheet, pausing intermittently to contemplate as he inscribed his thoughts. Cultivating Krista's well-rounded character cannot be rushed. That child remains in a sensitive phase. Exposing her to too many stimuli would only instill fear and cause her to further retreat into her sorrowful past. Possessing extraordinary power is the first step in nurturing her confidence. Following that, the second and third steps will gradually fill the void within her until she can stand independently without me. The warm steam swirled through the room's pipes, providing Sushi with ample warmth. As he rotated his wrist, the pen's tip grazed the paper, akin to delicate raindrops sliding down a window, the incessant rustling resonating distinctly in the night, imparting a unique tranquility. It was not until deep into the night that Sushi finally set down his pen. The paper was filled with his plans for Krista's future. Honk, honk, the sharp, elongated whistle from outside drew Sushi's attention. He instinctively gazed out the window, where he beheld dark clouds obscuring the bright moon, casting the entire city of Alençon into an abyss of darkness. The buildings, constructed of magical bricks, still towered high, and the steam billowing from the engines lingered in the sky. Yet, under the veil of night, the entire city transformed in an instant into a distorted and menacing dark forest, with the steam machines exhaling vapor morphing into a nightmarish mist. Occasionally, a few households emitted faint glimmers, but this only heightened the silence and eeriness. Steam, magic, deities, elements, demonkind. The elements of this world are rather numerous. Gazing into the darkness outside, Sushi clicked his tongue softly. He felt that this simulated world of magic, much like the city of Alençon before him, concealed countless mysteries yet to be unveiled. The previous simulation on the Tao of Immortality was rather similar. Unfortunately, Sushi had perished too early, halting his cultivation at the Golden Core stage, never even setting foot in the legendary realm of immortals. He hoped this second simulation would yield breakthroughs, at the very least. He should not perish so swiftly. Yes, he should at least wait until Krista has the means of self-protection before he can rest easy. Your cultivation of Krista officially begins. In the magical system, meditation is merely the threshold for establishing a connection with the world. The true crux lies in how to communicate with elements and manipulate corresponding magic. The girl aspires to become a nearly all-attribute magic master like you, but she evidently lacks your talent. You chuckle softly, instructing the girl to start with the fundamentals of earth, wind, water, and fire. Your first lesson is earth magic. Krista, clear your mind and attune yourself to the earth beneath your feet. Perceive, communicate, release. Proceed slowly according to the steps in the courtyard where the autumn wind howled. The little girl clad in a magic apprentice robe struggled to channel the magic within her, and after a minute, she managed to conjure a small mound of earth. The mound was tiny and scattered, representing the level 0 magic of gathering soil, a novice's initial attempt. To be honest, Krista performed admirably. She successfully released magic on her first try. Albeit imperfectly, Sushi did not hold back his praise. Well done, Krista. Remember, the key to releasing earth magic lies in steadiness, slowness, and weightiness. Sushi spoke gently, squatting down to brush off the dirt from the girl's clothing. Aside from forming a small mound, Krista had also gotten quite dirty, appearing somewhat disheveled. I understand, Master, she obediently replied. Your second lesson is wind magic. Once Krista had mastered earth magic sufficiently to create a mound without affecting herself, Sushi proceeded to teach her the level 0 wind magic, Wind Blade. This is a very simple yet widely known wind magic. Its lethality is limited, and its range is not particularly far. However, many renowned wind spells are derived from this very wind blade, making it a fundamental skill essential for wind mages. Compress, stabilize, and finally release. Sushi slowed his movements, demonstrating the entire process of releasing the wind blade before Krista. The girl appeared bewildered, only partially grasping the concept. After much effort to manipulate the wind element, she finally compressed a semblance of a wind blade, attempting to launch it toward a tree, only for the blade to dissipate midway. Keep trying, Sushi encouraged gently. The third lesson you imparted was the art of water magic. Among the 4 elemental forces of nature, it appears that Klissa excels most in the domain of water. Professor Su teaches the novice-level spell, Water Creation. Within a mere 10 minutes, Klissa adeptly grasped the application of this spell, independently mastering another novice water magic, Water Arrow. Professor Su could not help but exclaim, "My pupil Klissa possesses the grace of a holy water mage." However, no sooner had he spoken than the girl, drained of magical energy, lost control of the water she had conjured, drenching herself with a resounding splash. Thus, on that day, Professor Su gently tapped her on the head, admonishing her against carelessness. The final element you taught was the fierce and perilous fire magic. Among the myriad of magical elements, fire is regarded as particularly hazardous. Due to the volatile nature of flames, any misstep could result in the caster being scorched. Therefore, Professor Su first ensured that Klissa became proficient in the other 3 elements before commencing her instruction in basic fire magic, the novice-level spell. Fireball. This spell serves as the precursor to the first-level fireball technique, boasting advantages such as rapid release, formidable power, and a degree of penetrating impact. However, its drawbacks are evident. Only magic apprentices can cast novice spells, and these apprentices often struggle to control their magical energy, leading to self-inflicted injuries from the fireball. Fortunately, thanks to Professor Su's foundational teaching, Klissa ultimately mastered the fireball. Thus, the path of the sorceress toward elemental mastery has firmly commenced. What remains is for her to build upon this foundation, nurturing her fragile sapling into a towering tree. Until that day arrives, Professor Su will vigilantly watch over the girl. Chapter 37. The last day before the new year. Your guidance of the sorceress has been remarkably successful. She has become proficient in the 4 fundamental elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. Emotional flaws render the sorceress distinct from ordinary individuals, yet they also accelerate her magical training, granting her a unique comprehension of magic in certain aspects. You find solace in the knowledge that this suggests Klissa's innate talent is not lacking. You believe that such growth and progress can, to some extent, fill the void in Klissa's fragile and sensitive heart. You begin to impart more profound magical knowledge to her. Klissa studies diligently, committing your teachings to memory, while exhibiting utmost respect towards you. In addition to her magical studies, she actively engages in household chores. You do not intervene, for you understand that to mend a broken heart, one must instill not only confidence but also a sense of belonging. Merely offering unreserved assistance and kindness will not restore her to normalcy. It may only leave her bewildered and helpless. Thus, you provide the girl with a sense of value. Through the busyness of household tasks, she feels needed and valued, rather than discarded like refuse. This approach effectively enhances her sense of security. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since you took in the sorceress. It is now late December. The fervor surrounding you in Ellenson City has slightly waned, yet among the lower-class citizens, you remain a widely discussed figure, with many often marveling at your devout faith that has seemingly moved the goddess of life to bestow her blessings. You smile wryly, for you are not a follower of the goddess of life. Ellenson City is situated in the northern reaches of the world, where winter arrives earlier and is more severe than in other cities. Snowflakes have begun to descend from the sky, and pedestrians on the streets shiver in the cold. The heavy snowfall brings an unyielding chill. In such extreme conditions, even breathing becomes an arduous task as the frigid air ruthlessly cuts through the mouth and nose, invading the body and wreaking havoc. Yet, this does not concern you. Your home is equipped with a complete set of steam heating apparatuses, and you can also employ fire magic for warmth. You unexpectedly learn of news from the Mage Association in the city center. Orcs are launching an assault in a border town further north of Ellenson. The harsh winter torments not only humans but also these physically formidable beings. This matter has not stirred any commotion in Ellenson, as numerous mage legions are stationed at the border, alongside various divine churches assisting in defense, making a breach of the line virtually impossible. The new year is fast approaching. From nobles to common folk, preparations are underway for the first day of the new year. This day is revered as the day of divine creation, celebrated among the many divine churches as the moment when the gods jointly crafted the world, a day marked by joyous festivities amidst the frigid winter. The bustling, clamorous, and noisy atmosphere enveloped Professor Su as he sat quietly in his comfortably warm study, listening to the sounds of merriment from outside. Since the weather turned cold, he had not heard such lively sounds in a long time. The laughter of children and the joyous voices of adults added a splash of color to the otherwise silent winter. In previous years, he had spent this day alone. However, this year was different, as he had the company of a sorceress. "Master, please." The calm voice echoed beside him, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream or a soft breeze rustling through treetops. This was the unique and melodious tone that belonged solely to Clissa. "Thank you, Clissa." Professor Su turned to his right. After 2 months of nourishment, the once emaciated and pitiable girl had regained her ruddy complexion and basic stature. Her silvery gray hair flowed like a cascading waterfall, and she stood quietly in her black and white apprentice robe, holding a cup of hot beverage. Shaka is a wondrous drink that has circulated in human society. Professor Su likens it to coffee in the magical world. Taking the cup from the girl's hands, he sipped it lightly, feeling warmth flow down his throat, refreshing his body and sharpening his senses towards magic. This is the effect of Shaka that a cup costs 1 gold coin. What a ripoff, Professor Su mused, finding this so-called Shaka to be rather underwhelming, far inferior to his 3 attributes. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that local mages in the simulated world, lacking attribute bonuses, would inflate the price of Shaka for its meager enhancements. Shaking his head, Professor Su chose to disregard it. "Clissa, I need to step out for a while. Please keep an eye on the house." "Yes," rest assured. Clad in his formal mage robes, Professor Su cast a wind barrier and warmth of fire around himself, then performed a wind control spell, riding the currents as he soared out of the courtyard. The girl stood at the courtyard's entrance, quietly watching the receding figure until it vanished from view. Today marks the last day of the old year. Professor Su plans to visit the Mage Association in the city center to settle some commissions, acquire new spell books, and make a brief appearance. While he is not particularly enthusiastic about socializing, his identity as a mage from the slums has garnered significant attention, prompting many mages to approach him out of curiosity and a desire to befriend him. Through these connections, Professor Su has acquired valuable extraordinary materials and gained insight into various matters. The news of the orc invasion at the border came to him through these channels. Gradually, Professor Su has developed the habit of occasionally visiting the Mage Association. "Oh, Su! Long time no see. Aren't you the illustrious beacon of the slums? Come, let us drink," exclaimed a familiar voice. "Damn it, Tidoff, you old rascal, cheating by using wind magic to manipulate my dice. Your tricks are the most useless." "Ha! Can the affairs of mages be deemed cheating?" Upon entering the Mage Association in Ellenson City, some familiar faces greeted Professor Su, while others were engrossed in merriment. Compared to usual, the association's hall was notably quieter. With the commission funds in hand, his wallet swelled considerably. Professor Su procured some extraordinary materials and spellbooks he had yet to peruse. Thanks to the red attribute, Wisdom of Mortals, he could swiftly synthesize the extraordinary materials and knowledge, transforming them into his own reserves, allowing him to progress further along the path of magehood. There is a famous saying in this world: the stronger one is, the more erudite they become, suggesting that powerful mages possess vast knowledge. Conversely, it can also be understood that those with extensive knowledge are invariably stronger. Chapter 38. Her world contains only you in the ascent through the magical hierarchy. Mental fortitude and the breadth of knowledge are paramount. The former serves as the key for mages to connect with the world, while the latter represents their understanding of that world. When combined, with magical energy as the catalyst for release, this manifests as the magic widely recognized by the populace. Now, in Ellenson City, at the Mage Association, having exchanged for the items he required, Professor Su's hand glided over the cover of a spellbook, feeling its textured surface, prompting a moment of reflection. The path to any extraordinary vocation is fraught with challenges. Fortune and talent are both indispensable. Fortunately, he has the aid of a simulator, as long as he can live out his natural lifespan. He believes that, if not ascending to divinity, he could at least become a sanctified archhomage. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he was enveloped by a delightful aroma reminiscent of the clear spirit grass, invigorating his mind. Concurrently, he could faintly hear a melodious female voice emanating from the second floor of the association, captivating and enchanting. The voice was exquisite, likely belonging to noble mages hosting a banquet. Professor Su hesitated in his departure, not drawn by the voice itself, but reminded of a girl who awaited his return home. Clissa should be tidying up now, shouldn't she? He couldn't shake a sense of concern. He turned once more toward the transaction window of the Mage Association. After careful selection, the internal grooves secured the deep blue aquamarine, an extraordinary material sourced from the waters of Little Britain, which appeared resplendent. When light struck its surface, it shimmered like the genuine ebb and flow of the tides, refracting an entrancing halo that enveloped the observer. "I hope Clissa will appreciate it," Sushi remarked, contemplating the necklace in his hand. From his personal perspective, he believed the necklace would complement the witch beautifully, enhancing her appearance, while the water attribute of the aquamarine would provide a beneficial boost to her water magic, rendering it exceedingly useful. However, the matter of a gift ultimately hinges on the recipient's own feelings. After exchanging gold coins for the necklace, Sushi exited the Mage Association, politely declining an invitation to a banquet on the second floor. He then proceeded towards the market, intending to procure additional ingredients and other daily necessities. The hum of steam and the whistling cold winds filled the air this harsher winter than in years past. The steam devices of Alinson City operated at an accelerated pace, akin to countless birds screeching in unison, steam colliding with the frigid air, coalescing into vast, cloud-like formations. Yet, it would not be long before these clouds were dispersed by enormous steam airships or torn apart by swiftly flying mages. The coexistence of steam and magic was indeed wondrous. Sushi pondered how humanity in this world embarked on such a peculiar path of coexistence. Donning multiple layers of protection once more, he invoked the wind manipulation spell and soared towards the city center market. His speed was remarkable, and he swiftly completed his shopping, turning his form back towards his home. Upon landing, a small figure had been waiting for quite some time. Her expression serious, as if engaged in a momentous task. "This world is vast, vast enough to encompass even the gods. This world is small, small enough that in Clissa's eyes, there is only you." After tidying up the house, the young witch stood at the courtyard door, awaiting your return. She had indeed awaited your arrival, helping you remove your robe, preparing soft slippers, and taking from your hands the ingredients needed for tonight's New Year's feast. Intending to cook alone, you considered for a moment, then halted the girl. After all, she had only recently begun experimenting with cooking, often encountering various mishaps. Ordinarily, you would not mind, but tonight was New Year's Eve, and you felt it necessary to ensure your stomach's safety. You entered the kitchen at just the right moment, successfully averting a potential culinary disaster. You began to cook, personally. The wisdom of mortals engages. The observer engages. A shiver coursed through you, as if some unseen gaze were fixed upon you. You chose to ignore it, continuing to focus on your cooking, and soon, you produced a fragrant array of 4 dishes and a soup, the lid revealing a flicker of golden light. Your culinary skills were once again on the rise. As night fell, the streets of Alinson City in winter were eerily quiet, with few pedestrians braving the chill. A blanket of cold mist enveloped everything, shrouding the world, yet the laughter of people and the joy of celebration remained interconnected. Praises for the fire god, praises for the god of blacksmiths, praises for the goddess of harvest. His glory, his achievements, his brilliance, all converged here in gratitude. Under the guidance of the 3 divine churches within the city, the sounds of reverence resonated throughout Alinson. In stark contrast, Sushi's home exuded a sense of desolation, empty, with winter's chill pervading every corner. Only at the table laden with sumptuous food was there a hint of life. Another year had passed, and next year would mark the 7th year in this simulated world. Suddenly, Sushi felt a momentary daze. The simulation of life felt exceedingly real. Despite possessing memories of the real world and the first simulation, accessible at any moment through the simulator panel, prolonged residence in Alinson caused Sushi to subconsciously forget that this was merely a simulation. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative outcome. In his youth, he often fantasized about traversing worlds. Now, this could be seen as an alternative dream fulfilled. Sushi exhaled softly, his expression serene. Chapter 39. Unable to abandon the one who seeks help, the lavish dinner commenced. The meat was tender and succulent, the vegetables crisp and delectable. The hot soup was exceptionally flavorful. In this magical realm, utensils commonly used were knives and forks, yet Sushi preferred chopsticks, so he fashioned two for his own use. Klisha had initially used knives and forks as well, but upon witnessing Sushi's use of chopsticks, she inexplicably desired to learn their use. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Sushi's home. While others enjoyed a jubilant New Year's Eve with knives and forks, the small witch struggled with the chopsticks, repeatedly dropping them in a comical display of awkwardness. She blinked in confusion. They're difficult? Klisha could not comprehend why, after more than half a month of practice, she still could not master these two simple wooden sticks. They were merely ordinary sticks, yet they proved more challenging to learn than magic itself. Klisha, take your time, Sushi reassured her, demonstrating slow movements for her to observe. After another 10 minutes, the girl finally managed to grasp her first piece of meat with the chopsticks, releasing a sigh of relief as if she had achieved some monumental goal. Chopsticks, my lifelong nemesis. To prevent dinner from growing cold, the girl ultimately relinquished her struggle with the chopsticks, reverting to the familiar knives and forks to savor Sushi's culinary creations. Is it delicious? Sushi inquired. Master, it's delicious, Klisha replied, her eyes widening slightly. The sounds of knives and forks clashing, the crunch of teeth chewing food, and the movement of tongues all occurred simultaneously in that moment. Undoubtedly, judging by her reaction, the girl genuinely relished the meal Sushi had prepared. However, after finishing her first bite, she abruptly halted, turning her hollow gaze towards Sushi as if awaiting something. All right, I shall eat too, Sushi chuckled. Beginning his own meal, under the illumination of the light, their contrasting shadows stretched long, the stark white light and the pitch-black shadow forming a clear yet harmonious juxtaposition. Their intimate New Year's dinner was quiet, far less boisterous than the typical households in the city. Yet Sushi felt that this was sufficient, with delectable food and a companion by his side. Was that not enough? The wind howled fiercely against the windows. The world outside blanketed in snow. The once vibrant courtyard, adorned with blooming flowers and plants, was now enveloped in an increasingly thick layer of snow, including the withered tree, its branches heavy with snowflakes. As Sushi sat inside, a warm bowl of soup filling his stomach, he felt an inexplicable warmth, not only from the flowing steam within the room, but also from the girl seated beside him. There is a familial atmosphere here, Sushi mused, gazing at the falling snow outside. In preparation for this New Year's feast, he had exerted considerable effort to provide Klisha with an unforgettable experience. Yet for the two of them, for dishes and a soup seemed rather excessive. Even though the girl possessed the blood of a demon, granting her a slightly larger appetite, after half an hour of battle, there remained a substantial amount of food on the table. Klisha stood up, voluntarily gathering the bowls and plates to wash them. Yet Sushi halted her. Wait, Klisha. Master? In the girl's bewildered expression, Sushi's fingers brushed against the spatial ring. Retrieving the aquamarine necklace and a gold coin that he had prepared in advance, he placed the aquamarine necklace in her left hand and the gold coin in her right. Her expression grew even more perplexed. Sushi explained, in my homeland, there is a tradition of giving gifts and blessings to children during the new year, symbolizing a fresh start. Therefore, I selected this necklace for you. I believe it would look splendid on you. And the aquamarine within it will enhance your water magic to a certain extent. As for this gold coin, it serves as your New Year's lucky money, symbolizing my wish for your safety. Sushi spoke gently, awaiting Klisha to accept the gifts. However, the young witch neither accepted nor rejected them. She merely stood there, dazed, her hollow, lifeless eyes fixed on Sushi's form. The room was silent, yet Klisha's eyes were even quieter. Resembling a fragile mirror, bright yet delicate. This mirror had shattered countless times, each instance fading from Klisha's memory, so much so that she could no longer recall how many times it had occurred. Yet today, this fragile mirror, these vacant eyes, reflected solely Sushi's figure, occupying her entire world. Suddenly, Klisha felt her throat grow dry, her lips parting and closing multiple times before she managed to articulate a full sentence with great difficulty. Why are you giving me this? Is a reason necessary? Sushi extended his palm, gently ruffling the girl's hair. After 2 months of rest and care, her once straw-like hair had become smooth and supple, but, confusion filled the girl's eyes. But someone like me, a worthless being, does not deserve gifts. I should be discarded, a useless, burdensome refuse. Yet I can bask in the warmth of the sun, living in the light. That is enough happiness for me. That is enough bliss as long as I can maintain such a life. I genuinely feel content. Yes, someone like me, flawed and a failure, cannot dare to wish for more, can I? There is no but, Clisha. Sushi's words interrupted her bewilderment and helplessness. Those words radiate warmth, akin to the flickering flame of a candle, drawing in those who struggle in the embrace of darkness, compelling them to inch closer. He expressed it thus. A person's life need not be burdened by excessive contemplation. Nor is there an abundance of wise. If one finds joy in something, pursue it. If not, refrain. Clisha is typically obedient and compliant, which is why I hold affection for her and am inclined to bestow gifts upon her. Likewise, should Clisha take a liking to the gifts I present, she may accept them without hesitation, unless, of course, she finds herself disinclined. Upon hearing this, the girl promptly shook her head, her hands tightly clutching the necklace and coin. Silently conveying her fondness for these two treasures, she cherished the gifts from her mentor. Is that so? How splendid! The delicate and slender Clisha appeared exceedingly quiet and docile, yet her expressionless visage and vacant, unfocused eyes elicited an instinctive concern. However, compared to 2 months prior, she has certainly improved, has she not? Sushi's eyelids gently lowered, memories of that initial encounter with the girl's woeful state flooding his mind. The filthy alley, sullied by refuse, her battered body covered in wounds, the youthful face marred by blood, and the trembling, terrified legs that seemed incapable of standing. At that time, Clisha had brandished a small knife in an attempt to rob Sushi. Yet what he perceived, what he heard, was a clear cry for help. Save me. This was a yearning so profound that even the witch herself had not recognized it, concealed deep within her eyes, hidden within every wound, and veiled in every pang of pain. A desperate plea for someone to acknowledge her, a silent call for rescue from despair. Sushi had seen and heard it all, and thus, he saved the Clisha of that time, unable to forsake a witch whose cries for help echoed so pitifully. Chapter 40. The witch sees you as the sun boom. A resounding explosion reverberated from outside. It was the fireworks ascending into the sky, culminating in a brilliant burst of high-level fire magic. The dazzling flames illuminated the night in the city of Ellenson, the three divine churches, the god of fire, the god of the forge, and the goddess of harvest, were unleashing a myriad of powerful spells, showcasing the might of the deities. Each year, during this time, the divine churches would engage in a silent competition, vying to outshine one another, for the victor would garner more followers in the coming year. Rumble, rumble. He glanced at the young witch beside him, her expression vacant, tightly clutching the necklace and coin, still wearing that same empty, tranquil demeanor. The magic outside was overwhelmingly brilliant, so much so that its radiance spilled into the room, illuminating half of Clisha's fair cheek, her silvery gray hair cascading softly, her petite, delicate nose, and the hands that unconsciously caressed the necklace. Clisha seemed eager to wear the necklace, yet she was unsure how to proceed, for in her tragic past, she had only known pain and torment, her understanding of the necklace limited to mere observation. Fearful of inadvertently damaging it, her clumsy movements and uncertain fingers evoked a sense of endearment. Clisha, allow me to assist you. All right, Sushi extended a hand, taking the aquamarine necklace from the girl's grasp. Moving to stand behind her, gently grasping the chain's ends to delicately fasten it around her neck. He adorned her. His fingers brushed against her neck, a peculiar sensation that made Clisha feel slightly ticklish. Warm and oddly pleased, she instinctively nudged her neck, causing the chains to jingle pleasantly. However, she quickly realized that such actions might trouble Sushi, so she straightened herself, feeling the warmth of his hands parting her hair. Guiding the two silver chains to cross at the nape of her neck, he finally secured the clasp with a soft click, fastening the aquamarine necklace in place. Snowflakes danced outside, while the world bustled with excitement. Under the gentle guidance of the man, the necklace adorned with the aquamarine gem settled comfortably against the girl's slightly warm neck. Why does it feel warm? The witch pondered, bewildered by this unfamiliar sensation. Indeed, Sushi stepped back a few paces, surveying Klissa, who now wore the necklace, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As I had envisioned. This necklace indeed suits you, Klissa, Sushi remarked with a genuine smile of admiration. Winter is a season of stark cold. Even amidst the revelry of New Year's Eve, this truth remains unchanged. Yet in this moment, Sushi felt he witnessed a beauty capable of melting away the chill of winter. The silvery hair lightly draped over her alabaster neck, the scars of year vanished, replaced by tenderness and softness. The emotionless which lowered her head, cradling the aquamarine necklace that hung from her neck. Reflection.glimmer.echo, as Klissa gazed at the aquamarine necklace, the hazy, dreamlike blue radiance swayed, reflecting in her vacant eyes. A fleeting glance. Those eyes seemed to regain their spark, albeit only for an instant, quickly fading with the instability of the light. Nevertheless, Sushi found that moment extraordinarily resplendent, a swell of pride and sentiment blossoming within him. My witch is truly beautiful. He then inquired of the expressionless girl, Klissa, how do you feel? Do you like it? The girl nodded gently. I like it. She then politely added, thank you. As night deepened, it was time to part ways on this New Year's Eve. After presenting the New Year's gifts in red envelopes, Sushi departed the kitchen, heading towards the study, preparing to meditate on enhancing his mental strength before retiring for the night. Once he left, Klissa sat alone in a stupor for a protracted duration. Longer than any memory she could recall, it was chaotic, more tangled than the tumultuous thoughts within her heart. She curled up in the corner of the bed, embracing her knees, remaining motionless in her reverie for an extended period. Gifts? I, too, possess my own gifts? It felt so mundane, devoid of peaks or troughs. At this juncture, Klissa still felt that, as something that could be so easily discarded. She had no right to receive gifts or the affection of her master. An object must possess the self-awareness befitting its nature, and should not covet more than that which belongs to it. However, obeying her master was imperative. If her master insisted she accept, then she could not refuse. Klissa clutched the deep blue necklace against her chest, her gaze wavering, yet tinged with a hint of tumult. I like it. I like it so much. I truly cherish this gift. The weighty sentiment accumulated within her chest, growing heavier and more tumultuous, yet she could not quite comprehend its essence. For the emotionless which, grasping these feelings was an arduous task. Yet, it mattered little. Klissa had her own means of resolution. She needed neither understanding nor release, merely to remain by Sushi's side. Heeding his words and commands would suffice. The sunlight streaming in from the window drew Klissa's attention. It was then that she realized she had been lost in thought throughout the entire night. Oblivious to the rising sun. The first day of the new year. The sun's radiance was unprecedentedly intense, forcefully penetrating the curtains and casting its glow upon the dazed witch, much like the salvation the man had offered her 2 months prior. Praise be to the great sun god. May the sun god ever shield you and me. Outside, the citizens of Ellenson began to emerge from their homes on this first day of the new year. Turning towards the sun in prayer, hoping for the sun god's protection. The sun. Klissa lowered her head, burying her cheeks between her knees, speaking in a voice only she could hear. Thank you, sun, not in gratitude to the deity, but to that radiant orb which intruded upon her world, drawing her from the mire of despair, bestowing upon her light and hope. A sun that belonged solely to her. In the repetitive cries for help. Only he had heard the witch's voice and willingly extended his warm hand. That warmth, that tenderness, had indelibly etched itself into the witch's heart, impossible to forget. For this reason, the witch's future would be lived solely for the sun. Should she lose that gentle light, that gaze that watched over her, she would lose all meaning of existence, plummeting into an abyss that even she feared. Chapter 41. I want to become like you, simulating the 7th year. You are 21 years old, progressing further along the path of an elite mage, your mental and magical prowess both surging, your concealed strength astonishing. The first day of the new year arrives, and you notice that the witch has gained a bit more popularity than usual. You feel both gratified and regretful. Gratified that the witch's fractured heart still holds the potential for healing. Regretful that the difficulty of such restoration is akin to traversing through hell. Your efforts over the past 2 months have yielded only the slightest of fluctuations in her demeanor. Fortunately, the witch's frail body, once on the brink of collapse, has been successfully revived under your care. Through your healing and 2 months of nutritional support, the witch's weakened form has gradually returned to normal, no longer resembling the emaciated figure she once was. Spring leaves sprout, the earth awakens. A new year of spring has arrived. Your life revolves around a cyclical routine of meditation, exploring new magic and instructing Klissa. Only on rare occasions do you venture to the city center's Mage Association to procure extraordinary materials and gather intelligence, where you hear the expected news that the border's other races have been repelled by the Divine Church. You begin to explore and contemplate how to further cultivate the witch, ensuring that even if she were to part from you, she could still thrive in this world. The winter snow melts, and the spirit of spring bursts forth. Once buried beneath a blanket of snow, the city of Alinson has now completely vanished from view. The radiant light of spring cascades freely, and the brilliant sunlight descends from the heavens, casting its warm glow upon all who yearn for it, including the desolate trees at the corners of the courtyard, which silently sprout new buds. Sushi sits at the entrance of the courtyard, sheltered by the natural archway above, which shields him from the sun, casting a refreshing shadow. The first step in nurturing Krisa is to equip her with the ability to protect herself. This goal is nearly within reach. In just half a year, Krisa will ascend to the rank of a formal mage. A formal mage can learn spells of levels 1 to 3, and barring the intervention of higher-level mages, Krisa's innate talent renders her nearly invincible among her peers. As for ordinary people, even in her current state, Krisa can easily handle them. Thus, it is time to prepare for the second step. Within the shadow cast by the archway, Sushi clutches a substantial tome of magic, his eyes gently closed in contemplation. He'll cultivate Krisa into a being of independent character, enabling her to thrive alone after his guidance concludes. No longer subject to the enmity and persecution of others, preparation must commence. Certain issues require timely resolution, such as Krisa's demonic lineage. Objectively speaking, Krisa possesses a gentle and obedient nature, never harboring thoughts of harming others. She feels uneasy even in the presence of strangers, let alone inflicting harm. However, this world is devoid of reason. The gods govern the land, and the church serves as their eyes and ears, in a realm where faith in the divine is universal and demonkind is deemed an enemy. Any connection to demons will brand one as a foe. For Krisa to integrate into human society seems nearly impossible, unless her power is formidable enough to subdue all dissent, or if others perceive her as unrelated to demons. Her acceptance is unattainable. Sushi muses, the former is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Even if this lifetime unfolds favorably, I cannot guarantee ascension to godhood, much less surpassing the deities. The latter, however, presents a feasible possibility. The world's methods of identifying demonkind are unexpectedly primitive. Initially, he anticipated searches targeting the soul, the bloodline, or even the very essence of being. In other words, as long as he can obscure Krisa's demonic traits, she could appear openly. Moreover, there has never been an instance of a demon mastering magic. Even if suspicion arises, Krisa could use her magic to prove her innocence. Sushi ponders this, finding it quite plausible. Of course, he is not naive enough to believe such concealment could elude the scrutiny of the divine. Yet, his expectations are modest. He merely wishes for Krisa to navigate the outside world, to engage with people and experiences, preventing her fragile and sensitive heart from losing its agency in his absence. Thus, by limiting Krisa's range of activities, the likelihood of discovery can be mitigated. Let us consult the child's opinion. Simulated Year 7, Spring. The witch's power is increasingly formidable, and to mitigate the risk of her discovery, you begin contemplating methods to conceal her demonic traits. Desire, a yearning to become like your mentor. It is not merely the wish to become human. It is because you are human that the witch aspires to humanity. Simulated Year 7. Summer. Krisa achieves a breakthrough in her realm, enhancing her mental strength through continuous meditation, reaching the threshold of a formal mage. Your witch ascends to the rank of formal mage. Simulated Year 7. Autumn. Through relentless study of ancient tomes and self-taught magic of life attributes, you devise a method to effectively conceal demonic traits. You summon the witch to the meditation chamber, a secluded space for your clandestine procedure of hiding her demonic attributes. Krisa's demonic features are minimal. She possesses neither expansive wings nor a long tail. In this regard, Sushi considers himself fortunate. as it implies he only needs to address the remaining horn atop Krisa's head and some surface scales on her skin. Once accomplished, Krisa will be able to present herself as a normal human. He hopes for a smooth process. The dimly lit meditation chamber is cool and silent, reminiscent of certain cult ritual sites. With a click, Sushi extinguishes the underpowered steam lamp and instead conjures light through his magic, illuminating the space. Not far from him lies Krisa, peacefully resting upon the stone slab. Krisa, it may hurt a little. I trust my mentor. Her pale golden eyes reveal no emotional fluctuations, yet through that emptiness, one can sense the presence of trust. The operation commences. You wield wind magic, forming a razor-sharp blade of wind that meticulously grinds away the remnants of the girl's horn, leaving only the base connected to the nerves, hidden beneath her hair. You employ level 3 magic, earth shaping. You utilize level 4 magic, water isolation. You cast level 4 magic, fire isolation. You invoke level 5 magic, life mimicry. You exchange high-quality shape-shifting slime from the Mage Association, molding it to match the hue of human skin, slowly applying it to the scales on the witch's body, skillfully concealing them. Furthermore, you imbue the shape-shifting slime with water and fire resistance and life properties, ensuring it does not easily peel away and resembles human skin more closely. Your disguise experiment is remarkably successful. From an external perspective, Krisa exhibits no demonic traits whatsoever. Chapter 42. Krisa, the deceitful child. Do you feel discomfort anywhere, Krisa? In the meditation chamber, the mechanical clock on the wall ticks softly. Sushi extends his hands, encircling Krisa's arms and waist, helping the bewildered girl to sit up. The girl's response is somewhat sluggish. After a moment, she shakes her head vacantly and, "Oh him, then I shall rest easy." His furrowed brow relaxes as he stabilizes her, retrieving a roll of self-made bandages, meticulously winding them around her body. The concealed demonic traits are in a highly sensitive state. If left untreated, they may resurface. In a more severe case, it could even impair the girl's control over her body. Thus, Sushi wraps the bandages around Krisa, utilizing this magical material to thoroughly suppress her horn and scales, rendering them completely dormant. Round after round, the white bandages envelop a significant portion of Krisa's form, particularly the remnants of the horn on her head, which are tightly bound without a trace of exposure. Sushi gently touches it, stepping back to inspect, ensuring no details have been overlooked before allowing the girl to rise. Krisa, you must keep the bandages on for the next few days. If you feel any discomfort, remember to tell me. Yes, I will remember. The small, expressionless face appears pitiful and vacant. After being wrapped in bandages, the sense of fragility becomes even more pronounced, like a torn toy hastily stitched back together. Her hollow eyes, pallid lips, and frail body each bear the scars of silent torment. Although the wounds have long healed, the pain of the past lingers, etched deeply in unseen places, rendering the bandaged witch even more pitiable. Krisa's gaze remains fixed on Sushi, who begins gathering tools and materials after the operation. Originally, this task was meant for Krisa, yet Sushi insists she rest, adamant that the recently operated girl should not exert herself. I truly have become human. Krisa slightly lowers her head, reaching up to touch her hornless scalp, unable to believe that the cursed horn, which had brought her misfortune, has vanished so effortlessly in the past. People would lash out at her upon seeing the twisted remnants of her horn. Countless painful nights were spent wishing for its disappearance. Yet now, as her dream materializes, her heart remains unperturbed. This is not due to an emotional deficiency. Rather, it is a matter of indifference. This situation feels entirely unworthy of joy. Whether human or demon, such matters no longer concern her. Her desire to become human, to transform, stems solely from the belief that this form is more fitting to stand beside that man. If she becomes human, surely she could draw closer to him. Krisa's thoughts are as simple as that. Just a little more, just a step closer, and she could feel that warmth, that ray of light. More distinctly, instinctively, Krisa extends her hand towards Sushi, hesitantly and uncertainly, her small hand, wrapped in bandages, trembling. No, that is not permitted. As an object, how could she approach her master unbidden? Krisa. Suddenly, Sushi notices Krisa's motion. Observing her hand frozen in midair, like a shy mimosa, caught between advancing and retreating, he seems to misunderstand the situation. He takes the initiative to grasp the girl's hand, his tone laced with apology. I'm sorry for taking so long today. You must be exhausted, Krisa. Having spoken, Sushi gently leads Krisa across the floor, step by step, with care and kindness, toward her designated bedroom. Along the way, Krisa contemplates speaking several times, to express that she is not tired, that she can walk independently, yet somehow, feeling the warmth emanating from the palm of the hand, all words became lodged in her throat, unable to escape even a single syllable. She yearned to experience more, to indulge in greater sensations. She even wished for time to come to a standstill in this very moment. I am sorry, Mother. Krisa has transformed into a deceitful, wayward child. As this thought surfaced, Krisa instinctively tightened her grip on that warm, large hand. In this instance alone, she was utterly unwilling to let go. Your transformation of the witch's external appearance has been remarkably successful. After 4 days of being tightly bound in bandages, when you finally unwrapped Krisa, what stood before you was an exceedingly beautiful human girl. There were no misshapen, twisted horns, no unsightly protruding scales. From head to toe, Krisa exhibited no trace of her demonic lineage. Anyone who beheld her would simply perceive her as a human girl. You felt a surge of joy, for this signified that Krisa's life would be irrevocably altered from this day forth. Having taken Krisa in for nearly a year, despite her never expressing a desire to venture outside or interact with anyone but you always felt that her existence should encompass far more than this modest courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, you decided to gift Krisa a wand. As a formally recognized sorceress, she was in dire need of a wand to fully harness her innate powers. The wand was a rich brown, crafted from ashwood, slender and elegant. It was adorned with multiple magical gemstones, capable of storing vast amounts of magical energy as a strategic reserve for the sorceress. Named Grey Rebirth, the wand was not inexpensive. Yet you deemed it worth every penny. Thus, you procured the Grey Rebirth and presented it to Krisa. Additionally, you purchased a space ring separately. For a sorcerer, both the wand and the space ring were indispensable essentials. Thank you, I truly love it. The moment she received the gift, Krisa maintained a stoic expression, yet from her slightly trembling eyelashes, you surmised she must have felt joy. Let us see how it fits. With a smile, you began to instruct Krisa on how to manipulate the wand more efficiently, imparting various experiences essential for a sorceress. Chapter 43. The Great Sorceress, a Sudden Breakthrough. Krisa treasured the wand you gifted her. Finding it exceptionally useful, she became increasingly reliant on you. With the wand's enhancement, Krisa's abilities soared, and her control over magic saw significant improvement. You felt gratified and began to teach her more spells. In the past, as merely a magical apprentice, Krisa could only learn the most basic level 0 spells. Now, you were able to teach her spells of levels 1, 2, and 3. After 2 months of instruction, Krisa learned numerous new spells from you and mastered the combined use of fire and wind magic. The witch had grasped your ingenious wind blower technique. From this point onward, Krisa could wield fire magic in her left hand and wind magic in her right, unleashing a warm gust of air. Previously, you had employed this technique to help the girl dry her hair after a bath. And now, she could accomplish this task independently. You felt a sense of satisfaction, yet for some reason, the girl appeared somewhat despondent. You were at a loss. Simulating the 8th year, spring. You are 22 years old, and Krisa is 14. The witch has grown another year older. It has been quite some time since you first encountered Krisa, and amidst your reflections, you felt genuine happiness for her growth. Aside from her magical progress, the most significant change was in Krisa's emotional development. Thanks to your guidance, the girl successfully shed all demonic traits, able to walk and move as a human. Encouraged by you, Krisa finally summoned the courage to step beyond the courtyard, no longer fearing the presence of others, yet she still wished only to be by your side. Only when it was necessary to procure items did Krisa venture out, which was a rare occurrence. According to her, such trivial matters should not be your burden, so she took full responsibility for the household supplies, food, and clothing. She had become akin to your devoted maid. Under the sunlight at the entrance of the white-brown courtyard, the witch appeared somewhat timid, hesitating to step outside as she gazed at the world beyond. Yet just as she had been drawn into the courtyard by you years ago, this time, you held the witch's hand, encouraging her to venture beyond the confines of the courtyard. Krisa, look, there is nothing to fear. Upon completing the journey, you gently reassured her, as long as you were by her side, she would not fear any place. The terror within her heart had dissipated, replaced by the sun that would forever reside in her heart, bestowing her with courage. I am no longer afraid, thank you. Through your meticulous guidance and her innate talent, Krisera's abilities had become exceptionally formidable. In the entirety of Ellenson City, there were but a handful of sorcerers of her level who could rival her. It was not that their talents surpassed the witches, but rather that their training had spanned far longer, incomparable to the year and a half of Krisera's training. For precautionary measures, to avoid revealing the witch's true identity, you refrained from allowing Krisera to join the Ellenson City Sorcerers Association. Krisera had no objections to this. She wished only to be with you, showing no interest in anything else. Your lives together were exceedingly tranquil. There were neither thrilling adventures nor blood-pumping legends. Yet you believed such a serene and peaceful existence was the most precious of all. Your sole objective was to diligently cultivate your abilities, striving to break through to higher realms while ensuring the girl's safe growth. Beyond that, you desired nothing more. Time continued to flow, simulating the 9th year. You are 23 years old, Krisera is 15, and you have developed your own insights into the path of magic. The wisdom of mortals igniting, the observer has activated. You gradually began to comprehend the truths governing the world's operations. Your mental acuity began to elevate rapidly, and your mastery of magic advanced further. You sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. Simulating the 10th year, spring, you are 24 years old, and Krisera is 16. 3.5 years have elapsed since you took in the witch. During this period, life has been calm and beautiful, an experience that, though seemingly lengthy, felt like a fleeting moment. You have grown accustomed to life with Krisera. She has never disappointed you, nor has she ever provoked your ire. Your only regret is that, despite the passage of time, Krisera's emotional deficiencies remain unaddressed. You have yet to witness her joy, nor have you ever seen her weep. As you diligently practiced, your mental strength finally reached its limit, and you prepared to embark on your breakthrough. In Ellenson City, within the depths of the most secluded meditation chamber in the courtyard near the city center, the light was dim and the lamps flickered. You sat cross-legged, gazing down at your left palm, where a luminescent glow danced, sometimes erupting into fierce flames, at other times swelling into raging waves, and yet at other times transforming into howling winds. It has reached its limit, you murmured, through the wisdom of mortals and elemental perception. I have mastered the magic within the realm of elite sorcerers, and now it is time to ascend to the rank of great sorcerer. The cultivation systems of immortals and magic differ. Despite having experienced a breakthrough in the Golden Core stage, you approach this elevation with utmost caution and diligence. You meticulously followed the insights gleaned from the Sorcerers Association, channeling all your mental energy to commune with and comprehend the elements of the world, perceiving, connecting, establishing bonds. Unlike the previous simple act of controlling elemental forces, this time, you sought to merge your mental energy with the elements, blurring the lines between self and other. According to the association's records, this step had confounded many magical prodigies, halting their progression at the elite sorcerer level. This is precisely why the number of elemental sorcerers has dwindled. Compared to the divine teachings, where mere devout faith could lead to breakthroughs, the path of elemental sorcerers is profoundly grueling. However, I possess the attribute of elemental perception. This should pose no difficulty for me. You pondered, mobilizing your mental energy to merge with the surrounding earth, wind, water, and fire. Everything unfolded as anticipated, or rather, even more smoothly than expected. You encountered no obstacles, as if drinking water or eating, your mental energy seamlessly integrated with the elements, forming a harmonious relationship devoid of distinction. The great sorcerer, a sudden breakthrough, who, in that moment, your body became a bridge, establishing connections with the elements of all things. It was an extraordinarily unique sensation, indescribable in words. An exhilarating feeling that lit up your eyes. Previously, utilizing magic required painstakingly mobilizing mental energy to manipulate the elements, arranging them into desired forms. Yet now, it seemed that with merely a thought, the elements could align themselves, rendering the process far more efficient and convenient. In the meditation chamber, the newly ascended you was surrounded by a myriad of elements. Suddenly enlightened, you understood why the names of the magical realms were so starkly simplistic. Great Sorcerer.an upgraded version of the Sorcerer, it all made perfect sense. The ascension of the Grand Sorcerer has rendered me more adept at manipulating the elements. If this trend continues to strengthen, it is inevitable that a mage of higher caliber will wield even greater mastery, perhaps even commanding the elements of the entire world. Sushi's movements momentarily faltered as he recalled the deities that transcend the realm of mortals. Perhaps those divine beings in the heavens are not as mysterious and formidable as they seem. They, too, are mages, merely the most powerful ones standing at the pinnacle of the magical world. This world indeed harbors many secrets. I hope to have the opportunity for deeper exploration in the future. As for now, it is time to take Krisha and depart from Alinson. Chapter 44. Reflections on 4 years. Sushi encountered Krisha in the autumn of the 6th year of his simulation. Now, it is the 10th year, which means it has been nearly 4 years since he rescued Krisha from the filthy, sordid alleyways and offered her a new beginning in life. 4 years. 4 years of companionship. What a weighty span of time that is. Even for Sushi, the one who experienced it all, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, persistent and continuous. Suddenly, Sushi halted, lifting his gaze to the azure sky and the radiant sun outside the corridor. The sunlight today is truly blinding. The overly dazzling rays evaporated the mist that had lingered above Alinson throughout the day, illuminating the sun so brilliantly that Sushi instinctively squinted his eyes. In the haze of his vision, myriad memories flooded back to him, fragments from his time in the simulated world. Throughout the 10 years of this simulated life, 6 were spent in solitude, while the last 4 were shared with the witch. Curiously, despite the former's length, he scarcely recalled any detailed events, retaining instead only the quotidian moments spent with the witch. For instance, 2 years ago, Krisha toiled diligently to refine her culinary skills and finally produced a dish that was passable, though slightly charred on the surface and somewhat bitter in taste. Sushi nonetheless finished it all. A year ago, when Krisha practiced her level 3 water magic, her overwhelming affinity for the water element caused a deluge that swept across the courtyard, stripping all the flora bare. She herself was drenched, water cascading from her every limb. Krisha promptly apologized to Sushi, who merely smiled, refraining from reprimanding the girl, and instead changed her into dry clothes, using the long-forgotten wind and fire combined magic to dry her soaked hair. These were but trivialities in daily life, yet they shimmered like faint miracles, illuminating the mundane passage of time with warmth and beauty. Alas, it is time to bid farewell to this life for now. Sushi's gaze remained fixed on the sky. Its clarity was stunning, resembling a beautiful scroll, evenly laid out without any bothersome vapor. Yet, it was precisely this clarity that stirred within him a profound sense of crisis. Such a condition is abnormal. To sustain the operations of the entire city, the steam engines beneath the center of Alinson are colossal, their power and steam output far exceeding what he observed today. However, over the past month, the sounds emanating from the central steam engines have diminished significantly. Moreover, steam airships have been frequently departing, transporting individuals away from Alinson. There is an issue. Without a doubt, there is an issue. Sushi had previously ventured to the Mage Association to gather intelligence, but to his astonishment, the upper echelons of the association had vanished, much like the nobility. Only the most basic personnel remained, tasked with the routine operations of the association. Thus, Sushi concluded, Alinson is on the brink of disaster. The lack of information rendered it impossible to ascertain the nature of the impending crisis. However, distancing oneself would surely be prudent. Having ascended to the status of a grand sorcerer, I would face no economic issues in relocating to another city. Thus, it is imperative to evacuate swiftly. Sushi pondered within. A magical shield manifested before him, shielding him from the blinding sunlight. This was not his own magic. Thank you, Krisha. Your magical shield is quite effective. Sushi glanced to his right, where, unbeknownst to him, the 16-year-old witch had already approached his side. For years had passed, and Krisha was no longer the frail, pitiable figure she once was. She had grown taller, her features refined. Her silvery gray hair cascaded over her shoulders like intertwining waves of water. And when the wind blew, it rippled as if caressed by the surface of a lake. She exhibited none of the youthful vivacity typical of girls her age. Her expression was serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet this did not diminish her beauty or allure. Clad in a pale white gown with a light blue outer garment that added a touch of gradient, her attire was simple without ostentation. Paired with the aquamarine necklace Sushi had gifted her, she effortlessly surpassed the so-called noble daughters of her peers. Her innate beauty, having been polished by malice, appeared all the more resplendent and unique. "You flatter me. This is but my duty." Krisha stood beside Sushi, her hands crossed demurely over her abdomen, exuding a remarkable calmness. Her voice, much like her visage, bore no hint of emotion. Observing the docile witch, Sushi felt a pang of regret. Despite his numerous efforts over the past 4 years, he had still been unable to restore Krisha's emotions. "Krisha, have there been any developments outside during my absence?" As they walked the path to the parlor, Sushi inquired. "In accordance with your instructions, I have monitored the usage of the steam airships. The last 3 departed this morning." "This morning? Today?" "Indeed." Sushi paused, his sense of crisis intensifying more than ever. "Something is amiss. Not a single airship remains. Does this indicate a complete abandonment of Alinson? It appears we must also depart." "Krisha, let us leave today." Sushi inhaled deeply, momentarily closing his eyes before reopening them. "There is no need to conceal your magic any longer. Go ahead, employ the wind manipulation spell to soar directly to our destination." "Yes, as you wish, without question." Krisha nodded gently, then retrieved her wand. Gray reignite. With a sweep of her arm, the wind element enveloped her, propelling her skyward. Meanwhile, Sushi hastened into the study adjacent to the courtyard, withdrawing 2 tomes of magic from the shelves. His sense of crisis grew ever more acute. Instinct told him that relying solely on level 4 and level 5 magic would be insufficient to confront the unknown dangers ahead. Thus, he resolved to utilize the brief time while Krisha procured supplies to learn the level 6 and level 7 magics exclusive to Grand Sorcerers, to bolster their forthcoming evacuation. Alinson's atmosphere has grown peculiar. You keenly observe something amiss. Observer entry activated, continuously activated. You have perceived the crisis concealed behind the events. The departure of all steam airships indicates that, perhaps before long, even today, a crisis will descend upon Alinson. You dispatch the witch to urgently procure supplies. You commence the study of magic to enhance the feasibility of your evacuation. The wisdom of mortals continues to activate. You observe the world's operations. Your comprehension of magic is rapidly advancing, and you have learned your first level 7 magic spell, as well as your second level 7 magic spell. You begin to create new magic. Chapter 45. Only he, just he bustling, noisy, chaotic. Today, Alinson remains as prosperous as ever. The grand gates forged of steel and gears. Merchants bustle in and out aboard steam-powered cargo vehicles, their faces alight with smiles and joy, while residents engage in conversation with family and friends as per usual. Not a single person notices that among the throngs entering and exiting Alinson today, there is not a single prominent noble. For the common folk, the great nobility is an exceedingly rare presence. Thus, even with their disappearance, few would take note. Now, at this very moment, within this steam city standing on the northern side of the world, only multitudes of commoners and those unqualified to grasp the truth of the situation remain. While the true high-ranking figures have long since departed, I must, quickly, procure the necessary items in the skies above Alinson. Krisha no longer concealed her powers, unleashing her maximum magical output to utilize the wind manipulation spell, propelling herself swiftly toward the bustling market in the city center. Upon her arrival, she immediately sparked astonishment among the crowd. Regarding Krisha, this captivating girl, the market vendors were well aware of her association with a formal mage, speculating that she might hold a familial connection or be a mage's personal attendant. It was precisely this nebulous relation that had shielded the witch from any harassment. Yet today, witnessing Krisha wield magic, the ordinary vendors and patrons in the market were utterly stunned, their eyes widening as they beheld the girl with the wand, their voices quavering in disbelief. A mage? That child is indeed a mage? Ah, had I known, I should have been more courteous in the past. O goddess of harvest, this is simply unbelievable. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, and still others were utterly spellbound. Yet soon enough, as if adhering to a collective consensus, they began to shower Krisha with an array of extravagant compliments, praising her beauty, her kindness, her benevolence. Boldly, Some even dared to offer her free items, a finely crafted mechanical pocket watch, fresh and crisp fruits and vegetables, and even outrageously lavish garments for women. The vendors, driven by fervor, vied with one another, their expressions fervent, desperately trying to thrust the finest offerings upon Krisha. How tedious! Krisha observed the farce before her with calm detachment. Was it the absence of the steam engine's massive vapor that had exposed such a spectacle? For reasons unknown, in a market that was ostensibly the same, with the same vendors and identical architecture, the malevolence and ugliness etched upon the faces of the people became glaringly apparent. Crowded into the same space, they fawned and flattered to gain her favor. Yet, was this not the very scene she had once yearned for? No one struck her, no one spat upon her. Everyone vied for her friendship, clamoring to be near her. Was this not the life she had longed for? Why, then, did it now evoke such profound revulsion? Ah, it dawned upon her. Glancing down at her delicate, fair hands and then at her exquisite wand, Cleesa suddenly attained clarity. The throng around her, the people swaying in the crowd, did not cherish Cleesa. They adored a beautiful sorceress named Cleesa, a mage with a promising future compared to the ordinary. They did not admire the witch, nor did they value Cleesa herself. Throughout it all, only that one person would extend a helping hand to the witch, embracing her like the sun, providing warmth and hope. That person would always be there. Cleesa resolved to swiftly fulfill her mentor's instructions, thinking thus as she wielded her wand, using wind magic to forcefully disperse the encroaching vendors. Under the fearful gaze of the merchants, Cleesa swiftly identified a variety of items: food, daily necessities, clothing, and props. Utilizing wind magic, she swept them up, categorizing and delineating areas before storing them uniformly in her spatial ring. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Such was the convenience of magic. Cleesa glanced at the spatial ring, sensing it brimming with items, nodded slightly, and tossed a bag of coins, distributing them among the vendors. An equitable exchange. This was the first lesson imparted to the witch by Su Shi. The witch etched it into her heart. Perhaps she might earn her mentor's praise? Yet, why did her chest ache so painfully? The sky roared with fierce winds. Cleesa rode the tempest, soaring ever closer to the courtyard, almost there. Yet the unease within her intensified. She clutched her chest, her eyes vacant and bewildered in a state of confusion. She accelerated instinctively. This long-forgotten pain caused the witch to panic. As long as her mentor was present, everything could be resolved. Unable to comprehend what was happening, the witch subconsciously chose to rely on the person she trusted most, Su Shi, her mentor, her son. Soon, as she flew at high speed, Cleesa spotted the familiar courtyard. The thought of the man within quelled some of the pressure in her chest. Thus, she quickened her pace, driven by an urgency she herself could not fathom. Recklessly racing toward the courtyard, even forgetting the caution Su Shi had always taught her. Faster, even faster. Please, just a bit faster. Just then, the sky darkened. Boom! An unimaginable barrage of fireballs descended from above, akin to countless falling meteors. Abruptly manifesting in the skies over Elensen City, a cacophony of thunderous roars surged forth, wreaking havoc and destruction. One of the fiery meteors plummeted precisely where Cleesa sought to arrive. The courtyard. No, wait. No, no. This cannot be. Sensing something dreadful, Cleesa's pupils contracted, and she uttered a panicked cry, her voice trembling with fear. The pain in her chest reached its zenith at that moment. Chapter 46. When happiness begins, sadness is on a countdown. Disaster struck. There were no warnings, no signs. Abruptly, the previously azure and serene sky was consumed by terrifying magic. It was a hellish scene. Deep crimson meteors of fire appeared out of thin air in vast numbers, resembling an endless sea of blood, staining the sky a despondent shade of scarlet. The flames hissed ominously. What reached her ears and filled her vision was the horrifying sight of meteors plummeting from the heavens. Buildings crumbled into ruins, and countless voices cried out in terror before death. With no time to ponder, the witch acted before fully grasping the situation, like a moth drawn to a flame, charging toward the encroaching fireball. She waved her wand and cast a spell, Water Shield. All was in vain. How could a frail moth disturb the ferocious flames? The water magic, summoned with all her might, even expending the backup power of her wand, was effortlessly obliterated by the impact of the meteor. Klisa had failed, utterly and completely. She could only watch helplessly as the meteor fell, powerless to intervene. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, shaking her to her core. The shockwave hurled Klisa far away. She collided, tumbled, and finally crashed against a brick wall, pain surging through her. The witch collapsed to the ground, engulfed in an ocean of agony. Every bone cried out in lament. Every muscle tore and bled. The struggle, the torment, left the 16-year-old witch gasping for breath. Yet, when compared to the searing pain in her chest, the ache in her body seemed trivial. It was a profound despair. Merely imagining it threatened to shatter her very being. Mentor. Amidst the ruins of burning brick walls, thick with black smoke and swirling dust, the young witch stumbled to her feet. Her eyes remained hollow, her expression still devoid of emotion, yet somehow, a hint of urgency and panic could be discerned. She grasped her wand, now chipped and far from pristine, and once more cast her spell, Wind Magic. A tremulous voice broke the stillness as the wind element enveloped Klisa once again, struggling to lift her injured body toward the direction of the explosion. The previous blast's shockwave had thrown Klisa far away, forcing her to traverse the distance once more. The flaming houses, the crumbling ruins, and the countless casualties of ordinary people constituted the entirety of what the witch beheld. It was a scene of horrific devastation, a sight most dreadful. She hastened toward the courtyard. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her body, disrupting her wind magic. She plummeted heavily from the air, rolling several times upon hitting the ground, her garments tattered and her delicate skin marred by abrasions. Her face, hands, and legs, every wounded part bore a grim visage, the blurred flesh caked with debris and grime. Yet the witch paid no heed. Minter, Minter, Minter. She muttered those words, her gaze unwavering, fixated solely on the burning ruins ahead, striving to reach that place with all her might. If magic could not serve her, she would walk there. If she could not walk, she would crawl. She must see him again. Clinging to this belief, Klisa struggled to rise once more, disregarding her lost wand. Staggering toward the courtyard, her mind was solely occupied with Sushi's safety. He must not be harmed, he must not die, and there must not be any mishaps. Not even the slightest wound could be permitted. The girl resolutely refused to allow such a fate to unfold. How could someone as worthless as her, someone discarded as refuse, survive in this world, while that warm-hearted person, akin to the sun, could perish so easily? Merely imagining such a scenario caused her heart to constrict violently, sending waves of pain that made the girl tremble. Faster, even faster. Not fast enough. Klisa quickened her pace. This sudden surge of speed caused her injured body to lose its balance, and she tumbled to the ground. But it mattered not. Such trivialities were of no concern. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her calves from the fall, disregarding the scratches on her face from the pebbles, and overlooking her body that had begun to twitch uncontrollably, the witch pressed onward. Fall, rise. Fall, rise again. At last, after navigating around a significant portion of collapsed debris, she glimpsed the courtyard she longed to reach. Gone was the tranquil beauty of yore. There were no lush flowers or verdant trees, and most importantly, the one person she cared for above all else was absent. The flames surged and roared, smoke billowing skyward, and the scorching wind that met her face was parched and searing. Silence reigned. Everything was gone. Indeed, everything had vanished with a thud. It felt as if all the strength had been siphoned from her body in an instant. Klisa suddenly halted, her legs giving way as she sank to her knees, staring blankly at the distant ruins. The flames danced, reflecting upon her face, hot yet chilling. Her gaze remained placid, for she was a witch devoid of understanding joy or sorrow. Devoid of emotion. However, within that fragile, beautiful exterior, within that lonely, cowering soul, was there truly no trace of feeling? Klisa did not know. Why is this so? The young witch knelt there, her eyes now even more vacant and lifeless, fixated on the inferno consuming the courtyard, seeking answers from the raging sea of flames. Why had her master perished while she, as a mere possession, still drew breath? Why had she not been able to act more swiftly, to more fervently shield against that fireball? Why could the one who had died not have been her instead? Why, indeed? Having lost her master, the item had no reason to exist. Having lost the sun, the witch had no future to speak of. Deprived of that warm, watchful gaze, Cleesa could not take a single step forward. Her being, her essence, persisted only because of that person's existence. If that person were to cease to exist, even if the witch survived, her life would hold no meaning whatsoever. Trembling, the witch extended her hand to her chest. Feeling the weight of that impending sorrow, it turned out that she, too, could feel sadness. Chapter 47 Reunion with the witch. A profound sorrow enveloped the witch's heart, deeper than the falling leaves of autumn, more mournful than the fading light of the setting sun. Amidst the seething flames of the scorching scene, the witch, plagued by an immense void within, could only feel the chill and the suffocating sensation of drowning. Stripped of any sense of purpose, she had lost not only her existence but her very soul. Drowning in an ocean named despair, allowing her thoughts and reason to plummet endlessly. The strings of her heart snapped, leaving only regret in their wake. The pain was so intense that breathing became a struggle. Thought an impossibility. The collapse from within overshadowed her physical wounds. At that moment, Cleesa longed to weep, yet her eyes remained hollow and devoid of moisture. That overwhelming anguish was trapped within her chest, relentlessly tormenting her heart, spreading the sense of powerlessness and numbness throughout her limbs, ultimately plunging her into an unending cycle of self-blame. Why can't I even shed tears for my mentor? What qualifications do I have to live, being such a wretched and incapable being? The 16-year-old Cleesa, her eyes vacant, knelt on the ground. Her pupils trembled, flickering with traces of pain. She clutched her head tightly, repeatedly striking it against the hard ground, hating her emotionally flawed body more than ever before. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. The witch continued to strike her head as if she were impervious to pain, or perhaps she deliberately chose this tormenting method to substitute for the tears of sorrow, to dilute the guilt and collapse within her heart. But ultimately, it proved futile. Upon realizing this, Cleesa ceased her headbanging, blood trickling down her forehead, sliding past her eyes, down her cheeks, and along her nose, pooling at her chin like crimson tears that slowly dripped to the ground. Last, that despair crushed the essence of Cleesa's persona, dimming her once pale golden eyes. This was not merely a description of her mental state, but a physical manifestation of reality. The pale golden orbs turned black from within, like a black hole devouring everything, consuming her original golden hue. Along with the thoughts and sanity of the girl, let it all vanish, let it all fade into silence. It no longer mattered. A world without her mentor held no meaning. The girl thought in her stupor, remaining motionless in her kneeling position, unperturbed even as the raging flames crept closer, almost as if anticipating to be engulfed by them. But then, a hand appeared, parting the encroaching searing flames. The broad and warm palm miraculously manifested before the girl, unperturbed by the dirt and disarray, lifting the despair-ridden Cleesa to her feet. Accompanying this was an incredibly familiar voice. "What's wrong, Cleesa? Are you hurt? Stand up, let me tend to you." The familiar voice roused her self-imposed isolation. A miracle. It was a miracle. The witch dazedly raised her head to gaze upon Su Shi, her half-golden, half-dark pupils quivering as they slowly regained a semblance of calm, as if redeemed. How wonderful, truly wonderful. The mentor was safe. The broken strings of her heart reconnected, her soul extricated from despair, and even the immense sorrow trapped within her chest dissipated with each breath. There was no need for reasons. The sun had reappeared before her. "I'm fine, mentor, as long as you are here. I will have no troubles." Fearful that it might all be a dream, trembling slightly, her hands gripped the man's palm tightly. Unwilling to part, Su Shi fell into silence. Observing Cleesa's wretched state and her oddly transformed eyes, he could not conclude that she was unharmed. Earlier, Su Shi had been practicing magic alone in the study. The observer entry had suddenly activated, alerting him to the incoming attack from the sky, allowing him to promptly cast a defensive spell to protect himself. Considering Cleesa was still outside, he immediately flew to the market in search of her, but found nothing after a thorough search. The wounds covering her body, the stains of dirt and blood, and the expression of relief all indicated that Cleesa had endured something harrowing. With a hum, his palm radiated a faint green light as he employed healing magic to mend Cleesa's injuries. and then began to inquire about what had transpired. Krisa revealed everything without concealment. The mistaken belief that Sushi had perished, her self-reproach and regret while alone amidst the ruins, and her initial attempt to stop the fireball. But it was precisely this account that rendered Sushi even more silent. Crackle. The surrounding flames continued to burn fiercely, serpentine tongues of fire hissing as they coiled around the structures, charring the outer walls. Occasionally, large mechanical devices exploded from overheating, creating even more terrifying blasts in the midst of this intense firelight and rolling black smoke. The witch appeared so diminutive, her garments torn by flames, her limbs adorned with countless small wounds, and her face lingering with traces of despair, evoking pity. "I'm sorry, Krisa, I should have come sooner. It was wrong of me to let you worry alone for so long." Gently ruffling the witch's hair, Sushi tenderly wiped the blood from her face, his voice heavy with remorse. He could have done better, preventing this crisis from befalling both himself and Krisa. However, he had underestimated the upper echelons of Elensen. He could never have anticipated that their departure was aimed at the city's destruction, to obliterate the entire Elensen along with its hundreds of thousands of residents. It was incomprehensible, utterly perplexing why they would choose such a course of action. An erroneous judgment led to disastrous outcomes. It was precisely because Sushi had not foreseen the city's annihilation that he and Krisa had suffered through this series of tribulations. "It's all right, Mentor," Krisa replied softly, shaking her head gently. She cared not for anything else. This was the awareness of being an object. If she were to harbor more thoughts, if she were to indulge in unnecessary stubbornness, then she would become an invisible burden to her master, which Krisa did not wish to be. Faced with such obstinate resolve from Krisa, Sushi found no recourse but to care for the girl in his own way. He conjured a stream of water, carefully cleansing her face, restoring her soot-stained visage to a state of tidiness. Throughout the process, Krisa remained quiet, like a delicate porcelain doll, allowing Sushi to tend to her. The dark grime was washed away, revealing a fair and exquisite face beneath. Then, Sushi gazed skyward. He had initially thought that the key to escaping Elensen lay in resolving supply issues on their journey to other cities. But now it appeared that the challenge was how to leave Elensen safely. The overwhelming meteor shower was merely the beginning. The true dilemma lay in the horde of foreign entities that had surged into Elensen, howling as they invaded. Orcs, goblins, dog-headed men, beastmen, dragonkin, pureblood demons. Those who should have been banished to the world's edge, far removed from human cities, had inexplicably appeared within Elensen. Sushi even spotted the orc army that should have been intercepted by the divine church at the borders. Without hesitation, he resolved to leave Elensen. The power of the individual is limited. Even though Sushi possessed exceptional talent, with tenfold the magical power of a mage of the same rank and had contracted numerous elemental spirits, he was still just a grand mage, neither a grand magister nor a sanctified mage, nor a demigod wielding divine power. He lacked the capability to contend against a large-scale army. Thus, faced with the invading tide of foreign entities, Sushi acted with decisiveness, swiftly taking Krisa and fleeing. Level 7 spell. Chain Lightning. Level 7 spell. Storm Gale. Level 7 spell. Light Blade Incineration. Whoosh, 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 amidst the collapsing and burning ruins of the courtyard. Sushi gazed up at the blood-red, oppressive sky and the frenzied surge of grotesque foreign entities. His wand trembled, and the elements roared in a breath. The rampaging, violent high-level magic surged forth. Lightning and storms intertwined, creating a dance of light that effortlessly obliterated countless foreign beings, clearing a path for their escape. Including the impediments in the sky, he annihilated them all. The might of level 7 spells was indeed significantly greater than that of level 5. Sushi nodded slightly, feeling satisfied with the new power he had acquired after ascending to Grand Mage. He glanced at the remains of the slain foreign entities, not lingering too long, and released another powerful wind spell, enveloping both himself and Krisa in wind elements. Without hesitation, they surged upwards into the sky. During this process, numerous flying magical creatures shrieked as they attacked, but were directly torn apart by the tempestuous magical power. Stronger magical creatures took notice, yet the fierce winds were too swift. Before they could surround them, Sushi and Krisa had already escaped the confines of Elensen. They moved with astonishing speed. You have invoked the 3rd tier spell, Wind Manipulation. You have cast the 5th tier spell, Gale of the Winds. You have employed the 5th tier spell, Earth-S Guardian. You have summoned the 5th tier spell, Torrent of Water. You have unleashed the 5th tier spell, Blaze of Fire. You have enacted the 7th tier spell, Holy Light Blessing. With a flourish of your wand, you release the surging magical energy within you, dramatically enhancing and amplifying your wind manipulation. Your wind manipulation is swift, allowing you to lead Krija away from Elendson before a true encirclement can take form. You and the witch successfully evacuate. The wind that greets you is no longer a harbinger of destruction, but a refreshing and comfortable breeze belonging to the normal world that Su Shi, while controlling the wind element, observes the distant flicker of flames, blurred by the increasing distance. The deep crimson hue envelopes the steam city, slowly eroding and consuming it, bit by bit, incinerating its splendor to nothingness. The colossal and towering steam spire at the city's center collapses amidst the flames, aglow with scorching heat, sending forth countless ashes. The city where you lived for a decade has thus fallen in a manner that seems almost absurd, fallen in a way that defies comprehension. What on earth has transpired? Su Shi murmurs, his gaze flickering. To be candid, he harbors no thoughts regarding the fall of Elendson. From the intelligence he had previously gathered, the noble forces of Elendson were always dedicated to the city's development, indicating their genuine investment in the place. From a perspective of personal interest, they should be unwilling to relinquish Elendson. Even if they were aware of an impending invasion, it would be inconceivable for them to resist passively. Unless, Su Shi pauses. Deep in thought, what could compel them to abandon Elendson, leaving them with no choice but to flee alone? What could it possibly be? Su Shi is filled with curiosity. With the aid of the observer's entry, he faintly perceives the hidden essence lurking beneath the surface. Thus, Su Shi resolves to delay his journey to the next city. He decides to remain nearby, continuing to observe the transformations in Elendson, eager to witness what changes may occur in the wake of the foreign invasion's devastation. Having previously instructed Krija to procure supplies, his spatial ring is filled with ample food and necessities, ensuring that even if they must camp outdoors, there is little to fear. With this thought in mind, Su Shi soars with Krija, flying at high speed until they come upon a small hill where they finally come to a halt. Though distant from Elendson, they can still catch glimpses of the scene. The choice of this location stems from a need to mitigate risks. Should any unforeseen events unfold in Elendson, Su Shi can utilize the advantage of distance to evacuate Krija in a timely manner. I understand, Mentor, the girl replies obediently. Following Su Shi's prior healing, her injuries have fully healed, restoring her control over her own body. She steps eagerly to the hilltop, her feet flattening the green grass, her vacant eyes scanning the surroundings. Quickly identifying a flat area, with a push of her palms, she releases her magic, the howling wind elements clearing the lawn with precision. The exposed dry ground now serves well as a resting spot. Meanwhile, Su Shi sets up numerous protective spells nearby, then ascends into the sky to ascertain whether the area is sufficiently secure. The girl silently watches the figure in the sky, observing him as he flies away, then returns. Only when Su Shi lands once more does she divert her gaze, as if relieved by something, refocusing on her tasks at hand. You have sensed that the fall of the city conceals unspeakable secrets. You have decided to postpone your plans to relocate to a new city. You have sought a nearby place to remain with the witch, preparing to witness the unfolding fate of Elendson with your own eyes. Is this a conspiracy stemming from human infighting? Is it a struggle among divine churches? Or perhaps the formidable rise of foreign entities, forcing humanity to retreat? A myriad of confusions swirl in your mind. The sudden departure from a city you have inhabited for a decade leaves you somewhat disoriented, yet you find solace in the company of the familiar witch at your side. She gazes at you. Just as you gaze at her, Chapter 49. She can only see your shadow. The night breeze atop the mountain feels somewhat desolate. It carries a chill that rustles the treetops and bends the grass low. Su Shi has not experienced such a sensation in quite some time. During his residence in Elendson, aside from the first year spent in the slums, he had since lived in a warm courtyard. Even in the harshest depths of winter, the steam apparatus would provide ample warmth. Fortunately, although the courtyard has been destroyed and Elendson obliterated, Su Shi can still wield fire magic. With the activation of the 3rd tier spell, Warmth of Fire, a soft red barrier envelopes their camp. Mentor, please. The calm voice flows like a steady river, tranquil and stable, devoid of any fluctuations yet possessing a unique beauty. The sole owner of such a voice is known to Sushi. Uve worked hard. Sushi accepts the steaming soup from the girl's hands. The hot concoction, bubbling and adorned with floating oil droplets, is filled with an abundance of ingredients. The substantial meat alone fills the modest bowl to the brim. The aroma is slightly pungent, seemingly infused with ingredients to ward off the evening chill. Without the lanterns from the courtyard, the light is inevitably dim. Sushi turns the bowl, adjusting its angle several times until he can discern the soup under the glow of the campfire. Noticing a sprinkle of fireleaf herb flakes atop the surface, this spicy plant is favored by the inhabitants of the magical realm. With a gentle gulp, the hot soup first glides over his tongue before descending smoothly down his throat. Warming him instantly, the fireleaf herb proves effective. This is quite well made, Krisha. Your culinary skills have improved remarkably. Sushi smiles, complimenting the witch who awaits his praise beside him. Krisha's talent in cooking was not particularly noteworthy. She had once caused an embarrassing kitchen explosion. However, she learned from her mistakes and, after 4 years of relentless effort, her culinary skills have finally flourished, achieving a commendable level. Of course, Sushi's stomach has also developed a significant resistance. A fortunate side effect. Yes, thank you for your praise. Krisha stands quietly, her gray-silver hair appearing even more mysterious in the dim night, illuminated by the flickering firelight. The garments she once wore, singed by flames, have long been replaced with her previous black and white apprentice robe. Although the robe remains oversized, it fits the now-grown witch perfectly. Following her compliment, Krisha, as if she has accomplished a task, serves herself a bowl of meat soup and sits quietly beside Sushi to eat. She utilizes a spoon and fork. To this day, chopsticks remain her lifelong nemesis, difficult for her to master. Such scenes are somewhat amusing, and Sushi cannot help but chuckle each time he witnesses them. You seem to be pondering something rather unpleasant, the witch observes, her intuition surprisingly keen. That must be merely your imagination. Sushi responds calmly. Is it? The girl tilts her head in confusion. Perhaps, after all, my master has no reason to deceive me. With that thought, she buries her head back into the bowl, nibbling delicately on the tender meat. The quiet dinner for two begins. This evening feels lonelier than ever, entirely exposed to the elements, devoid of the comforting warmth of steam or the bright glow of glass lamps. Yet, Sushi does not despise this atmosphere. He softly blows on the bowl's rim, tempering the freshly made soup before sipping it slowly. The warmth surges through him, spreading to his limbs and body, offering a touch of solace to the desolate night. Such an experience is indeed rare, Sushi reflects. Perhaps it would be challenging to find a scene like this throughout the magical realm. A 20-something grand sorcerer, accompanied by a 16-year-old witch, squatting on a secluded hilltop, heedless of appearances as they enjoy steaming bowls of meat soup. And no matter how one considers it, the image feels somewhat absurd. Crackle, crackle, the sparks erupt, and the dry twigs burn. By the campfire, the shadows of the two figures, one large and one small, stretch long, seamlessly merging into the dark night, blending with the shadows of the flora around them. Indistinguishable from one another, dinner is consumed swiftly. Neither of them is particularly hungry but merely wish to maintain their strength and warmth. Krisha rises, voluntarily employing water and wind magic to cleanse the pot and utensils. This method is not only efficient but also convenient. She has done this countless times before and has become quite adept at it. The strong winds whip the water, effortlessly scraping away the grease from the surfaces of the cookware, requiring Krisha to expend only a modicum of magical energy. This is why Krisha willingly takes on many household chores, and Sushi does not object. It is not that he deliberately burdens her. But with magic, everything becomes significantly simpler. Krisha, come here for a moment. The wind in the deep of night grows even more fierce. The howling fills the air incessantly. Sushi glances towards Ellenson, where the flames continue to burn, the unquenchable light starkly visible in the night, accompanied by swirling shadows of magic wreaking havoc. Yet overall, everything seems normal, with no anomalies detected. Thus, Sushi calls the girl to his side. He wishes to examine Krisha's eyes. Her half-golden, half-dim pupils indicating a significant issue compared to her usual light golden hue. In truth, Sushi had sensed something amiss since their reunion. The situation was urgent at that time, leaving no opportunity for thorough examination. Now, he finally has the leisure to investigate. Chris, sit across from me and let me gaze into your eyes. I understand, Minter. The girl obediently settled opposite Sushi, her delicate features illuminated by the flickering firelight, allowing Sushi to discern her exquisite features and the subtle movement of her nostrils as she breathed. The sorceress seemed eager to assist Sushi, striving to widen her eyes, however, paired with her expressionless visage. It appeared somewhat vacant. I can manage on my own, Chris, Sushi instructed, prompting the girl to cease her unnecessary efforts and sit quietly in her place. Subsequently, Sushi's left hand conjured a glimmer of light magic, releasing a level 0 illumination spell that radiated a brightness gentle enough not to harm the eyes. As he leaned closer to Chris, his right hand reached out, thumb and forefinger gently parting the girl's youthful eyelids to reveal her delicate corneas within. In the past, the sorceress's eyes were a soft golden hue, exuding a radiant beauty. Yet now, alongside the gold, Sushi observed a profound darkness occupying the center of her pupils. The stark contrast between the golden and black regions resembled an incongruous patchwork of unrelated elements forcibly sewn together. Yet, one aspect remained the same. Both colors vividly reflected Sushi's silhouette, unchanged from before. Chapter 50. The Sorceress in Serene Slumber. She had spent 4 years in the company of the sorceress. Watching her grow, he believed no one knew everything about her, about Chris, better than he did. Yet, despite this familiarity, he had rarely taken the time to closely examine Chris's eyes. How could one articulate such an experience? The bonfire flickered in the darkness, intertwining warmth and dim light, while the chill in the air rendered breaths as wisps of mist. Those bright, fragile eyes blinked softly. They did not possess the enchanting qualities often described in novels about protagonists. There was no mystery or brilliant hues, no resolve or fearless determination, and no purity or kindness. Those attributes, those descriptions, were utterly disconnected from the emotionless sorceress before him. What Sushi could perceive was merely a pair of hollow, lifeless eyes, devoid of vitality, devoid of any sentiment, resembling mere inanimate objects. Only in the fleeting moment of a blink could one sense that the owner of those eyes was alive. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and the moisture glistening on her corneas was magnified by the bonfire's glow, further accentuating her tranquility and indifference. Sushi was curious. They say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. What, then, might Chris's soul resemble? He focused intently, scrutinizing her gaze, yet regardless of how he observed, he could see only his own reflection in those eyes, nothing else. This was quite normal, as Sushi was gazing directly at Chris. Naturally, her line of sight encompassed only him. It seemed that saying such was a fallacy. Sushi felt a tinge of regret. He could not penetrate the sorceress's heart through her eyes. Wasting no further time, he commenced a diligent examination of the intertwining gold and black within Chris's eyes. The two colors coiled together like stars reflecting one another in the night sky, merging into an inseparable entity in a manner Sushi found incomprehensible. It was not aesthetically pleasing, and could even be described as unsettling. Chris, can you describe when your eyes began to change? Sushi inquired. The sorceress herself was unaware of the anomaly regarding her eyes. However, through her explanations and the various questions he posed, Sushi swiftly discerned the fundamental cause of the transformation. Despair and sorrow, perhaps? No, more specifically, it was the overwhelming intensity of emotions. The reason for Chris's eyes exhibiting a pale golden hue stemmed from her possessing a half-demon bloodline. Thus, could it be inferred that the change in her eyes corresponded to a fluctuation in her bloodline? Gazing at the motionless girl, who sat quietly like a doll, Sushi fell into contemplation. He had envisioned numerous possibilities, yet among them, the suspicion regarding her demon lineage loomed largest. Consequently, Sushi extended his hand, gently resting it upon Chris's head, rubbing the spots where her horns had once been removed. The texture was somewhat rough, slightly raised, with the faintest indication of regrowth. His conjecture had indeed been validated. A gust of wind whispered in his ears. As night deepened, the evening breeze became increasingly fierce. Yet it was all thwarted by the magical barrier surrounding them. Sushi's understanding of demons was limited. He had only encountered fragments of information in the tomes of the Mage Association, such as the notion that demons were born without magical abilities, yet possessed formidable physical strength, regarded as the loathsome pests of the divine. Such accounts were too subjective and lacked depth. Consequently, Sushi was unable to determine whether Chris's transformation was beneficial or detrimental. "Chris, have you felt any changes within yourself?" Sushi asked, dispelling the illumination spell as he turned to the owner of those eyes. She shook her head, her silvery gray hair swaying with the motion. "Minter, I do not feel any difference," Chris replied candidly. She felt neither discomfort nor improvement. Aside from the change in her gaze, everything remained consistent with her usual state. "Is that so?" The bonfire blazed brightly as Sushi relinquished his inquiry into her eyes. His knowledge of demons was too scant, nearly non-existent. In the absence of adequate information, the wisdom of an observer and a mere mortal could offer little insight. To uncover the truth behind this mystery, he would need to venture to other cities, peruse more literature on demons, and monitor the girl's daily changes. Fortunately, this transformation had not inflicted pain upon Chris. The only concern was the unsettling appearance of her eyes. Sushi was unperturbed by it, and Chris seemed indifferent as well. Thus, there was little cause for alarm. In the time that followed, Sushi and Chris sat around the bonfire. Shielded by the warmth of the flames, no fierce winds could penetrate or extinguish the makeshift fire they had constructed. It was a peculiar sensation. Seated within, sipping warm water, observing the fury of nature's winds raging nearby. As if separated from the world, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Gazing upwards, one beheld a sky full of stars. Lowering his gaze revealed vast expanses of wilderness. A sidelong glance revealed the burning remnants of Alençon. Minter. In this environment, Chris, as per her usual disposition, occasionally sought to assist Sushi in some manner. Whether it be heating water or organizing items within her spatial ring, she could not remain idle. Always eager to lend a hand. Ultimately, it was Sushi who spoke, urging the girl to sit and rest, which she did, settling quietly. "Chris, we are not in Alençon. You may relax a bit." "Yes." Observing the girl, who still seemed somewhat restless, Sushi decided to share stories to divert her attention. He spoke at length, covering a variety of topics, from mythologies of Earth to the nuances and techniques of practicing magic, and even the mundane daily lives of ordinary people. Chris listened intently. Was it because the tales were captivating or simply because they were told by Sushi? Or perhaps neither? Midway through his narration, Sushi noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the girl had drifted into a deep slumber. Her breathing was steady, and she slept soundly, emitting soft, adorable murmurs. Her delicate features glowed under the moonlight, radiating a unique, ethereal beauty. Truly, she was still but a child. Sushi chuckled helplessly, rising to approach the sleeping girl and draping a thick, warm blanket over her. It seemed she sensed his actions even in her dreams. As she mumbled indistinctly, appearing quite endearing. Go be honest, when Sushi first encountered Chris, he never imagined that the frail, mud-streaked girl would grow into the remarkable person she had become today. Was this a beautiful life simulator or a nurturing simulator for young girls? Beneath the starry sky, Sushi summoned the simulation panel, lost in contemplation. Chapter 51. Does God love the world? On the second day after departing from the city of Alençon, you awaken to Krish's heartfelt apology in the morning. She expresses her regret for having unintentionally dozed off while you were speaking the previous night and hopes you will impose a punishment upon her. You assure her that it is of no consequence. Yet the young girl insists otherwise. Thus, you gently curl your index finger and tap her forehead, declaring this to be her reprimand. You begin your morning ablutions, followed by your meal, as you gaze from the mountaintop towards the distant city of Alençon. You observe that it remains ravaged by monstrous entities, with the twisted and wailing flames showing no signs of dissipating. You resolve to continue your vigil, communicating with the elements atop the mountain, striving to create broader and more comprehensive forms of magic. The perception of elements continues to unfold. The wisdom of mortals persists. Your understanding of magic deepens further. On the third day after leaving Alençon, the skies grow dim, and a sudden torrential downpour ensues. The heavy rain extinguishes the great fire in Alençon, yet the monsters lurking within the city do not disperse, as if awaiting something. You too patiently wait. Meanwhile, you notice a change in Krish's eyes. The once chaotic blend of black and gold seems to be transforming into a more ordered state, and you faintly sense that the girl's eyes have become more beautiful. In your leisure time, you choose to peruse magical tomes to pass the time and attempt to develop magical artifacts on your own. On the fourth day after departing Alençon, the weather returns to clarity. You begin to question whether your judgment has faltered. Under your observation, Aelinson still appears as a desolate ruin besieged by monsters, with no signs of change. You decide to remain here. The supplies within your spatial ring are plentiful, sufficient for both you and the girl to survive for quite some time, though life in the wilderness inevitably lacks a sense of stability. Krisha stays by your side, proactively training in magic, believing her abilities to be too feeble to assist you. The pace of the witch's training accelerates. The earth trembles. The mountains quivered. A dark tide surges upon the horizon. Relentless wheels grind through the terrain. As thousands of steam-powered armored vehicles emerge, their hissing steam rising like towering white pillars, reaching for the heavens. Amidst the cacophony of sharp whistles, the synchronized march of iron boots reverberates. The atmosphere is thick with a sense of dread. At this moment, the gears of steel turn. The searing steam cries out. Legions adorned with the emblems of various divine churches advance with a thunderous momentum, while above, mages stand ready, honoring the glory of the divine. The chorus of prayers, roars, and thundering steps intertwine, culminating in a synchronized cry. The gods above annihilate these heretics. The ominous steam artillery begins to charge, and the wands of elemental magic prepare their spells. The war has commenced. The legions from the human kingdoms and divine churches launch a lightning-fast assault on the monsters within Aelinson, with explosions erupting in a frenzied die-in the first wave of bombardment alone. Thousands of formidable monsters are slain. The initial results seem promising. Yet, Sushi furrows her brow deeply. The scene before her appears normal, with the human legions and mages of divine faith uniting against the foreign foes. But in truth, numerous doubts and peculiarities lurk beneath the surface. For instance, the orcs present in Aelinson should have been thwarted by the divine churches. Why have they breached the defenses? Furthermore, why has the arrival of the legions been so delayed? Days have passed, and there are almost no survivors left in Aelinson. Lastly, and most crucially, Sushi muses. With only such steam weaponry and the capabilities of this mage army, victory is utterly unattainable. When Sushi evacuated Aelinson, she had briefly engaged with those monsters. In most instances, she triumphed with overwhelming strength, but among the countless foes, there existed special individuals that instilled a sense of danger within her, at least at the level of a grand archmage. Perhaps even a holy domain archmage. Observing the legions tasked with vanquishing the monsters, Sushi deduced that their maximum strike potential equated to that of a grand mage, merely capable of clearing lesser foes. Insufficient to reclaim Aelinson. The higher-ups, those truly in power, cannot possibly be unaware of this. What, then, is their true intent? Sushi gazes towards the distant battlefield, her expression grave, sensing that the truth draws nearer. You witness a shocking scene. Countless legions approach from afar, emblazoned with the insignias of various human factions and divine churches, their momentum overwhelming and their assault astonishing. Yet, your brow furrows, sensing that matters are far from simple. You observe patiently. Noting that the human legion's combat is gradually stalemated, they discover with horror that their once prized weaponry cannot breach the defenses of the monsters. Gigantic and fearsome draconic beasts charge into the ranks of armored vehicles, smashing them to smithereens with a single blow. Mages soaring through the skies with wind magic are beset by flying monsters such as venomous wyverns and blood bees. They retaliate swiftly, eliminating numerous foes, yet find themselves heavily surrounded. The tides of battle turn, and cries of despair fill the air. You increasingly struggle to comprehend why the higher-ups would send legions solely to meet their doom. You are perplexed, bewildered, and silent. Suddenly, you hear fervent prayers arising from the battlefield. Under the intense pressure of death, more and more soldiers succumb to despair, pleading with the gods to save their lives. Thus, you behold the so-called divine entities. Save me, great deities who create worlds. I implore you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Attuna, Attuna. No, please, who can rescue him? Stay away, monster. The cries for help, shouts of fury, and screams of terror resonate throughout the blood-soaked battlefield. Where both ordinary soldiers and elemental mages reveal their fear in the face of death, their spirits fragile and helpless. They beseech the divine for mercy, yearning for the salvation of their humble lives. Yet, can the exalted gods truly hear the prayers of mortals? The heavens darken, shrouded in gloom. Thunder rumbles through the dark clouds, and lightning illuminates the earth, a minuscule speck of light, seemingly insignificant yet illuminating the world, drifts slowly from the firmament, pressing down upon the earth until it collapses in silence. At this moment, all is still. Listen to the divine gospel. Chapter 52. The answer is no. What is a god? A power that transcends mortals, a position that governs the world, an indescribable exaltation. The divine spoke, "Let there be light," in a world cloaked in darkness. Only blinding radiance remains, as all things drift in the illumination. Warm yet searing, the thunder in the clouds, the sun in the sky, the boundless earth, the rising steam, and the howling storms. All are lost in pure light. 3 days later, Su Shi and Krisha appear in a new city. Named Waga, chosen by Su Shi as their new residence in their newly acquired home, Krisha busily checks for any missing items and furniture, while Su Shi reclines in a soft chair in the living room, reminiscing about the divine retribution witnessed 3 days prior. Unbelievable. One cannot help but marvel at the gods. Their effortless display of power effortlessly annihilated the monsters in Aelinson while safeguarding the remaining soldiers. The topography surrounding Aelinson has almost undergone a complete transformation. How much power was expended? 10? No, perhaps even less than 1. Su Shi closes her eyes in contemplation, holding a shattered wand that is barely recognizable. On that day, the divine's primary target was the monsters, yet the sheer magnitude of their assault was so vast that even from a distance, the forceful shockwave compelled Su Shi to exhaust her trump cards. After casting dozens of level 7 spells, she barely managed to counter the residual impact of that divine light. It was a perilous and dreadful experience, yet it was worthwhile. Having witnessed the descent of the divine and the fervor of the rescued soldiers, Su Shi finally unraveled the truth of the matter. Extra! Extra! The excited shouts of a newsboy echo from the streets outside. The northern city of Aelinson has suffered an invasion by monsters, with several legions defeated. Leaving the city on the brink of destruction, the great light god has intervened, saving the survivors. Extra! Extra! The light god has bestowed divine favor. The cries grow louder, drawing the attention of passers-by who rush to purchase newspapers. Eagerly scanning the headlines, upon learning of Aelinson's plight, their faces reflect sorrow. Witnessing the defeat of the human legions, fear washes over them. Yet upon seeing the light goddess manifestation, their expressions turn to fervor. They extol the great light god, praising the Lord of infinite radiance, wishing for light to endure in the world, shielding the weak until death. Thank you for once again rescuing us. Devotees of the light god sing praises on the spot. People express their sentiments, praying with increasingly earnest expressions. Those overcome with emotion weep tears of joy. Even those who are not devotees find themselves inevitably influenced by the fervent atmosphere, murmuring a few phrases of gratitude to the gods. All of this unfolds before Su Shi's eyes. She perceives the god schemes, deliberately orchestrating the monster invasion, sending the human legions to their doom, further highlighting the strength of the monstrous foes and the urgency of the situation. At last, it was the exalted deities who intervened, not only reaping the faith of humanity but also instilling a sense of reverence within them. The gods' mastery over the human psyche had evidently reached an extraordinary zenith. They understood that if humans were allowed to become too complacent, they would cease to believe in the divine. Thus, the deities deliberately conjured peril and orchestrated calamities, presenting themselves as saviors in humanity's moments of struggle and despair. In this manner, they could harvest the faith of the people, ensuring the piety and adoration of their followers. It must be said, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Within Su's purview, numerous individuals had chosen to join the ranks of the divine church, yearning to experience the might of the gods up close, and to become mages devoted to the divine. Perhaps this was one of their ulterior motives. Su mused on the distinction between faith mages and elemental mages. Both could wield magic, yet their paths diverged immensely. The power of faith mages was derived from the deity they revered. The blessings granted by the divine determined the mage's capabilities. Consequently, the pinnacle of this path culminated in demigodhood. With no possibility of advancement beyond that, a vassal could never surpass their master. This was the immutable truth of the world's operation. In contrast, elemental mages engaged in profound observation of the world, perceiving its truths, and could genuinely ignite the divine fire, wielding the authority of the cosmos. The deities, seemingly averse to the birth of new gods, employed various subtle means to promote the convenience of faith mages while constricting the existence of elemental mages. Thus, the gods could remain perched upon their lofty thrones, surveying the muddled masses below. If this were indeed the case, caution would be paramount in future endeavors, Su thought, clicking his tongue. He had a premonition that, in this magical realm, he might be the most formidable elemental mage. Should his power continue to grow, it was highly probable that he would attract the attention of the gods. Such an outcome was not one Su wished to witness. He certainly did not want to awaken one day to find himself merely a grand sorcerer, beset by dozens, if not hundreds, of true deities. Am I to battle the gods? Is this for real? The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable. And Su wanted no part of it. Ignorance, after all, can be a form of bliss. Rising slowly, Su stretched and gazed through the window, observing the bustling street outside filled with fervent devotees of the divine. The faithful believed that the gods cherished humanity, yet in truth, the gods only loved themselves. Such a deception, this intricately woven ruse, could hardly be deemed malevolent. People offered faith, while the gods bestowed power. It was intrinsically a mutually beneficial transaction. 99% of individuals were destined to find the path of elemental mages inaccessible. If one could leverage their fervor for faith to exchange for greater achievements from the deities, it could indeed be a boon. If there were to be any cost, it would be the occasional dread of becoming a casualty of divine miracles. Take, for instance, the recent calamity in Ellenson City, where the combined death toll of local citizens and supporting soldiers approached a staggering million. A truly lamentable statistic. A hissing sound of steam filled the air, accompanied by a faint mist within the new residence. Approaching was Clissa, who activated the steam apparatus of the new abode. Minter, everything is in order. No discrepancies have been found. Thank you for your hard work, Clissa. Su instinctively glanced at the silver-haired girl, and as before, he could see only his own reflection in her eyes. Let us proceed. Today, I shall take on the role of chef. Eh? The witch expressed mild surprise but obediently followed Su's lead. As time flowed on, home was no longer the familiar sanctuary of old. The surroundings were utterly foreign. Yet, the presence of a familiar figure before him dispelled any fear. During their journey to the kitchen, Clissa too heard the frenzied shouts from outside, offering blessings to the gods. She paid them no mind, steadfastly following her own deity. Chapter 53. Accompanying you to the world's end, to celebrate the first day in the new residence. You decide to cook a meal. Mortal wisdom is activated. Observer is active. With unparalleled precision, you prepare a feast of delectable dishes. Your culinary skills have improved, and your mastery of kitchenware has become more adept. You regret that the concept of a food god does not exist in this world. Otherwise, you might have had a chance to try. At the dining table, Clissa praises your cooking. The meals made by the Minter are the best. She speaks these commendations in a plain yet sincere tone. Having eaten too quickly, a trace of soup lingers at the corners of her lips. You attentively wipe it clean for her. During the post-meal conversation, you share information about the deities, indicating that you may one day find yourself at odds with them. The witch's intellect is somewhat blunt, and she struggles to grasp your meaning, yet in her heart, there will always be but one answer. As long as you need me, I will always be by your side. Clissa, this matter is perilous. I know, Minter. Then you do not need to contemplate it. No need, Minter. There is no need to consider danger, nor to hesitate. Such concepts are utterly foreign to a witch who has been mired in malice since childhood. Tormented nearly to death, what she must do, what she can do, is simply to remain by the side of that radiant sun. The witch possesses her own set of guiding principles, unwavering and resolute. You feel a sense of relief for her, yet concern lingers that Clissa might attract the attention of the deities. You resolve to be more vigilant in safeguarding Clissa in the days to come. Do you continue your conversation with her, imparting knowledge about various deities so that she may better understand the enemy, ensuring she remains informed? She is astonished by the god's might and recalls witnessing the divine punishment of the light god near Ellenson last time. The witch poses a question to you. In this world, is there a force more powerful than the gods? You ponder for a long while. Perhaps the power of love can be, for sometimes. The strength of emotion knows no bounds. Alas, the harsh reality of the world dictates that strength must be acquired progressively. One cannot vanquish the gods through such means. As the year wanes and a new cycle begins, simulating the 11th year, you are 25 years old and Clissa is 17. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, you and Clissa have resided in Vague City for a year. You have discarded your former identities, instead fabricating false ones. In spring, you take Clissa to admire the fragrant blooms of the mountains. In summer, you listen to the cicadas in the courtyard while Clissa pours you chilled fruit juice. In autumn, as the weather turns cool, the steam apparatus operates continuously, and amidst the rumbling sound, you and Clissa quietly observe the falling leaves. Everything is so wonderful, so harmonious. You wish for such a daily life to persist eternally. With your talents, as long as time permits, you could elevate to even loftier realms. Moreover, to your delight, in this new year, Clissa has advanced from a formal mage to an elite mage. In the new courtyard of Vague City, where you have lived for a year, you observe the now 17-year-old gray-haired witch, nodding slightly. You can sense Clissa's spiritual prowess undergoing a transformation, advancing toward a deeper threshold. This signifies that Clissa is on the verge of breaking through to elite mage status. Her strength is increasing, and her ability to protect herself is becoming more robust in this world. While there are many formidable beings, they are not ubiquitous. The power of an elite mage is sufficient for Clissa to stand on her own. Clissa, relax a bit more. Allow your spiritual power to perceive the elements as thoroughly as possible. You guide her. As above, a vast canopy of trees sways with the wind, their leaves creating a symphony of rustling sounds, casting dappled light below. The young girl stands directly beneath, her cool, delicate features shifting between light and shadow. The earth beneath her feet, the flow of air, the hissing steam, and the blazing sunlight, all four fundamental elements hidden within all things, are gradually captured by Clissa's spiritual awareness. Yet at this moment, unbeknownst to Clissa herself, her eyes undergo a rapid transformation, the mingled hues of black and gold swirling together like a vortex. With a sudden thud, her spiritual power breaks through successfully. The witch ascends to elite mage status. Simultaneously, for reasons unknown, she collapses and falls into a deep unconsciousness. Clissa? Sue's expression shifts, and he rushes over to examine her. You are genuinely pleased with the witch's progress. You believe that, given Clissa's current rate of cultivation, she will undoubtedly become a grand sorceress before you depart this world. With such prowess, even in your absence, the witch would be capable of protecting herself. You envision the future, preparing 4th and 5th level spellbooks in advance, intending to teach new magic to the 17-year-old witch. Yet you never anticipated that, at the moment of her successful ascension, her once tranquil eyes would again display a change, plunging the witch into profound unconsciousness. You urgently cast a life magic spell, only to discover that the witch is uninjured, and your magic has no effect. You are astonished and perplexed. Observer is activated. Ongoing, you swiftly transport the witch to the meditation room for rest, while searching through your collection of demonology books. You feel it is insufficient and head to the Mage Association, where you find 2 ancient tomes after further inquiry. Mortal wisdom continues to be activated. Research into demonology deepens. Chapter 54. Have I troubled you? Compared to the old meditation room in Ellenson City, the new meditation chamber was not as dim as one might expect. The shimmering glow of mithril, the resplendent brilliance of gold, combined with the rising white steam from the apparatus, enveloped the room in an ethereal atmosphere. With a soft click, Sushi adjusted the knob and activated the glass lamp embedded with luminous crystal stones. The light, slightly diffused by the steam, cast a gentle, hazy illumination that perfectly illuminated both Sushi and the unconscious gray-haired girl lying a short distance away. Occasionally, the girl would exhibit a fleeting expression of pain, momentarily awakening from her stupor, only to quickly succumb to unconsciousness once more. An endless cycle of torment. Yet, curiously, despite the perilous appearance, the girl's life remained intact. Showing no signs of mortality, Sushi had already checked. Both life-affiliated and death-affiliated magic confirmed that Clissa's condition was stable. But why did this situation arise? What transpired within Clissa's being, entwined with those eyes and her demonic lineage? While the knowledge of Clissa's life being unthreatened was indeed a relief, her prolonged suffering in this state was undeniably troubling. Sushi turned slightly to gaze into the corner of the meditation room. where the young sorceress, devoid of joy or sorrow, lay pale and unconscious upon a hastily laid magical stone slab. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her breathing was erratic and rapid, her fingers trembling involuntarily. In a moment of dazed contemplation, the sight of this frail 17-year-old sorceress caused the figures of the grown sorceress and her younger self to merge in Su Shi's eyes, both appearing helpless. It was truly disconcerting, Cleesa Su Shi sighed softly. Subsequently, accompanied by the rhythmic clinking of mechanical chains, he opened the table and chairs embedded in the wall. After sitting down, he placed several ancient tomes on the table, beginning his search for information on the demon race. Occasionally, he would rise to observe and document the girl's physical condition, engaging in brief conversations during her fleeting moments of consciousness. Yet more often, he found himself alone at the table, perusing books and jotting down notes under the dim yet warm glow of the glass lamp, meticulously recording accounts pertaining to the demon race. So it was I never knew such things existed even before the gods descended. The demon race was already active in the world. It seemed the creation theory propagated by the divine church was not to be trusted. The deities were merely products of the world's birth. Speaking to himself, he recorded swiftly. With the aid of mortal intellect, Su Shi's research and cognitive abilities were significantly enhanced. His understanding of the demon race was gradually deepening. You are concerned about the unconscious sorceress. You begin your research into demon race. Originally intending to awaken the sorceress, you unexpectedly uncover the truth of the world from various ancient texts. The creation myths of the magical world have two versions. One is the widely known narrative, where the celestial gods collectively forged the world, creating all things, establishing the heavens and the earth. Thus the gods are the masters of the world. The other, hidden within obscure texts, is a primordial theory known by few. The world emerged from chaos, elements spontaneously generating all things, with the so-called gods appearing later, even after the demon race. Surprised? You continue to explore detailed on the demon race. The is overly obscure, the language particularly rare. Slowing your research pace, mortal intellect continues to engage. You have learned the language of Eggborn. You have learned the language of Primordial. You have learned the language of Englar. Your research on the demon race begins to proceed smoothly. Your understanding deepens, and you start to familiarize yourself with their mating habits, innate abilities, and racial characteristics. In a flurry of reading and studying, he endured hunger and quenched his thirst with water magic. And whenever fatigue set in, he resorted to meditation to maintain alertness. Aside from a few necessary meals, Su Shi sustained this state. His mental fortitude was strong, and this level of burden was hardly a challenge. However, he inevitably felt a degree of weariness. Mentor, am I troubling you? During this interval, Cleesa briefly awakened. Noticing Su Shi's fatigued state, her gaze vacant, her tone bewildered. Even a girl devoid of emotions would express concern for someone she valued. Unwilling to see Su Shi wearied by her plight, "It's all right, Cleesa is very obedient. She has never caused me trouble." The man's voice remained gentle. His broad palm, as always, offered reassurance as he tenderly stroked the sorceress's head, imparting a faint yet precious warmth. Afterward, Su Shi checked once more, confirming Cleesa's body remained unharmed, and resumed his research on the demon race, on the brink of a breakthrough. Day after day, for 9 consecutive days, Su Shi finally completed his review of all on the demon race, clarifying the fundamental thoughts and forming some conjectures regarding Cleesa's unconsciousness. Yet, his mind was in disarray. Prevent his muddled thoughts from hindering subsequent contemplation and planning. Su Shi decided to rest for a while, allowing his overworked body to sleep. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and fatigue washed over him like a tide, engulfing his consciousness as he fell into a deep slumber while seated. Appearing remarkably tranquil, gurgle, the absence of the sound of writing, or the rustle of turning pages, left the vast meditation chamber filled only with the sound of swirling steam and the dim, pale light. Occasionally, a faint hum would drift in from outside. An enormous steam apparatus in the city center roaring like a beast, supplying energy to the entire city. An hour later, within the meditation room, the stone slab inscribed with life restoration magic trembled slightly. Cleesa, who had been unconscious, awakened. The girl opened her eyes, her irises swirling with black and gold, like an unending spiral that continued to rise without cease. Instinctively, she gazed in Su Shi's direction, her sole concern. In the past, upon awakening, Klisa would hear Sushi's voice or the sound of him diligently perusing. But this time, an unusual silence enveloped her. Unaware that Sushi had fallen asleep, the sorceress felt a surge of anxiety. Worried and fearful, she thought, has Sushi overexerted himself, leading to some mishap? This thought, once conceived, rendered the sorceress unable to remain calm. Thus, she braced herself against the stone slab, forcing her frail body to rise. Chapter 55. Light and Shadow, inextricably linked. Minter. Her weak legs seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Progressing unsteadily, trembling with each step, Klisa's condition was dire. She was too frail. So much so that merely walking presented a challenge, each step a struggle as she slowly approached Sushi amidst her rapid breaths. The scene was quiet yet resonated with poignant power. The sorceress demonstrated a singular truth. Before true will, a frail body cannot impede in the slightest. The light fell upon the girl, further illuminating her pallid, bloodless face. She trembled as she extended her slender fingers to rest upon the chair where Sushi sat. This gesture alleviated some of the strain of her movement, allowing her to finally reach him. Then, Klisa beheld the familiar face, now deeply asleep from overexertion. Minter, it's all right. She tilted her head, blinking in realization. The truth was not as she had imagined. Sushi had not encountered any misfortune. He had merely fallen asleep, nothing more. What a relief! What should I do next? Light and shadow are inseparable companions. When light appears, shadow follows closely. For once outside the realm of light's illumination, shadow cannot exist. So, when light falls into silence, where does shadow go? Klisa pondered this question, uncertain of the answer. Her life, her entirety, had long been accustomed to dwelling beside Sushi. Beyond that, nothing else piqued her interest. However, given Klisa's current physical state, even awake, what could she accomplish? She could hardly care for herself, let alone anything else. Thus, Klisa abandoned the unrealistic notion of helping with household chores as she usually would. She stood quietly, her expression calm and indifferent, hands crossed before her abdomen, leaning against the edge of the table, vigilantly guarding the sleeping Sushi. The room was dim, the light hazy, the fading illumination reminiscent of a touch from days long past, delicate and gentle, enveloping both the man and the girl. One asleep, the other standing. It was the only thing she truly desired to do. Since light was sleeping, shadow would remain by its side until brightness once again warmed the world, granting shadow its purpose of existence. Yet how to articulate this feeling? It was somewhat subtle and undeniably peculiar. Now, as Sushi sat sleeping, Klisa had the opportunity to observe him up close for the first time. The sorceress noticed his eyes, swollen from prolonged reading and weariness. She saw the fingers that, even in slumber, maintained the posture of one who writes incessantly. She beheld the face, marked by fatigue, lips pale, exuding a profound sense of exhaustion. She saw it all. She witnessed the passage of time at his temples, the tremors of his breath at his nostrils. She saw Sushi in deep slumber, and behind that profound sleep, all that he had sacrificed. Is it so? A weighty feeling seemed to pierce through Krisha's heart in an instant, causing her pupils to dilate slightly. Initially, the sorceress believed that if the light fell silent, the shadow would lose its sanctuary. Yet now, reality has revealed to the sorceress that even in the silence of light, even when the sun briefly extinguishes, its residual warmth still penetrates the soul, providing a path for the shadow to advance. The sorceress found herself at a loss for words and actions worthy of that fervent and warm light. Her emotions gradually accumulated, thoughts became increasingly chaotic, and her chest swelled with an ever-growing impulse. The sorceress felt clumsy. She was utterly unaware of how to proceed. Thus, guided by her understanding, she endeavored to do the best she could conceive. With utmost care, she extended her 10 fingers, gently cupping Sushi's cheeks. Bending down to press their foreheads together, their noses touching delicately, silvery strands of hair cascaded down, brushing against the man's face. "May you be well," Christine whispered softly in her calm, unruffled tone. It seemed for a fleeting moment that a flurry of emotions intertwined. Yet the tranquility of her words cast doubt on whether it was merely an illusion. Pressing close, touching, feeling the warmth of the light, time appeared to come to a standstill. Those brief seconds felt like an eternity. as countless unprecedented sensations erupted within the sorceress's heart. What could it be? Krija felt a sense of guilt. She maintained the intimate contact of their foreheads, reluctant to part with that warmth and closeness. Even though she knew that as a personal belonging, she should not overstep such boundaries. Suddenly, it seemed that Krija's actions disturbed the man's slumber. Sushi furrowed his brow and let out a muffled grunt. A sound so soft that it startled the 17-year-old sorceress into a frantic flight. With weak and trembling legs, the sorceress ran faster than she ever had before. She snatched the bedding prepared for her by Sushi, leaped into it and curled up tightly within, akin to a self-enclosed silkworm, wrapping herself securely, leaving no gap for the outside world to observe even the slightest detail. She trembled gently, wriggling slightly, exuding a certain charm. Her heart raced violently, bringing forth an unprecedented tension. The sorceress could not comprehend the source of her fear. Though she had overstepped, it was merely a gentle touch of their foreheads, yet her heart was in disarray. The mentor? She waited for a long time without a sound, nor did she receive her master's reprimand. Yet, how strange, how hot! Krija felt lost and perplexed, her palm gently caressing her snow-white cheek, discovering the sides of her face burning with heat. The sorceress suspected she might have a fever. Could this be the price for overstepping her bounds with her master? The sorceress's knowledge had expanded. She reasoned that as long as the master remained unaware, this price was acceptable. Chapter 56. The path of balance lies within in the city of Vague. The towering steam spire pierced the clouds, resembling an alternative steel volcano, belching forth enough mist to envelop the entire city. The engines roared, gears whirled, and bullets raced through the pitch-black night sky. Radiant magic illuminated the dim stars. This moment, it had been 15 hours since Sushi had fallen asleep in the meditation chamber. The instinctual thirst from his body stirred him awake. To his surprise, after such an extended slumber, he opened his eyes to the familiar environment of the meditation room, glancing at the mechanical clock on the wall. A sigh escaping his lips was only natural, considering he had worked nonstop for 9 days and nights. Gurgling sounds emerged as he summoned a large basin of fresh water, replenishing his fluids while stretching his slightly stiff body. Overall, Sushi was quite pleased with the effects of this sleep. Aside from the physical fatigue being entirely alleviated, his previously listless spirit had also been restored. There, on the makeshift magic stone slab, the silver-haired girl continued to sleep soundly. Sushi approached and conducted a brief inspection. The writing was meticulous and densely packed, detailing various classifications of demons. It could be said that Sushi had delved deeply into the knowledge concerning demons. Some obscure or incomplete information had been clarified and supplemented through the entries of Observer and Mortal's wisdom. The term demon is a human-defined designation. To be precise, it should be referred to as an ancient race or primordial clan. As the late-night hours enveloped the meditation chamber in quietude, Sushi resumed his seat. From the bottom of numerous drafts, he extracted a fresh, blank sheet of paper, ready to jot down new points. The creation myth of the gods was evidently erroneous. If the gods possessed such great power, they would not require the faith of mere humans. Therefore, the accurate history should align with what is described in the biography of the mage Leibu Gawa, in which the world emerged from chaos and elements birthed all things. The so-called demons were the first beings of this world, possessing incredible physical strength and innate abilities bestowed by the world. They were born with extraordinary power that surpassed other races capable of contending with deities. Their only flaw was the extreme instability of pure-blood demons' emotions and desires, which severed their paths to magical cultivation. Only exceptions like Krija, whose demonic bloodline was shallow and whose emotions had shattered, could study magic without being affected. Steam surged, occasionally bursting through the copper cap, accompanied by the rapid scratching of pen against paper. Reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through myriad leaves, producing a delicate and soothing sound. As Sushi gazed at the recorded information on demons, he fell into contemplation. Perhaps the demon's flaw was not a mere coincidence. The evolution of things, the development of the world, has always adhered to fundamental laws. Namely, the transition from nothingness to existence, from chaos to order, in the early days of the magical world's creation. Even the world itself was incomplete. The so-called demons were, in fact, manifestations of the world's disorder. This explains why demons were later supplanted by deities, as deities symbolize order, regulation, and the embodiment of the world's operational structure. In this light, the reason for Krisha's coma became exceedingly clear. Sushi set down his pen, observing the still wet ink on the paper, and slightly raised his head to gaze at the dimly lit ceiling. Letting out a sigh, it was neither an illness nor a curse. The cause of the sorceress's coma was the clash between her demonic bloodline and the mage's spiritual force, representing chaos and order. Respectively, irreconcilable elements that could not coexist. In the past, the sorceress had been weak, pitiful, and helpless, her body frail and her spirit languid, rendering her oblivious to such concerns. However, the turmoil in Islandson City, with its influx of wails and despair, had activated her demonic bloodline. After ascending to the rank of elite mage, her spiritual force had achieved an unprecedented breakthrough. Thus, the body and spirit, chaos and order, demon and deity, two destinies representing divergent paths, clashed violently within Krisha, oscillating between states of coma and wakefulness. The absence of immediate life-threatening danger did not guarantee safety in the future. It was a dilemma. Fingers gently massaging his throbbing temples, Sushi's expression grew complex. Though he had unraveled the reason behind the coma, how to resolve it remained a formidable challenge. Frankly speaking, this realm involving gods and demons was somewhat beyond the realm of even the greatest mages. Yet, Krisha's essence was not that of a true god or demon, and Sushi was no ordinary great mage. With the power of the entries, there was still a glimmer of hope. You have uncovered the truth behind the sorceress's coma. Your understanding of the magical world has deepened. You have discerned the truth of the world. With outstanding performance and keen observation, your observer entry has received a certain enhancement, expanding your observational range. You have begun to contemplate how to effectively assist the sorceress and have devised two methods. The first method, to independently strengthen either the demonic bloodline or the spiritual force, allowing one to completely consume the other. Thus, the non-opposing sorceress would awaken. The second method, to balance chaos and order, allowing the powers of demon and deity to coexist within the girl. After much contemplation, you ultimately chose the second method. For the sorceress, for Krisha Christine, both body and spirit are indispensable. Lacking either would lead to devastating consequences, and you cannot bear to witness such a tragedy. Mortal's wisdom is activated, observer is activated. You begin to explore the essence of balance. You joyfully discover that in her unconscious state, Krisha instinctively harmonizes the two forces, causing them to intertwine. This is why her eyes have transformed into a swirling blend of black and gold. You decisively set up a unique magic circle in the meditation chamber to suppress Krisha's demonic bloodline. At the same time, you ignite the calming herb, awakening the girl's hazy consciousness, enabling her to harness her spiritual force to guide, direct, and control the harmonization of both powers. The path of balance lies within. Chapter 57. The sorceress's body no longer changes, layering, intertwining, merging. Under Sushi's watchful gaze, Krisha successfully awakened, breaking free from her sporadic state of unconsciousness. Yet, the matter was far from resolved, as long as the magic circle was dismantled and the effects of the calming herb faded. The conflict between order and chaos would still plunge Krisha into unconsciousness. Time was of the essence. The issue must be swiftly resolved. Krisha, trust in your instincts, relax your mind, and guide yourself. If anything feels amiss, inform me immediately. Sushi advised from the side, be vigilant, just in case. Yes, Mentor, the witch obediently replied, her complexion still pale, devoid of the vibrant health she once possessed, now permeated with a shattered beauty. She focused her mental energy to soothe the blood coursing through her veins, creating a gentle intermediary space with her where water and fire could coexist, where divinity and magic could merge, and where spirit and body could achieve perfect harmony. With Sushi's guidance and the insights provided by mortal wisdom, Krisha stumbled forward, intertwining the two forces within her. Eventually, balance was achieved. Sushi observed with undeniable clarity that the witch's black and gold eyes were slowly calming, no longer displaying the previous hues of terror. The black formed the core, while the gold encircled it. The inky depths resembled a starry sea, shimmering with faint glimmers, concealing boundless unknowns and mysteries. The soft yet resplendent golden ring conveyed an indescribable nobility, tightly binding the dark sea of stars. The only jarring aspect was a barely perceptible gap at the center of her tranquil gaze, indicating that the black and gold had yet to fully merge, as if something was still lacking. Yet this did not hinder the witch's ascension and transformation. Her hollow gaze, marked by emotional deficiencies, bore no joy or sorrow. Was it divinity? No, it was something beyond that. She could not help but marvel. A witch embodying both body and spirit, perfectly balancing chaos and order, was destined to eventually surpass the divine. Yet before that, when the time came, the miracle of transcending the divine would shock the entire world. Minter, am I all right now? Her calm voice carried a hint of confusion and hesitation. Krisa sat upon the enchanted stone slab, gazing at her hands, then at Sushi's face, filled with helplessness. Even having become a miracle that transcends the divine, even having accomplished unprecedented feats, the witch still instinctively turned to the one she trusted most in moments of uncertainty. Her eyes reflected Sushi's figure like a clear mirror. Yes, you are fine now. Krisa, Sushi reassured her, gently taking the witch's cold hand to impart a modicum of warmth in Sushi's heart. The meditation room was not truly a home, merely a place for cultivation and emergencies, allowing the tormented Krisa to enjoy warmth and sustenance. The young girl seemed to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent, merely gripping Sushi's large hand tightly, following closely in his shadow. Wherever you are is my home. This was the unspoken thought hidden in the witch's heart. After leaving the meditation room, Sushi personally cooked a sumptuous feast for the fully awakened Krisa. The girl typically had a small appetite, however, Sushi's cooking was particularly enticing. Thus, in a moment of distraction, she ended up consuming 2/3 of the meal, a quantity far exceeding her usual intake. Krisa was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why her appetite had suddenly surged. Sushi observed this phenomenon. It appeared that the magic bloodline within Krisa was awakening, and her body was evolving and transforming, naturally requiring more sustenance. With this thought, Sushi smiled reassuringly at Krisa, encouraging her not to dwell on it. The fusion of magic and divinity was an uncharted path, and the changes in her body were merely the first step. In the times to come, Krisa would likely reveal even more astonishing and extraordinary traits that could challenge human understanding. You have successfully saved the witch and created a miracle that transcends all. Balanced order, balanced chaos, even a balance of worlds. You cannot imagine what kind of turmoil the witch will stir in this world when she matures. Perhaps she will become one who surpasses all. You envision such a future, smiling as you prepare a grand meal for the witch, who quickly devours it to her heart's content. The next day, you conduct an examination on the restored witch. You are astonished to discover that the witch's already exceptional magical talent has received a terrifying enhancement, rivaling mortal wisdom, even surpassing it in some respects. Moreover, the witch's frail body continues to strengthen. Although her appearance remains unchanged, her inner being has transcended humanity, and from this point forward, you need not worry about her catching a cold or fever. You feel joy and relief. All along, you had been concerned for Krisa's safety, believing her strength was insufficient to protect herself, but the witch's transformation has allowed you to finally set your worries aside. With a light and joyful heart, you live alongside Krisa in Vague City, filled with hope for the future, believing that you both can remain hidden in Vague City until you possess even greater strength. 2 years later, an event stemming from the witch slightly disrupts your peaceful life. In the 13th year of simulation, Sushi is 27 and Krisa is 19. The passage of time inevitably leaves traces on the body. Even though Sushi possesses life magic, teeming with vitality, his face, body, and limbs still bear the marks of age and maturity. This is natural and to be expected. However, Krisa is different. At 19, the witch still retains the appearance of 17 from 2 years prior. Although her form has become slightly fuller due to improved nutrition and physical training, there is no doubt that Krisa's body has ceased to grow. She is forever frozen at the age of 17. Eternal life, or perhaps immortality. In the courtyard of Vague City, Sushi, clad in a flowing mage robe, gazes at the flowers swaying in the autumn wind, feeling both contemplative and unsurprised. After all, Krisa's lifespan had always exceeded his. Now, the gap of hundreds or even thousands of years has merely been stretched into an eternal infinity, equally unattainable for mortals. Chapter 58. Life is fleeting. Life, in its essence, is fleeting, withering away in an instant. In the autumn breeze, the wilting sea of flowers sways and struggles. Petals continuously fall from the branches, slowly tumbling through the air, sometimes pausing, sometimes soaring far away, drifting toward destinations unknown even to themselves. Sushi observed this scene, feeling the unique melancholy and desolation of autumn. He extended his finger, deftly pinching a fallen petal. The flowers of Vague City are indeed more fragrant than those of Alençon City. Perhaps it is due to the prevalent worship of the goddess of nature and the goddess of life. Nonetheless, at the moment of wilting, their timing is strikingly consistent. Beautiful blossoms will inevitably face decay, and tender green leaves will yellow and fall. The vast majority of life in this world is transient and hurried. Although humans may live somewhat longer, in comparison to the eternal divine, they remain insignificantly trivial. Akin to a single droplet in a grand river, small, humble, and easily overlooked, Sushi holds no particular desire concerning lifespan. In fact, he feels no regret even if the simulation were to conclude here. Since the beginning of the simulation, he has acquired numerous abilities and knowledge, including but not limited to the use of magic, elemental manipulation, mental prowess, magical artifact creation, mysterious observation, and the application of composite multiple elements. Just the elemental attributes of the world that Sushi has mastered number over a dozen, encompassing both life and death. Only time and space remain untouched. Such gains, such achievements, aren't they already sufficiently abundant? Moreover, before the simulation truly concludes, his gains will only continue to expand. Thus, Sushi adopts a relaxed perspective regarding lifespan, never lamenting the limited life of mortals. What truly troubles him is the eternal lifespan of the witch. After he is gone, will she be able to live independently? Will she falter as a result? On countless nights spent gazing at the moon, the man has pondered these questions time and again. Mentor. The sudden call disrupted Sushi's thoughts. He instinctively loosened his grip, and the half-dried petal slipped from his fingers, brushing past his cheek and nose before finally landing in the soil that nurtured its growth. What is it, Krisa? Sushi turned around to find the witch, still retaining her 17-year-old visage, her silver-gray hair now more lustrous, cascading like a waterfall down her back. Some strands gently fell between her collarbones, accentuating her fair complexion with an alluring hint of mystery. This eternal youth endowed the witch with a beauty that would never fade. Sushi believed this to be a positive development. Yet Krisa herself harbored deep unease regarding this matter, fearing the unknown changes. Mentor, I do not wish to be like this. Limited life experience prevented Krisa from grasping the significance of immortality. All she knew was that she had become different from her mentor. And this was absolutely unacceptable. The witch's entire life was dedicated to drawing closer to the sun. How could she entertain the notion of drifting away? Observing Krisa's evident distress, Sushi comforted her. It's all right, Krisa. Immortality is not a bad thing. Many people in this world long for it. The girl seemed somewhat bewildered. So, it is actually a good thing. Sushi fell silent. He raised his gaze to the sky. Watching the birds soar and dive with precision and grace, weaving through the gaps as they magnificently flew in the sunlight. Perhaps it is neither good nor bad. Life ahead is still long. The witch can experience it herself and define the meaning of immortality. Krista felt a growing unease about her transformation, sensing that the distance between her and you was gradually expanding, despite your repeated reassurances. This disquiet showed no signs of dissipating. The witch began to double her efforts, enhancing both her magical prowess and her domestic skills. Unceasingly, Krista strived to excel in every aspect, hoping to foster a closer bond with you. In a moment of exasperation, you gently tapped Krista's head one afternoon, advising her not to overthink and simply enjoy each day as it comes. Heeding your words, Krista moderated her busy demeanor. I am the 14th year of your simulation. You were 28, while the witch remained 20, maintaining the appearance and form of a 17-year-old. From this year onward, Krista consciously reduced her outings. Her eternal lifespan bestowed upon her a perpetual exterior, yet her mental growth continued unabated. The witch became aware that her unchanged visage over 3 years had sparked some discussion among those around her. Thus, she opted to limit her excursions to avoid the prying eyes of outsiders. In the realm of cultivation, there are longevity elixirs, and the magical world possesses similar wonders, such as the blessings of deities or the life-giving waters that delay aging. However, even these extraordinary artifacts cannot grant true eternal youth. They merely slow the process to a degree imperceptible to the naked eye, while within the body, various organs continue to grow and age. Krista was different. She embodied true immortality, an everlasting existence forever frozen at the age of 17. Mortals might struggle to discern the difference, but for mages, with their heightened perceptive abilities, the distinction between immortality and mere preservation becomes immediately apparent, unveiling Krista's inhuman essence. After all, who among ordinary people can claim eternal life? In the collective understanding of the magical world, only deities and a rare few long-lived beings can achieve such a feat. To avert trouble, conflict, and the disruption of the tranquil life you both cherished. Krista chose to remain within the confines of your courtyard, refraining from the shopping excursions of yore. This lifestyle persisted for 2 months. Observing the witch diligently tending to household chores, tirelessly practicing her magic, and sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, you resolved to suggest a change. Krista, it's time to consider a new city to call home. The sudden proposal clearly took the witch by surprise, her usually serene countenance betraying a rare confusion. Why have you made this decision? Krista inquired, bewildered. You did not conceal your reasoning, responding gently, by moving to a different city where no one knows us, Krista, you would have the freedom to venture outside once more. Yet Krista found herself even more perplexed, gazing at you earnestly as she advised, there is no need for such a sacrifice. The witch's interest in venturing out was minimal. Her every action was solely to better serve you. Even if she were to remain confined to the courtyard for eternity, she would find happiness in that existence. Thus, Krista sincerely believed it unnecessary for you to uproot your life simply because of her. Chapter 59. May you not be a caged bird. What defines an object? Within the worldview shaped by the girl's tragic childhood, objects are merely tools wielded by their masters, possessing utility. Only those with purpose deserve to remain. Bearing witness to countless items discarded by their owners for failing to serve a function, Krista had seen too much. Despite your assurances that you would never abandon her, and the warmth of your words that instilled trust in the witch, the small seed of humility within her compelled her to prove her worth, to demonstrate that she would not be a burden to you. In a sudden moment, you smiled at Krista, asking, do you know why birds can soar? Though she did not fully grasp the significance of your inquiry, she responded, you are correct. Birds can fly because they possess wings, which grant them limitless possibilities. The meaning of flight and its ultimate destination were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the freedom those wings afforded. If a bird were confined within a cage, its wings restricted, unable to stretch its body freely, then the essence of the bird would be stripped away as well. Pausing briefly, your familiar and gentle hand once again rested upon Krista's head, tenderly stroking her silvery hair, instilling in her a sense of hope and affirmation. Krista, you are akin to that caged bird. Unjustly bound. This is not what I wish to see, so come with me. I long to witness your unrestrained self once more. Your voice was soft, imbued with warmth, leaving Krista in a state of contemplation for quite some time. A gust of wind rustled through, lifting her lengthy silver-gray hair, while the deep blue waves of her ocean blue necklace shimmered silently at her chest. Feeling the strain of having overexerted her eyes, Krista found them to be somewhat sore. She could not comprehend your words, for she was but an object belonging to you, destined to live as a shadow beneath the sun, not a bird soaring freely. Yet, even in her self-doubt, Krista possessed a trait she considered commendable: obedience. Yes, she thought, as long as she remained obedient, that would suffice. The indecisive witch chose to follow your guidance, packing her belongings and leaving Vague City behind. She stepped outside the courtyard gates for the first time in ages, walking alongside you beneath the sun, hand in hand, stepping into a new future. Just as that autumn's end, when you had pulled her from the stench of narrow alleys. Krista felt emboldened by your presence. With the petals falling around her and leaves dancing in the air, she ventured towards an unimagined new beauty. You witnessed the turmoil that immortality brought upon the witch and resolved to alter this predicament. Abandoning the notion of long-term seclusion in the same city, you yearned to accompany Krista in exploring the myriad wonders of the world within your finite lives. Together, you departed from Vague City, boarding a steam train bound for a coastal city further south. This marked Krista's first glimpse of the ocean. Despite her emotional shortcomings, you could perceive that her mood had improved significantly, even if her face did not display overt joy. Your conviction in the correctness of your decision grew stronger, leading you to settle in this new city. Abogu City, as it was known in the common tongue of the magical realm, signified City of Water. Unlike the previously inhabited Ellenson City, this locale experienced no winter, basking year-round in temperate warmth and bordered by the boundless sea, rich in water elemental materials. The shimmering waves, the rolling tides, and the picturesque scenery delighted you. The landscape was splendid, the elemental concentration high, and most importantly, it was sufficiently distant. Here, no one recognized Krista, allowing her the freedom to move about without confinement and of course, residing in Abogu City was merely a temporary arrangement. In time, the local mages would surely notice the anomaly, necessitating yet another relocation. "Let us proceed, Krista," you softly beckoned, guiding the witch towards your third abode. With the brilliant sun shining, the resounding sea crashing, and the howling sea breeze enveloping you. Your heart soared with joy as you reveled in the change from the icy landscapes of Ellenson and Vague. You began to arrange magical formations in your new residence, while the witch busied herself procuring necessary furnishings. In the ensuing days, you sensed a lifting of the shackles that had bound Krista, as she was once again able to venture outside to address your shopping needs. This made her feel that she had successfully contributed to your endeavors. Affirming her utility in your life, you felt a sense of comfort in witnessing Krista's renewed vitality, yet a lingering worry gnawed at you. Her inability to detach from you and her potential struggle for independence in the future. Settling in Abogu City, your lives flowed in tranquil harmony, though occasionally, you would impart some stern lessons to the witch. You frequently discovered her alone, employing her water magic to catch various seafood from the ocean. "Fresh seafood is more nutritious," she asserted. However, you firmly shook your head, discarding the toxic fish capable of swiftly ending your simulation. In the 15th year of your simulation, you were 29, and the witch had turned 21. Krista continued to maintain her youthful visage, yet since you had only recently arrived, no one suspected anything amiss, and your lives remained peaceful. However, your journey in magic once again approached a standstill, as you sensed a breakthrough in your mental prowess. Poised to ascend from a grand mage to a grand archmage. Beyond that lay your long-cherished aspiration of becoming a sanctum archmage, wielding the powers of a demigod in Abogu City, within the depths of a steam-powered mansion near the seaside. You sat in the meditation chamber, its dark floor etched with the blood of extraordinary magical beasts, inscribing a faint blue mental meditation array. 29 years old, you sat cross-legged, your wand resting flat. An invisible, yet turbulent, mental force swirled around you, creating a hazy distortion that manipulated various elements. Whether rising or falling, whether sinking or floating, the fusion of mental strength and elements flows seamlessly, as if breaking through some constraints. An abrupt tremor resonates through the air. Chapter 60. The gods block the path ahead. The sound of the tremor grows increasingly piercing, striking the eardrums and penetrating the mind. When the frequency of the tremor reaches its zenith, Sushi's mental power simultaneously expands, initially akin to a gentle stream, but within mere seconds, it transforms into a surging torrent. It sweeps, crashes, and devours, wrapping the surrounding elements in a wild embrace. "Not enough," Sushi murmurs softly, reaching for his wand. Over a dozen contract magic circles materialize from thin air, summoning elemental spirits to descend from the void. These are all the elemental spirits Sushi has contracted since simulating the magical world. Through elemental perception and mortal wisdom, earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, thunder, air, life, death, nature, destruction, there are simply too many, an overwhelming plethora of elemental spirits, traversing from their respective elemental planes to provide Sushi with an unending tide of elemental energy. Only such an exaggerated surge of elemental power could satisfy Sushi's extraordinary tenfold magical capacity and his vast, surging mental strength. Boom. Elements surge, magical energy flows. Finally, through the relentless onslaught of elemental forces, Sushi's mental power is purified, allowing him to gain control over all the volatile elements. Not communicating like an apprentice, nor resonating like a formal mage, but commanding them, imposing his will upon the elements. Exercising comprehensive mastery over them, Grand Magus. Promotion successful. Unexpectedly, this breakthrough brings such a substantial enhancement of power. Sushi exhales a breath of stale air, as the sound of cracking echoes intermittently around him. His mental strength is so formidable that it incessantly influences the surroundings. With his eyes closed, there is an intangible radiance and sharpness. This is a sign of his mental power manifesting outwardly. After sitting in meditation for 10 minutes to calm the joy and excitement following his breakthrough, his eyes gradually return to their usual state. Grand Mage. Grand Magus. From the name alone, the difference between the two realms is merely a single character. Yet, in terms of strength, the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. The latter has already transcended the realm of ordinary spellcasters, embarking on the path toward divinity, familiarizing himself with his surging power. In the dim meditation chamber, Sushi opens his palm, a hazy aura flickering at its center. The radiance is soft and delicate, blooming with intensity amid its faintness, gradually transforming from light into fire. And then from flame into a cascade of water. The elemental forces shift in accordance with Sushi's will: fire and water, wind and earth, light and darkness, life and death. Ultimately, all the elements coalesce into a single point, shimmering and wavering at Sushi's fingertips until he withdraws his mental control, causing them to suddenly dissipate with a gentle sound. This is the power, or rather the privilege, of a Grand Magus. The ability to freely manipulate the elements he knows. Shaping, extending, commanding. Should this control be developed to its utmost, combined with profound mental strength, it could form a personal elemental domain, promoting him to a sacred domain magus. How astonishing, Sushi reflects, from the rank of Grand Magus onward. The magical system embarks on the path of divinity, elevating in status and essence step by step, until igniting the divine fire, holding high the scepter of authority, becoming a true world master. This is a path toward immortality, refining knowledge, mastering rules, comprehending the essence of the world. The journey to the end is exceedingly arduous, no less challenging than the path of immortality. Indeed, more accurately, there is no easy route to the extraordinary. Immortal deities? Alas! Regrettably, I cannot ignite the divine fire this time to savor the exhilaration of ascension to divinity. She lightly clicks his tongue, waving his wand to send all the elemental spirits swirling around him back to their respective elemental planes. The residual elements drift in the air, dreamlike and ethereal, a riot of colors, creating a splendid spectacle. Sushi gazes calmly at this beautiful scene. Mortal wisdom is extraordinarily defiant. In a mere 15 years of simulation, it has elevated Sushi from an ordinary individual to a Grand Magus who commands the elements. Within the confines of his limited mortal lifespan, Sushi is certain that his promotion to Sacred Domain Magus is inevitable. But that is as far as it goes. Teos speak of ascending to true divinity. Even the status of a demigod or a false god is beyond Sushi's reach. Mortal wisdom bestows Sushi with unparalleled talent, greatly aiding him in cultivating mental strength, learning magic, and comprehending the truths of the world. Yet correspondingly, the price of acquiring this wisdom is that all of Sushi's achievements remain confined within mortal bounds. Including his lifespan, in the silent meditation chamber, illuminated by the yellowed light, Sushi lowers his gaze to his hands, now 29 years old. They are long and dexterous, seemingly unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, one can discern the traces left by time. The river of time is indeed impossible to traverse. It is a pity that I have not even had the chance to attempt to cross it. Sushi's tone carries a hint of regret as he gazes up at the ceiling of the meditation room. The ceiling, forged from special steel, is exceptionally hard and durable, thick enough to isolate everything. Sushi's eyes are steady and profound, as if penetrating the steel to glimpse a broader, more distant vista, beholding the infinitely lofty celestial realm, where indifferent gods overlook all living beings. Given the current pace of his cultivation, with the assistance of mortal wisdom, even if breaking through to Sacred Domain Magus proves exceedingly difficult, it will not consume too much of my time. Based on this logic, I should have ample opportunity to explore how to transcend limitations and truly ascend to divinity. Yet alas, Sushi sighs softly. The deities of this world have thoroughly suppressed the laws of the elements. In times of weakness, one cannot perceive this, however. After ascending to Grand Magus and becoming a part of those who command the elements, Sushi can keenly sense that the elemental laws of the magical world are remarkably mundane. Undoubtedly, this is the handiwork of the gods, a shackle specifically designed to restrain those who come after. making the already arduous path of elemental mages even more obscured from the truth of the world, thereby igniting the divine fire and wielding divine authority. With the limitations of mortal lifespan ahead and the gods obstructing the path behind, Sushi cannot fathom what possibilities remain for him to ascend to divinity. He chuckles calmly. It seems this life can only culminate as a sacred domain magus. This is sufficient. This is enough. Sushi is quite satisfied with such an outcome, yet deep within, there remains a small tinge of regret. After all, having spent years indulging in web literature, one inevitably fantasizes about the glorious moment of becoming an immortal or a deity. Since ascension to divinity is unattainable, let me learn a bit more about other things in the time to come. After all, a rare red title should not be wasted on mortal wisdom. Additionally, before my death, I ought to nurture Klisa further. Chapter 61. Do you hear the echo of lifespan? Regarding how to cultivate Klisa. Regarding how to nurture the witch, Sushi has contemplated this countless times and has devised corresponding plans in his mind. Firstly, concerning magic, after breaking through to Grand Magus, the magic Sushi commands has already reached level 9. Beyond that lies the forbidden spells utilized by Sacred Domain Magi. Sushi intends to impart all the attribute magic he has mastered, from levels 1 to 9, as well as the forbidden spells he has yet to learn, to the witch for her study, balancing body and spirit, balancing bloodline and elements. Klisa's talent becomes exceedingly formidable, allowing her to attempt mastering more attributes rather than remaining confined to earth, wind, water, and fire. Moreover, there is another crucial aspect of her cultivation. Sushi wishes to try and heal the emotional deficiencies of the witch before this simulation concludes. Creak. Pushing open the door to the meditation room. Passing through the corridor where light and shadow intertwine, startled seabirds take flight from the eaves, while a few small insects scurry away in haste. Klisa. As Sushi rounds the corner, he sees the silver-haired girl who has been waiting patiently. She stands against the wall. Her posture upright, her face shrouded in the shadow cast by the wall, but a few strands of hair glisten in the sunlight, radiating a pearly sheen. Minter, congratulations on your promotion. The witch utters her emotionless blessing. Her tone is flat as water, devoid of any emotional color, so bland it raises doubts of whether one heard correctly. Yet Sushi knows this is the best Klisa can manage. She had once attempted to welcome Sushi with a smile. But the stiff, crooked corners of her mouth only made her appear more eerie, resembling a motionless corpse at that time. Sushi remained particularly silent. He neither criticized nor reprimanded. Merely, he gently suggested that Klisa abandon the idea of welcoming him with a smile. Klisa obediently complied, reverting to her expressionless demeanor, her tone as bland as a huh or oh. Whenever Sushi achieves a breakthrough in his realm or delves into new magical explorations, the witch patiently waits nearby in the meditation room for Sushi's return. Thank you for your efforts, Klisa, for waiting here for me. It is what I should do. Minter. Sushi steps forward to join the witch. The two walk side by side toward the main hall, conversing about scattered aspects of daily life or knowledge and skills related to magic along the way. Klisa, was there anything unusual outside while I was in meditation and breakthrough? Rest assured, everything is normal. Is that so? That's good. How has your magical training been lately? Any issues? Yes, regarding the derivative ice magic of the water element. Klisa's tone is as tranquil as a machine as she articulates her doubts to Sushi. Sushi patiently guides her, pointing out where she has erred and where she needs to strengthen her skills. This is the nature of their interaction. A mundane yet ordinary daily life. Upon returning to the main hall, the witch took the initiative to pause and inquire about preparing a refreshing hot beverage for Sushi. She busied herself alone, meticulously attending to the porcelain cup, washing it until it gleamed, and then drying it delicately with a pristine cloth. Only then did she pour a cup of scalding hot drink. The liquid was a pale green, infused with invigorating herbs. Its flavor was slightly astringent, yet for a mage who had just transcended in meditation, it held the promise of alleviating fatigue. Thank you, Krisha, Sushi said as he accepted the cup, instinctively locking eyes with her mesmerizing black and gold irises. He paused momentarily, not out of surprise at the witch's unusual gaze, having witnessed it countless times over the years, but rather because he once again saw his own clear reflection in her vacant eyes. Compared to the time he departed from Aelinson, this image of himself bore evident changes. Alterations in appearance, posture, and lifestyle habits. No, perhaps the differences were not as stark, yet undeniably, Through Krish's eyes, Sushi sensed that his time was inexorably ticking down. This year, he was 29, at the pinnacle of life. However, it would not be long before his body would unknowingly transform into a version he scarcely recognized. Life, it seemed, was fleeting. Is there a problem, Minter? Seeing Sushi lost in thought, the girl assumed the hot drink was the cause of his distraction and inquired, "No, it's nothing. I suddenly recalled certain matters." Sushi shook his head, taking a gentle sip of the hot beverage. Feeling the bitter liquid roll upon his tongue, he drank slowly, his gaze drifting outside. Unlike the courtyard he once inhabited, now shadowed by city structures, this time in Apagu City, one could gaze upon the azure sea from the comfort of home. It was the height of summer, the sun scorching and the light piercing, warping the air with its heat. Boom, boom. The central steam engine of Apagu City roared to life. Towering like a spire, the steam shot upward, only to be dispersed by the sea breeze, creating a humid and oppressive mist. Countless beachgoers fled, unwilling to endure the sweltering fog. Time was scarce. Those who lagged would find themselves ensnared by the heat. Their bodies drenched in sweat, though not life-threatening, it was decidedly uncomfortable. "Time is running short," Sushi murmured, his voice low amidst the witch's bewildered gaze, though it was unclear whether he referred to the people outside or something else entirely. The witch, puzzled, tilted her head as she took the empty cup from Sushi's hands and refilled it with a fresh brew of invigorating herbs. "How bitter," Sushi finally remarked. "You have successfully broken through to the Grand Sorcerer level. Your power has grown immensely, and your mental fortitude has reached unprecedented heights. You seem a bit inflated. Your inflated sense has diminished. Feeling the divine's restrictions and suppression, your aspirations of ascension have faltered before truly coming to fruition. Yet you feel no sorrowed eye in your eyes. Achieving the status of a holy domain sorcerer is already sufficiently perfect. Upon leaving the meditation chamber, you encountered Krisha waiting by the door in her eyes. You once again saw yourself, and you abruptly realized how much you had changed since your time in Ailenson. You felt disoriented, lost in thought, yet you smiled and accepted it with grace. You prepared to expedite the training of the witch, for you were uncertain when your mortal life might reach its limit. Chapter 62. Rainbows are untouchable. Minter, what is time? Really? Well, perhaps it is just a joke. A joke? Indeed. At times it feels excessive, at others insufficient, rendering one capricious. Does that not resemble a jest? Your formal training of the witch has commenced. You hold high hopes for her, wishing for her to master all your magic, not for other reasons, but to enhance her self-preservation capabilities, elements, spirit, magic. Under your careful tutelage, Krisha has delved deeper into the realm of magic, her innate talent flourishing with time, her learning pace astonishing and gratifying. Simulating the 16th year. You are 30, Krisha is 22. The 22-year-old which still bears the appearance of a 17-year-old, youthful, fair-skinned, and exuding beauty. Now, when you both venture outside, people often mistake you for siblings. At-30, Sushi found himself amused. His eyes had grown steady, his face matured. This body, shaped by the trials of time, felt unfamiliar even to him. After all, in the real world, Sushi was still in his 20s. I never expected to glimpse my future self through this simulated world. I am rather curious about what I will look like in old age. Sushi mused, gazing at Krisha, who was diligently practicing magic in the courtyard. Since the initiation of her training, she had been tirelessly devoted. With both talent and diligence, her strength surged rapidly. Bang! A tremendous explosion echoed in the courtyard as Sushi watched, the force powerful and unmistakably the result of a level 7 spell. Indeed, Krisha had once again advanced this year. Ascending from elite mage to grand magus, her progression far surpassing previous milestones. Undoubtedly, it was the influence of chaos and order propelling her forward. Krisha's power has once more transcended. This brings you a sense of reassurance. You had long harbored concerns that, when you were no longer present in this world, Krisha would lack the strength to protect herself, yet her current performance seemed to render your worries somewhat unwarranted. You take solace in the witch's growth, yet a tinge of melancholy accompanies it. Faintly, you comprehend why your master, Li Wanshou, gazed at you with such complexity in the realm of cultivation. It mirrored your own gaze upon the witch. Simulating the 17th year, you are 31, Krisha is 23. Thanks to your guidance, Along with her terrifying talent for transformation, Krisha has successfully learned new attributes, and her abilities continue to rise. You decide to lead the witch away from Apagu City. You choose to depart by sea, traversing the vast ocean with the witch towards the uncharted shores beyond. The training plan for Krisha encompasses two aspects, strength and emotion. In terms of strength, Krisha diligently practices, mastering new spells swiftly. As long as she continues to progress steadily, she will inevitably become a true powerhouse. Thus, Sushi shifts his focus, intending to dedicate more time to addressing the witch's emotional deficiencies. How to mend this? How to proceed? Such are questions worth pondering. Sushi contemplated numerous methods, ultimately deciding to expose the witch to the myriad beauties of the world, nurturing her fragile spirit gradually. With a gentle tap of his wand, Sushi summoned a colossal water whale, carrying him and the witch towards the unknown shores of the ocean. The boundless waters shimmered with azure waves, reflecting the cerulean sky. So beautiful, Krisha gazed, entranced by the scene, a beauty and vastness she had never encountered in her past life. The interplay of light and shadow painted the sky with vibrant colors, as if one could reach out and touch the mythical rainbow bridge spoken of in legends. The witch attempted to stretch out her hand, but failed. The ethereal rainbow appeared tantalizingly close, yet it was but an illusion, utterly insubstantial, not existing in this world. Naturally, no one could ever touch a rainbow. Suddenly recalling something, Krisha nervously grasped Sushi's garment, its texture reassuring, tangible, and not illusory. How wonderful! The witch felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. What is it, Krisha? Are you feeling unwell? Sushi inquired. No, it's nothing. The girl gently shook her head, her silvery hair flowing like a shimmering waterfall. Her hand remained firmly clutching Sushi's garment, unwilling to let go. You have invoked an 8th-level spell, Water Beast Creation. You conjured an enormous water whale, ferrying you and Krisha across the sea, embarking on a journey to uncharted territories, a realm you have yet to explore. Filled with intrigue, along the way, you pass through the waters of Little Britain. This is a bustling maritime area, teeming with distant trading vessels, all drawn by the allure of extraordinary materials found in these waters. You still recall the first gift you bestowed upon the witch, the aquamarine pearl adorning the necklace you gifted her, sourced from the Little Britain waters. Krisha, would you like a new aquamarine pearl? Thank you for your kindness, but I have enough with just one, the silver-haired witch replied, delicately pinching the aquamarine necklace she wore daily between her thumb and forefinger. The blue hue shimmered, rippling like water. That hazy, dreamlike blue glow flickered briefly in Krisha's vacant eyes, bestowing a fleeting splash of color. Krisha felt indifferent towards the necklace itself and the so-called pearl, yet she cherished the warmth and sentiment emanating from within it, a unique, irreplaceable treasure imbued with special significance. You and the witch continue your journey. The enormous water whale swiftly glides across the ocean's surface, its speed intensified by the replenishment of your magical energy, sending forth small waves. Your exhilarating ride on the whale has startled numerous marine creatures, inadvertently triggering a chaotic upheaval in the ocean, disrupting the ecological balance of this region. Simulating the 18th year. You are 32 years old and Krisha is 24. You successfully arrive at the other side of the ocean. The long-awaited land makes you feel slightly dizzy, yet that reassuring sense of solid ground brings you solace. Steam airships soar through the sky, while roaring trains rush past you. The steam technology here is equally advanced, and numerous divine churches thrive, renowned for their exceptional wand crafting and magical apparatus manufacturing techniques. This is precisely why you have come. You and the witch settle in the area, embarking on your studies of wand and magical apparatus knowledge. The wisdom of mortals continues to hold sway. 4 years later, at 36, you have mastered the craft of wand and magical apparatus creation at a master level. And you and the witch depart from this city. Chapter 63. The witch gradually senses something amiss. Simulating the 22nd year, Sushi is 36 years old, and Krisha is 28, compared to before. Sushi has undergone a significant transformation, a change known as aging. Krisha remains youthful, still embodying the appearance of a 17-year-old. Now, when the two venture out together, no one would mistake them for siblings. The disparity in their appearances leads people to firmly believe they are father and daughter. Upon hearing such remarks, Krisha's eyes become increasingly vacant, Her fingers unconsciously tighten, feeling a dull ache in her heart. Yet, the specificity of that pain, its heavy origin, the witch cannot articulate well. She can only helplessly hide behind Su Shi, as she once did, concealed in the shadow of light, seeking that fleeting moment of comfort. It's all right, Klisha, let us continue. Su Shi reassures the frightened witch, extending his hand gently, guiding her forward as he did when they first met. The path of life is fraught with pain and fraught with disquiet. Su Shi understands that relying solely on Klisha, it would be difficult for her to traverse to the end without fear. Therefore, during the limited time he can still act, Su Shi will continue to lead Klisha onward until the very end. Simulating the 23rd year, you are 37 years old, and Klisha is 29. You deeply realize that you are indeed no longer young, yet your life remains unaffected by this truth. For mages, aging signifies increasing strength. Although your body may not be as youthful as before, your immense mental power suffices to accomplish any task. That same year, Klisha ascends once more. She rises from a great mage to a grand sorceress. Becoming a spellcaster of the same caliber as you, though unlike you, the witch is not burdened by significant constraints. You speculate that perhaps the balance of power has helped her mitigate some of the obstacles. You exclaim inwardly, the power of balance? How terrifying it is! To celebrate the witch's growth, as her mentor, you decide to present her with a gift of special significance, crafting a bespoke wand. Beneath the summer cicada's song, the heat shimmers. Under the sun's illumination, the leaves of the forest glisten with an emerald sheen. When the strong winds blow, they transform into deep green waves, rustling incessantly to the robust roots of a tree. Su Shi and Klisha sit resting. Klisha, this is the new wand I have prepared for you. Give it a try, Su Shi says, brushing his fingers over his spatial ring and retrieving a brand new wand. The wand is slender and a warm brown hue, crafted from a branch of the tree of life. It possesses restorative properties and enhances the holder's meditative effect. The top, a concave area, contains a round, crystalline orb, its essence a distillation of an elemental fairy's life force, capable of amplifying magical potency. Thank you, I truly love it. Regardless of what you bestow, I cherish it, Klisha replies, accepting the wand, her gaze still hollow and devoid of spirit. Her fingers lightly trace the wand, feeling the wooden grain and rough texture, acclimating herself to the new wand's use. The newly crafted wand remains nameless. Su Shi allows the girl to name it herself. Gray Rebirth. This is Klisha's first wand, and also the name of the first wand Su Shi gifted her. During the Allen crisis of that year, Klisha had accidentally lost it, and now she chooses to bestow that name upon her new wand. Is this a form of inheritance? Su Shi smiles and reaches out, ruffling the witch's hair. It's delightful, he remarks. Simulating the 26th year, you are 40 years old, and Klisha is 32. Your body has become somewhat sluggish, but your spirit remains sharp. Your elemental control has reached an extraordinary level, and you gradually begin to comprehend the concept of domains. You and Klisha continue to travel the world. You lead the immortal witch to the island in the eastern lakes, known as the Isle of Dragons, a realm of fearsome peril, inhabited not only by numerous lesser dragon species, but also by true, pure-blood dragons. You invite the witch to ride a dragon, Klisha? Do not worry. These dragons are quite docile. Just gently tap them as I do, and they will understand our intent, more obedient than household pets. Once a realm echoing with dragon roars, the Isle of Dragons today is remarkably tranquil. Countless lesser dragons huddle on the ground, trembling in fear, casting terrified glances at the fearsome mentor and apprentice engaged in their lesson nearby. Look, Klisha. With a smile, Su Shi waves his wand above the head of a pure-blood red dragon. Level 9 Earth Magic, Gravity Field. Level 9 Fire Magic, Celestial Flame. Level 9 Lightning Magic, Thunderous Roar. Level 9 Light Magic, Holy Thorn Penetration. With a small long-handled wand, he simultaneously casts 4 level 9 spells. Lightly tapping the dragon's head amidst its terrified wails, the dragon's scales shatter, blood sprays forth, and the scene becomes a nightmare for the dragon. But soon, under the dragon's formidable constitution, the red dragon awakens from its stupor. Bowing its head in a sycophantic manner to Su Shi, fearful of further punishment. See, Klisha, the dragon race is quite gentle, I understand. Mentor. The witch responds obediently, etching Su Shi's dragon training secrets into her memory. You teach the witch how to communicate with the ferocious dragon species, and the witch comprehends your teachings, embedding them in her heart. Afterward, you and the witch depart from the Isle of Dragons. But your renown spreads, deeply rooting itself in the minds of dragonkind. Simulating the 30th year, you are 44 years old, and Klisha is 36. You appear even older now. One day, while drinking, you gaze at your reflection in the water. Noticing a streak of white hair that has sprouted at your temples, you pause for a moment, plucking that white hair, while the witch remains oblivious. You take the witch on a journey through a land devoid of steam technology, a nation that still adheres to primitive customs, relying on manual labor for cultivation, yet its scenery is breathtaking. For the first time, the witch beholds the vast golden waves of wheat, learning to observe the world in tranquility amidst the harmony of soil and gentle breezes. Simulating the 35th year. You are 49 years old and Klisha is 41. The passage of time and the flow of years have failed to diminish the miraculous essence that transcends even deities. Klisha continues to maintain her stunning 17-year-old visage, yet internally, she has matured significantly due to her prolonged travels with you. You notice that, at some point, whether in motion or at rest, the witch has begun to fix her gaze upon you. As if harboring concerns, simulating the 38th year, you are 52 years old, and Klisha is 44. You prepare to transcend to the realm of the Saint Domain Sorcerer. Chapter 64. At this moment, I lack nothing. Good morning, Klisha. Good night, Klisha. Good morning, Minter. Good night, Minter. Each day begins with these greetings and ends with these farewells. Silently, time flows away in the cadence of these mundane exchanges. A day, a month, a year. In the blink of an eye. The witch has grown up. In the blink of an eye. Sushi has aged to the age of 52. Though not yet at the brink of life's conclusion, Sushi has already begun to sense the decay and withering deep within his being. Fortunately, there are still matters to rejoice about. After so many years of waiting, he finally reaches his limit once more, possessing the potential for further advancement. The realm of the Saint Domain Sorcerer is within arm's reach. In pursuit of this breakthrough, Sushi halts his wanderings across the world. He and Klisha remain in the nearest city, engaging in meditation to nurture their mental energy, striving for optimal readiness for the breakthrough. The city is named Leruash, rich in religious atmosphere, its citizens predominantly devotees of the divine, with churches venerating various gods found throughout, each adorned with the emblems of deities. Among them, the most magnificent spectacle is a lofty statue dedicated to the god of light. A testament to the artisan's dedication, embodying the prayers of the faithful, standing majestically upon the earth. Praise the God of light, praise the Lord of endless radiance. Great Lord, humble worshippers beseech your protection here. May your everlasting brilliance accompany me into dreams. Ah, the light above, the holy light shines upon me. The voices are fervent, the attitudes humble, as mortals kneel before the statue, offering their most fervent praises to the God of light. Su Shishian first gazed upon the multitude of devout worshippers engaged in prayer. Subsequently, he raised his eyes towards the heavens. From his vantage point, the city known as Ralish was incessantly emanating golden strands of faith, cascading unceasingly into the firmament, converging at the abode of the deities. However, in stark contrast to that fervent devotion, the presence of the divine was remarkably scarce. This indicated that, despite the throngs of believers in Ralish, the gods had not deigned to cast their gaze upon them. "Master, why must it be so?" queried the sorceress beside Sushi, her voice tinged with confusion. "Krisha, there are those who cannot survive solely on their own. They require a purpose, a belief that provides their souls with a profound sense of security. Only then can their godless existence progress. This is neither right nor wrong. It is merely a reflection of the diverse ways in which individuals choose to live," Sushi articulated, his voice having deepened slightly with age, imbued with the marks of time and contemplation on the human condition. The sorceress felt she understood, for she too was of that ilk. At that moment, she stood beside Sushi, within the embrace of sunlight, experiencing the precious warmth and light that filled her being. "Let us proceed, Krisha. Before we ascend to the sanctum, there remains much preparation to be done." "Yes, master." Krisha hastily followed, her dark gown swaying gracefully with her movements, illuminated by the interplay of light and fire, and accompanied by the whispers of wind and breath, as the sorceress trailed closely behind her deity. You have resolved to retreat in Ralish to undergo your breakthrough. This city, being remote, is inconspicuous in the eyes of the gods. You believe that a breakthrough here will elicit less disturbance. The ascension to the rank of Sanctum Magus is a profound transformation. A mastery of worldly authority. Within a specified domain, you shall wield an unimaginable control over elemental forces second only to the celestial deities. To this end, prior to your formal elevation to Sanctum Magus, you have laid numerous contingencies. Let me see. You pondered a large-scale concealed magical generator. Utilizing the Shadow Gem as the core, paired with the water element Siren Skull, the temporary concealment array is complete. Additionally, the previously conceived breath-concealing incantation, to be employed immediately upon breakthrough, should buy us some time. Besides these elements to mask the fluctuations, I have also left behind several contingencies in other cities to create disturbances that will divert the attention of the gods. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Ralish, Krisha stood not far away, wielding her gray rekindling wand, her expression impassive as she stood guard for Su Shi, vigilant against any potential interruption of this pivotal ascension. Soon, with a deep exhalation, Su Shi's elevation to Sanctum Magus commenced. Winds surged, clouds billowed, the earth quaked, and fire roared. Water surged, light blazed, shadows deepened, and thunder rumbled. The elemental properties under Su Shi's command were manifold. Naturally, the domain he conjured was a complex amalgamation. Converge. His surging mental energy coalesced into a tangible force, following the arc of his wand, transforming into a sweeping torrent that instantaneously engulfed the myriad elements around him. He forcibly amalgamated and pieced together these disparate elemental attributes with sheer, unrelenting ferocity. Again, another wave of mental energy crashed forth. Su Shi's eyes gleamed, his surroundings erupted, and his mental force spilled forth to influence reality. As the air buzzed incessantly, he adeptly commanded over a dozen elemental forces, compressing and condensing them, ultimately erupting in a minuscule yet explosive expansion that unveiled an expansive domain. Now, I lack for nothing, he mused, as the energies of over a dozen elements swirled around him. With a gentle lift of his hand, the tumultuous changes wrought by his domain swiftly subsided. With but a thought, his vast mental power restored the agitated elements to their original state. This was the might of a Sanctum Magus. Second only to the divine, Su Shi marveled at the potency of his newfound strength, yet he refrained from further experimentation, hastily guiding Krisha away from Ralish. Simultaneously, his meticulously prearranged tactics unfolded in an instant. Chaos, clamor, terror, disturbances erupted across the magical realm, as countless worshippers beseeched the gods for protection, leading to numerous disruptions in faith. The might from the heavens descended. Not one, nor two, but the pantheon of deities converged. An intangible will collided in the high heavens, swiftly sweeping through the vicinity of Ralish. Yet despite lingering for an extended period, they could not capture their quarry. On the surface, the citizens of Ralish knelt in fervent supplication. Believing their daily prayers had summoned divine mercy, they cried out to the gods, beseeching for blessings. Yet, that was born of the gods' wrath. Find him. We must find him. This world shall not permit any new god to usurp our authority. Chapter 65. The Beginning and the End. Your plan has succeeded. The concealment of your presence has rendered it impossible for the gods to pinpoint your location immediately. The tumult around the world has diverted the attention of the deities. When the gods ascertain that the source of power lies within Ralish, you have already led the sorceress far from the scene, completely vanishing from their search. You remain cautious, vigilant, and have concealed yourselves for an extended period until a month later. When you finally emerge from hiding, you gaze skyward, realizing that the gods' enforcement of the laws has become more stringent. Even with your elemental perception, glimpsing the essence of the elements has become exceedingly difficult. You lament, for this signifies that the already rare potential for divinity now trends towards zero. The sole consolation is that the sorceress's equilibrium power evidently surpasses that of the deities. Her cultivation has not been significantly hampered, and she progresses at a pace you cannot fathom. Emerging from your hiding place, you enter the nearest city. You observe that all divine churches have begun their operations. This appears to be a mandate from the gods, as they search for the presence of elemental mages. You realize that your journey with Krisha is nearing its conclusion. Should you traverse the, it is evident that this is not the case. This year, under your meticulous guidance, Krisha has mastered the profound truths of her domain. The power of equilibrium has once again come into play, allowing the sorceress to break free from the divine's constraints and ascend to the realm of a saintly sorceress, all without causing any disturbance. You find yourself marveling once more. My disciple Krisha possesses the potential to surpass the gods. In the simulation of the 46th year, you are 60 years old, and Krisha is 52. Your visage bears the unmistakable marks of age, yet your spirit remains vibrant. Your formidable mental prowess often leads others to overlook your decline. Each passing year, you diligently employ the wisdom of mortals, thereby acquiring vast new knowledge, even self-teaching the creation of a compendium of forbidden spells. Your earth attribute spells have been enhanced. Your wind attribute spells have been enhanced. Your lightning attribute spells have been enhanced. You impart the compendium of forbidden spells to Krisha, who receives it earnestly and, under your tutelage, begins to learn powerful spells previously unfamiliar to her. In the simulation of the 48th year, you are 62 years old, and Krisha is 54. Your training plan for the sorceress seems to have faltered. Decades of effort have yet to restore the sorceress's emotions. You have yet to witness her smile or tears. After a prolonged silence, you ultimately relinquish the pursuit of emotional restoration. The sorceress has her own life. Perhaps for her, a lack of emotion is a blessing. Your prolonged seclusion has rendered your existence somewhat tedious. You attempt to comprehend the laws and tread the path to divinity, but alas, you find yourself thwarted. The stringent barriers prevent you from glimpsing the essence of the world's operations, signifying your inability to acquire further knowledge and the truths necessary for ascension. You cannot discern the path ahead. Ultimately, it remains unfeasible in the study of the new courtyard in Ellenson City, 62 year. Old Sushi reclines, his eyes closed, revealing deep creases and an overwhelming weariness. The ravages of time have become more pronounced. Even without Krisha's eyes, Sushi can distinctly perceive the decay and frailty within his body, spreading gradually throughout. Hence, he attempts to breach the threshold of demigodhood. Regrettably, the path is blocked, and he lacks a viable method to ascend. In contrast, Krisha, benefiting from the wondrous balance of chaos and order, continues to enhance her strength, as if the elements of the world are willingly drawn to her. Well, this outcome was anticipated. Sushi coughs a few times, his voice muffled. His health remains relatively stable, yet the limitations of mortal wisdom have led to varying degrees of decline in his organs. How long he can endure is uncertain even to him. In the simulation of the 49th year, you are 63 years old, and Krisha is 55. You notice an anomaly in the sorceress. Previously, she would only maintain the guise of aging when venturing outside. But recently, she refuses to shed this facade even within the confines of her home. You lock eyes with Krisha, understanding something unspoken. With a resigned smile, you extend your roughened hand, worn by age, and stroke the top of the sorceress's head, expressing your affection for the 17-year-old Krisha, for she was a vision of beauty. Chapter 66. Your body begins to slumber. The false fade strips away layer by layer, like falling petals. Like shattered reflections in the soft, flickering haze, Krisha's true visage emerges. It is the countenance of a 17-year-old girl, untouched by the ravages of time, unblemished by past sorrows. Her exquisite features retain the indifference familiar to Sushi. Isn't she beautiful? Sushi speaks gently, his gaze filled with affection. He stands before the immortal sorceress, one visibly aged, the other still youthful, creating a stark contrast. Unbeknownst to them, the boundary between life and death quietly manifests. Separating the two by a minuscule gap, the atmosphere is laden with silence, tinged with an elusive sorrow. Sushi can only tenderly caress Krisha's head to comfort her trembling form. Outside, the sound of rustling leaves signals the arrival of autumn, heralding the imminent approach of the biting winter. In the simulation of the 50th year, you are 64 years old, and Krisha is 56. You begin to explore the practice of health restoration, performing life magic daily to rejuvenate your vitality. Yet alas, your body remains incapable of retaining the vigor of youth, continuing its decline in the outside world. The Divine Church is fervently searching for your whereabouts. You remain well hidden, undiscovered, in the simulation of the 51st year. You are 65 years old, and Krisha is 57. You have taken up some leisurely pursuits typical of the elderly, such as basking in the sun at the doorstep, gazing at the outside world all day, or cultivating beautiful flowers and plants. Krisha remains as devoted as ever, attending to you daily, preparing a bitter concoction of cleansing herbs whenever you require it in the simulation of the 52nd year. You are 66 years old, and Krisha is 58. Your health remains stable. Despite your bodily functions not being what they once were, you have not succumbed to illness. You feel a sense of happiness? Contemplating the possibility of a longer life. In the simulation of the 53rd year, you are 67 years old, and Krisha is 59. The sorceress's culinary skills have improved. To enhance your meals, she often ventures alone to the market to procure ingredients. And now she no longer mistakes poisonous items. In the simulation of the 54th year, you are 68 years old, and Krisha is 60. Unable to progress in magic, you immerse yourself in the cultivation of flowers and plants. Having planted a patch of dragon's blood grass, its materials sponsored by an unidentified red dragon. The sorceress stands beside you, deftly wiping away bloodstains from the gray embers, her actions fluid and practiced. Sushi's body deteriorates year by year, akin to the sunset. Though it still radiates brilliance and warmth lingers, behind that fading sun lies an endless expanse of gray desolation. In the simulation of the 61st year, Sushi is 75 years old, by this time. He is adorned with a full head of white hair, reclining at the courtyard entrance in a posture of rest. His silver strands glisten faintly in the sunlight, and his wrinkled face is home to deep, steady eyes, all of his mental prowess contained within, yet unexpressed. How stifling, Sushi remarks. Long ago, he understood that an aging body would prove far more inconvenient than in youth. Yet when that day truly arrives, he realizes that the sensations of aging are far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Many tasks that were once effortless have become impossible merely due to the passage of time. Only my formidable mental strength allows me to carve alternative paths in various aspects of life through my magic. Otherwise, this life of retirement would be unbearable. The winds stir, urging Sushi to rise. The earth element descends, shaking off the dust from his robes, then, his body levitates, his garments billowing as he gently soars into the house enveloped by the gentle embrace of the wind element. On the dining table lies the lunch prepared by the sorceress, steaming and aromatic. Krisha, your culinary skills have improved even further, Sushi remarks after tasting the meal, smiling as he offers his praise. Yes, thank you for your kind words. I will continue to strive for excellence, Krisha replies in a voice as calm as water. Yet Sushi knows that this does not signify indifference. Rather, the absence of emotion has rendered her incapable of expressing joy or sorrow appropriately. After the meal, Krisha employs wind and water magic to clear the dishes and tidy up. Sushi, meanwhile, ambles toward the living room, his steps slow. Reaching a wooden recliner and facing the sunlight, he closes his eyes and reclines. He truly is old. The sluggishness of his body breeds spiritual fatigue. Thus, he decides to rest a little longer. Lying in the cool embrace of the brown wooden rocking chair, the fatigue from his body swiftly envelopes his consciousness. And Sushi perceives the surroundings growing increasingly dark and quiet. In his mind, his entire being, his soul, his very essence, plummets downward at an alarming speed. Mentor, mentor. In a daze, Sushi seems to hear Krisha's voice. Though he suspects it to be a mere illusion, so tired, I wish to sleep a little longer. What is this? Sushi thinks, bewildered as he opens his eyes. Is this Krisha's doing? He contemplates, instinctively attempting to speak. But the scratchiness in his throat prompts a sudden fit of coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Mentor, water is here. At a critical moment, Krisha presents him with a cup of water. Sushi drinks deeply, the cool liquid soothing his parched lips, flowing down his throat to replenish his dehydrated body. Thank you, Krisha. Sushi sets the empty cup down, instinctively glancing toward the sorceress. However, that fleeting glance leaves him stunned. Before him stands the sorceress, not only clad in a different outfit, but also appearing exceedingly haggard. As if she has endured a profoundly sorrowful experience. You have finally awakened, mentor. As usual, you reclined and indulged in a midday slumber. This sleep was exceptionally tranquil, enveloping you in a sense of comfort. It felt as though all weariness and decay had utterly retreated from your being. Upon awakening, you learned from Krisha that you had, astonishingly, slept for a full 3 days. You were taken aback, dumbfounded, and began to ponder the reasons behind this phenomenon. The wisdom of mortals continued to churn. You grasped the truth. As one ages, the decaying mortal frame gradually fails to support your extraordinary spirit, thus leading to an involuntary state of slumber, allowing your essence to rest. Chapter 67. I have always been here for you. The machinery of life, when overworked, tends to overheat. Exhaustive exertion renders living beings fatigued and in pain. This is but a natural law of the world's operation. However, Su's condition was far more dire. His body aged year by year, increasingly unable to bear the weight of the Archmage's spirit. The disparity of strength and frailty resulted in his fragile body resorting to sleep as a means to alleviate the pressure upon his psyche. This signified that in the time to come, Su would frequently succumb to slumber until the day of his demise. This was irreversible, unalterable. In the study, Su surveyed the conclusions he had drawn, falling into silence. He had not anticipated that his already limited lifespan would face further complications due to this. Though the upper limit of his lifespan appeared unchanged, subtracting the hours spent in sleep revealed a stark reality of scarcity. Furthermore, Su sighed. Who could guarantee that the next slumber would not be his final rest? The previous sensations of ease were clearly harbingers of a departure to the netherworld, in that nebulous state between soul and flesh. A mere lapse could transform slumber into death, a predicament indeed. Su grasped the calculation paper, his gaze sweeping over the figures, and ultimately, in the stillness of the room, he ignited the paper with flames, reducing it to ash. Concerning death. Regarding lifespan, Su had long since prepared himself to face this reality. The only thing that troubled him was the emotionless, uncomprehending which in this magical realm, Krisha had only Su to rely upon, and the thought of what might occur should he suddenly pass away was too daunting to contemplate. This matter could not be concealed from that child. Informing Krisha in advance might render her unable to accept it, but at least it would provide a buffer. If he continued to hide the truth from her, then on the day of his true demise, Krisha would only be plunged into deeper despair. Turning the knob, he extinguished the lights and departed the study. You divulged the entirety of the truth to the witch, yet to your surprise, she displayed no signs of being unable to accept it. She was far stronger than you had envisioned. You felt a sense of relief, realizing that you need not overly worry about the witch's future. You had habitually considered her feelings, entirely forgetting that she had journeyed through the world with you, accumulating vast life experiences and a sufficiently mature mindset for handling affairs. Mentor, what is it, Krisha? Please allow me to take charge of everything, she replied, her hands clasped neatly, seated across from Su. Everything? Yes, her calm voice bore no inflection as she continued. Please permit me to oversee all matters of the estate, including your care during your slumber. Her steady tone unexpectedly carried a note of determination. I will take good care of you and all that belongs to you. The Eternal Witch vowed. Then I appreciate your efforts, Krisha. Su smiled, bestowing his trust without reservation. Simulating year 62, you are 76 years old, and Krisha is 68. With your tacit approval, Krisha assumed control of all affairs in the estate, including your flora, your tomes, your records, and your magic. Indeed, even your very self was entrusted to Krisha's care. At times, you pondered whether this constituted an unconventional inheritance, but you dismissed the thought, for you were still alive. Simulating year 63, you are 77 years old, and Krisha is 69. The frequency of your slumber accelerated, and the duration of your sleeps lengthened. In your latest bout of slumber, you rested for an entire fortnight. Upon awakening, you were met with the passage of time, as relayed by the witch, inducing an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Simulating year 67, you are 81 years old, and Krisha is 73. What once astonished you as a slumber of 2 weeks had now become your shortest period of sleep. You frequently arose to find the seasons had cycled anew. The witch diligently tended to the dragon's blood grass. You entered the courtyard to discover the dragon's blood grass thriving splendidly, and from the blades, you noticed the undried sap. You offered constructive criticism to the witch, teaching her the principles of sustainable practices. She absorbed your words and resolved to change her approach in harvesting the sap next time. Simulating year 71, you are 85 years old, and Krisha is 77. You set a new record for slumber. This time, You slept for a full half-year, awakening to the greeting of the ever-punctual witch. Su's consciousness gradually stirred, and before he had fully opened his eyes, he was greeted by Krisha's voice. "Ah, it has been a while, Krisha," Su hesitantly responded, eyeing his perception. He had merely taken a brief rest. Yesterday felt remarkably vivid, yet in truth, half a year had elapsed. This bizarre temporal dislocation left him feeling somewhat suffocated. It was only after sipping a glass of ice water that he felt somewhat revitalized. Growing increasingly weary, Su's gaze fell to his hands, observing the wrinkles and the pallid, yellowed skin. "To speak frankly, if it were not for the opportunity to utilize mortal wisdom during his waking hours to continue acquiring new knowledge, and the persistent concern for Krisha, yearning to impart more guidance and witness her grow stronger, he would have deemed the repetitive torment of this slumber simulation long overdue for termination." Shaking his head slightly to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Su turned his attention to Krisha. He wished to inquire about her recent endeavors, to ensure that nothing unfavorable had transpired in his absence unbeknownst to him. "Krisha, what have you been doing while I was away? Accompanying you, I mean. What have you been up to lately?" "I have been accompanying you." Her tone remained flat, devoid of any deception, only bearing the truth. "Since you fell asleep, I have remained in the room with you, only venturing out when necessary to tend to the estate. The day before yesterday, I was with you. Yesterday, I was with you. Today, I have been with you, until your awakening." Her clumsy words conveyed her actions without embellishment. Simple yet profoundly weighted in countless lonely nights, the eternal which sat silently in Su's room, expressionless, gazing at that familiar yet aged visage, awaiting the long-overdue reunion, the long-awaited warmth. Chapter 68. The final year. Why is it that every time Su awakens, he hears Krisha's greeting first? Why is it that every time he opens his eyes, he sees Krisha's face? The answer is simple, startlingly so. Each time he slips into slumber, Krisha, after witnessing Su recline, quietly takes a seat beside the bed on a small wooden chair. Accompanying the passage of time, she remains seated, enduring the rise and fall of the sun and moon, waiting for the seasons to change. In silence, Krisha accompanies him, waiting alone in the solitude that remains. Motionless, her gaze fixed solely upon that increasingly aged figure. Is it painful? Is it tedious? Krisha does not feel so. For when that figure descends into silence, the world visible to the witch becomes shrouded in gray. She perceives no vitality, no colors, actively shielding herself from all. Only when Su awakens does her desolate world begin to turn once more, regaining its normal hues. "I have always been waiting for you." Sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom, casting a splendid tableau of light and shadow. 85. Su bore the marks of age, lying in bed positioned on the bright side, every wrinkle and strand of silver hair illuminated clearly. Not far from him, seated in the shadows, Krisha sat quietly, her hollow gaze reflecting the light. Her serene, exquisite face, devoid of expression, seemed to harbor a multitude of emotions as her silvery gray strands danced gently in the breeze. "Waiting for you. Always waiting for you," Krisha Christina professed. She was a heartless witch, devoid of her own joys or sorrows, a being who lived to obey her master's commands. Thus, the witch remained by Su's side, awaiting his awakening, yearning for the moment when he would issue his next command. That was her sole purpose for existence. Faced with such a Krisha, with this witch who had waited countless days and nights, Su found himself at a loss. He did not know whether to admonish her for this seemingly meaningless behavior, or to praise her for her unwavering dedication. Ultimately, Su did neither. It was of little consequence. Gently, he took her hand, grasping her slender fingers and exposing them to the sunlight. "Come, let us take a walk, Krisha. Lying in bed for so long has left me feeling almost numb." Indeed. Krisha was obedient. Compliant, she emerged from the bedroom, accompanied by Su Shi, and traversed the silent, deserted corridor, finally stepping into the sunlit green courtyard, adorned with a plethora of flowers, grasses, and trees. Su Shi walked slowly, a sense of frailty emanating from within, gradually spreading down to his legs. This sensation was subtle. With each step, he could distinctly feel his body's sluggishness, as if he were part of a performance that could conclude at any moment. "How beautiful it is!" Suddenly, Su Shi came to a halt. Before him lay a flourishing garden, meticulously tended by the witch, where branches intertwined and blossoms perfumed the air. Clusters of crimson dragon's blood grass swayed in the breeze, resembling small waves in constant motion. Krisha, you have managed this splendidly. I am thoroughly pleased. Thank you for your kind words. Sushi glanced beside him at the witch with silvery gray hair, who stood quietly, exuding an air of detachment, an indescribable void that seemed to isolate her from everything in this world. This aspect of her remained unchanged from the first time Sushi had encountered her. The once gaunt and pitiful girl had grown into a reliable adult, gazing at the courtyard, at the flowers and grasses, at the warm sunlight, and at the matured witch. Sushi slowly closed his heavy eyelids, feeling the sun's rays upon him, warming his sagging skin, bringing him a measure of comfort and solace. He had little left to worry about. Thud. You walk with the witch in the courtyard. Everything in the courtyard, including the dragon's blood grass you are most concerned about, has been well taken care of by Krisha. Even if you managed it yourself, you could not have done better. Perhaps it is time to conclude your duties as a mentor. You find peace, you sigh, you chuckle softly. For a long time, you have been apprehensive about the witch's future, yet now you can be assured that she will thrive even in your absence. The worries that have sustained your awakenings have vanished. Your consciousness suddenly quiets. Your aging body tilts forward, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be caught in time by the witch. You, who have awakened for less than an hour, once again succumb to slumber. Mentor. Like a small boat amidst raging waves, his consciousness, his soul, and his thoughts were engulfed by an endless darkness, assimilated into eternal tranquility. Only a faint remnant of self stubbornly persisted. Simulating the 72nd year, you are 86 years old, Krisha is 78. Since the day you fell into a coma in the courtyard, you have been asleep for a year, yet there are no signs of awakening. Krisha remains silent, sitting by your bedside, awaiting your return. Simulating the 73rd year, you are 87, Krisha is 79. You still remain in slumber. Krisha maintains her eternally youthful visage at 17. This year, Krisha has reached the pinnacle of a saint-level archmage. She attempted to transcend to demigod status, seeking divine power to revive you. But she failed. The balance that once brought her unimpeded success could not enable the witch to break through, trapping her at the saint-level archmage. Simulating the 74th year, you are 88. Krisha is 80. Some of the furniture has begun to age, becoming less functional, yet the witch pays it no mind, continuing to wait in your room. Simulating the 75th year, you are 89. Krisha is 81. The witch still waits. The witch continues to wait. The witch persists in her waiting. Simulating the 79th year, you are 93. Krisha is 85. Your spirit remains dormant, yet your body has aged beyond recognition, with time leaving indelible marks, stripping away all that you once possessed. Your visage gradually transforms into one that the witch no longer recognizes, skin dull and wrinkled, resembling rough, unsightly bark. The witch no longer sits in silence. She gently clasps your hand, feeling its branch-like texture, calling out to you again and again, pleading for your return. You open your murky eyes. Chapter 69. I will still wait for you. Sushi is dying. This is not a jest nor an embellishment. It is a genuine harbinger of death, signaling the imminent conclusion of the simulation. No reminder is necessary. Upon reopening his eyes, the weakness and stillness surging within him made it abundantly clear in truth. Awakening once more could be deemed miraculous. During his previous slumber, Sushi had acutely sensed his soul detaching from his corporeal form, drifting towards the void, a realm known as eternal silence. Why current state? Agony, tightness in the chest, suffocation, dizziness. An array of unbearable symptoms assailed Sushi, newly awakened yet once again enveloped by the drowsiness of impending unconsciousness. His heavy eyelids drooping incessantly, he understood that this slumber was unlike any before. He would not awaken again, nor would he continue. He was truly stepping into death. Thus, Sushi, with a raspy voice, called out the witch's name. His voice was so feeble that it was barely discernible, akin to a gentle tremor in the air. His aged face struggling to form words. Krisha, mentor, I am here. It seemed as though she feared, dreaded that if her voice were to rise even slightly, it would inflict pain upon Sushi. Today is a fine day. The weather is clear, the sun shines brightly. Radiant golden light streams through the window, brightening the room, dispelling the unpleasant stillness of death, and more importantly, the mentor who has slept for years has finally awakened. Yet, for reasons unknown, the heart that should have rejoiced instead emitted a mournful cry. The heart within her chest began to beat sluggishly. I am sorry, Krisha, for letting you see me in such a wretched state. With the witch's assistance, Sushi propped himself up on the bed, managing a strained smile. Please, don't say that. The sorrow within his chest continued to accumulate. Gazing at Sushi's aged visage, meeting his murky, puffy eyes, and listening to the barely audible voice that seemed on the verge of fading away, Krisha felt her heartstrings quiver. You need not concern yourself. The witch was indifferent to Sushi's frail appearance. For her, looks and form were insignificant. What truly mattered was Sushi himself, her son, her light, her salvation. However, aging also signified another truth, one that the witch dreaded to confront yet was inevitably bound to face. Mentor, I shall prepare lunch for you. Krisha suddenly stood and moved toward the door. The witch sensed something amiss. She did not wish to hear, she dared not look, and was most afraid to face it, so she chose to flee. Yet Sushi's voice halted her. Cough, cough, coughed. No need, Krisha. I believe. I may not have the chance to eat again. In the heavy atmosphere of the room, Sushi forced a smile, uttering words of feigned nonchalance despite his evident exhaustion. Krisha trembled even more violently. Are you tired? Please rest assured. I will continue to wait. No matter how long it takes, Krisha, I will always wait for you. Forever wait for you. Krisha. Sushi repeatedly called out the witch's name, his voice exceedingly frail, a whisper that seemed destined to dissipate with the slightest breeze. At last, the witch fell silent. She stood with her back to Sushi, motionless, making no sound, her body trembling continuously, as if enduring some unspeakable pain. Come here, Krisha. There are things I wish to say to you. The biting cold of winter would eventually arrive, chilling the heart's core. Even if one is reluctant to face that chill, winter will not dissipate according to human will. It is an unavoidable reality. Yes, please sit. The witch obediently complied, sitting on the small wooden chair beside the bed under Sushi's gaze. The chair was low enough that, when she sat, she was at a height where Sushi could reach her head. Thus, he extended his frail, aged hand, gently resting it upon Krisha's head, caressing her silvery gray hair one last time, relishing the softness beneath his touch. The witch trembled even more intensely, yet under the soothing palm. She gradually regained her composure. You have truly been a bother all along. It should have been me caring for you, yet for the past several decades, it has been you attending to my sleeping form. You may take a rest now. No, I do not wish to rest. Please, I implore you, allow me, as a mere object, to continue serving you, for however long it may take, no matter how arduous it may be. As long as you do not leave, as long as you remain by my side. I will be gone for a long time, long enough that it will be hard to discern, so while I am away. Krisha, you must take care of yourself. I in the study. I have left some materials that should be useful to you. I have already modified the formation in the meditation room. Even if you break through to demigod status, it will still hold some value. In the drawer of the bedroom desk, I have placed some of my collections from these years. You may use them or sell them, it is entirely up to you. Stop. Please stop. The ever-increasing weight of pain accumulated within the witch's heart, prompting her to instinctively clutch her chest, attempting to conceal the wounds of her battered heart. Though Sushi did not speak directly, though he deliberately omitted that word, how could Krisha fail to understand? Her mentor, her sole redeemer throughout her life, the sun that illuminated her for decades, was on the verge of succumbing to eternal silence. Death. A word that lingered tantalizingly close to Sushi yet infinitely distant from the witch. Merely contemplating it forced Krisha's sensitive and fragile heart to peel away layer after layer, revealing her true helplessness. I cannot accept this. The witch interrupted Sushi's words with a trembling voice. This was her first act of defiance against him. What you have spoken, I refuse to accept. Your belongings can only be used by you. I will wait for you. Endlessly. Those once vacant, soulless eyes trembled violently for the first time. She met Sushi's gaze, rejecting him. The dry, withered hand that had caressed Krisha's head hesitated momentarily. As if taken aback by her refusal, Chapter 70. The witch's tears, the witch's smile. Parting weighed heavily, like a colossal boulder or a mountain pressing upon one's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Only when faced with true separation do people realize that all the rehearsals prepared in advance are as light as a feather. Utterly insignificant, Kirsha braced herself for reprimand, having openly defied her master's decision. Such an act was utterly unforgivable. In the instant those words escaped her lips, the witch was engulfed by self-reproach and regret. Yet, even so, she resolutely rejected Sushi's entreaties, as if refusing his pleas could also deny the impending farewell, preventing Sushi from leaving, allowing the warm sun to continue to shine. Please, the delicate face, gently stroked by a withered hand, trembled as she spoke, do not say any more. I will not accept it. The witch's refusal momentarily stunned Sushi. His expression shifted through surprise, confusion, and finally to gentle solace. Devoid of the reprimand Kirsha had anticipated. Ha ha ha, ha, cough, cough. Sushi chuckled, his mood seemingly bright, yet his frail body betrayed him, erupting into a fit of violent coughing, each spasm etched with pain. Mentor. Kirsha hastily invoked life magic to aid Sushi in regaining his strength. Each weak breath, each painful grimace became an invisible dagger, piercing deeply into the witch's heart, causing her entire being to tremble. What should I do? How can I save him? Kirsha was lost, exerting every ounce of her being to employ the highest form of life magic, striving to alleviate Sushi's suffering. Soon, his coughing subsided. I am fine, Kirsha. I am just too happy. Sushi's eyelids grew heavier, fatigue weighing down his weary gaze. He gently grasped the witch's hand, signaling her to cease the magic. His hollow eyes meeting hers. For the first time, you have expressed dissent, Kirsha. How wonderful it is that you have your own thoughts. As objects lack self-will and do not express opposition, Kirsha's ability to oppose signified that she had regained her autonomy. The witch had genuinely become person. Sushi's eyes, now clouded and blurred, struggled to discern the world before him, drowsiness overwhelming him, threatening to snatch away the last vestiges of clarity. Kirsha, on the bed. The dying elder softly proclaimed, You have graduated. In that moment, the world fell into silence. It was so quiet that the witch could scarcely comprehend it, a silence that instilled fear in her heart. Dreading the impending cruelty, I have so many things I need to ask you. Without you, I can accomplish nothing. Kirsha's voice grew hoarse, immense sorrow igniting like a raging fire, searing her throat. She could not comprehend. She did not understand. She was an object belonging to Sushi, a witch scorned by the world, a worthless entity that could be carelessly discarded, humble, ugly, and lowly, a shadow devoid of meaning without the light. Thus, the witch could not accept that she had received Sushi's acknowledgement and graduated. This meant she would leave his side. She clumsily counted, repetitively listing her flaws and shortcomings, attempting to prove that she was not yet worthy of this graduation. Sushi did not interrupt Kirsha. He merely gazed at her gently, extending his bony, withered hand to rest softly upon her head, bestowing upon her his final warmth. Gradually, the witch ceased her self-deception, falling silent. The room was tranquil, the outside world bright, yet Kirsha's heart was torn apart. True despair does not descend as a sudden catastrophe. It is the knowledge of impending disaster, coupled with the helplessness to avert the tragedy. This torment of powerlessness, the despair of witnessing the inevitable end, drained the mystery and brilliance from Kirsha's black and gold eyes, leaving only hollow sorrow. Please, do not leave me, or allow me to leave with you. Kirsha sobbed, finally voicing the words hidden deep within her heart. Her tone bore no trace of weeping, yet it echoed with desolation, like a candle flame on the verge of extinction, like a bird severed of its wings. A helpless plea to Sushi. The witch was prepared to die alongside him. It mattered not. Nothing mattered, not the world, nor ascension to divinity. In the witch's solitude, nothing held weight compared to Sushi. Just as he had rescued her, bringing her everything, the witch was willing to forsake all to accompany Sushi into silence. No reasons needed. No hesitation required. The witch was willing. What responded to Kirsha was the increasingly feeble hand upon her head. Along with Sushi's voice, as light as a wisp, Kirsha, you know, I cannot agree to such a thing. On the bed, Sushi's breathing gradually weakened. Each breath a final struggle, feeling his body slipping away into numbness amidst pain and suffocation. He offered the witch a final smile. His aged, unattractive visage, under the sun's glow, faintly reflected a glimpse of youth. "Please, live well, Kirsha. This is my request. Do not mourn my departure. This is not a farewell, merely a prolonged separation. One day, we shall meet again." His feeble, withered hand could no longer caress the witch's hair, losing all strength, resting atop her head. The spark of life was nearing extinction, and the shadow of death loomed ever closer. Su-shi uttered his last words to the witch. "It is somewhat regrettable that, until now, I have never truly seen you smile." Suddenly, Su-shi paused, his pupils dilating slightly, the shock momentarily delaying the approach of death. "Minter! Look, this is my smile." In the golden afternoon sun, with silver strands cascading like a waterfall, Kirsha sat by the bed, trembling as she extended her hands. All but her index fingers curled, the two of them gently lifting the corners of her mouth, artificially creating a smile. The expression was so rigid, tears constantly welling up and cascading down her already brimming eyes, silently soaking her hands. Rather than a smile, it resembled weeping. "What a beautiful smile," Su-shi whispered softly. In the calm of the breeze, his breathing quietly ceased, his weary eyes gently shutting. This time, he would never awaken again. "You have died." Simulation ended. Chapter 71. The power of love is not infinite. You have completed a full simulation. Your life was like a brilliant shooting star. Though fleeting, it left a bright mark. You are a master of multiple elements, possessing unparalleled mastery in elemental matters. You are a true elemental master. You are skilled in the ways of communicating with dragons, a rare individual among them who commands respect. In various domains, you possess profound insights and exquisite skills. You are the most erudite mortal in the world. You successfully raised the witch, guiding her to become independent. You passed away contentedly under her watchful gaze. Simulation concluded, beginning to tally remarkable moments. Calculating simulation evaluation. Generating simulation rewards. As his eyes fluttered open and shut, the scene before him silently transformed, shifting from the architectural style of the magical world to the reality of his own. Su-shi found himself seated on the sofa in the living room. A slight ringing echoed in his head, but it soon normalized, the vitality of youth flooding back into his being. No wonder so many emperors throughout history have yearned for a return to their youth. The sensation of aging is indeed unpleasant. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling the surge of power within him. Exhaling a breath of stale art in the magical world, he had felt his bodily functions deteriorating daily. Watching himself weaken to the point where walking became laborious, Su-shi truly wished to avoid experiencing that again. He pondered how Kirsha was faring after the simulation concluded, reclining back against the sofa. His body languid, he awaited the completion of the simulator's calculations, a hint of concern gnawing at him. The house was enveloped in an astonishing silence. In the courtyard, within the home, by the bedside, everything and everyone had fallen into an absolute stillness. No, there were still sounds. It was the sound of tears falling, the manifestation of despair crystallizing, laden with profound sorrow as it plummeted to the ground. Such pain. My heart aches. The witch, lost in a daze, sits by the edge of the bed, her hands clasping the already cold, aged palm, yearning to warm it with her own body heat. Yet, it is futile, utterly in vain. The once warm sun has long since lost its heat. The light that once brought salvation will never again appear. His voice, his visage, everything about him has faded into obscurity, dragging the witch into an abyss without end. Minter, you deceived me. The power of love is not infinite at all. Klisa murmurs softly. Hot tears cascade down her cheeks, ultimately falling onto that cold, aged hand. She loves, deeply loves, eternally loves Su-shi. However, that overwhelming love, which consumes her entirely, does not endow the witch with the power to save everything. She can only watch helplessly as Su-shi fades silently before her eyes. In the end, only the undying monster remains, sitting intact in place. Her hands tremble, endlessly regretting her own powerlessness. Unable to grasp the wilting flower that dances away. The pain, truly excruciating, resonates through her entire being, a lamentation against her own frailty and insignificance. Minter, I will await you always, until we meet again. Cleesa can no longer bear the sorrow within her heart. Ah, 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 she cries hoarsely, her fingers tightly covering her despairing face, as if wishing to weep loudly, yet her throat is already too parched to produce a sound. Ultimately, only crystalline tears continue to fall, forming glistening droplets on the floor. Gradually, accompanied by the witch's hoarse wails, the once vacant space in her black and gold eyes begins to change and twist, and an eerie crimson emerges. The color of blood, the hue of the heart, the shade of love. The witch's gaze undergoes a complete metamorphosis, revealing a phantasmagoric triad of black, red, and gold. As an invisible and mysterious power surges within her, aiding her in breaking the shackles in silence, she ascends from a saintly magic mentor to a demigod. Elements draw near to her, the world embraces her, and all beings bow in goodwill. In stark contrast lies the frail, deceased form of Su Shi, a gentle breeze whispers. His body disintegrates into fine, invisible powder, crumbling before the witch's eyes, taking away the last remnants of thought, the final vestige of reliance. The overly fragile mortal frame, having endured years of pressure from the saintly level of mental power, has decayed beyond recognition. Now, it has finally met its rightful demise. Mentor. The witch gazes quietly, seated in stillness, as if severed from the entire world. Her heart is nearly extinguished, yet she resolves to wait as this eternal monster, persistently seeking until she reunites with Su Shi, and before that, the mentor's instructions. Cleesa murmurs to herself. She recalls the previous moments when Su Shi entrusted her with numerous tasks, all tailored for her. Perhaps they will prove useful. Perhaps not, but the witch does not concern herself with such matters. She merely wishes to gather all those remnants and keep them close. The magic circle in the meditation room, the dragon's blood herb in the courtyard, the collection in the bedroom cabinet, the documents in the study. The witch moves like a marionette, devoid of superfluous thoughts, mechanically fulfilling each of Su Shi's commands. Upon entering the study, the first thing that captures her attention is a large stack of manuscripts laid out on the desk, drawing her gaze. Most of them are spells created by Su Shi, alongside some research on how to achieve divinity. Cleesa organizes and collects them, and just as she is about to leave, she suddenly perceives a small corner of paper protruding from the inner wall of the study, deeply buried beneath numerous books. What could it be? The witch wonders, perplexed as to why Su Shi would conceal such material so deeply. She gently raises her hand, and her intangible mental power swiftly extracts the protruding corner, pulling out several thin sheets of paper, which float before her eyes. The handwriting is familiar. It is undoubtedly her mentor, Su Shi's own script. Failed again, as expected, breaking through the divine seal is exceedingly difficult. Sigh. If only I could possess the ability to ignore the seal like Cleesa. Tried again this year, as anticipated, failure. My body is growing older, and even if I could break the seal, I would be unable to successfully ignite the divine fire. I must concede. Divinity, what a distant term. I have become incapable. My body has recently grown increasingly lethargic. My time is running short. I must pave the way for Cleesa's future. This is all I can do. Chapter 72. Do gods also fear? The words on the paper extend far beyond this. They are plentiful, densely packed. All are arrangements for Cleesa, for the witch's life, including but not limited to strength enhancement, future direction, and provisions for living. Each carefully drawn word, each fragmented phrase, appears so crooked and awkward, revealing the writer's severely deteriorated state. The oppression stemming from the divine. The end of his lifespan renders it exceedingly arduous for the one Cleesa cherishes most to even write normally. Yet, even in such circumstances, he still worries for the witch's future, contemplating the pros and cons for her. Illuminating her path ahead, mentor. Her fingertips tremble as they caress the surface of the paper, brushing over each word, feeling the lingering warmth of the sun. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Cleesa stands alone in the study, gazing at the familiar script on the paper. Her eyes welling with tears, which silently cascade down her cheeks without a sound of sorrow. Outside, sunlight pours freely, bestowing warmth and brilliance upon all, casting dappled shadows upon the tree sea, while insects and birds sing in harmony. The world is tranquil in the summer. The witch remains silent amidst her anguish. Her eyes have long since lost their luster. The only flicker of movement is the light reflecting off the crystalline tears. Refracting silent grief, I clearly do not deserve such. It is you who bestowed meaning upon my existence. That is enough. No more is required. The scene is silent, yet the impact of sorrow strikes deep into the soul. Never has the witch cried as quietly, as sorrowfully, as helplessly as now. She still feels like a complete failure. She lacks the courage to move forward without Sushi. She possesses no strength to prevent Sushi's departure. She harbors no emotion to offer Sushi anything but a hollow smile. Her life, the witch's life, the life of Clisa Christina, is so utterly pale and powerless. Unable to accomplish anything, incapable of doing anything. Gazing at the words on the paper, where Sushi, fully aware of his dwindling lifespan, still considers every single detail for her, Clisa's body trembles even more. How she wishes to sink into darkness forever. To never move again, but she cannot. The mentor would not wish for her to become this way. He anticipates, encourages, hopes for the witch to spread her wings and soar freely into the sky. Therefore, Clisa rises once more. She is obedient, faithfully following Sushi's words, preparing to live according to his commands. Yet, what is the meaning of living? The witch does not know. The witch is devoid of divinity. Until she sees the word divinity on the paper, her eyes slightly shift, discovering the meaning of her existence. I must do something, for the mentor. Even if it means opposing. The gods die in the terrifying silence. Clisa's movements tremble as she slowly removes the sea blue necklace from her neck, caressing it gently before placing it into her spatial ring. Immediately, her wand materializes in her palm. Creak. Sunlight envelopes the witch. But all she can feel is coldness. Her mental state is hazy and devoid of clarity. She does not even notice the pebbles beneath her feet. The witch stumbles, quietly lying down for several seconds before her delicate fingertips press against the ground. Palms pushing firmly, she stands up. She knows that from now on, no one will help her rise. Therefore, she must learn to stand on her own. Only then can she alleviate her mentor's worries. Only then can she live well. The noon sun blazes brightly, casting intermingling shadows along the way. Threads of sunlight weave through the dense foliage, landing upon the wandering witch's shoulders, as if a silent gaze, witnessing her distance grow from this moment on. The witch will transform into an immortal monster, living alone in this world. She has forever departed from the courtyard, leaving behind a place that is no longer home, and no one knows where the witch has gone until the surrounding mortals, after 4 or 5 years, begin to sense something amiss, realizing the courtyard has been silent for far too long. Some, curious, climb over the wall to investigate, only to find it filled with dust. Such anomalies soon attract the attention of the Mage Association. Yet they find nothing. All items related to Sushi have been collected and taken away by Clisa. Only the empty house remains, swaying in the wind, leaving people puzzled. Ultimately, this incident was classified as a simple disappearance. This matter became an unsolved mystery in Ellenson City Point 30 years later. Under the divine mandate, many divine churches continue to search for Sushi's whereabouts, hoping to find the saintly magic mentor who might become a new god. However, not long after, a shocking event astonished the entire magical world. Overnight, the divine churches in the northern region were uprooted. No, it would be more accurate to say they were obliterated. Simultaneously, in different locations, an immense power descended from the heavens, extinguishing the faith of the gods in tranquility. The gods descended in fury. Who are you? To disrespect the divine is to invite death. Wait, this power, could it be that you have ignited the divine fire? The deities that descended upon the mortal realm are not the embodiments residing in the celestial realm. Nevertheless, these gods wield an extraordinary power that surpasses the mundane. Yet, despite their lofty stature and numerical superiority, they find themselves unable to subdue the witch. Ultimately, the conflict ends in a stalemate, allowing the witch to depart unscathed. This incident incites a crisis of faith among the divine beings, leading countless souls to revere the witch as the singular true deity, inciting the wrath of the gods, who then command a search for her whereabouts. 20 years later, Krisha re-emerges. She stands against the horizon, her wand striking the void, unleashing a torrent of immense magical force that engulfs the elements, creating a howling tempest that threatens to consume the world. With a single blow, she obliterates the very foundation of the gods' faith. No matter where they hide, the divine churches are ruthlessly dismantled, eye in their fear and trepidation. People firmly believe that the witch harbors an irreconcilable enmity with the gods. The deities share this sentiment. It is too perilous to remain in the celestial realm. That being will inevitably come for them. If there must be a battle, let them engage. Some gods, gripped by dread, seek to flee the heavens. Though the magical world is vast, it is not the sole existence within chaos. With their divine power, the gods can easily seek out a new realm or conceal themselves within the elemental planes. No deity wishes to meet their demise. The terrifying magic birthed from the witch instills fear even in the gods. However, at this very moment, it is too late to escape. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire roar and rage, unknowingly encasing and sealing off the entirety of the celestial realm. Chapter 73. Twilight of the Gods' Mentor. In the magical world, above the vast and boundless ocean, waves cascade and surge, forming colossal swells that crash and engulf, seeking to obliterate the frail figure. Yet she merely grips her wand, and all returns to tranquility. In fact, the fury of the tempest is turned to her command. The so-called deities are but mere shadows. Krisha gazes upward, her eyes seemingly reflecting a sea of stars, resplendent and enigmatic, capturing the grotesque forms of the gods above. She maintains the visage of a 17-year-old, untouched by the passage of time. Her silver hair flows like a cascade, and her exquisitely crafted features are cold and indifferent. The world submits to her. All things yield to her will. The sky transforms into her gaze, the earth cradles her form, and the ocean bears her feet, further accentuating her miraculous stature that transcends the divine. Now, let us begin. Krisha whispers. Her calm tone seems to address a trivial matter. Yet, as her wand sweeps through the air, the boundless sea begins to roar in fury, elevating the witch higher and higher, soaring toward the infinitely distant firmament. A sharp, frigid wind sweeps in. The water crystallizes into ice, shaping itself. The waves beneath the witch morph into four-legged ice dragons, their immense wings casting shadows that blot out the sun as they instantaneously traverse vast distances. Soaring into the heavens, bearing the tumult of endless ocean waves with them. Impudence, that is my authority. The sea god exclaims, his eyes ablaze with fury. He, being the most arrogant among the gods, charges toward the witch. All of you, join me. We have no path of retreat. Under the leadership of the light god, the deities of the celestial realm mobilize their own laws, unleashing a combined assault that could shake the very heavens. It is light potent enough to evaporate the world, darkness capable of consuming it entirely. In that moment, the authority of the gods materializes, coalescing into a fundamental essence that surpasses magic and forbidden spells, forming a magnificent divine might. Yet, before the witch, all of this is rendered equally feeble. Die, the witch commands, let the gods perish. Thus, the deities fall. The lofty heavens begin to crumble, the roaring seas start to overturn, and the heavy earth begins to collapse. The four primordial elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, entwine in indescribable forms, each thread bursting through the membrane of the celestial realm, exposing the gods to the horrors of an impending apocalypse. The sea god is the first to perish, followed swiftly by the fire god, the god of smithing, and the goddess of harvest. Next are the earth mother, the gods of wind and snow, and the god of death. Under Krisha's command, amidst a balance of chaos and order, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, along with others intertwined, are no longer mere attributes of the world. They symbolize the origins of all things and the end of the world. An inevitability for both mortals and deities alike. Refuse to accept this. A dragon's roar reverberates through the skies. It is the deity of all dragonkind, the dragon god, who ascended to divinity as the golden saint dragon. With its formidable physique, it temporarily withstands the encroaching forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, its ferocity unleashed as it lunges toward the slender witch. If only I can get close, just close enough to that creature. Victory shall be mine. The dragon god is consumed by fervor, but as it reaches the witch, her long wand extends perfectly to touch its forehead, imbued with the laws of earth, thunder, light, darkness, death, and fire. With a gentle tap, the dragon god falls. Ignoring the heavy thud of the dragon's lifeless body beneath her, Krisha's gaze remains impassive as she turns toward the most powerful and fiercely resisting deity, the light god. Her mentor had once advised her never to underestimate an enemy. Krisha keeps this lesson close to her heart. Thus, her eyes gleam with cold light as the power drawn from chaos and order surges forth once more, extracting the authority of all fallen deities present and converging it upon herself. The expression of the light god shifts to one of despair at an observable rate. Determined, he relinquishes all attacks and defenses, transforming his divine power into pure light, exerting every effort to escape the celestial realm. With a soft whoosh, a hazy column of chaotic light sweeps across the entire celestial realm. No, I have yet to transcend. I have not yet become the supreme god. I cannot die. I must not die. The very concepts of authority, status, and existence are torn apart and obliterated. Thus, the celestial realm falls, and the gods are extinguished. Even the light god, the most powerful among them, who possessed the most faith in the world, meets his end at the hands of the witched eye in the void of nothingness. Krisha stands firm, softly speaking to the now departed sun. Though it may be somewhat tardy and hasty, this is the only action she has conceived to honor Su Shi. Suddenly, a radiant light courses around her. The vast and profound power of the world sweeps through the remnants left by the fallen gods, shattering and grinding them down, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant and resplendent crown. Unseen, a voice resonates in Krisha's ear. It is the instinct of the world, the intimacy of heaven and earth. The gods, once wielders of authority and managers of the world, have vanished. The world requires a new steward, and thus, it chooses the witch, desiring her to don the crown and become the true sovereign of existence. However, the witch declines. Such an object, I have no need for it, she declares, her fingers gently pinching the sacred crown before her. With a slight exertion, the confluence of chaos and order shatters it entirely. Why? The world's consciousness conveys its confusion. It is the instinct of the magical realm, mechanically recording all events, aware of the witch's past. It cannot fathom why, after avenging Su Shi, the witch refuses to embrace power and authority like others. The witch's answer is simple. She must wait for Su Shi until they meet again. In the face of the world's incomprehension, Krisha, wand in hand, steps forward, traversing time and space, stepping beyond the confines of the world. Before her unfolds an infinite expanse of brilliant worlds, intertwining in a chaos devoid of temporal or spatial concepts, shimmering with diverse radiance. The witch resolves to seek out Su Shi's trace, and in the process, to continuously eradicate the grotesque deities. That direction. It seems there are many gods. Krisha tilts her head in contemplation. As she navigates through the chaos, the crown bestowed by the world, despite its shattering, does not completely dissipate but rather continues to hover behind her, glimmering with miraculous brightness. Chapter 74. You are his only one. Mortals possess their own delineations of realms. Deities have their own classifications as well. Minor divine power, weak divine power, intermediate divine power, powerful divine power, and supreme divine power. The kindling of divine fire, the possession of divinity, and the elevation of authority to consolidate one's status are merely the foundational requirements to become a deity. The path of divinity is long and arduous. The light god, having operated within the magical world for countless years, is but a being of intermediate divine power. In his final moments, he laments his inability to ascend to supreme divine power. Yet now, the divine beings across the boundless plains need no longer worry about the issue of power elevation. Chaos brings tidings of the god's demise, an exclusive twilight for the divine. The witch named Krisha Christina traverses the chaos, bestowing death equally upon the gods. Impudence! How dare you challenge the divine majesty? I am the king of the ancient gods. Who can slay me? Who dares to kill me? Not even in the primordial times. You, vile witch, have already sealed your fate. The actions of the witch naturally provoke the ire of the myriad gods. The battles intensify, without end. Unbeknownst to how many years have passed, even in the timeless chaos, the Sea of Worlds exhibits marked changes, becoming fragmented and disjointed, evidence of the witch's relentless conflict with the gods. The ultimate outcome is the witch's triumph. She absorbs the authority of the chaotic gods, gathering all concepts of order and disorder, sparing only a handful of benevolent deities. From that point forth, the entire multiverse echoes with such praise. The age of the gods has become a thing of the past. The singular supreme has been born, immortal and unique, omniscient and omnipotent, the harbinger of creation and destruction. Minter, I shall wait for you always, forever and ever. Krisha whispers softly, awaiting in the chaos where she stands alone. The powers of time and space manifest at her fingertips. She has tried. Even the supreme powers of time and space cannot resurrect the departed Su Shi. Thus, the obedient Krisha resolves to continue waiting. She will wait for the next day, the next year, the next epoch. The witch, oblivious to the nature of emotions and the essence of freedom, is only aware of her desire to wait, her mentor. Immortality appears to be a blessing, granting her yet another opportunity to encounter you once more. In the desolate currents of chaos, the immortal witch sits in silence, her expression unchanging, as time remains eternally suspended at the age of 17, neither increasing nor diminishing. Behind her lies an infinite multitude of worlds and realms, bestowing upon her a radiant crown. Yet, she has rejected and shattered those crowns, refusing to depart. They form a new miracle, illuminating the heavens, noble and sacred, belonging solely to the exalted crown and throne. However, the immortal which does not require them to validate her existence, in the real world. Su Shi reclines on the sofa. Still troubled by the witch's predicament, he hopes that in my absence, that child, Krisha, might be more prudent. Even if she cannot contend with the divine, she must understand the necessity of retreating swiftly, with Krisha's innate talent and comprehension. Provided she has ample time to develop, self-preservation should not pose a problem. Su Shi ponders, unable to shake off the concern for the witch he has nurtured since childhood, whose helpless tears fell at his demise. Suddenly, a notification sound from the simulator interrupts Su Shi's thoughts, signaling the completion of the simulation settlement. Ding dong. The second simulation has concluded. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the following achievements. Elemental Master. From beginning to end, the witch's redemption, Dragon Speaker Physics, creator of the Twilight of the Gods, his only one. Elemental Master. You have successfully reached the pinnacle of elemental mastery, astonishing even the divine with your extensive grasp of attributes. From beginning to end, you began in Old Alanson City and concluded in New Alanson City, peacefully traversing the life of a mortal. The witch's redemption. You are the light that illuminates the witch. Offering hope and a future, you hold an irreplaceable significance in her heart. Dragon Speaker Physics. You excel in dealing with dragons, and every encounter is marked by bloodshed. Creator of the Twilight of the Gods. Your death led to the extinction of the gods, leaving the world in shock at your deeds. His only one. He is the singular reverence of all realms, yet to him, you are his only one. So many achievements. Su Shi is somewhat astonished. At the conclusion of the first simulation, he had only 4 achievements, yet now he possesses a full SIX. An abundance of achievements is undoubtedly a positive sign, indicating the success of this simulation, which will likely elevate the corresponding settlement evaluation. But what exactly transpired after my death? Su Shi's current state bears a striking resemblance to when he first guided Krisha, his mind clouded with questions, filled with bewilderment. The extinction of the gods, the singularity of all realms. Could it be that, after my demise, that child Krisha single-handedly annihilated the celestial deities? Su Shi muses, his worries for the witch's future gradually dissipating. The words from the simulator's panel are enough to confirm that the witch's future is boundless, her brilliance commanding respect from the very world itself. Understanding this, Su Shi feels a profound sense of relief. He continues to review the details. Simulation summary. You have flawlessly harnessed your talents, becoming the foremost individual beneath the divine. Without a doubt, you are the strongest sanctum mage in human history. You have not broken through the shackles of fate, failing to take the final step toward divinity, yet your death has catalyzed the birth of the supreme deity. You are revered by countless worlds, celebrated as the Supreme Father. Simulation number 02 Final Evaluation. Generating rewards. Beep, beep. Please choose 4 items from the following 5 rewards. Selection will be immediate. 1. Pinnacle Realm within the simulation life. 2. All magic within the simulation life. 3. Enhanced elemental perception. 4. Faith manipulation method. 5. A charred and broken wand. Select 4 items. Upon the conclusion of the first simulation, he could only choose 3. Was this due to the simulation evaluation rising from S to S? Indeed, the quality and selection of simulation rewards are linked to the evaluation. Su Shi lets out a soft exhale. He then examines the descriptions of the various rewards. The first option is power, the second is skill. Both are straightforward and easily comprehensible. The third option is a strengthened version of elemental perception. Sushi surmises that it has likely ascended from its original purple quality to a golden quality, on par with the celestial root. The fourth option pertains to the method by which deities absorb faith, while the fifth is Krisha's lost wand, once the first of its kind, gray and reignited. After careful contemplation, Sushi makes his choices. Option 1, Option 2, Option 3, and Option 5. These represent the realm of the Sanctum Mage, encompassing all magic, including forbidden spells, and the enhanced version of elemental perception, along with the first gray reignited wand. The first three are intended to bolster his power, while the wand serves as a token of remembrance. As for why he did not select the faith manipulation method, the reason is quite simple. Faith, in essence, is the harvesting of will and the devotion of believers. This endeavor is time-consuming and tedious, requiring Sushi to gradually establish a church, propagate doctrine, and diligently maintain the purity of the believer's faith. It is worth noting that the natural cooldown time of the simulator is merely 10,000 days, over 27 years. With each simulation, Sushi's strength would significantly increase, while gathering faith over 27 years in reality would likely yield little progress. This point is evidenced by the deities within the magical realm, who, in their relentless pursuit of faith purification, have shaped otherworldly invasions and orchestrated divine miracles, yet have seen little tangible improvement despite their arduous efforts. It is clear that relying on faith to enhance power is exceedingly time-consuming. In truth, if one were to devise a streamlined plan, the second option of magic could also be discarded, as he possesses complete memories of all his training and would merely be starting anew. Ding! Reward selection complete. Commencement of distribution. As Sushi confirms his choices, the simulator's panel begins to flicker, rapidly erasing one line of text after another, replaced by the swift manifestation of rewards into reality. The sanctum mental energy within the simulated world directly descends upon Sushi's physical form. Earth, wind, water, and fire surge around him. Light and darkness, thunder and energy, are summoned at will. The forces of the elements materialize from the void, falling within Sushi's mental control. The Sanctum Mage breaks through in an instant. Indeed, with the simulator's assistance, these two disparate extraordinary systems not only coexist harmoniously but also complement and enhance one another. Cultivating magic allows me to ascend. Magic elevates me to divinity. How intriguing! Sushi suddenly feels a lightness in his body, indicative of evolution and a leap in the essence of life. Unfettered by the constraints of mortal wisdom and unbound by the combined seals of the divine. The extraordinary traits inherent to the Sanctum Mage begin to gradually imbue Sushi's form, propelling his cultivation through the golden elixir stage. With a whoosh, his dantian erupts with surging magical power. Sushi's body trembles slightly as he steps into the late golden elixir stage. Another whoosh, and the golden elixir reaches its utmost perfection. With a crack, the jade infant shatters the elixir, and Sushi breathes deeply, breaking through into the early Yuan infant stage. Not only that, but a multitude of intricate knowledge transforms into instinct, rapidly solidifying into muscle memory within his body. With a casual gesture, Sushi conjures magic from the simulated world. Unlike the cultivation system, where great power resides within oneself, magic involves a process of communicating with and controlling the world, akin to solving a problem, employing one's own formulas to manipulate the elements of reality. This explains why there are relatively few mages in the real world. The extraordinary parameters obtained from the Supernatural General Bureau derive from otherworldly sources, and to utilize them in the real world, one must replace them with parameters applicable to reality. Unexpectedly, the simulator has enabled me to bypass this process, allowing my magic to be employed at any time and in any place. Gazing at the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire floating in his hands, Sushi is pleasantly surprised. However, upon further reflection, it seems entirely reasonable. The extraordinary beings in the real world must rely on gradual cultivation, resulting in insufficient foundation and, consequently, a lack of genuine strength. Sushi, however, is different. Through diligent simulations, the simulator has facilitated his immediate transformation into a Sanctum Mage, showcasing the solidity of his foundation, a clear testament to the disparity. With a flick of his mind, he disperses the elements surrounding him. Armed with the power of a Sanctum Mage, He can now navigate the real world with confidence, even in the presence of demigods or celestial beings, for the eternal tear shall protect his life. Reflecting on this, he realizes, I may indeed be invincible. Sushi marvels again at how delicious his sister's soft rice truly is. He opens his palm, facing upward, and the final simulated reward materializes from thin air. A charred gray wooden wand. The wand feels rough to the touch, having been burned beyond recognition, yet faint traces of its former appearance remain discernible. Its specific location is near the sugar jar. Minter, brother. For reasons unknown, Krisha, Imoli, outside, the sunlight shines brilliantly, streaming into the room and casting a slanted beam across Sushi's face. Strangely, on this sweltering summer day, he feels no warmth whatsoever. He gazes in confusion at the wand, then at the porcelain sugar jar. Confirming that neither exhibits any abnormalities before slowly relaxing, am I experiencing the aftereffects of the simulation? Has prolonged simulation led to auditory hallucinations in the real world? Sushi falls into contemplation. With his current sanctum strength, gathering extraordinary items to recharge new simulation attempts should become considerably easier. However, this unforeseen turn of events led Sushi to believe that extending his rest period slightly before the next simulation might yield better results. Rest is indeed essential. Even a nascent soul practitioner and a saint domain mage would find their bodies susceptible to illusions if they neglect proper recuperation. Sushi extended his hand, making minor adjustments to the positions of his wand and candy jar. Once satisfied that neither would topple or be directly exposed to sunlight, he nodded contentedly and departed from his bedroom. Following the progression of acquiring a memento with each simulation, he realized the necessity of preparing a larger display cabinet. Leaving them on his bedside was impractical, as they would easily gather dust. Additionally, he found himself lacking a suitable wand. While his prowess as a Saint Domain mage allowed him to cast spells from thin air, a quality wand could amplify his magical power by 2- or 3-fold. With his skills in crafting and wand making, perhaps he could create a hybrid weapon that combines a flying sword and a wand? After tallying the rewards from the simulation, Sushi briskly left, intent on planning an enhanced combat system for the future, one that harmoniously blends the realms of cultivation and magic. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the distance between the gray object and the candy jar slightly increased. A subtle yet undeniable shift. Chapter 76. Am I not just eating soft rice in vain? Upon leaving the bedroom, Sushi felt an unexpected lightness in his body, with the summer heat beginning to caress his face. He reaffirmed his earlier belief that he had merely experienced an auditory hallucination. It was surprising how mentally taxing the simulation had been. After all, this particular endeavor spanned nearly a century, so feeling fatigued was only natural. Sushi wholeheartedly agreed. He retrieved a bottle of refreshing mind-clearing elixir, swallowed it, and refined it, thereby restoring his weary spirit. Subsequently, Sushi stepped out of his home and headed toward the bustling Taiji steamed bun shop, where he ordered 3 large meat buns to enjoy on site. The food in the magical realm could not be deemed unpalatable. Yet after prolonged exposure, one inevitably begins to yearn for the flavors of Huaxia cuisine. Amidst the lively chatter and the ebb and flow of traffic, the steaming meat buns were soon placed before him. Ah, delightful as always, with their thin skin and generous filling. The sweet tofu pudding was equally smooth and tender. Sushi nodded slightly, savoring the warm juices of the meat bursting upon his palate, offering an exquisite gastronomic experience that comforted his spirit, alleviating the disquiet caused by his earlier auditory hallucination. Cultivation, magic, this time. With my breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, the withered vine sword I previously used during the Golden Core period feels somewhat outdated. It presents a perfect opportunity to amalgamate it with the wand. In the realm of cultivation, magical artifacts lack fixed shapes or styles. What truly defines a magical artifact are the restrictions and Tao patterns inscribed within and without. Conversely, wands in the magical realm place greater emphasis on the quality of materials used in their construction, as excellent wand materials must possess superior elemental conductivity, thereby enhancing the potency of elemental magic. Viewed in this light, the fusion of cultivation and magic holds immense potential. Biting into the meat bun, Sushi sank into contemplation. After 2 simulations, he was no longer the naive, ordinary person he once was. With his adeptness in cultivation-related crafting and master-level wand-making skills, The combination of the two could undoubtedly yield a weapon suitable for both cultivation and magic. The sole challenge lay in acquiring suitable materials. As a Saint Domain mage, Sushi stood at the pinnacle of the magical hierarchy, with ascension to divinity being the next step. Finding compatible materials for crafting weapons posed a considerable challenge. He considered whether there were any available in the extraordinary marketplace. Sushi took out his phone and, feeling somewhat awkward, accessed the extraordinary marketplace. After verification, the trading network exclusive to extraordinary individuals appeared before him. Breaking news! The Uzi Thunderbolt Special Edition has been released, and it costs only 98 points instead of 998. TCTD Type 1 Ki-Chi Transformation Armor is on sale. Intelligent Magic Cannon is now available for pre-order. Firing 100 fireballs per second, allowing enemies to experience true despair. 6th turn Purifying Bullet, Supercharging Gatling, blessed by multiple high monks, deals double damage to ghostly and evil entities. A rare opportunity, priced at 555 points. Bullets sold separately. In the extraordinary marketplace, the first items to catch Sushi's eye were various promotional advertisements for firearms from the official sources. Further along were scattered items from individual extraordinary sellers, ranging from extraordinary mounts to miscellaneous items from the cultivation world, creating a dizzying array of choices. It felt as though, if the real world continued to develop in this manner, the landscape would become increasingly bizarre. After a moment of reflection, Sushi focused his search on extraordinary materials of the wood element. His innate spiritual root was wood, and since wands were primarily crafted from trees, this would be fortuitous in facilitating the fusion of the flying sword and wand. Perhaps the remains of a willow tree struck by lightning, a withered, unknown trunk, yet possessing exceptional hardness, or merely a seed containing an extraordinary amount of wood attribute energy. Sushi hurriedly scanned the extraordinary marketplace. Observing the multitude of vaguely described extraordinary materials in the product listings, causing him to furrow his brow. Over the years, the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau had collected numerous extraordinary items with varying quality. The ambiguous descriptions of these products indicated that the officials themselves were unsure of their true value. Ultimately, they could only set a mediocre price for these items to populate the marketplace. Unpalatable yet regrettable to discard, they were akin to chicken ribs, judging by the descriptions of these extraordinary materials. There might be something useful for him, but a misjudgment could lead to a waste of points. Sushi instinctively weighed the pros and cons. However, he soon realized he could simply purchase everything. During the second simulation, he had pushed the wisdom of mortals to its limits. While he may not have comprehended all things, he had indeed reached the pinnacle of mortal understanding in the realm of magic. The full spectrum of 1 to 9 level magic, dragon blood grass cultivation techniques, wand forging optimization techniques, magical device amplification methods, and mental energy purification secrets. These were all outdated technologies for him, with few applications, yet they were invaluable treasures to the authorities. Apart from saint-level forbidden spells and secrets concerning deities, all other knowledge could be traded for the items he needed, a mutually beneficial exchange. The more Sushi considered it, the more feasible it seemed. He was unafraid of exposing his knowledge, which might invite trouble. His confidence was intrinsically linked to his strength. Sushi had already ascended to the status of a Saint Domain mage, standing at the apex of mortals. If he were to hide his true power and feign weakness, what would have been the point of his simulations? Was he not merely consuming his sister's soft rice in vain? Such a waste. Of course, the sudden shift in his power and the potential for trading with the authorities would require a rationale. She closed the extraordinary marketplace website and began searching through his contacts. Quickly locating Zhang Yaogua, the director of the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau in Yinshan City. Hello, Director Zhang. Yes, I have made another breakthrough. What? You want to know how I achieved it? Oh, just lucky, I was lying at home, sleeping, and inexplicably broke through to the nascent soul stage, also gaining a mage's inheritance. Sushi paused, faintly hearing a crashing sound and hurried breaths from the other end of the line. Inheritance? You have a new inheritance? This is only a few days later. Even if you, Sue, are lucky enough to dream of inheritances, it seems rather excessive. Zhang Yaogua's voice was filled with incredulity. He could hardly believe that anyone could be so fortunate. Yet soon he became hesitant. Sushi's previous solo annihilation of the Void Realm had been astonishing. By comparison, acquiring a magical inheritance seemed rather mundane. With this thought, Zhang Yagua's mood calmed, and he sighed. That is truly astonishing, Su. What level of inheritance did you receive? Not much, just barely a Saint Domain mage after waking from the dream. Life is but a dream. Simulating life equates to dreaming, which seems reasonable. Chapter 77. The Great Red Dragon shall never be a slave. If Sushi wished, he could conceal his strength for a lifetime, remaining an exceedingly low-profile individual. However, upon further reflection, he ultimately relinquished this notion. It was not youthful bravado, nor a desire to flaunt newfound power, but rather an acknowledgement that Sushi's ascension was occurring at an astonishing pace, with each simulation representing a new metamorphosis. Ascension? Becoming a deity? Transcendence. Sushi himself was uncertain of the limits of these simulations. Under such circumstances, concealing his true combat power would serve little purpose. Rather, it would hinder further enhancement of his abilities. In this ever-changing world, lacking strength equated to lacking security. After finishing the buns and tofu pudding, Sushi slowly rose to his feet, his gaze falling upon the bustling and vibrant street ahead. In the past, he would have relished such a life, willingly embracing the ordinary and the low profile, believing that a tranquil existence was quite sufficient. Yet after enduring extraordinary calamities and being confined to a wheelchair for 5 years, Sushi had come to the realization that without strength, a peaceful life resembled a fragile mirror, easily shattered. Instead of pondering how to remain compliant, it was far more prudent to strive for greater power. Becoming formidable enough that no one could disturb him, of course. What truly bolstered Sushi's resolve to engage openly with the authorities was the support from his sister's soft rice, eternal teardrops. Boasting tenfold attributes and defenses robust enough to withstand assaults from celestial emperors. Possessing such artifacts, Sushi truly saw no need for further modesty. Even if the earth were to explode, he would remain unharmed, invincible. There was no need for further elaboration. Emoli, dear sister, I am counting on you for this lifetime. Sushi lowered his head, casting a glance at the eternal tear drop on his wrist. His mood soaring to unprecedented heights. Indeed, living off the efforts of others is a delightful affair. The midday sun shone quietly and brilliantly, illuminating the eternal teardrop. Soon, Sushi's revealed prowess was swiftly reported to the Supernatural Administration Bureau in the capital through Zhang Yagua's hands. This institution is a congregation of the most formidable superhumans in Huaxia, as well as the most abundant supernatural resources. Countless visitors, who accidentally arrived during the World S convergence, were absorbed as members of the Bureau. Trading their formidable strength for generous treatment and benefits in this regard, the Bureau is exceedingly generous, having attracted numerous top-tier powerhouses. Today, news from Sushi successfully piqued the curiosity of one such powerhouse. Oh, a Sanctum Mage? Heh, this could be interesting. The task of testing his strength shall be entrusted to the magnificent me. Within the vast, awe-inspiring edifice, piles of gleaming gold coins and vibrantly colored gemstones were stacked high. Under the illumination of strategically positioned spotlights, the colors of gold, silver, and jewels intertwined, creating an unparalleled spectacle, dazzling to the point of being almost blinding. In the next moment, the mountain of riches came crashing down. Accompanied by the clattering sound of metal crashing to the ground, a colossal entity buried deep within slowly rose, its robust limbs and half-extended wings revealing a deep crimson, menacing mythological form. With each breath, searing fire mist surged forth, melting the gold coins beneath into liquid. I am the magnificent Sanctum Dragon, the Hellwing that conquers the world. Rex Sanchez, Astarte Nazarian Acunologia Cockroachita. Hee. It has been a long time since I encountered a sufficiently powerful mage after leaving my original world. I hope this so-called Sanctum Mage, a mere insect, can provide me with some amusement. Heh. Foolish mortals, feel the wrath of the Red Dragon. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens and earth. The fearsome Rex Sanchez, the Red Dragon, voluntarily accepted the task of testing Sushi's strength, beating its colossal wings and soaring towards Yinshan City at an uncatchable speed. During the flight, the dragon felt an oddity. The name Sushi seemed vaguely familiar, but it mattered little now. Feeling the concave shape of its head, the fire within the dragoness eyes transformed into a tangible fury, burning fiercely and leaving a deep crimson trace in the sky. The great red dragon, Sanctum-level Rex Sanchez, had endured humiliation in its youth, had diligently trained for countless years, only to find that the enemies it sought to avenge had long since vanished. This anger, this unwillingness, this humiliation was deeply etched in Rex Sanchez's heart. It resolved to unleash this fury upon other human sanctum mages. Ha ha ha! Poor humans, blame your ancestors for this. The azure sky was tainted by flames, turning a dim crimson. The dragon's speed was astonishing. Empowered by its domain of fire, it even surpassed the lightning in the sky, tearing through the air with reckless abandon, leaving the clouds far behind. Its target set on Yinshan City, but suddenly, Rex Sanchez's eyes widened, forcibly halting its flight. The inertia from its high-speed flight caused it to plummet from the sky, crashing heavily onto a desolate mountain, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. The once gleaming scales, capable of serving as mirrors, were now soiled and utterly disheveled. How strange! What just happened to me? The red dragon felt its heart racing. As if warning it of something, its body exerting all its strength to prevent it from continuing forward. Could there be danger ahead? Ridiculous. The pride inherent to dragons made Rex Sanchez squint its eyes. It seemed that this sanctum mage named Sushi was no ordinary foe. Heh, just as I wished. Bullying the weak does not showcase my true strength. Fiery battles, violent suppression, and the dominance over formidable enemies. Only in this way can the great red dragon wash away past humiliations. Rex Sanchez forcibly suppressed its trembling body and flapped its wings once more. Heading towards Yinshan City, T understood that it was currently employed by an otherworldly human kingdom, labeled as a guest. An external personnel, and thus would not affect ordinary humans. With each beat of its wings, it carefully cast the silent wind spell and the light veil to conceal its dragon form. The colossal red dragon stealthily infiltrated the skies above Yinshan City, searching for the whereabouts of the so-called sanctum mage. Found it. This immense magical energy and deeply concealed, surging mental force could not be mistaken. It was indeed the sanctum mage. The red dragon's mouth curled into a wicked grin, revealing its massive interlocking teeth. With its wings folded, the dragon's form dove down, rapidly charging towards the targeted location, prepared to unleash its wrath in a fierce initial strike. However, halfway through its descent, the expression on the dragon's face abruptly froze. For the sanctum mage slowly turned, revealing a visage that instilled dread within dragonkind. A dragon speaker? Chapter 78. The brave red dragon, fearless of adversity. The scarlet breath of the dragon symbolizes the wrath of the red dragon. The high-speed dive represents the dragon's valor. The thunderous roar epitomizes its ferocity. The great red dragon Rex Sanchez, even in a foreign realm, shall prove its fearlessness and might. Indeed, it ought to be this way. To my surprise, it is an old friend. How nostalgic. The voice of the young man, which instills fear in giants, echoed. That was Su Shi's voice, the voice of the foremost individual beneath the divine. The voice of the demon who single-handedly subdued the Isle of Dragons. At this moment, Su Shi had just learned from Zhang Yaogua that to verify his prowess as a sanctum mage, one of the top powerhouses from the Supernatural Administration Bureau, a sanctum-level red dragon, was racing at high speed towards Yinshan City. Su Shi remained unperturbed. After all, his foundation was solid, his strength unwavering. He had painstakingly simulated his abilities. Not to mention a sanctum, even if a demigod were to arrive, he was confident of victory. However, Su Shi never anticipated that the so-called red dragon of the sanctum would be an old acquaintance from the simulated world, the greatest ally sustaining the dragon blood grass in his courtyard. The connection was indeed serendipitous. It seems that in the real world, I can continue cultivating dragon blood grass. Su Shi reached out into the air. The gray rekindling wand, originally stored at home, quietly floated into his palm, gathering the brilliance of multiple elements. Humans are inherently nostalgic. Upon encountering familiar things, they cannot resist mimicking the same actions. Su Shi was no exception. Earth attribute forbidden spell. Shatter the cosmos. Fire attribute forbidden spell. Flame of desolation. Lightning attribute forbidden spell. Doomsday thunder. Light attribute forbidden spell. 1,000 blades, 10,000 threads. The same elemental attributes, but enhanced versions of magical power. With a smile on his face, Su Shi gently waved the wand in his hand, perfectly timing it to strike forward as the terrified dragon head collided against it. A gentle tap. Forbidden spell version. Ding! At that moment, the world fell silent. listening to the dragon's lament. Ugh! The dragon's scales shattered, and dragon blood gushed forth. It had arrived with such swiftness, yet its retreat was equally as disastrous. The seemingly fragile long-handled wand unleashed the combined might of the four great forbidden spells upon lightly touching the dragon, sending Rex Sanchez's head askew and propelling its entire form into a chaotic retreat. The air thundered. The winds roared. The dragon transformed into a red comet soaring backward through the sky. It could not regain control, helplessly watching as it crashed into a great mountain, shattering, collapsing, deeply embedding itself within the mountainside. Dust billowed into the air, and the sound of tumbling stones filled the atmosphere. The red dragon inevitably fell into a daze. Yet, being experienced and possessing excellent resistance to head impacts, it quickly regained its senses. Be why the dragon god above. I must retreat swiftly. A strategic withdrawal. Rex Sanchez's dragon visage was filled with terror, struggling to extricate itself from the mountainside. Flapping its damaged crimson wings, wobbling as it took to the skies once more. However, just as it ascended, a figure appeared on the horizon, radiating with violent magical elements. Flames ignited with electricity, winds howled, and crackling sounds caused one's scalp to tingle. The red dragon's eyes widened as it awkwardly took a step back. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. It seems I have come at an inopportune time. No, you have arrived at the perfect time. Sushi smiled, soaring high in the air, looking down at the trembling red dragon on the ground, his expression gentle, his demeanor amiable. In the simulated world, Sushi had achieved the status of a sanctum mage in his 50s. However, the blockade from the gods and the church's pursuit had prevented him from fighting with his full strength. Now, with the red dragon serving as a resilient punching bag, Sushi finally had the opportunity to experience his full power as a sanctum mage. Domain, unfold, Sushi softly uttered. A supercomposite domain encompassing over a dozen elemental types instantly spread across the sky and earth, ruthlessly bursting the red dragon's domain of fire, forcefully crafting a small world under Sushi's dominion. The red dragon roared, "No, you cannot do this. I will file a complaint. Damnable human, you have forced my hand. I am no longer the weakling of yesteryear. Behold what true dragon power is," Rex Sanchez bellowed. Launching its attack, its face contorted with rage, its muscles bulging, the massive dragon body surged with deep crimson fire elements, seemingly charging up for an incredibly potent draconic spell. Sushi's expression involuntarily turned serious. With a thunderous boom, Sushi instinctively raised his defenses, yet saw no attack coming. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the red dragon flapping its enormous wings, fleeing at great speed. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. This is precisely my escape route. Dragon speaker, never to be seen again. Listening to the triumphant voice of the red dragon, Sushi felt a twinge of confusion. How strange, do I truly appear so fearsome to dragons? He surmised that the likely reason was the excessive aggression displayed by Krisha towards the red dragon during the second simulation, which had left the creature with a psychological scar. Shaking his head, Sushi raised his palm delicately in the direction the dragon had fled. Instantly, a force emanating from his domain ensnared the dragon's wings, rendering it heavy and helpless as it plummeted to the ground, unable to escape any longer. Lexan Sanchez was bewildered, his draconic visage reflecting a human-like perplexity. The red dragon, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, praising Sushi's exceptional capture, terrified that a single misstep might spell its demise. If I recall correctly, your name is Lexan Sanchez? No, that's too formal. You may call me Little Red, the dragon replied, rubbing its claws together. Submissive and obedient, yet lacking in charm, its fierce countenance rendered its attempts to appear pitiful utterly counterproductive. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your life, Sushi chuckled, perceiving the red dragon's inner trepidation. The only reason I chose to capture you is to conduct an experiment. Thank you for your immense kindness, the red dragon exclaimed with delight. However, it soon realized it had rejoiced too soon. Sushi's experiment meant using the red dragon as a target to test the evasion and defense against forbidden spells. In battles of the sanctified realm, forbidden spells were not uncommon. Lexan Sanchez had previously fought with human sanctified magisters and had witnessed numerous forbidden magics. Nevertheless, gulp, the red dragon nervously swallowed. gazing up at the 20 forbidden spells descending from the sky. Suddenly, it let out a resigned yet liberating laugh. Be why the dragon god above. I, Lexan Sanchez Astarte Nasario Acunaloquia Cockroachita, am no coward. A brave red dragon fears no adversity. Compared to its own life, the dragon believed it could withstand the 20 forbidden spells, roaring and bellowing as it drained its entire potential. It unleashed its most potent draconic magic and fiery breath to counteract half of the forbidden spells. Subsequently, it flapped its wings vigorously, desperately evading the forbidden spell attacks, serving as a test subject for Su Shi to gauge the range and speed of these spells. Chapter 79. Finding the mentor. The tests regarding the forbidden spells concluded swiftly. Su Shi had a firm grasp of his abilities, but lacked comparative data at the same level. With the assistance of the Red Dragon, he gained insight into his standing and the practical efficacy of the various forbidden spells. As anticipated, compared to other sanctified beings, my strength is undoubtedly exceptional, manifesting in tenfold magical power, nearly omnipotent attribute control, and a more potent suppressive field. In addition, the Eternal Tier provides invulnerable defense. This is quite satisfactory. Once my cultivation in the realm of immortality advances, my combat prowess will become even more extraordinary. Such is the nature of high-value soft power. An hour later, in the desolate outskirts far from Yinshan City, Su Shi gazed at the pitiful red dragon sprawled on the ground. His wand shimmered with green light as he employed life magic to heal the dragon's wounds. The earth was charred, the mountains shattered, and the red dragon lay motionless in a massive crater, appearing to struggle to breathe. However, with the influx of life magic, the wounds on its draconic body healed rapidly, and its vertical pupils regained clarity. As for the dragon's spilled blood, it floated in midair, gathered by Su Shi's mental control, which he collected separately. Regarding dragon's blood grass, Su Shi found little use for it. Especially now that he had become a sanctified magister, it offered him no enhancement. The thought of cultivating it stemmed more from habit than necessity. He felt a pang of restlessness if he did not grow something. He pondered whether there were other Western dragon breeds in the real world. If not, he would have to draw blood from Lexan Sanchez in the future. Su Shi's gaze deepened, startling the resting red dragon awake. With a flick of his finger, he summoned a torrent of mental energy that moved the hefty red dragon before him, causing it to tremble even more. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. If I say I won't kill you, then you have nothing to fear. The battlefield was enveloped in brownish dust, and under the sunlight, it appeared hazy and dim. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind arose, clearing the world before him. Pausing, he inquired of the anxious red dragon, Little Red, do you remember how you arrived in this world? I know. The sharp dragon claws scratched its head in thought. After a moment, it exclaimed, was it a rupture? Su Shi mused, pondering if this referred to a rupture in time and space, sounding reminiscent of the void abyss. Such power seemed to exceed that of the sanctified realm, rendering the red dragon oblivious. Forced to traverse into the real world passively, it appeared that no answers could be gleaned from the dragon. Su Shi acknowledged this internally and proceeded with another question. You mentioned the disappearance of the gods. What exactly transpired? You don't know. The red dragon's eyes widened in shock. The one who ascended to Dragon Island with you single-handedly overthrew the rule of the gods. The gods are dead. This is the consensus in the magical world. However, the legacy of the deities still subtly influenced the world, especially for ancient dragons like Lexan Sanchez, who were born during an era of divine activity. From its youth through adulthood, its entire life was steeped in the worship of the golden dragon god, to the extent that even now, in the absence of the dragon god, Lexan Sanchez would instinctively seek protection through prayer. As for the witch, the red dragon felt more trepidation than anything else. The witch's power surpassed that of the gods, transcending the world, so much so that even the most fervent devotees of the gods dared not harbor resentment against her. For her existence eclipsed that of the deities. Following Su Shi's instructions, the red dragon obediently recounted everything it knew about the twilight of the gods. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Su Shi outwardly maintained his composure while internally inhaling sharply. No, is this truly my Krisha? Based on the information provided by Lexan Sanchez, it was easy for Su Shi to deduce that Krisha had annihilated the celestial gods 50 years after his demise. Huh? Su Shi began to question his existence. Is Krisha truly that formidable? How did I not notice anything when I was alive? An absurd yet likely true hypothesis surfaced in Sushi's mind. Could it be that my existence had hindered Krisha's development? Am I merely a sacrificial offering? Is this for real? Sushi fell silent, uncertain whether to feel gratified by the witch's growth or disheartened by the truth of being a sacrificial offering. He felt a slight twinge of absurdity. Now, I finally understand what the creator of the Twilight of the Gods and the simulation achievements refers to, Sushi mused. Having comprehended everything, he was inclined to inquire further about the witch but found that the Red Dragon had no additional information. After the god's downfall, the witch had departed the magical world, venturing into the mysterious and vast void of chaos, a realm beyond the grasp of mortals. The Red Dragon had only occasionally heard through communication with elemental planes that the witch had grown even stronger. But it knew nothing of the specifics of her newfound power. Is that so? Sushi took this in stride. Knowing that Krisha was faring well and had grown to surpass the gods, he felt quite satisfied. Although the simulator had revealed some information, it remained too vague. Now, having gleaned more detailed processes from the Red Dragon, Sushi was in good spirits. Returning to reality, having inquired about the dragon's passage and the matter of Krisha, it was now time to address the certification issue of the Sanctified Magister. Without a doubt, Sushi, who could easily overpower the Red Dragon, passed the assessment flawlessly. Should he remain in Yinshan City, awaiting results from the headquarters? No, that would be too slow. He should head directly there. It was just as well, as the magical materials were difficult to manage in Yinshan City. Skipping over the extraordinary house, he would transact with the central headquarters in the capital, which would expedite the process considerably. Sushi contemplated this as he rode on the back of the Red Dragon Lexan Sanchez, who was carrying him toward the capital. Unbeknownst to him, as his use of the Grey Revival deepened, the wand he had merely borrowed began to undergo an unknown transformation at a painfully slow pace. The charred surface slowly changing, a faint light flickered, as if responding to something. Mentor has been found. Wait for me. Chapter 80. The witch is on her way. It has already been found. There is no longer a need to wait. Whether in the solitude of a sorrowful autumn or the biting chill of winter, all that is unpleasant will eventually dissipate with the passage of time. The warm sun has returned, and the immortal creature has once again been imbued with color. Mentor, at long last, I have awaited your arrival. The surface of chaos rippled and surged, eternally converging into unity, symbolizing the inception of all things while also embodying the finality of myriad phenomena. It bore witness to the passage of time, to the interminable weight of the witch, and now, the supreme which has awakened from her eternal slumber. Her silvery gray, ethereal hair swayed in the chaotic currents, brushing against the shadows of time, gliding over a serene visage, silently imbued with intense emotion. What sort of emotion was it? Joy? Love? Anticipation? Krisha did not know. Please wait a moment longer. I shall arrive shortly. The witch departed, her figure traversing infinite distances, breaking through diverse barriers to seek the light of return once more. Cough, cough. On the journey to the capital, the sky was a brilliant azure, and the fierce winds howled as Sushi rode upon his crimson dragon, soaring towards the location of the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau. Suddenly, without warning, Sushi was seized by a violent cough and shuddered. It was peculiar. An ominous premonition washed over him. After regaining his breath, he found himself perplexed. Could it be that a new extraordinary calamity was about to descend? That seemed unlikely. Given his current prowess, he could easily vanquish ordinary extraordinary beings with little effort. Unless, of course, the enemy that had crossed over was a being of divine or immortal caliber, entirely surpassing mortal capabilities. In that case, his unease would be warranted. Nevertheless, he felt there was something else at play. How strange. What could it possibly be? Surely, it couldn't simply be a reflexive urge to cough. Yet, after scrutinizing himself multiple times, Sushi found no cause for alarm. His hybrid weapon of flying sword and magic wand had been meticulously conceived in his mind, and he needed only to procure the relevant materials from the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau. His own combat strength and realm were steadily advancing. Furrowing his brow slightly, Sushi delved into his storage ring, searching through its contents. Upon discovering a vast quantity of dragon blood, enlightenment struck him. He had almost forgotten. In his fervor to prepare the dragon blood, he had overlooked acquiring the seeds. Ordinary seeds could not withstand the deluge of dragon blood. Fortuitously, the Bureau, being a grand establishment, could facilitate the procurement of a batch of seeds. Su Shi exhaled in relief, his mind clear. With the vigorous flight of Rex Sanchez, he sped forward, the dragon's wings casting a colossal and imposing shadow upon the ground as they swept over the treetops. Stirring the forest below, as he traversed the mountains, dust and stones whirled in his wake. Such velocity surpassed the biological limits known to humanity, effortlessly crushing modern weaponry. Before long, the silhouette of the capital loomed before Su Shi. Here, the extraordinary intertwined with technology. The ancient melded with the modern, skyscrapers interspersed with ethereal flying vessels, sword-wielding cultivators flew alongside cutting-edge fighter jets, and martial artists engaged in close combat with fantastical beasts. The capital thrived with the most advanced extraordinary economy and abundant extraordinary resources, bustling with sustainable realms. All of this coalesced to shape the capital's vibrancy and the Bureau's undeniable might, far surpassing the spectacles witnessed on television. Standing atop the Crimson Dragon, Su Shi gazed down upon the city, keenly aware that the number of extraordinary beings within the capital far exceeded those in his own city of Yen Mountain. Both in quantity and quality, truly, it was deserving of its reputation as the heart of the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau. In the past, he had envied such scenes intensely, yet, unbeknownst to him, he had, through diligent simulated cultivation, ascended to the status of a coveted top-tier powerhouse. The thrilling adventures he once fantasized now seemed trivial by comparison. Only those modern weapons, enhanced with enchantments, such as the Holy Light Gatling, Thunderstorm Sniper, Shuamu Heavy Tank, and Yalong Fighter, could momentarily capture his attention. However, they posed no real threat. Instead, they sparked his curiosity regarding their design and admiration for their creators. Little Red, why did you choose to join the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau? Su Shi inquired, casting a glance at the fierce dragon head beneath him. From his knowledge of the dragon race, these avaricious lizards were more inclined to seize rather than be employed by humans. Naturally, it is for peace and justice. To be honest, the dragon promptly capitulated, recounting its tale with humility. As Su Shi had surmised, upon entering the real world of Huaxia, the dragon's first thought had been to plunder, followed by claiming territory to become a tyrannical dragon lord. In the dragon's perspective, such behavior was entirely normal. Strength equated to dominance. However, the red dragon was swiftly subdued. Its holy domain level barely stood a chance against the white-haired elder who appeared out of nowhere, easily defeating it with a single strike. That was undoubtedly a true deity. Rex Sanchez's tone was grave. It was not a matter of its own weakness, but rather the overwhelming might of the foe. A deity? At that moment, Su Shi and the Red Dragon drew ever closer to the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau. As they beheld the magnificent edifice, Su Shi narrowed his eyes, pondering. Perhaps that being was not a deity at all, but rather a sword immortal. Deities and true immortals resided within the same echelon of greatness. Judging by the Red Dragon's description, armed with a sword and garbed in a Taoist robe, it was far more likely to be an immortal. However, the Red Dragon, constrained by its limited understanding, could only conceive of deities, mistaking a true immortal for one. This revelation was unexpected. Who would have thought that such an immortal existed in the real world? No wonder the extraordinary had persisted for so long. The order of reality remained stable, thanks to the assistance of an immortal within the Bureau. Had the humans of this world received some form of legacy? Or perhaps an otherworldly immortal had chosen to lend their aid. Chapter 81. The Wooden Sword Immortal Roar. It was evident that the Red Dragon was no stranger to performing tasks for the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau. As its robust form descended, measures were promptly enacted, revealing a spacious landing area for the dragon to rest. The dragon has demolished the landing site, Rex Sanchez bellowed, exuding excitement as it executed a swift dive. Landing with an impressive flourish, the immense kinetic energy of its landing carved deep gashes into the ground, showcasing the brute force of a holy domain dragon and its overwhelming presence. However, the personnel nearby were unfazed by this display. They efficiently collaborated to rectify the damage inflicted by the dragon. Before long, someone noticed something amiss. It was an administrative staff member responsible for the task handover with the Red Dragon, who inquired whether the strength assessment had proceeded smoothly. The dragon nodded solemnly. That individual's power is formidable. I concede defeat. The staff member was taken aback. What? Not only is that a true holy domain mage, but they also emerged victorious. This is astonishing. The realization of such a significant event sent waves of shock and elation through the bureaucratic ranks. Understanding the implications of a holy domain warrior for humanity, the staff member felt compelled to report this development swiftly and re-establish contact with the powerful mage. As the staff member prepared to leave, a light voice floated down from above. There is no need to contact anyone. I am right here. A new holy domain mage had been born, not an outsider or otherworldly being, but a true compatriot of Huaxia, a super genius who had attained magical heritage and soared to greatness. The news of this extraordinary occurrence sent ripples throughout the bureau, especially upon learning of Su Shi's personal arrival, escalating the fervor of the situation. Within 5 minutes of the report, the area was entirely sealed off, restricting access to onlookers. A holy domain mage. Does that mean they are nearing godhood? How infuriating. I envy them so. Great one, great one. Look at me. I am your long-lost brother from another mother. The cacophony of admiration and jealousy filled the air until Su Shi, accompanied by staff members, entered the inner sanctum of the bureau. Where the noise gradually faded, Mr. Su, may I address you as such? Certainly. Inside the bureau's building, the lights were bright, illuminating the silver-hued metallic corridors adorned with inscriptions of Buddhist scriptures and Taoist talismans, warding off any potential malevolence. As Su Shi entered, a figure awaited him, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Compared to others, this individual exhibited remarkable prowess and would be respected wherever they went, yet next to Su Shi, they appeared rather ordinary. Acknowledging this disparity, the nascent soul cultivator adopted a lowly posture, speaking with deference. Mr. Su, please follow me. Your privileges within the bureau and the benefits of the extraordinary home have been elevated. You may find specific details on the extraordinary homes platform. The process was swift, almost alarmingly so. In the time it took Su Shi to drink a glass of water, his identity as a holy domain mage was confirmed. Along with the corresponding enhancements to his privileges and benefits, is there no need to further assess my strength? Haha, you jest. Gaining the acknowledgement of that red dragon is proof enough of your power. Su Shi nodded, recognizing the pride inherent in the dragon race, known to both Eastern and Western dragons. To earn the respect of dragons and compel their submission, one must defeat and subdue them, a fact that clarified why the Bureau readily affirmed Su Shi's status as a true holy domain mage. The nascent soul cultivator continued, Now, please proceed down this corridor. Our director awaits you there. The director? Indeed. Perhaps you have already learned from the Red Dragon that it was the Sword Immortal who defeated it. Understood. His suspicions confirmed, Su Shi realized that the one who had vanquished the Red Dragon was indeed a Sword Immortal, who also held the position of director at the Extraordinary Consolidation Bureau. In response to this, Su Shi harbored boundless curiosity. He had encountered the words of deities within the simulated realm, yet had never encountered an immortal. He had anticipated witnessing one in subsequent simulations, but never imagined it would occur in the real world. After all, with the eternal tears at his disposal, there was no cause for concern regarding safety. The other party could not possibly be an immortal emperor. For otherwise, the earth would be unable to withstand such a presence. Su Shi calmly contemplated the pros and cons before ultimately deciding to meet. He walked along the silvery metallic corridor, and as he approached its end, the surrounding space and time shifted and blurred, transforming into a natural landscape. The gentle sound of flowing water and the rustling of bamboo leaves filled the air, while the perfectly balanced sunlight cascaded down from the sky, refracted by the shimmering surface of the water, creating a tranquil and pleasant scene. Su Shi gazed ahead and saw a slender figure dancing alone with a sword. The figure appeared ancient yet remarkably free-spirited. Without employing any divine powers or immortal forces, this individual calmly wielded a sword, exuding an unparalleled sharpness that could sever anything in its path. However, what truly astonished Su Shi was the style of the flying sword in the figure's hand. It was unmistakably from the lineage of the Forest Sword Peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect, known for its unique withered vine sword refining technique. Rebellious disciple, it has been ages since we last met. And you won't even call me master, exclaimed Li Wanshou, the peak master of Forest Sword Peak and Su Shi's first mentor in the simulated world. Master. Su Shi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. The disciple acknowledges his mistake. The two exchanged smiles, their laughter serene, devoid of any overwhelming excitement or tears, maintaining the same calm and indifferent demeanor as they had in the past when addressing each other. "Please, sit down." Li Wanshou gestured for Su Shi to take a seat. The two gathered around a stone table, facing each other, as a gentle breeze whistled through, causing fresh bamboo leaves to steep in hot water, which gradually flowed into their teacups. After exchanging a few pleasantries and confirming Su Shi's recent circumstances, the old man, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, suddenly shifted to an expression of anger. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in a tone of deep disappointment, "Rebellious disciple, why must you delve into the barbaric arts of magic? It's shallow and vulgar. The path of immortality is the rightful way." Chapter 82. The celestial realm has exploded. All things exist within a hierarchy of disdain. From the grand choice between gasoline and electric vehicles to the mundane variety of gaming platforms, disdain and a sense of superiority coexist in all aspects of life. Among the myriad of extraordinary systems, cultivators are undoubtedly the most arrogant. In Li Wanshou's eyes, systems like magic are not even worth a hair of the immortal path. "This must change," the old man huffed, his beard bristling with indignation. "What is the point of becoming a deity? My disciple must ascend to immortality. Wouldn't it be splendid for both master and disciple to become immortals together?" "Humph, you foolish disciple. It's not too late to amend your ways," he declared. "Let me reshape your spiritual roots, master. Actually, Su Shi was about to explain that he practiced both cultivation and magic, and that his once damaged celestial roots had already been restored. However, Li Wanshou moved swiftly. The wind rustled the bamboo, and his withered hand darted through the light, extracting an object from the formless void. A verdant radiance flickered, resembling a lustrous jade stone, or perhaps a resilient root system. It appeared to be a rare material of the wood element. Drawing upon his experience, Su Shi immediately deduced that this was an excellent material for crafting an external spiritual root of the wood element. No, Su Shi's expression turned to one of astonishment. The old man had not produced raw materials, but rather a nearly finished, semi-finished product, one that merely required rooting within a human body. This indicated that Li Wanshou had been preparing for this day long before. Su Shi was certain that the old man had not anticipated their reunion. The surprise and joy from before were undeniably genuine. What then was the old man's true intention in preparing such a spiritual root in advance? "Master," Su Shi spoke softly. "What is it, rebellious disciple?" Li Wanshou furrowed his brow at its nothing. "I just suddenly wanted to apologize." "Humph, at least you have a hint of conscience. It's not in vain that I deceived cough cough. Procured this branch of the Jinmu tree for you." The old man raised an eyebrow, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Just as he grasped the Jinmu branch and prepared to implant the spiritual root for Su Shi, he was taken aback to find that a wood element celestial root was already securely nestled within Su Shi's body. Su Shi was not only a saint-level magus, but also an advanced cultivator at the nascent soul stage. This is... The old man was filled with uncertainty. The resurrection of his beloved disciple was already astonishing enough. He had never anticipated that the celestial root, which should have been utterly destroyed, could also be restored. "I suppose this is a stroke of luck," Su Shi smiled, not revealing the existence of the simulator, attributing everything to the great power of world fusion. "It seems that way. I had specifically sought out this Jinmu for you." Li Wanshou lamented, casting a regretful glance at the Jinmu branch. His expression filled with disdain as he casually tossed it to Su Xi. In his words, it was nothing but a piece of rotten wood. Of no use to him as an immortal, and better off given to Su Shi. Su Shi graciously accepted the gift, feeling entirely justified. His master's stubbornness remained as it always had been. Gently swirling the teacup, the bamboo water danced leisurely within, exuding a fresh fragrance, and the sip revealed a uniformly smooth and warm texture. Seated across from each other amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, Su Shi and Li Wanshou savored the gentle caress of the breeze and the fragrant, swirling air. "Master, are you truly at the realm of immortals now?" Naturally, Li Wanshou chuckled heartily at Su Shi's curious inquiry. Wearing a self-satisfied expression as if to say, "You finally asked me why talents may not be exceptional, unlike your celestial roots, but my fortune is remarkable. Ha ha ha. I do not know how, but as my lifespan approached its end, I unexpectedly stumbled upon an immortal elixir, which not only allowed my cultivation to break through to the transformation stage, escaping the clutches of death, but also dramatically enhanced my training aptitude. The old man spoke with great enthusiasm. His seemingly indifferent face unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips. He regaled Su Shi with tales of his cultivation journey, recounting how he astonished the world of cultivation, slaying formidable opponents, and eventually ascended to immortality, only pausing to drink some spiritual water to quench his thirst. So, you have indeed ascended to immortality? Would I jest about such matters? Upon hearing Li Wanshou's response, Su Shi was further perplexed. Then why are you not in the celestial realm, but instead here in this world? The old man's expression stiffened, as if touched by some melancholic memory. His lips twitched, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "The celestial realm is no more." The old man began recounting his experiences. It was on a bright and sunny morning, having reached the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, that he stepped into the celestial realm's welcoming light. Ascending from mortal form to immortal, his spirit reshaped. Everything felt so seamless, so natural. Li Wanshou, having transcended and become an immortal, soared into the infinite expanse of time and space amidst a magnificent display of blooming golden lotuses, until he was drawn into the celestial realm. The sights of the celestial realm were beautiful and mysterious, far surpassing the descriptions found in the texts of various sects. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Immortal and ancient, the celestial realm existed amidst the vastness of the heavens, surrounded by boundless seas of realms. It was the center of all worlds, the ultimate destination long sought by countless seekers of truth. With dazzling celestial light and colossal stars that bore down upon the realm, true immortals contemplated the laws of the universe within the celestial realm, while supreme celestial kings governed immeasurable domains. There were true dragons soaring through the 9 heavens and Qilins traversing the 9 regions, perfectly exemplifying what it meant to be in the realm of immortals. The celestial realm was severed by a sword. Indeed, in the most literal sense, it was cleaved by a flawless sword. Li Wanshou, who had just ascended, could not comprehend the situation. His understanding of the celestial realm was far too limited, and he had no idea what he should do. He had initially intended to search for Su Moli within the celestial realm, to care for his disciples' only kin. However, the sudden upheaval of the celestial realm caught him completely off guard. Time and space collapsed, the celestial realm exploded, and Li Wanshou, just having ascended, felt as fragile as an ant, swallowed by the tumult of time and space, utterly unable to control his fate. Ultimately, as Su Shi had witnessed, he was forced to traverse into the real world. How could such a splendid celestial realm just cease to exist? The old man sighed, dejectedly draining the spiritual water. In resignation, he remained in this realm as a guest elder. What is it that you do? Extraordinary director. Li Wanshou's thoughts were simple. Although Earth was not the cultivation world he was familiar with, the culture and atmosphere of Huaxiao bore many similarities to the realm of immortality, prompting him to lend a helping hand. Simultaneously, the emergence of the extraordinary fusion in the realm of ruins had also caught his attention. As for the celestial realm, the old man, having witnessed the explosion of the celestial realm firsthand, had long since abandoned any hope for its survival. Chapter 83. Living off soft rice is a wonderful thing. Your experiences are indeed quite convoluted and extraordinary. After hearing Li Wanshou's tale, Su Shi reflected on how he had fortuitously obtained the immortal elixir, altering his fate, and then witnessed the explosion of the celestial realm, narrowly escaping disaster. Each of these events, taken alone, was remarkable, let alone when combined. I never would have imagined that something as powerful as the celestial realm could also meet its demise, Su Shi commented. While he felt a twinge of astonishment regarding the explosion of the celestial realm, it was limited to that. It was simply inconceivable that the being capable of annihilating the celestial realm would also cast its gaze upon Earth. It was clear that this was an impossibility. For Earth was far too weak, akin to an inconspicuous speck of dust compared to the celestial realm. A transcendent being capable of obliterating the celestial realm would never stoop to target such a trifling grain. In contrast, Su Shi's curiosity was piqued by another matter. Master, could you tell me about that child, Moli? Su Shi wished to know what had transpired after the conclusion of the first simulation. The man behind him. This was one of the achievements displayed by the simulator following the conclusion of the first simulation. Su Shi harbored a sense of bewilderment and curiosity about what his sister had done to be referred to as it by the simulator. Could it be Moli? Li Wanshou pondered for a moment. His expression intricate. After the incident from years ago, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, seeking vengeance for you by slaying demonic cultivators. She was astonishing, so radiant that she ought not to exist. The realm of cultivation could hardly accommodate her. Not yet having ascended, she was already invincible in the lower realms, wielding her sword to cleave open the celestial gates, disregarding my attempts to obstruct her entry into the immortal realm. As for me, Sai, I had thought that after my ascension, I would be able to trace the whereabouts of that child, but alas, the tides of fate have turned, and I still missed her. Li Wanshou's expression bore a hint of guilt. He had promised Su Shi that he would take good care of Su Imoli, yet the cataclysm in the immortal realm might have led to her demise. It's all right, Master, I believe. Imoli likely does not require our concern, Su Shi reassured his esteemed teacher. At the same time, his peripheral vision instinctively darted towards the eternal teardrop on his wrist. Although he was unaware of the extent of his sister's power, the fact that a single droplet could withstand an attack from an immortal emperor suggested that she might already be treading an extraordinary path. Such Imoli should not be weaker than the hidden orchestrators of the destruction of the immortal realm. He silently hoped for her safety. Su Shi held a firm belief in his sister's strength, convinced that she could ensure her own safety. Yet, inevitably, perhaps due to the profoundness of such thoughts, the nostalgic yearning for his helpless sister often enveloped him. Su Shi frequently felt as though she were by his side, mirroring the first simulation where she followed closely, her gaze ever upon him. Perhaps it is truly time for me to rest. Su Shi poured himself a cup of spiritual water and drank it down once more. He mused that perhaps the lingering effects of continuous alchemy had left him somewhat listless. How could his sister, not being on Earth, always watch over him? With a smile, Su Shi resumed his casual conversation with Li Wanshou. Reminiscing about the tales of Tianjin sect, discussing the rapid changes on Earth, and the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, as well as the various dimensional rifts across the globe. Although this realm was peculiar, it was quite intriguing. Li Wanshou stroked his beard in admiration. While there were many novel phenomena in the cultivation realm, if one were to make a comparison, the Earth, with its merging of myriad worlds, was undoubtedly superior. Magic, martial energy, fantasy, sentient machinery, cultivation, and the undead. There were simply too many. All kinds of realms converged here. I think even the legendary immortal emperor could not achieve such a feat. The old man nodded in agreement as he marveled. Truly extraordinary. I wonder what kind of power has transformed Earth in such a manner, Su Shi concurred. Subsequently, the old man broached the subject of Su Shi's purpose for coming. Su Shi did not conceal his intentions, revealing that his original goal was to find suitable wooden materials to craft a new weapon tailored for himself. However, it seemed now that it was unnecessary. Su Shi opened his palm, revealing the branch of the Jianmu that Li Wanshou had gifted him. Jianmu, the tree that reaches the heavens, is a divine wood that links the sky and the earth. In certain ancient texts, it is even referred to as a bridge between gods and mortals. Its status and essence comparable to that of the world tree in Western fantasy. With such divine wood as the raw material, the power of the new weapon would not only be amplified but could also grow alongside Su Shi's strength, eliminating the hassle of frequent replacements. Master, I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today, but I must take my leave. What? You don't plan to stay and keep this old man company? Next time, for sure. Get lost, you ungrateful disciple. The two masters and disciples exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Although their reunion was delightful, it was best not to linger too long. Su Shi understood that Li Wanshou cherished peace and joy, and did not like to be disturbed for too long. The fact that they could converse so freely was merely due to their long-awaited reunion, emotions surging forth. If their conversation were to continue, Li Wanshou would likely begin to usher him out without Su Shi needing to bid farewell. Then, I shall take my leave first, master. Su Shi turned to depart, but suddenly a storage bag flew into his hands. The old man's voice followed closely. Inside are some cultivation resources. They are of no use to me, so take them and make use of them. Ungrateful disciple, make sure to cultivate diligently and do not become lax. I am, after all, an immortal. How can my disciple only be at the nascent soul stage? If this were to get out, where would I put my old face? Li Wanshou huffed, clearly dissatisfied with Su Shi's cultivation level. With a flick of his sleeve, an irresistible force of celestial energy distorted time and space. propelling Sushi out of that dimension. By the time Sushi regained his bearings, he found himself standing in a silvery metallic corridor. With no trace of the bamboo forest or stream, nor any sight of Li Wanshou, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Sushi stood still, gazing at the storage bag in his hand. Lost in thought, in terms of personal strength, he had already benefited from his sister's generosity. The might of the eternal teardrop needed no further elaboration, and now, in terms of official influence, he had also enjoyed the advantages bestowed by his master. Not only becoming the beloved disciple of the Director General, but also gaining a wealth of cultivation resources. Could it be that the script he received was indeed that of a pampered disciple? Being pampered is wonderful. I love being pampered, Sushi sincerely commented as he stowed the storage bag away. If one could enjoy the benefits of pampering, who would strive for effort? Chapter 84. Mo Li's busy day. The objective of this journey had been accomplished. The materials for forging a new weapon had been successfully obtained. However, Sushi did not rush to leave. Instead, he remained within the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, adhering to the original plan to exchange and trade, selling off the magical knowledge that had become redundant. The Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, backed by the state, had amassed a considerable collection of extraordinary items over the years. Even if he did not need to exchange for wooden materials, he could still trade his points for other items. For example, suitable seeds for cultivating dragon blood grass, the blood of magical beasts for inscribing meditation magic circles, and anchor point media yet to be simulated. Beyond the realm of cultivation magic. Soon, staff members from the Bureau arrived to facilitate the transaction. They employed a novel confidential engraving technology to meticulously record Sushi's magical knowledge, and in return, Sushi received a staggering 7-figure sum of points. Furthermore, starting today, Sushi would enjoy a 20% discount when shopping at the Extraordinary House. This was not merely a favor from Li Wanshou. Rather, the Bureau staff deemed Sushi's magical knowledge worthy of such a price and privilege. Incredible. How on earth did this happen? All the magic, including level 9 magic, has been adjusted to our world's parameters and can be used directly. Fantastic. With these new meditation techniques and magic, the seed mages in our country will surely flourish. Hurry, hurry. Let us find someone to test it out. The staff members, along with scholars specializing in magic, gazed at the magical knowledge Sushi had sold with fervent eyes, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. They hurriedly departed the trading room, leaving Sushi alone in place. Sushi was unconcerned by the staff's departure. During his time in the magical world, he too had been one to delve into magic day and night, understanding the fervor these researchers had for knowledge. Now, let me see what to purchase. Sushi strolled through the halls of the Coordination Bureau, entering the storage area of the Extraordinary House, observing closely the items displayed on their website. There were extraordinary products from other realms, as well as locally invented technologies. Fragmented swordgrass. It appears to be a relic of the immortal realm, but it has been damaged and lost its original sword energy. No matter. It's meant for cultivating dragon blood grass. As long as it can sustain life, I'll buy it. Dragon blood of a Jiaolong? A demon beast at the great ascension stage, on the verge of transcending into an immortal dragon. Its blood is chilling and possesses unknown effects. Could this be what my master hunted down? Perfect. I'll buy it and see. The dragon blood grass cultivated from an eastern dragon species should yield some new variations. Buy. I'll take them all, with a wealth of points and a generous 20% discount. Sushi acted quite extravagantly, purchasing all the items that piqued his interest. Among them, the most numerous and expensive were the anchor point media from various worlds. Additionally, to ensure a favorable simulation start, Sushi typically also purchased related knowledge and cultivation methods alongside the anchor point media, in the second simulation. It was precisely because he had prepared meditation methods in advance that he was able to successfully ascend to the rank of magic apprentice despite starting with nothing. All right, I've bought enough. After acquiring a multitude of items, Sushi surveyed the nearly filled storage space, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned to leave the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. Outside, the red dragon Rex Sanchez had long since vanished, and the ground, once marred by its landing, had been restored to an immaculate state, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Quite speedy indeed. Sushi extended his mental energy, penetrating through the concrete walls, scanning the vast sea of humanity. Soon, he located the red dragon, comfortably nestled in a lavish hall filled with gold and jewels deep within the Bureau's underground. Its expression smug and beaming, seemingly reveling in having escaped calamity. Oh well. I have plenty of dragon blood collected previously. I'll let it be this time. No, it's not just wind elements. There's also lightning magic from the storm and shadow stealth from dark magic. In terms of travel, spatial magic is undoubtedly superior. However, I possess multiple elements, each combining their strengths. With the assistance of my domain, my speed is not to be trifled with either. Sushi's figure darted swiftly across the sky. The power derived from his domain shielded him from all the fierce winds that rushed towards him, absorbing and converting it, ultimately enhancing his flight speed. As he passed through, he left behind a tremendous and roaring path of wind. The white clouds were swept away with a howling force, resembling a series of funnels cascading from the heavens. Such was the extraordinary power, a feat that countless mortals could only dream of achieving. In the blink of an eye, Sushi's figure completely departed from the capital, heading towards the direction of Yinshan City. The overwhelming surge of mental energy allowed Sushi to not only control his flight, but also to ponder other matters. Even retrieving his phone to log into the extraordinary home for information. First, he searched for the realm ruins of the Sky Sword sect, followed by inquiries about the Red Dragon Rex Sanchez. And finally, about his teacher. The entities and objects within the simulation appeared one by one in reality. Although only a few had crossed from the entire simulated world into the real one, there was no doubt that Emoli and Krisha indeed possessed the potential to manifest in reality. Sushi felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. The prospect of reuniting with his obedient sister and encountering the docile, which again was undoubtedly a cause for joy. The past separations and lingering regrets could find solace in reality, and although it remained uncertain whether that much-anticipated reunion would truly come to pass, Sushi harbored a sincere hope for it. The merging of worlds and the emergence of realm ruins seemed exceedingly unstable. He could only wish that those two children would not be drawn into any associated dangers. Beep beep. The notification sound from his phone interrupted Sushi's contemplation. He glanced down, discovering a glaring red warning message flashing on the screen of the Extraordinary Home website. Was it a super large realm ruin of the highest danger level? Sushi regarded the screen thoughtfully. The existence of realm ruins could disrupt the stability of the real world, but the concern was minimal. With Li Wanshou, a true immortal, presiding over the situation, there was no need for Sushi to fret. Not to mention the presence of several top-tier combatants like the Red Dragon within the headquarters. Thus, he remained resolute in his direction, continuing his flight towards his home in Yinshan City. Meanwhile, in the blurred line between illusion and reality, amidst the intertwining of time and space, as dimensions ascended and chaos divided, within the boundless primordial chaos far removed from Earth, before her, no, it should be said before him, lay fragments of a shattered world. Chapter 85. The Encounter of the Celestial Fairy and the Witch Brother. It will be soon. In just a few more days. The gentle whisper was imbued with boundless affection. Now above the celestial emperors. Having attained the transcendental realm, her ethereal figure possessed an otherworldly grace and the most perfect foundation of Tao, gazing down upon the flow of time and observing the transformation of ages. She lightly raised her palm, casually gesturing, and those worlds she had shattered began to fall in sequence, merging into the gradually expanding Azure planet. During this process, remnants of some worlds still retained their instincts and attempted to resist, only to be suppressed once more by Suamoli. In a world devoid of her brother, there was no value in existence. This was her assertion. With a single thought, she sealed the causality, compelling all fragments of the worlds to obediently integrate into the earth. How many times had she performed such an act? Suamoli did not keep count. To her, the ordinary small worlds appeared as inconsequential as pebbles by the roadside. Ubiquitous and devoid of value, merely serving as nourishment to fill her brother's world. The only instance she recalled was the severance of the celestial realm. The magnitude of the celestial realm was immense, prompting Suamoli to exert a fraction more of her strength. The outcome was splendid. The celestial Tao and fundamental laws of the celestial realm were sealed by Suamoli, who now slowly fed them to the earth, fostering the emergence of planetary consciousness and elevating its status. Through this means, Suamoli aspired to transform the earth into a second celestial realm. If successful, she might finally be able to descend in her true form. Boom, boom. The chaos reverberated, and time came to a halt that a hand as pure as jade, stained with the dark blood of wood, once again traversed the river of time in reverse, precisely selecting a large world to shatter from the endless droplets of worlds. Suamoli tirelessly repeated such actions, as if oblivious to fatigue. One world after another was broken apart, along with the beings within, all cast into the earth to form various realm ruins. In this process, most beings would instinctively flee, plunging into other world droplets in the river of time. Suamoli did not intervene. Her primary goal was the fragments of worlds. Those fleeing beings, whether cultivators or demonic beasts, were of no concern to Suamoli. The heavens trembled. The myriad realms quaked. Suamoli traversed the river of time in reverse, crossing through chaos and space. After an indeterminate period, her steps abruptly halted. With raised brows, her deep-set eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. She beheld an extraordinarily peculiar scene. Before her, at the opposite end of the river of time, emerged a figure as grand as herself. From a mortal's perspective, it was a girl with silver-gray hair. From Suamoli's perspective, it embodied the supreme dominion of countless laws, symbolizing the inception of all things and the return of all to the void. What could this mean? Suamoli had never arrogantly believed that she would be the sole supreme being in the boundless chaos. Yet, she had never anticipated encountering another in such a scenario, both engaged in the same endeavor. Dinged, a gentle tap. The expressionless Silvergray, which, wielding an ordinary wand, calmly navigated through the chaotic currents, transcending the infinite and the multifaceted, causing various magical worlds to collapse. Her technique was exquisitely refined, or perhaps the powers she commanded were simply too elevated. Each strike, each collapse, seemed less a product of the witch's intention and more a voluntary shattering of the world. The beings within were either entirely transferred into the temporal space of the witch's staff or drifted along with the shattered worlds, silently merging into the earth through a unique temporal transfer. On the surface, this integration appeared far more delicate and intricate than that of Suamoli. Strangely, Suamoli felt a sense of defeat wash over her. The immaculate-clad fairy remained unaffected by the unfolding events. Her greater concern lay with the intentions of this counterpart. Who exactly are you? Sushi was the baseline for the fairy. As he resided on Earth, it indirectly meant that Earth was also the fairy's baseline. Suamoli could not accept that such a powerful peer had set their sights upon Earth. The simple voice stirred countless ripples. If just becoming aware of Suamoli's presence. The witch looked up, revealing a delicate face devoid of expression, exuding an indescribable divine essence, with the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire perpetually creating and annihilating. Suamoli silently grasped the hilt of her sword, preparing for battle at any moment. Yet, I am searching for someone I truly wish to accompany. The fragmented words were calm and steady, yet anyone could discern the suppressed emotions and profound longing beneath. The fairy was momentarily stunned. Could it be that you also? Krisha tilted her head. Also? In that fleeting moment, both the fairy and the witch seemed to comprehend why the other was present, for their thoughts and actions were strikingly similar. So, were they both waiting for the same person? The fairy inquired warily about who Krisha was expecting. Both were equally powerful supremes. Suamoli could not penetrate the other's causality nor trace their timeline, but she vaguely sensed that the other was an eternal supreme from another multiverse. Suamoli realized that the individual they were both waiting for was not the same. Her brother was a cultivator who had perished before her eyes, while the person the witch awaited was evidently a magician from another timeline. Closely linked to the witch it was merely a remarkable coincidence that both supreme beings were waiting for individuals situated on Earth. With this thought, the fairy let go of her apprehensions and returned to her previous calm demeanor. Continuing her solitary journey through time, traversing the myriad realms to select suitable worlds for cultivation. Perhaps out of sympathy for the witch, there was a hint of shared suffering in her compassion. Before departing for more distant realms, the fairy kindly advised, you could use projection consciousness to accompany your loved ones in advance, in situations where your true form cannot descend. Why don't you? Krisha questioned, her calm gaze revealing her confusion. Suamoli fell silent for a moment, ultimately saying nothing, and simply departed. She still could not let go of the unresolved feelings from years past. Believing that she had caused her brother's demise. Chapter 86. The elevation and expansion of Earth. Sushi had changed residences. Upon returning to Yanshan City, he belatedly realized that the former dwelling lacked land suitable for planting dragon blood grass. Moreover, He intended to acquire a larger display cabinet, and the cramped bedroom was clearly inadequate. Thus, a move was imperative. He cast a nostalgic glance at his old house, traversing each room to gather the necessary items. And subsequently, through the channels of the Yinshan City Extraordinary Administration, swiftly purchased a verdant new courtyard. The new courtyard was somewhat larger, featuring lush trellises, a tranquil pond, and vibrant flowers. Water cascaded down the stone steps, forming a series of tiered waterfalls. The splashes of water created a rhythmic sound, and the clear, translucent surface reflected Su Shi's youthful visage. This location was perfect. He would plant the dragon blood grass here. With a flick of his fingers, the grass seeds shot forth, penetrating deep into the soil, followed by the application of both dragon and red dragon blood, separated by a block of ornamental stone. The sun shone brightly, bathing the land in dragon blood with a faint exotic aroma, a pure crimson-hued. Su Shi turned to leave, having completed the initial planting of the dragon blood grass, and all that remained was to patiently await its emergence as it absorbed enough dragon blood to break through the soil. Until then, he would leave it undisturbed in the bedroom, study, living room, kitchen, and training room. Su Shi entered his new home, directing his mental energy to rearrange the furniture according to his preferences. Simultaneously, the myriad of extraordinary materials and items stored away were meticulously arranged, enveloped in a sealing formation to prevent the loss of their inherent spiritual essence. The wands and candy jars were placed according to a predetermined plan, each housed within a larger collection cabinet. The items were organized in a simulated order, with the sisters' candy jar nestled in the first compartment, and Kelly Shah's wand residing in the second. Their presence alleviated the cabinet's otherwise desolate atmosphere. Thus, a new chapter of life commenced. Before the third simulation began, Su Shi granted himself an extended respite to gradually digest the various gains he had accrued within the magical realm. He commenced his training, and with the sanctified mental prowess of the holy domain, his cultivation at the nascent soul stage flourished. Changes manifested every 3 days, with substantial progress every week, augmented by the tenfold enhancement of the eternal tears. Allowing Su Shi's ascension to be as effortless as eating or drinking, he began forging weapons. Within the confines of the training chamber, Su Shi retrieved the storage pouch gifted by Li Wanshou, conjuring a strand of solar essence and supplementing it with fiery elemental sprites to refine the branches of the Jianmu. Gradually, the wooden slats took root in the flames, slowly absorbing Su Shi's divine wood essence. After nurturing the branches for half a month, Su Shi revitalized them. Following an additional month of forging, employing the technique of crafting the withered vine sword, he established a spiritual imprint and magical connection with the Jianmu. However, the Jianmu proved exceedingly resilient. In the words of his mentor, perhaps with the strength of an immortal, one could reshape it, but for Su Shi, merely refining it required his utmost effort. Gazing at the peculiar branch-like Jianmu before him, Su Shi fell into contemplation. He initially intended to forge the Jianmu into a flying sword, but it now appeared that this would likely be unattainable. He could only settle for a more modest approach, retaining the branch's original form while making slight adjustments to enhance its visual appeal, as its ultimate functionality would remain unaffected. With this thought, Su Shi swiftly completed the forging of the Jianmu. It resembled neither a sword nor a staff, but rather an elongated variant that bore a resemblance to a cane. He attempted to infuse both his cultivation mana and magical mental energy simultaneously. The results were unexpectedly positive, with the two extraordinary systems merging harmoniously and not interfering with each other's release. I knew that combining cultivation and magic would yield fruitful results, Su Shi mused. Thoroughly satisfied. Having acquired a reliable weapon, Su Shi found that his sole shortcoming was compensated. He could advance in offense and retreat in defense, allowing him to engage in training with greater peace of mind. Residing alone within the courtyard, he spent the majority of his time in seclusion, only venturing out occasionally for culinary delights or to attend to affairs in the nearby Xinjia market of Yen Mountain. It is worth noting that, as Su Shi's identity as a sanctified magical mentor became established, Director Zhang Yaogua of the Yen Mountain branch spoke to Su Shi with an unconscious air of reverence. It was an intangible barrier, not deliberate, not intentional, but rather a subconscious behavior. It struck him as somewhat tedious. In the bedroom of his new home, the window framed the sunlight streaming in from the outside. Casting a golden hue that gently illuminated Su Shi's nose, he sat in a wooden chair, his gaze drifting sideways towards the tall, pristine collection cabinet. More precisely, he focused on the candy jar and wand within. Unbidden, memories of his sister and the sorceress, along with the moments they shared, flooded his mind. Having spent an extended period in the simulated world, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the realities of life outside. The radiant sunlight, the cool breeze, and the swaying leaves outside conspired to convey the musings of a young man. During the first simulation, Su Shi and Su Emoli were inseparable, in the second simulation. He shared a life with Kelly Shah. While he had rescued them, from another perspective, they too had accompanied him. Now, having moved from the previously cramped and securely sealed old house to dwell alone in this expansive courtyard, an inexplicable wave of loneliness washed over Su Shi. Shaking his head to dispel the intrusive thoughts, he retrieved his phone and deftly logged into the Extraordinary Home website. Oh, has Earth begun to expand once more? Upon entering the site, Su Shi let out a soft exclamation. His attention captured by the latest report featured on the homepage. It was an article from the Central Bureau, detailing the recent increase in Earth's landmass over the past week and the corresponding rise in the number of dimensional markets. Earth was ascending. Earth was expanding. This was a groundbreaking revelation from the scientists of the Extraordinary Administration, both exhilarating yet anticipated. The so-called dimensional markets were essentially fragments of other worlds. With the amalgamation of numerous dimensional markets, could Earth remain the same as before? The answer was a resounding no. The azure planet familiar to modern humanity was gradually absorbing these fragments, transforming them into its very essence. It changed every few days, its area expanding at an astonishing rate, accompanied by an influx of otherworldly beings and previously unheard-of extraordinary materials. The notion that Earth was a convergence point for myriad worlds, once confined to the realm of fiction, now seemed to be stepping into reality. Chapter 87. The reunion with the sorceress. Perhaps, as Earth merges with more dimensional markets, I will once again encounter Emoli and Kelly Shah. Su Shi slowly rose. In the empty room, only the sunlight poured freely, casting across Su Shi's fluttering eyelids, subtly highlighting the depth of his past and the scattered strands of his hair. He turned slightly to gaze at the rustling leaves outside the window, where the passage of time and reality mirrored his reflections. Having acquired the life simulator, the first simulation commenced during the sweltering summer days. By the time the second simulation began, summer had already reached its twilight. Now, over a month had elapsed, and the once stifling heat of summer had been swept away by a cool breeze, giving way to the remnants of autumn, a season marked by decay and withering. Time is indeed wondrous. It fosters growth yet can also induce stagnation. Outside the window, petals fluttered down with the wind. Su Shi observed this scene and suddenly chuckled softly. Speaking of the chilly autumn, beyond its solitude and melancholy, it also conjured thoughts of comforting delicacies. Su Shi decided to indulge in some lamb and beef hot pot today. He stepped out of his bedroom, traversed the courtyard adorned with dragon blood grass, and pushed open the door to depart. On the street, fiery red maple leaves danced gracefully on either side, their fallen counterparts carpeting the ground. He observed numerous ordinary pedestrians engaged in lively conversation as couples nestled together in laughter. Families held hands in a warm atmosphere, and friends playfully chased one another, exuding joy. The voices of passers-by added a splash of color to the otherwise lonely autumn, rendering the biting wind less pronounced. Such scenes, alas, were no longer visible in the reality he inhabited. He had no particular entertainment interests nor extravagant hobbies. For Su Shi, wasting time on such pursuits paled in comparison to enjoying a fine meal or continuing his secluded training. The former provided a delightful culinary experience, while the latter offered tangible enhancements to his power, far surpassing all else in his eyes. With a soft crunch, Su Shi ambled forward, carrying a shopping bag filled with ingredients. Yet, in the next moment, his pace came to an abrupt halt, surprised and astonished. The sorceress's voice remained as calm as ever, devoid of fluctuations or ripples, like tranquil waters flowing past his ears, silently carrying everything away. It was hollow yet melodious. This reunion was so sudden, without any forewarning or sign, yet when it occurred, it felt entirely natural, not warranting any astonishment. After a brief moment of stupor, Su Shi's gaze softened as he extended his hand toward the sorceress in the distance, palm facing upward, making a simple gesture of invitation. Once, he had met the sorceress in the autumn of the simulated world. Now, they reunited in the autumn of the real world. Mentor, The doll-like sorceress moved with a slight tremor, taking one step, then another, willingly advancing towards Su Shi. Her mixed-hued eyes of black, gold, and red were vibrant and splendid, igniting feelings within Su Shi that he had never experienced before. Kelly Sha. Su Shi anticipated that the sorceress would grasp his hand. Yet the unfolding of events far exceeded his expectations. Their heartbeats seemed to intertwine, time freezing into an eternal infinity. Kelly Sha embraced Su Shi tightly, her grip fervent. Minter, I finally see you again. I have always waited for you. You did not deceive me. We truly have met. The dampness soaked through Su Shi's clothing. It was the sorceress's tears. She held him fiercely, as if wishing to meld her very being into him, never to part again. Lowering his gaze, Su Shi clearly beheld Kelly Sha's exquisite visage, now glistening with tears, not of sorrow, but of joy. The warmth and bitterness of her tears flowed freely, expressing the myriad emotions within her heart in a unique manner. I apologize, Kelly Sha, for making you wait so long. The weight of her sentiment was touching, and Su Shi spoke soothingly, extending his hand as he had countless times before, gently caressing her silvery gray hair to impart a sense of security. Suddenly, the surroundings erupted into a chorus of applause, the sound growing louder and more fervent. Only then did Su Shi realize that a throng of onlookers had gathered, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Some were teary-eyed, while others applauded heartily, offering a variety of blessings. It's nothing, Kelly Sha. That is of no consequence. Su Shi's voice was gentle as he used his hand to wipe away the traces of tears from her face. Kelly Sha remained motionless, quietly observing Su Shi's actions with a docile demeanor. Her vacant eyes could only perceive his face. The sorceress herself was uncertain why tears had flowed uncontrollably upon seeing Su Shi, especially since she had resolved beforehand not to trouble him. What is the reason behind this? Is it because the items have returned to their rightful owner's grasp? Is it due to the once useless shadows regaining their brilliance? The witch is uncertain. She perceives no need for contemplation. The time of solitary drifting has come to an end. The days of cold and loneliness are no more. From now on, she is bound to heed Su Shi's commands. Minter, the silver-haired witch suddenly speaks. What is it, Chrysla? Is something the matter? Su Shi inquires. Could you please? Once more? Chrysla opens her palm, revealing the aquamarine necklace that she had removed years ago. A brilliant blue light flickers in her hand. Will you put the necklace on me? Chapter 88. The eternal shackles of love in her youth. The witch endured the malice of the world, leading her to seal herself away, fleeing the tainted and filthy realm. Yet, one individual devoted his entire life to unshackling the chains that bound her. He succeeded. With the limited lifespan of a mortal, he accompanied the witch to the very brink of death. In those fleeting decades, he cultivated a bloom of eternal splendor in her heart. From that moment forth, the witch was liberated. The being known as Chrysla Christina was free. When Su Shi met his end before the witch, the soul light in her heart vanished. The shackles binding Chrysla shattered completely, allowing her to rediscover human emotions. In silence, she wept, becoming the unfettered bird that Su Shi had always wished her to be. Yet, Chrysla was unwilling to embrace this freedom. She did not desire it. Minter, please help me. Put it on once more. Chrysla softly implores, presenting the softly glowing aquamarine necklace to Su Shi's palm. Su Shi had spent his life unbinding the chains from the witch, and she chose to don them once more. This time, the shackles were named eternal love, a weight surpassing all worldly burdens, a self-imposed, everlasting restraint. She no longer wished to be separated from the sun within her heart. All she desired was eternal companionship. Chrysla, why did you take off the necklace? Su Shi asked, somewhat perplexed as he received the necklace. Trash? He found something amiss but could not quite articulate it. He decided to fasten the necklace around Chrysla's neck. Chrysla, lower your head a bit, he instructed as he approached her from behind in the autumn courtyard, infused with a tangerine hue. Gently, he lifted her silvery hair with his hand. The strands slipped through his fingers like miraculous light passing through his palm. Light and smooth. The autumn breeze caressed them, and the warm sun shone softly. That familiar sensation, reminiscent of the New Year's night when he adorned the witch with the necklace, felt like it had happened just yesterday. In a moment of reverie, Su Shi smiled. His hand skillfully grasped either end of the mithril chain, encircling Chrysla's fair neck. They met at the nape, intertwining and fastening with a crisp click, completing the final adjustment. The necklace was on. "Thank you," Chrysla whispered, her voice so faint it seemed as if it might dissipate with the autumn wind. Yet it resonated clearly. "I truly adore your necklace." Very much. The autumn wind grew fiercer, howling and moaning, causing Chrysla's silvery hair to dance in the air. Yet, it did not mar her beauty. Rather, it accentuated the ethereal longing and exquisite fragility within her. The hem of her dress swayed in the gust, her outer garment rustling. The aquamarine necklace, cascading from her chest, refracted a hazy, dreamlike glow, both the glimmer of the gem and the light of affection, adorning the witch's heart, which struggled to express itself. "As long as you like it, it looks wonderful, doesn't it?" Sushi smiled, gazing at Chrysla, filled with nostalgia for her unchanging visage at 17 and her indifferent expression, which made her appear untouched by time. "Though we are worlds apart, this reunion feels familiar and joyous. The past and present, illusion and reality, have completely blurred in this moment. It's quite windy outside." "Let us go inside," Sushi said, taking the witch's delicate fingers in his own and leading her, bewildered, into the warmth and comfort of their home. The witch had once again found a home. Upon entering, Sushi intended to pour them both some hot water, but was interrupted. "Allow me, please," the eternally youthful, silver-haired witch said earnestly to Sushi. After a long separation, Sushi once again met Chrysla's gaze. Compared to her previous black and gold irises, the emptiness in Chrysla's eyes had dissipated, filled instead with pure crimson. Her splendid gaze reflected Sushi's youthful and vibrant demeanor. Without the constraints of mortal lifespan, he no longer worried about aging. "Then I entrust it to you, Chrysla," Sushi conceded, unable to resist her resolve. In an instant, he learned to use all the utensils without conjuring magic or employing divine powers. Chrysla behaved just as she had before, adeptly manipulating various tools to boil water and brew tea. Her demeanor serious and meticulous. Soon, a cup of steaming tea was presented before Sushi, resting on a small porcelain plate to insulate it. "Thank you, Chrysla," he said, gently blowing away the steam before taking a sip. It was pleasantly warm, just right for the chilly autumn air. The tea flowed through his teeth, merging on his tongue, releasing a subtle aftertaste. It was tranquil, unhurried, much like the life shared between Sushi and the witch. In the magical realm, with their combined powers, they could have easily indulged in a more extravagant existence. Yet neither Sushi nor Chrysla desired to alter their peaceful way of life. Such tranquility held a simple beauty, a precious treasure in every little moment. "Chrysla, please take a seat," Sushi invited, as Chrysla continued to stand beside him, awaiting his next command with her hands crossed over her abdomen, her posture impeccably proper, resembling a maid. "Yes," Chrysla complied, sitting down. The desolate autumn began to fade, and Sushi turned on the living room lights, casting a warm, golden glow upon the silvery strands of Chrysla's hair. With a soft clink, Sushi set down his empty teacup, the base touching the porcelain plate, producing a crisp sound. He looked at Chrysla with a puzzled expression, finally voicing a long-held question. "Chrysla, how did you come to be here?" "I saw your figure, heard your voice, felt your presence, so I came to find you," she replied in a calm, distant tone. Recounting her actions, Sushi felt that the truth was likely more complex. "You've worked hard, Chrysla," he said, his voice laced with complicated emotions. "It wasn't hard." Chrysla monotonously shook her head. "As long as I can see you, as long as I can reunite with you, everything is worthwhile. Nothing else matters." "Indeed, nothing else matters. You are the only one special to me." The aquamarine gem embedded in the necklace mirrored the undulating waves, sometimes tranquil, sometimes tempestuous, reflecting the witch's innermost feelings. Chapter 89. A subtle adjustment from the witch Chrysla. "Could you tell me what transpired after my death?" Sushi continued to question the witch, his curiosity piqued. After the second simulation concluded, he wondered what had occurred to the witch, prompting the appearance of the word Supreme Deity on the simulator's results panel. "Yes, after you departed," Chrysla began to speak, her lips parting as she recounted the events following Sushi's demise. From the discovery of manuscripts in the study to the dismantling of the churches of the gods and the eradication of divine faith. Then the assault on the celestial realm. Her tone remained steady, devoid of emotion, as if mechanically recounting the past. Upon hearing that Chrysler shattered the crown of the magical world, Sushi fell into silence, his expression one of disbelief. Had he truly become a sacrificial offering? But the shock brought by the witch went far beyond that. The expedition into chaos, the conquest of multiverses, the battles against the celestial gods, Chrysler's recounting was overwhelming. The dazzling achievements and astonishing breakthroughs led Sushi to question whether the witch capable of defeating the chaotic deities was indeed the same one he knew. It was utterly unbelievable. After listening to Chrysler's narrative, Sushi gazed upon her calm and obedient face, finding it impossible to connect her to the so-called supreme witch, a being surpassing divine might, the master of time and space, symbolizing creation and demise, an eternal being transcending chaos. Sushi did not comprehend the concept of divinity. His only understanding stemmed from the minuscule divine power exhibited by the god of light during the destruction of Ironson. He could not fathom the nature of the more terrifying and exalted divine powers, nor could he envision the unimaginable existence of a witch who genuinely surpassed all realms. Ultimately, Sushi was left with an ambiguous impression. Strong. Exceptionally strong. Superbly strong. As he marveled at the witch's growth, Sushi extended his palm, gently rubbing her head. His voice was soft, filled with affection and tenderness. Regarding the witch's strength, he held little concern. Rather, he was more invested in the perilous journey she had traversed, thankful that all was well in the end. According to his original plan, Sushi had intended for Chrysler to live a peaceful life in the magical realm, in a manner of seclusion. He never anticipated that his death would serve as such a profound catalyst, prompting Chrysler to challenge the gods and embark upon a path Sushi had never envisioned. Could this be an unexpected blessing in disguise? Sushi thought not that if time could rewind. Even knowing that the witch would become a supreme deity, he would not allow her to engage in slaughter. Above all, he cared for the witch's safety. Only this, and this alone, is what Sushi holds in utmost importance. With a gentle tap of her index finger upon the smooth forehead of the witch, she admonishes, "You must not act so recklessly in the future." Yes, the witch numbly covers her forehead. Although she responds, her demeanor casts doubt on whether she truly comprehends the admonition. The living room is vast and somewhat dimly lit. The two sit together, a scene that should be rife with melancholy and solitude. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the chastised witch feels a sense of tranquility. She understands the reason. It is Sushi, her son, who remains by her side, bringing her comfort and warmth. Soon after, Sushi begins to inquire about other matters. She briefly seeks to understand the changes in Krisha's life following the conclusion of the second simulation, as well as her powers and authority as a supreme deity. Suddenly, Sushi ponders a crucial question. "Krisha, is the being conversing with me here your true essence?" Sushi's expression falters. The earth is so fragile. Compared to the vast celestial bodies of the universe, it is undeniably insignificant. Even with the ascension and expansion that has begun, it is far from able to bear the presence of a supreme deity. Yet how does Krisha explain her current state? A kind-hearted being? Yes, she instructs me that I can project my consciousness. The being conversing with you is but a fragment of my awareness. Thus, it dawns on Su Xi in a wonder, the witch can disregard the essence of the supreme and descend upon the fragile earth. What stands before her is merely an inconsequential thread of the witch's being. In that case, the opportunity to reunite with Krisha ahead of time indeed warrants gratitude toward that benevolent being. Surely, they must be a kind-hearted deity of unfathomable power and status. Sushi muses, astonished. He had always assumed that in the realm of the extraordinary, the mightiest were often the most indifferent, yet he never anticipated the existence of such a compassionate entity. Unbeknownst to Sushi, as he casually moved his wrist, the eternal tear that slipped from him caught Krisha's attention. Her hollow gaze fixated upon it. I felt familiar. In the ensuing moments, Sushi guided Krisha around the courtyard, briefly familiarizing her with the layout of the various rooms and selecting a new bedroom for her. Along the way, he jested that he would rely on Krisha to protect him from now on. Considering the witch's formidable strength, while meant to lighten the mood, the witch seemed to take it seriously, closely shadowing Sushi as though she were a devoted guardian. They traversed the study, kitchen, and training room, ultimately arriving at Sushi's chamber. Upon opening the door, the first sight to greet Krisha's eyes was a large, prominent wooden cabinet, filled with the familiar gray rekindling wand and an ordinary candy jar of unknown significance. Minter, what is this? Krisha's tone hinted at confusion. Surprised, aren't you, Krisha? Sushi replied, retrieving the key to unlock the glass door of the cabinet and taking out the charred wand. After all, this was originally yours. Listening to Sushi's words, Krisha subtly shook her head, her gaze fixated on the candy jar in the first compartment. Her voice, laced with bewilderment, echoed, Minter, what is that? The witch seemed to grasp something, albeit dimly. She was not foolish. When it came to matters concerning Sushi, the clumsy witch demonstrated intelligence surpassing all expectations. Upon receiving Sushi's permission, she stepped forward, adjusting the positions of the candy jar and wand slightly. Now, the wand occupied the foremost position. Chapter 90. Have I maimed myself? Regarding Krisha's actions, Sushi found himself puzzled. He could not fathom why the typically aloof Krisha had deliberately rearranged the positions of the candy jar and wand. Was it merely a matter of aesthetic displeasure? Sushi did not dwell on it, simply accepting the rearrangement, for the candy jar remained in its place. He believed that even if Emoli were present, she would not comment on it. Let us proceed, Krisha. It is time to prepare dinner. Yes, Minter. The autumn sun descended noticeably quicker. The sky outside grew dark and heavy, sparsely adorned with the orange hues of the setting sun. The last remnants of its light gently brushing the ground like a soft paintbrush. Just right. Through the tall vertical windows of the kitchen, the light illuminated the witch's indifferent face. Minter, allow me to take over. No, Krisha, let me handle it. Sushi felt that reuniting with Krisha in reality was a moment worth celebrating, and he intended to cook personally. However, the witch seemed to share this sentiment. Ultimately, the dinner was a collaborative effort between the two. Charcoal-grilled spirit chicken, stewed dragon beast meat, ginseng and red fruit soup, and stir-fried necromancer mushrooms. The spacious and neatly arranged dining table was laden with steaming extraordinary dishes, the warmth dissipating the autumn chill with a click. Sushi turned on the bright ceiling light. After the cooking was completed, the sun's radiance faded, and the moon began its ascent into the sky. Only the illumination from the lights could keep the interior bright. Unexpectedly, the sensation of reuniting with Krisha in the real world felt. Sushi pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing across the table at the witch, who met his gaze with her hollow eyes. Unconsciously, a small smile crept onto Sushi's face. Not bad. The return of the silver-haired witch infused the once desolate new courtyard with a vibrancy and warmth reminiscent of home, despite the witch's not-so-gregarious nature. Let us eat, Krisha. Yes, Minter. Sushi began his meal first, followed by Krisha, who picked up her own chopsticks and joined in. When had the witch learned to use chopsticks? Sushi recalled that prior to the end of the second simulation, chopsticks had still been the witch's lifelong nemesis. In other words, had she learned this skill during the time following his demise? The relentless passage of time inevitably forces one to grow and learn things once deemed impossible. Krisha, Sushi suddenly spoke, placing a piece of tender stewed meat into the witch's bowl. What is it, Minter? Krisha responded, slightly bewildered. It is nothing. I merely wish for you to eat more, Sushi replied gently. Watching as the immortal witch opened her small mouth and slowly took a bite of the stewed meat. The dinner was unremarkable, devoid of any so-called surprises. It was the one thing the witch had yearned for, worked tirelessly for, and shed tears over. How wonderful! In the midst of their meal, Krisha suddenly uttered these words, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet Sushi's current hearing allowed him to capture it clearly. What is wonderful? To see you again. It is truly wonderful. Speaking of which, Krisha, have you thought about what you wish to do upon arriving in this world? To accompany you. The reply from the witch resonated with Sushi. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you. The day after, I shall be by your side. Next year, the same. And for the next decade, it will remain unchanged. A few strands of silver hair cascaded from Krisha's forehead, delicate and scant, yet just enough to obscure the shimmering depths of her eyes, preventing Sushi from discerning what lay hidden within. He could only vaguely recognize his own reflection within those depths. Is that so? Listening to Krisha's plain voice, feeling the simplicity of her words, Sushi paused for a moment, his expression softening with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, those are words you would say, Krisha. I understand now. Since this is your choice, I shall not hinder you. The witch had ascended to divinity. Sushi himself was also a sanctified magic mentor. As long as the witch was willing, She could remain in the courtyard for as long as she wished. The concerns of sustenance and shelter were trivial matters for both of them. After dinner, much like in the magical realm, Krisha instinctively began to clear the dishes. Although for her, this was merely a task that could be accomplished with a thought. She chose to wield her magic, cleaning meticulously. In her words, it was a ceremonial act of servitude to her master. Observing Krisha in such a state, busy as if she had rediscovered the meaning of existence and shining in her unique way, Sushi felt that life in the real world had become intriguing, no longer mundane. Yet, alas, Sushi murmured, what appears here is not Krisha's true essence, but merely a projection of her consciousness. For the Supreme Witch, even a single fragment of thought projected could yield effects akin to that of a living being. Yet, such is human nature. Once one is aware of the illusion, there is an insatiable desire to reach out and touch the reality. You need not worry, the witch responded, having overheard Sushi's words. She approached, placing a cup of post-meal tea on the table, saying, I will accelerate the ascension of this world until it is capable of accommodating my true essence. Sushi instinctively exclaimed, how capable you are, Krisha. Sipping the tea lightly, he was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Sushi thumped his chest with his fist, lifting his gaze to the obediently standing 17-year-old witch. Krisha, what did you just say? Sushi felt as though he had just heard something extraordinary. Krisha replied, accelerate the ascension of this world. Sushi's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had thought that the girl's overturning of the chaotic gods was already shocking enough. But now it seemed that the revival of Earth's spiritual energy was also tied to Krisha. Krisha had come to Earth because he was here. Krisha sought to elevate Earth so that her true essence could meet him. When pieced together, Sushi's eyes widened in realization. The revival of Earth's spiritual energy, the very act that had cost him his legs, had been orchestrated by himself? Have I maimed myself? Such operations do exist. Faced with the astonished gasp of Sushi, the sorceress lightly shook her head. The sorceress stated that even before she initiated the elevation of Earth, extraordinary phenomena had already begun to manifest there. She had no intention of shouldering the blame for a paralyzed mentor. In Chapter 91, in the living room, the expressionless Krisha narrated the events surrounding the elevation of Earth to Sushi. When the sorceress first discovered Earth, it was already engulfed in a state of extraordinary descent. Her role was more to accelerate the process, aspiring to expand Earth to a point capable of accommodating her presence. Rest assured, I have not wantonly slaughtered those innocent lives, Krisha explained, conjuring her wand. The wand, fashioned from remarkably ordinary material, still retained the form gifted to her by Sushi years ago. Yet, the supreme power within it carved out an eternal space-time within the Grey Resurgence, where all the entities transformed into sustenance for Earth thrived in stability. Only a select few, recognized by the sorceress as possessing special significance or unwilling to exist within the wand's temporal realm, were exceptions. Among them was a certain red dragon, which would plummet to Earth alongside fragments of the magical world, becoming a part of the era of spiritual resurgence. Sushi reclined on the living room sofa, his entire body sinking into it, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, his mind struggling to keep pace. The good news was that his sorceress was not the mastermind. The bad news was that she was an accomplice. Recently, the frequent emergence of magical realms on Earth had been almost entirely orchestrated by Krisha herself. Truly, it was a situation difficult to articulate. Sushi found himself at a loss for words. Declaring the appearance of these realms as negative seemed justified, yet they significantly propelled human development, with civilization advancing at an unprecedented pace. Conversely, labeling their emergence as positive acknowledged the turmoil and unnecessary chaos they brought. Nevertheless, on the whole, it was indeed a boon. In the past, humanity had suffered countless casualties from infighting. Now, they had united their efforts against extraordinary calamities and realms. Furthermore, the influx of spiritual energy from cultivation, magical elements, martial prowess, and advanced technologies sparked a new wave of scientific explosion among humanity. Previously fatal ailments now had paths to recovery, while stagnant civilizations regained vitality, even hinting at the possibility of ascension. In comparison, the extraordinary calamities faced over the past 5 or 6 years seemed trivial. After much contemplation, Sushi ultimately did not halt the sorceress's elevation actions. She had conducted herself admirably. The beings were eager to accept the protection of the supreme deity. With only the remnants of an empty world and the corpses of the gods being absorbed into Earth, a win-win for all. However, he pondered what it would be like if, one day, Earth truly grew to accommodate Krisha's descent. Sushi allowed himself to fantasize about such a future, marveling at the possibility that Earth might indeed become the brightest star among the myriad realms. After finishing his hot tea, he exhaled a deep sigh. Today, the shock brought by the sorceress was simply overwhelming. He felt that he might require several days to fully accept and digest these astounding revelations. Good night, Krisha. As the night deepened, it was time to part ways. After freshening up, the stillness of the night enveloped the courtyard in silence, the sorceress's footsteps almost mirroring Sushi's. The moonlight was bright, pure as jade in the softly lit corridor. The sorceress maintained a quiet demeanor. Whenever Sushi took a step forward, she would do the same. Inseparable, he understood that for a being like her, who had already ascended to divinity, the need for sleep was irrelevant. Yet was it truly necessary for her to follow him around for 24 hours? Krisha halted, her silvery gray hair swaying gracefully like a concealed waterfall. I wish to protect you. Perhaps sensing that such words sounded abrupt, she added, at least for tonight. Please allow me to do so. Sushi couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that a jest from the day had been etched in the sorceress's memory. Gazing at her exquisite face, which revealed a serious undertone amidst its calmness, he pondered for a moment before gently declining. There's no need, Krisha. With my current strength, there are no threats on Earth. Not necessarily, Minter. Krisha spoke softly, her tone carrying an implied meaning. Sushi smiled and shook his head, believing it was simply Krisha's lack of awareness regarding his true capabilities. Not understanding the value of the eternal tiered it was a jest, for beneath the celestial emperor, he was invincible. Above that, there lay the sorceress. He genuinely couldn't fathom what could possibly threaten him on this small Earth. Thank you for your kindness, Krisha, but I truly do not require protection. With a smile, Sushi encouraged the sorceress to take her leave, then stepped into his room alone. Though he had not practiced today, the plethora of information he had absorbed from their encounter left his mind fatigued. He soon slipped into a deep slumber. As night draped itself over the sky and the streetlights shone brightly, the night in the real world was far more boisterous than that in the magical realm. The crescent moon caressed the edge of the Milky Way, casting a gentle glow upon the surface. For many young individuals, this hour marked the true beginning of their nightlife. The din of voices from the city center echoed faintly, a cacophony that only intensified the solitude of the still night. Unbeknownst to Sushi, in the quiet of his bedroom, a subtle ripple of space emerged, and when it settled, the sorceress was already seated in the corner of the room. Just as before, she sat alone on a small wooden chair. Beside the bed, expressionless, gazing at Sushi's sleeping visage. The sorceress was intimately familiar with Sushi's face, yet she realized it had been ages since she had seen him in his youth. Silently, she remained seated, her eyes flitting about as if attempting to etch this moment into eternity. Minter. Under the moonlight, Krisha softly called out. Why did she call? Even she was uncertain, driven by an inexplicable urge to repeatedly vocalize her longing for the returning redemption. However, Krisha had not forgotten the true purpose of her vigil by Sushi's room that night. Brother. She, too, was silent, intangible. Yet unlike the sorceress, who had boldly appeared during the day, this visitor was filled with trepidation. Daring only to arrive in the dead of night, her eyes were fixated solely on Sushi, her voice trembled with infinite affection and guilt, but in the next moment, she realized the presence of another individual in the room, someone who should not have been there. In Chapter 92, the two Eternal Supremes fell into contemplation. The night was eerily silent, not in the ordinary sense of quietude. A chilling sense of murderous intent suddenly enveloped the space, freezing time itself. The vast expanse of stars ceased to flow, the rushing streams of light found themselves immobilized, everything reverted to zero, and all paused. Just as I suspected. The sorceress's voice was calm and detached. She bore the weight of much hostility, yet her expression revealed no sign of it. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a faint glimmer in the dim night, first gazing at the peacefully sleeping Sushi, then turning to the cold-eyed female sword immortal. The intense murderous intent emanating from the latter further confirmed the sorceress's suspicions. The one you await shares my sentiments. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice confirmed a reality. The aura stemming from the eternal tear and the sugar jar had alerted the sorceress to the peculiar connection her mentor seemed to share with this well-meaning individual. Was it a competition? A claim of possession? The sorceress did not delve too deeply into such thoughts. Her primary reason for guarding Su Shi's room stemmed from a desire to protect him. After all, she knew nothing about the female sword immortal's identity and could not ascertain whether she harbored malice. Moreover, Krisha wished to discern the nature of the relationship between the sword immortal and Su Shi. Slightly intrigued, she stood from her wooden chair, her long hair flowing, and extended an invitation to Su Imoli, who stood by the window. "May we converse?" The response to the sorceress came in the form of a sharp, jarring sound of space fracturing. The murderous intent had solidified into a tangible force, incessantly pressing upon the space surrounding the sorceress, causing it to rupture inch by inch. "There is nothing to discuss between us." Su Imoli's expression grew colder. She could hardly believe what her eyes were witnessing. The pitiable individual she had helped was now sharing a room with her brother. If it had reached such a stage while she was present, she could scarcely imagine what transpired in her absence. With a shrill cry, the sword's wail echoed, deftly avoiding Su Shi's bed, aiming precisely at the sorceress. "This is troublesome." The sorceress deflected the attack, her petite face reflecting great confusion, unable to comprehend why the other party could not engage in a civil conversation. After all, the kindness shown to her earlier had been so heartfelt. Now, the hostility was almost more pronounced than that of the proud dragon clan. In her distress, the teachings from Su Shi came to mind. "Krisha, remember, if communication through words fails, force is also a viable option." The method of dragon taming had always lingered in her memory. She deemed the current situation apt for employing such a strategy. Thus, wielding her wand, Krisha tilted her head and extended an invitation to the female sword immortal. "Shall we have a duel?" Su Imoli burst into laughter, albeit in exasperation. She resolved to confront the sorceress later about her connection to her brother. But for now, she simply wished to subdue this audacious supreme being. "Let us fight." With hair cascading like a waterfall and fingers as delicate as jade, she brandished a bloodied wooden sword, tearing through the air with a resounding crack. The temporal fabric within the chamber was forcefully severed. The celestial maiden and the sorceress, two eternal and supreme fragments of consciousness, plunged into the rift of time and space, instantly teleporting to the infinitely distant cosmos to engage in a fierce battle. Thunderous roars echoed. The sea of stars was upended, and the very rules of existence crumbled. Dazzling sword light, breathtaking and awe-inspiring, flashed momentarily within the boundless dark universe. Countless stars were cleaved asunder, causing the rushing Milky Way to flow in disarray. "Is this what my mentor referred to as the path of immortals?" Klisa, encircled by the dark stars, gripped her wand and struck the cosmic void beneath her feet. From this, all life emerged, and myriad phenomena were birthed. The dominion of time accelerated everything, eroding that astonishing sword light with unimaginable infinity. Then, Klisa stepped forth, reversing all phenomena to silence and destruction. There were no flamboyant names, no convoluted rituals. The sorceress commanded her magic with mere words, causing the collapse of stars in a splendid display, a force of annihilation aimed directly at the very concept of existence of Su Moli, seeking to obliterate her fundamentally. Manipulating creation, she shifted stars and altered constellations. Su Moli's gaze grew increasingly frigid. She raised her index finger, sweeping from left to right, as the surrounding temporal light and shadow shattered, distorting the essence of physical laws, and the celestial signs shifted and exchanged places. This was the grand art of life and death. In an instant, billions of stars were affected and destroyed. Yet, in the next moment, the shattered sea of stars would be restored by both Su Moli and Klisa. Though this place was not Earth, it existed within the same universe. Should their battle escalate too fiercely, unforeseen calamities might ensue. In truth, the celestial maiden and the sorceress had exhibited remarkable restraint amidst the boundless chaos. Their true forms exchanged calm glances, merely competing with a sliver of consciousness. Otherwise, it would not merely be billions of stars suffering, but countless realms and timelines. Bang, 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 in the cold and desolate dark universe. Today was particularly resplendent, filled with the sparks of exploding stars. Explosions, restoration, and further explosions formed a peculiar cycle. creating an ultimate cosmic spectacle that profoundly shook those fortunate enough to witness such immense power. It was unclear how long they had been fighting. Su Moli and Klisa simultaneously realized that they could not prevail over one another. After the last restoration of the stars, they tacitly ceased their attacks. Who exactly are you? Su Moli furrowed her brow, repeating the question she had asked upon their first meeting. When they encountered each other in the chaos, she had naively believed that the other was a kindred spirit. Yet now it seemed far more intricate. I am Klisa Christina, the sole disciple of my mentor. The previously icy gaze flickered with evident astonishment. She had never anticipated that this supreme being from another timeline would be her brother's disciple. Is this even reasonable? A practitioner of immortality teaching a goddess of magic, does that truly make sense? Before Su Moli could ponder this, Klisa posed a similar question. And you? What is your relationship with the mentor? The sorceress gazed silently. I am Su Moli, the sister of my brother. Ah? The one known as the greatest beneath the gods, possessing the pinnacle of sanctity, has a sister who walks the path of immortality? How can such a thing be real? The two eternal beings stood in the serene universe. With widened eyes, they gazed at one another, each perceiving the disbelief reflected in the other's gaze. Unbidden thoughts arose. Does my brother truly have only one disciple? Does the mentor truly have only one sister? Strangely, the tension between the two supreme beings dissipated without a trace, replaced by prolonged contemplation. Chapter 93. Please stop fighting. I in different worlds blossoming the same flower. Whether it be you or me, we both know the same person. Su Moli reached a final conclusion, her tone complex. For her, this was a good sign, indicating that her brother remembered her completely, yet, gazing at the sorceress before her, the one she had personally sent to her brother, Su Moli found herself unable to feel joy. She had arrived first. She had been the first. If only she had acted with more decisiveness. Su Moli fell into silence, grappling with guilt over past events and anxiety regarding the current developments. She was uncertain whether to stick to her original plan to reunite with her brother only upon her true form's arrival. In her hesitation, she oscillated back and forth, uncertain and indecisive. Klisa's sudden appearance had successfully interrupted the celestial maiden's original intentions. A curious individual, yet undeniably a kind-hearted one, having stood in the universe for a long time. The sorceress offered such an assessment. She was an emotionally detached sorceress, a shadow that could not survive without the sun, unable to comprehend or relate to Su Moli's demeanor of caring yet hesitating to meet. Now, with the mentor's troubles resolved, the sorceress decided to continue accompanying her mentor. A hum resonated, the space vibrating, on the bed. She was safeguarded within a magical barrier, sleeping soundly. The sorceress gazed at that face for a long time. She was unwilling to leave a negative impression on Sushi, reluctant to let her see that she had secretly entered despite being forbidden from doing so. May you be well, mentor. Dreams are silent. Akin to a voiceless abyss, dreams are splendid, filled with colorful fantasies. Lying on the soft bed, Sushi's consciousness swiftly descended, layering down into a blurred state until he plunged into a hazy and illusory dream world. It was pale and boundless, resembling a vast, slanted cloud. Is this truly a dream? Sushi hesitated, feeling his consciousness quite clear. Rather than dreaming, it felt more like an out-of-body experience, meditating and communicating with the world. What could this be? Just as Sushi pondered, a blank world as vast as the sea of stars quietly unveiled its colors. A vibrant and mysterious dream reflected the truth of the heart, revealing a figure that Sushi knew all too well. Snow fell abundantly, the chill biting to the bone. It was winter in Haishi City. The pristine snowflakes appeared exceedingly beautiful to the affluent. Yet for the impoverished, even the lightest flake became a heavy burden upon their shoulders. A small figure curled up at the door of a wooden house, two tiny hands cupped over her mouth, constantly huffing warm air to herself, occasionally glancing towards the end of the road, as if waiting for something. Despite her nose being numb from the cold, Sushi froze. Moli? He instinctively reached out a hand, wishing to brush the snowflakes from the delicate figure. However, this action caused the dream to shift. As his hand waved, the 5-year-old girl rapidly aged, transforming into a frail 13 or 14-year-old version of herself. Lying alone on the cave bed, her eyes were vacant, brimming with tears, as though she had lost all hope. I'm sorry, brother. It was Moli who burdened you. It seemed to simulate a perspective within a world unknown to Sushi. Focusing on Su Moli at that time, Sushi was still searching for medicine in the outside world, while the frail girl woke alone in the cave, facing the desolate silence of the room and her own internal frailty. Sinking into deep self-reproach, she felt she was the one who had dragged Sushi down. Then, the dream continued to morph. Clouds surged, altering the heavens and the earth. This time, it was no longer Su Moli's scene, but the story of the silver-haired sorceress wandering the world alone after Sushi's demise. She traversed the corners of the world, her tales stored in those very corners. Like a ghost, forgotten, she walked alone toward the unknown. Minter, what am I truly supposed to do? The bewildered sorceress looked up at the sky. The sun was blazing, yet it was not the sorceress's sun. She was lost, unsure of where to go. Once a ruler of the world, she had cultivated a myriad of colorful dragonblood herbs. She had wandered the seas alone, watching illusory rainbows descend but unable to touch them. She had briefly settled in a small city, filling her solitary home with Sushi's belongings, creating the illusion that he was still alive, attempting to engage in acts that might garner his praise. Minter, look that I can use chopsticks quite well now. Not like before, when they would fall carelessly at the quiet dining table. The sorceress's fingers were no longer clumsy. She skillfully used chopsticks to pick up a piece of beast meat, placing it into the empty bowl across from her. The sun poured down heedlessly, yet it brought no warmth to the sorceress. She could only numb herself through such deception, providing herself with the motivation to continue moving forward. Moli, Klisa. The dream projected the past and the real world. Sushi had already reunited with the sorceress and held confidence in his sister's safety. Yet, faced with such scenes, his heart would still be stirred. The simulation was real. The experiences existed. The stories between people forged unique emotions. These were hard to forget. However, just as Sushi felt melancholy, the dream scenes surged once more, simultaneously revealing the images of Su Moli and Klisa. Not in their youthful forms, nor during the simulations, but in their thoroughly formidable postures after the two simulations had concluded. Sushi was taken aback, witnessing the fierce battle between his sister and the student, unleashing explosions among the stars, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. The intensity escalated, trending toward the annihilation of the entire universe. Please stop. You must not fight any longer. Sushi, within the dream, sought to intervene. Yet the tumult of their combat was too overwhelming, consuming him entirely. The scene shattered. Dizziness overwhelmed him. Under the slightly blinding morning sunlight, Sushi opened his eyes, his expression slightly weary. Indeed, was it just a dream? However, given my current realm, I should not be having such strange dreams. Could it be some sort of omen? Chapter 94. The Sorceress's Soft Meal. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something amiss. Sushi sat down by the window. The morning sunlight, like fine threads, pierced through the mist, evenly draping the world in a veil in this tranquility. Sushi pondered the truth behind his dream. Krisha, why do I dream of the two of them fighting in the cosmos? Could it be that Krisha rearranged the sugar jar, placing it out of its primary position? Sushi furrowed his brow, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. His gaze drifted towards the display cabinet, fixated on the sealed sugar jar inside, and the first gray ember, lost in prolonged contemplation. Numerous speculations and thoughts swirled in his mind, yet their absurdity rendered him hesitant to believe them after all. A dream that straddles the line between reality and fantasy can be interpreted in myriad ways. The sudden creak of the door interrupted Sushi's reverie. Krisha had arrived. Minter, breakfast is ready, the witch announced with an unruffled calm as she stepped through the doorway. Today, Krisha donned a fresh ensemble, a simple white long dress beneath a plain black outer layer, devoid of extravagant patterns or intricate designs. Yet, this simplicity exuded a mysterious allure that even the autumn breeze seemed to resonate with. You've worked hard, Krisha. It is my duty, Minter. After a quick wash and face cleanse, aided by magic, Sushi exited the room. Walking alongside Krisha towards the kitchen, where their first breakfast in the real world commenced. Krisha, I had a dream last night. Perhaps you can provide some insight. During their meal, as Sushi sipped the millet porridge prepared by the witch, he turned to one of the dream's protagonists, inquiring about her perspective. Krisha paused, her hollow eyes, black, gold, and red, meeting his gaze. I'm sorry, but I cannot comprehend your dream. It is not merely a dream, but a reality that has indeed transpired. As she spoke, Krisha naturally poured a cup of warm milk for Sushi. She chose to conceal the events of the previous night, believing her intentions were pure, aimed at safeguarding her mentor's well-being, yet she had indeed infiltrated his room. The witch hesitated, fearing that revealing such matters might invite the disdain of her beloved. I asked that so. Perhaps I am simply overworked these past few days. Sushi, without suspicion, decided to ponder it later. However, Krisha soon posed another question. Mentor, she said with a stoic expression, half serious and half stubborn. I believe your safety is a matter of utmost importance. Safety issues? Sushi chuckled. Surprised that the previous night's topic resurfaced, Krisha, you're worrying too much. In today's world, there are few who can contend with me, let alone pose a threat to my safety. He raised his wrist to show her the eternal tear, providing a brief overview of its extraordinary attributes and incredible defense against celestial attacks. Yet, this only deepened the witch's resolve. Last night, Krisha had witnessed Suimoli silently appear in Sushi's room. While the outcome was favorable, both parties being allies, the witch couldn't shake her anxiety. What if the visitor had not been the mentor's sister, but a genuine foe? More importantly, I too can assist. I too am capable of aiding my mentor. The youthful visage of the eternally 17-year-old girl displayed a stubbornness Sushi had never encountered before, as if she were engaged in a silent contest with something. But soon, her exquisite features clouded with confusion. I have failed to deify my mentor. I have failed, like a fragile illusion collapsing, akin to a thin mirror shattering at a mere touch. A silent tremor coursed through Sushi's body, leaving no trace, dissipating into the nothingness of the sky. Krisha, what did you just do? Sushi inquired, bewildered. The witch explained that she had intended to invoke the supreme powers to bestow divinity upon Sushi, crowning him as a true eternal being. Yet, inexplicably, the supreme authority had faltered in its task, as if some indescribable force was obstructing the High Witch's blessing. Confused and lost, this was the first time she encountered an inability to accomplish something since becoming a supreme deity. It's all right, Krisha, I believe I understand the reason. There's no need for concern. It's not your fault. Sushi's voice was gentle, comforting the witch. Meanwhile, a simulator panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. If Sushi's intuition was correct, the force shielding Krisha's deification was none other than this mysterious simulator of a beautiful life. The supreme authority was intact. It could indeed crown Sushi. However, he had already bound himself to the life simulator, meaning that crowning him would equate to crowning the simulator. Clearly, the powers of the eternally supreme which did not surpass those of the simulator, resulting in the failure of deification. Sushi felt no disappointment or loss regarding this. Given his current talents, ascending to immortality and divine authority was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Yet, Krisha was deeply concerned. Mentor, this is my gift to you. From somewhere unknown, Krisha conjured a multitude of sparkling points of light, embodiments of divine authority from infinite worlds, the supreme crown gathered from the convergence of eternal realms. With her delicate, pale fingers, she probed and increased the light until reaching the limit that Earth could bear. Krisha, what are you doing? Sushi asked in confusion, sensing a peculiar familiarity in the scene before him. As if he had experienced it before. Mentor, please accept this. The witch's voice was airy. Amidst her flowing gray hair, a necklace of concentrated light descended into Sushi's palm. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special item, the Supreme Crown. The Supreme Crown. Item description. The heavens bear witness to his ascension, the myriad realms celebrate his eternity. Rejoice, for this embodies his past and his glorious achievements. Item effects. Magic power increases tenfold. Elemental perception increases tenfold. Damage to deities increases tenfold. Damage to dragons and subdragons increases tenfold. Comprehension of laws increases tenfold. Elemental power increases tenfold. Perception of time and space increases tenfold. Chapter 95. The Witch Pressed Down? The simulator panel continued to refresh, showcasing the invincible capabilities stemming from the Supreme Crown. The Supreme Crown grants a daily synchronization of eternal lifespan, rendering the wearer's life everlasting and indestructible. Impervious to even the Reaper's grasp, it bestows a fixed daily perception of time and space, offering the wearer 24 hours of temporal affinity, allowing them to utilize and comprehend the powers of time and space without regard to limitations of comprehension or race. It refreshes absolute immunity daily, nullifying attacks of divine power and below. With the eternal favor of the Supreme, when the wearer undergoes the deification ceremony, they will ignite the divine fire with 100% certainty, condense divinity with 100% certainty, achieve true godhood with 100% certainty, and obtain all powers permitted by the Supreme Deity. Usage requirements. His singularity, his everything. Have I once again become dependent? Sushi suddenly realized, understanding why the scene felt so familiar. Krisha's act of presenting the supreme crown mirrored his sister's gift of the eternal tear, clearly akin. Moreover, whether intentional or accidental, the enhancements provided by the supreme crown surpassed those of the eternal tear by a couple of attributes. Not immensely, but certainly a level above. The necklace, shimmering with a hazy light, formed from concepts and authority, resembled a cluster of starlight compressed into an illusion, resting in Sushi's palm like a connection to an infinite realm. Faintly, he could sense the existence of countless entities within the Supreme Crown. So it is not the myriad realms that shape the Eternal Supreme, but rather the Eternal Supreme that governs the myriad realms. As he felt the vast power within the necklace, Sushi was overwhelmed with emotion. Krisha sat upright, her exquisite face remaining cold and indifferent, unaffected by the sunlight. Softly speaking to Sushi, he understood her intent. This was the best gift the witch could conceive. Thank you, Krisha. I truly adore this gift. Under the witch's watchful gaze, Sushi sensed her tension. Did the emotionally detached witch feel anxious about whether he would accept her gift? Sushi smiled. Her eyes, forever reflecting his soulless gaze, followed his movements, watching him until the necklace was completely donned. This is a splendid gift. It will prove immensely helpful, Krisha. Gently placing his warm palm atop Krisha's head, he caressed her, alleviating her inner turmoil and unease. Sushi shook his head. There was no need for Krisha's worries. How could he possibly refuse her offering? Firstly, it was Krisha's heartfelt intention, a precious gift bestowed after a long wait. Secondly, having already accepted his sister's support, why would Sushi mind accepting his own disciple's? The answer was an unequivocal no. I have tread a precarious path throughout my life. My magical training relies solely on diligent effort. Sushi sighed wistfully, extending his right hand. After a flicker of strange spatial fluctuations, the cup that had been placed in the living room vanished silently, only to reappear in Sushi's hand moments later. Spatial magic, mastered in an instant. The transcendent perception of time and space, the tenfold enhancement effect of temporal cultivation, combined with a modicum of seemingly trivial effort, collectively engendered this miraculous scene. The soft rice is simply delectable. Sushi concluded. Krisha blinked vacantly. She did not fully comprehend Sushi's words, yet she could discern the delight radiating from her mentor regarding this gift. Consequently, the witch's spirits brightened as well. After breakfast, Krisha continued to maintain the courtyard in her own unique manner, at her own distinctive pace, akin to her existence within the magical realm. Although for her, it was a task that could be accomplished with but a thought. Sushi, on the other hand, entered the study of the new courtyard. The wood grain of the bookshelves was vividly illuminated by the sunlight, and the spacious compartments were filled with hefty tomes on magical arts and esoteric scrolls pertaining to immortality, all safeguarded by a protective barrier against decay. Upon passing through the narrow central gap, one would find Sushi's expansive desk, cluttered with densely packed manuscripts and crumpled sheets of discarded paper. Sushi pulled out a chair and sat down, retrieving the eternal tear and the supremacy crown to compare their distinctions. The soft rice prepared by his sister and his disciple both provided a tenfold augmentation to their respective attributes. This much was the same. The primary change this time lay in the gifts of time and space, and the absolute ascension to divinity. The former paved the way for me, allowing me to transition from pseudo-omniscience to true omniscience. I had already grasped the basics of spatial magic, while temporal magic posed a greater challenge that necessitated further effort. As for the absolute ascension, it directly addressed the issue of future advancement. All I needed to do was gradually hone my mental fortitude and naturally arrive at the threshold of divinity. Furthermore, Sushi's gaze shifted from the supremacy crown to the eternal tear. More precisely, he pondered the existence that lay behind the eternal tear. What could that child, Emoli, possibly be doing now? In the past, Sushi had always believed that his sister might be journeying through other worlds, with only the eternal tear arriving unexpectedly on Earth due to the descent of the boundary ruins. However, Krisha's failure to ascend to divinity caused Sushi to feel an unsettling discord. He distinctly remembered having experienced a bizarre sensation, as if swept by something, shortly before the second simulation. Not long after acquiring the eternal tear, that time, he had scrutinized the situation but found no issues. Dismissing it as a mere illusion, Sushi cradled the eternal tear in his palm, gazing intently at the pale red droplet-shaped crystal, its lustrous surface reflecting his visage. Yet at that moment, it was not divinity he sought, but immortality. Emoli, that child, had likely been by my side all along. I merely remained oblivious, mistakenly believing her to be in another realm. In that instant, he found himself entangled in thoughts about why his sister and his disciple would come to blows. Now, drawing parallels, he gained a fresh perspective. Whether in conflict or camaraderie, the only possible link between Su Emoli and Krisha was Sushi himself. In other words, Su Emoli was observing Sushi, along with the people and events surrounding him. This elucidated matters, yet why would that child refuse to appear before me? In the silent stillness of the study, Sushi fell into contemplation. Chapter 96. The Red Dragon Trembles in Fear. Daring not to speak. The first simulation lasted 19 years, during which Sushi spent 18 years with Su Emoli. The second simulation spanned 79 years, with Sushi sharing 73 years with Krisha. From a purely temporal standpoint, the experiences shared with the witch during the second simulation far surpassed those with his sister. Should one disregard the time Emoli spent incapacitated due to the calamity from the heavens, their time together would be even more scant. Thus, could one conclude that the bond with his sister was nowhere near as profound as that with the witch? Sushi believed not. Emotions are not entirely uniform. Some sentiments may shine through prolonged companionship, while others may reveal their eternal nature through fleeting moments. In Sushi's heart, thoughts of Emoli, his sister whom he had watched grow, always held a special place. She was a foolish child, trembling in the cold yet resolutely waiting at the door for Sushi's return. Though still young, she struggled to hold an oil umbrella over him to shield him from the rain. On the verge of death herself, she worried her illness would burden Sushi's future. Was she foolish? Indeed, very foolish. Was she silly? Absolutely, very silly. How many such bumbling fools exist in this world? Sushi felt there must be more than one. Yet the only one with whom he shared a bond, seeking warmth in the realm of immortality, was Su Emoli. Those shared experiences had woven together a unique tapestry of emotions, precious and beautiful. Outside the window, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air as they flitted through the autumn's fallen leaves, seeking the warmth of new buds. Sunlight poured into the study at an unusual angle, streaming through the double-hinged wooden windows, illuminating Sushi's face as he slowly closed his eyes. It fell upon the blood-red, glistening eternal tear. Long ago, Sushi had harbored a vague suspicion that his sister might be nearby. Now, he was finally certain that the clumsy and easily tearful girl was indeed close at hand, merely unwilling to reveal herself to him. Was it resentment? Was it anger? Sushi did not grasp the girl's thoughts. Yet he knew he must take action. The misunderstandings formed during the simulation, the hurtful words spoken to her, demanded that as her elder brother, Sushi ought to provide some form of response to that foolish girl. But how could he possibly see that familiar figure who was so deliberately hiding away? Sushi gazed quietly out the window, his thoughts drifting with the swirling leaves, contemplating in the wind. After a while, the study doors swung open as Krisha entered. "Minter, please have some tea," the witch offered, presenting an afternoon brew in a porcelain cup, its liquid steaming hot and displaying a familiar pale green hue. "Thank you, Krisha." Sushi instinctively accepted and took a sip, the long-forgotten bitterness swiftly assailing his taste buds. It was the flavor of the cleansing herb elixir. So bitter. Sushi felt his tongue tingle slightly. Thanks to the invigorating properties of the cleansing herb, his mental acuity was heightened, allowing him to ponder matters more swiftly than usual. However, the question remained. Did Sushi, as a sanctum mage, truly require such an enhancement? "Krisha, is there something amiss, Minter? Please refrain from using cleansing herb for afternoon tea in the future." "Understood. I shall take note of your request." Krisha, clad in a puffy black and white gown, held the cup and plate with both hands, attentively absorbing Sushi's feedback. Her exquisite eyes remained vacant and devoid of spirit, only reflecting Sushi's image. It was serene, pure, unaltered by time, unclouded by the years. The autumn of Yin City was crisp and lonely. Yet perhaps due to the witch's presence, the courtyard appeared vibrant with life. Under the sun's warm embrace, the dragon's bloodgrass and the red dragon's bloodgrass, two distinctly different varieties, flourished under Krisha's care, revealing their resplendent beauty. The former bore a faint scent of the sea and possessed the miraculous ability to bestow dragon blood. When consumed by serpents or fish, it could lead to their transformation into the lowest tier of demon cultivators, thus offering a minuscule chance to purify their bloodlines and ascend to true dragons. The latter, a fiery crimson, when ingested by beasts, would transform them into sub-dragon species, while humans would gain an affinity for fire elements, making them exceptional candidates for fire magic. Due to the exceedingly bountiful harvest, Sushi even sold a batch of dragon's bloodgrass. Of course, new cultivation required fresh dragon blood for nourishment. When the trembling red dragon arrived in Yin City and beheld the witch's form, it immediately knelt in submission, declaring that as long as it was not slain, it would willingly offer as much blood as desired. The witch graciously accepted the red dragon's request, finding Sushi's teachings quite beneficial. Indeed, dragons were remarkably docile, even volunteering their blood. The red dragon trembled, too afraid to dispute. The quotidian tasks of the courtyard, the household chores, and the cultivation of dragon's bloodgrass were all meticulously managed by Krisha. After acquiring the necklace forged from the supremacy crown, Sushi scarcely paused. He spent his days ensconced in the courtyard's training chamber, exploring the applications of spatial and temporal magic. Through his diligent efforts, he had mastered several fundamental uses of spatial magic, including short-distance teleportation for combat, long-distance spatial transmission, spatial slashes to attack foes, and spatial barriers for defense. The crux of it all lay in the utilization of teleportation and transmission. With the aid of spatial magic, he would no longer need to undertake a slow flight for distant travels. As for temporal magic, it remained dauntingly complex, likely requiring his ascension to divinity before he could truly wield the power of time. On a clear morning nearly 2 months later, Sushi gradually rose, concluding his training. After 2 months of relentless endeavor, he had not only gained proficiency in spatial magic, but had also ascended to the divine transformation stage. A fortuitous little gain. The sky at that moment appeared somewhat dark, as if a thunderstorm were looming, yet it shattered under the witch's gaze, swiftly transforming into a bright, clear day. Alas, Emoli, that child, still refuses to show herself. Chapter 97. Emoli, Wurwu. That is the sound of cars speeding by from the outside world. The rustling of dry leaves in the courtyard fills the air. Time passes swiftly. The moment Sushi reunited with the witch coincided with the cool, bracing winds of early autumn, yet in just 2 months, they had seamlessly transitioned into the desolate late autumn. Before long, the harsh winter would completely supplant the autumn. The sensation is rather subtle. Time flows like a stream of water, slipping through one's fingers. Each individual can distinctly perceive the passage of time, yet few grasp its essence until it is nearly extinguished. It is only when the water in one's palm dwindles to a mere trickle that the swift current of time becomes evident. In his bedroom, Sushi approached the tall display cabinet, gazing at the jars of candy and the wand within, lost in profound contemplation. Over the past 2 months, he had not only been honing his skills but had also exerted considerable effort in hopes of bringing his sister into the realm of reality. Regrettably, his endeavors had proven futile, and no matter how he tried, there were no signs of the girl's emergence. Was she still harboring resentment over past events? Did grievances in her heart remain unresolved? What could be the underlying reason? Unable to engage in direct communication and comprehend his sister's true sentiments, Sushi could only speculate on the reasons for her absence. Yet, all his conjectures seemed in vain. He was on the verge of commencing the third simulation, yet the girl still showed no inclination to appear. Sushi was even unaware of her current whereabouts or whether she was watching him. The gentle whisper of the wind drifted into his ears. He opened the cabinet door and retrieved the porcelain jar of candy, placing it alongside the eternal tear on the small wooden table in his bedroom. This was the only connection he had with his sister after the conclusion of the first simulation. The former was the candy Sushi had gifted to her, while the latter was the tear she had given him. It occurred to him that he had yet to taste the candy inside. Sushi pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing nostalgically at the cylindrical, light blue jar. During the first simulation in the realm of cultivation, he had given most of the candy he purchased to Emoli, for he felt that the candy was not particularly delectable. Yet, inexplicably, the girl found immense joy in it. Perhaps I should have a taste. Sushi lifted the lid of the jar and took out a white hard candy from the top of the pile. As the candy melted in his mouth, he detected a faint malt fragrance and a subtle hint of glutinous rice flour. Its texture was firm, requiring slow licking. It was sweet, tinged with an elusive tartness. Was this candy truly delicious? Sushi deemed it acceptable as a snack, but far from addictive. Could it be that Emoli feigned her fondness for candy merely to please him? Sushi's movements faltered, his expression wavering. In the first simulation, the girl had exhibited such intelligence, such maturity, often surpassing that of genuine adults. That time, Emoli had never expressed a fondness for candy within the depths of Sanjian Peak. Throughout, she had only accepted the candy Sushi offered. Yet, he had never delved deeper into this detail, naively assuming that his sister enjoyed candy, thus purchasing an abundance of it. Reflecting on this, he realized he had been a rather incompetent brother. Sushi leaned back slightly, his back resting against the wooden chair's support, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. The reason she accepted his gifts time and again was simply out of fear of hurting his feelings. Am I being too domineering? Not only had he seldom inquired about her opinions, but he had also unilaterally defined her life, concealing her innate spiritual roots and weaving lies to deliberately neglect her. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the wooden table with intricate patterns. The candy-filled porcelain jar and the blood-red tear glistened in the light. Sushi fell silent. He sensed he had finally discerned the true reason behind his sister's reluctance to appear. To reunite in the world of the living. Everything he had done had imposed an overwhelming burden on a little girl, particularly his parting words before leaving the Tianjian sect. Undoubtedly, they had inflicted a profound psychological wound on Emoli, who had once looked up to him with admiration. I'm sorry, Oli. It is I, your elder brother, who has failed you. After a prolonged silence, Sushi parted his lips, addressing the empty room, even though he was uncertain whether his sister was watching. The remorse in his heart, the regret, compelled him to voice his feelings. Gently, he closed the lid of the jar, restoring it to its original state. Yet at that moment, a crystalline dampness seeped from the back of his hand. Is it sweat? The autumn air in Yin Mountain is particularly crisp. How could one perspire? Is it rain? The courtyard outside was bathed in sunshine. How could it be raining? Then what is this sudden moisture? Brother, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's clearly my fault. It's clearly me who is to blame. A heavy sensation descended upon his shoulders, a manifestation of the girl's quiet sobbing. A long-lost reliance on her elder brother. Delicate arms, like lotus stalks, reached from behind, intertwining around Sushi's neck, weeping uncontrollably. Sushi was momentarily taken aback, but his expression gradually softened. The girl cried even more fiercely. Unlike the silent tears of a sorceress, this was a cathartic release of pent-up emotions, loud and chaotic. Emoli harbored boundless guilt and self-reproach for Sushi's death. However, now, she heard her brother's apology. The stark contrast, the juxtaposition of emotions, caused her mental defenses to collapse, revealing a fragile side of her. Outside the door, the silver-haired sorceress held a tray with an indifferent expression, containing the hot tea and corresponding pastries she had prepared for Sushi. Ordinarily, Krisha would have entered the room directly, yet, the sound of Emoli's weeping halted her in her tracks. Just this once. Just this once. The magnanimous sorceress turned and walked away, choosing to grant precious time to the kind-hearted. She would only offer this opportunity once. In the future, the emotionless sorceress would not permit such recklessness. Chapter 98. The candy is no longer expired. The girl continued to weep, expressing her grievances and guilt. Through her fragmented words, Sushi finally discerned the true reason for Emoli's prolonged absence. It was the remorse of witnessing a loved one's death, the regret of feeling powerless, and the evasion of facing the harsh reality of being a burden. I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. It's all my fault. I caused my brother's demise. I am the one who should apologize. Emoli's voice grew increasingly mournful, gradually transforming into pure weeping. She buried her head into Sushi's shoulder, her regrets manifesting as crystalline tears that soaked the shoulder she leaned upon for support. The once frail girl had transcended into an eternal existence. Yet even now, she could not forgive herself, could not absolve the self that had been powerless to prevent her brother's tragedy, only able to wail in despair. Only Sushi's voice resonated once more in the girl's ears, causing her body to tremble. Was her brother about to scold her? Would he reject her transformation? The fears that enveloped the girl did not come to pass. His slow, gentle words caressed her like the warm spring sun. It must have been difficult for you to be alone all this time. Hasn't it? I'm sorry for being so late. The man bore no trace of blame. Rather, his voice brimmed with tenderness, continually comforting the girl who lacked a sense of security. Yet, such words felt like sharp blades piercing through her heart, penetrating Suimoli's very essence, prompting her to cry even more helplessly. The autumn air was biting, and the impending winter would chill the very soul. The passage of time brought about external changes. Compared to the conclusion of the first simulation, Suimoli's appearance had subtly shifted. That change bore the names of maturity and solitude. She felt both proud of the girl's growth and sorrowful for the price it exacted. Tentatively, he extended a hand, gently placing his palm atop the sorrowful little head that wept against his shoulder. He stroked her hair, reminiscent of the times he had comforted her in childhood. Sushi's voice was soft. The sound of her weeping grew fainter, her embrace tightening around him, signifying that the little girl, overwhelmed with helplessness, had once again found a pillar of support. She had regained her hero, the one who would tread through thorns and unwaveringly rescue her from the blazing sun. "Brother, will you leave Imoli again?" A trembling voice emerged from behind. Never again. It was not a lie but a heartfelt truth, unwilling to let go. Strangely, Sushi felt a sense of familiarity with the scene before him. Why was that? He recalled experiencing something akin to this before, memories surfacing of waking up in the early morning, feeling as though he were being smothered. That sensation mirrored the present moment, in other words. The phenomenon known as sleep paralysis was a myth. The discomfort he had felt all along was due to his sister's covert actions in the dead of night. Sushi chuckled, both at the absurdity of the truth and at his sister's little temper. Time passed, and under Sushi's gentle caresses, the girl finally ceased her weeping. He took her hand, guiding her to sit on the opposite side of the wooden table. Now, Sushi could finally see the girl in her entirety. Was she unfamiliar? Not at all. She remained the same familiar, tearful little girl. Was she familiar? Perhaps not. Unlike the eternally 17-year-old sorceress, Suimoli had indeed aged. Her body growing with time, her stature a tad taller, her hair longer, and her demeanor colder than Sushi remembered. The once inquisitive sister who chased after him, questioning the nuances of life, had matured to the point of grasping life's complexities. It was a bewildering sight. She was truly beautiful. Sushi spoke softly, gently wiping away the tears from the girl's face, restoring its pristine appearance. "Thank you, brother." The familiar words were spoken in a different tone. In her youth, Suimoli's voice had been irresistibly vibrant, imbued with the innocence of childhood. Yet now, as a grown young woman, she found it difficult to let go. The long-awaited reunion rendered her somewhat reserved. Leaving her at a loss for words. "Moli, have a piece of candy," Sushi sought to ease the awkward atmosphere. He opened the candy jar once more, retrieving a brown soft candy and offering it to Suimoli, who sat beside him. Him. The taste of the candy was unremarkable, yet there was something special about it. The sentiment contained within would never expire, for the one who imbued the candy with meaning. Her only concern was seated right beside her, gazing at her with tenderness. "Brother, the candy is delicious. Moli really likes it." After finishing the soft candy, Suimoli smiled at Sushi. However, as she smiled, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably fell again, moistening her cheeks once more. "As long as you enjoy it, there's plenty of candy. We can savor it slowly in the future." Sushi's movements were meticulous as he gently wiped away the traces of tears from his sister's face, erasing the pain etched by the passage of time. In their first simulation, the happiness of their childhood had been vividly portrayed. Yet, upon its conclusion, Suimoli's heart was flooded with sorrow. Sushi attempted to mend her heart, which bore countless wounds, but the girl shook her head. "There's no need for repair. No need for concealment. The moment I truly faced you, My once icy heart regained warmth just by looking at you. I feel an immense sense of fulfillment. Is that so? Well, as long as everything is all right, Sushi smiled, instinctively wanting to ruffle the girl's hair. Yet, he suddenly remembered that the sister before him had grown up. Having endured the long trials of life, perhaps she no longer appreciated such childish antics. Unexpectedly, Molly took the initiative to grasp Sushi's wrist, bowing her head to let his palm rest gently on her crown. Do you remember, brother? Remember what? When I was little, I once complained to you that you patted my head too often, which made me unable to grow taller. Now, Molly has grown up and no longer needs to be taller. The girl spoke softly, her gaze fixed on Sushi, yet it seemed as if she were looking past him into the distance. Chapter 99. The one who destroys the immortal realm is my sister? Su Molly's mood improved significantly. It was a sudden and subtle change. Sushi, unsure of the reason behind this transformation, inquired, What's wrong, Molly? Nothing. I'm just delighted to be reunited with you. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy, and under the sunlight streaming through the window, the coldness on her face faded, revealing a glimpse of her childhood innocence and charm. Though fleeting, it was a moment to cherish. Meanwhile, the kitchen in the courtyard was eerily silent. As the witch silently wielded her power over time, pausing the flow of hot tea and desserts, fixated on Sushi's door, preparing to present them to her mentor in perfect condition. Molly, could you share with me what you have experienced since the battle at Tianjin Sect? In the softly illuminated bedroom, Sushi posed his question. He had already gleaned a general understanding of his sister's exploits in the cultivation world from Li Wanshou, but certainly, the details would be best recounted by the person herself. Sushi was curious about how, after the first simulation, his sister transitioned from an ordinary cultivator to someone who stormed through the immortal realm, continuously growing stronger, even to the point of tears becoming so extraordinary. Whatever Sushi wished to know, Su Molly would disclose in full. With a slight nod, Su Molly began to recount the series of events that unfolded after the invasion of the demonic cultivators at Tianjin Sect. Leaving Tianjin Sect, pursuing all demonic cultivators in the cultivation world, gathering rare materials, and creating her own divine arts, at this point, Sushi maintained a relatively calm expression. However, as his sister's experiences in the immortal realm unfolded, his eyes gradually widened, filled with confusion. You entered the immortal realm without reaching the immortal stage, yet you battled against the gatekeepers of the realm without faltering. After stepping onto the immortal path and achieving true immortality, you could still retreat unscathed even in the presence of an immortal emperor? Ah, my sister is that formidable? Sushi was utterly flabbergasted. He had never imagined that someone could rival the astounding prowess of Krisha. Let alone that this person was his own sister. It was beyond comprehension. Tio just become immortal and then retreat from the immortal emperor without losing ground. Is that for real? Ah? 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 While Sushi's face appeared composed, his heart raged with tumultuous waves, utterly astounded by the feats of the girl before him. She had yet to ascend to immortality and knew little of the power of immortals. Yet, this did not hinder his understanding of the immortal emperor's might. Standing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, ruling over all realms, exerting dominion over the entire immortal domain. Yet, such a prodigy, who would be a supreme sovereign in any world, was held in a stalemate by his own sister. Such a notion was simply too incredulous. Sushi quietly opened the candy jar, tossing a piece into his mouth to suppress his astonishment. Yet, the narrative from his sister was far from over. The subsequent revelations were not only more abundant, but carried an even greater impact. The immortal pill that the teacher found, was it you who secretly sent it? You were also responsible for splitting the immortal realm to elevate Earth? From the very beginning, there was no so-called mastermind behind the scenes, or rather, the mastermind was you? Did you also slay the immortal emperor? Crunch in his astonishment, Sushi bit down hard on the candy, fragments scattering across his mouth. The influx of information was overwhelming, leaving him unsure whether to critique Li Wanshou's so-called luck or to marvel at his sister's extraordinary capabilities. The good news was that Li Wanshou's ascension to immortality was due to his sister's assistance. The bad news was that the immortal realm life Li Wanshou had yet to experience was disrupted by his sister. This was indeed, well, how should one put it? A bit dizzying. Sushi took a deep breath, rubbing his throbbing temples with his index finger. Perhaps because he had recently been astonished by the witch's exploits. Sushi quickly came to terms with the various deeds his sister had accomplished. Slaying the immortal emperor sounded outrageous, and destroying the immortal realm was exaggerated. Yet, placed within the context of the ruthless world of cultivation, it was not entirely incomprehensible. The so-called immortal realm, at its essence, was merely an advanced cultivation world. Its destruction would not have significant repercussions, nor would it sever the path to immortality. In comparison, Sushi was more concerned about another matter. Moly, when you were destroying those lesser worlds to elevate Earth, did it not affect too many living beings? Of course not, brother. In a place unseen by Sushi, the girl's little finger gently traced the air. In that moment, as time reversed and fate flowed backward, the innocent beings who had inadvertently perished during the shattering of worlds were resurrected by Su Moly's thought. They were either integrated into the cultivation realm of Earth or sent to other minor realms across the heavens. As for the demonic cultivators and mindless beasts, they plunged eternally into the depths of oblivion. She was not a purely benevolent person, but neither did she harbor an interest in senseless slaughter. The death of beings across realms sounded truly horrifying. Fortunately, his sister was not of a murderous disposition. She remained as kind, adorable, and moral as she had been in childhood. However, viewed in this light, the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, even if it was not initiated by me, is still inextricably linked to me. Sushi's fingers stroked the eternal tear, deep in thought. What was certain was that the cultivation and magical realms existed on Earth due to him. From another perspective, he had become one of the hidden forces behind the changes on Earth, even if it was not his intention. Moly, there is one more thing I wish to ask you. Please, brother, when you discovered Earth, had the phenomenon of spiritual energy resurgence already begun? When I arrived, the anomalies in this realm had already manifested, I see. I understand. He licked the candy, allowing it to soften and melt slowly in his throat. Warm and sweet. Sushi closed the lid of the candy jar, his eyes slightly closed. The arrival of spiritual energy resurgence. Both Moly and Krisha merely played a role in accelerating it. So, who was the true initiator? Could it be that the research by the Transcendent Bureau is flawed? The first wave of spiritual energy resurgence did not stem from an invasion of another realm, but rather from the awakening of Earth itself? Or perhaps it was influenced by other factors. Not a significant issue. With Moly and Krisha around, no matter what happens, even if the Earth were to explode, it could be restored. Chapter 100. Recharge Martial Arts Simulation. The things that are loved will grow flesh and blood from struggle, filling the hollow chambers of the heart, staining the colorless bones. The power of love may not be limitless, but for some, it is the sole motivation that sustains their existence. Today, the courtyard seemed a touch warmer. Sushi gazed out the window, the autumn chill lessening in its darkness. Was it the joy of reunion that diluted the cold? Or more specifically, were the two exalted beings preventing the desolation of autumn from encroaching? Moly, I want to introduce you to someone. After conversing with Su Moly, unraveling their hearts, and learning of the girl's recent circumstances, Sushi led her out of the bedroom, hoping to facilitate an introduction between his sister and the witch, to avoid a confrontation as fierce as in the dream. However, upon their meeting, the tranquil atmosphere felt like an invisible tempest. Swiftly sweeping through every corner of the courtyard, the warmth rapidly ebbed away, giving way to a chill more biting than autumn's grasp. It was a cold that penetrated deep into the soul, leaving one inexplicably shivering. Su Moly and Kirsha stood in silence, their gazes passing through Sushi's form and intertwining with one another. Each glance, each movement, bore an air of indifference. I am Su Moly, the younger sister of my elder brother. I am Kirsha Christina, the disciple of my mentor. Under Sushi's watchful eye, the initial meeting between the two girls came to an abrupt conclusion. They seemed utterly unconcerned with each other's existence. After a brief introduction, the atmosphere once again fell into an icy silence. Both parties, in a mutual understanding, refrained from mentioning the battle among the stars. No, it would be inaccurate to call it a silence. The witch was indeed active. Later, Sushi had inquired of the witch her thoughts on Su Moly, a poor, kind-hearted soul. Yet, one could at least ascertain that Kirsha harbored no ill feelings towards Moly. Thus, Sushi sought another opportunity to ask his now-grown sister about her perspective on Kirsha, the fortunate one. Where lies the fortune? Sushi discovered that there seemed to have been an early intersection between his sister and his disciple. But fortunately, there was no animosity between them. Sushi's once anxious heart finally found solace. It appeared that the visions of battling in dreams would not manifest. Yet, how did Molly and Kirsha come to know each other? Could it be that the two encountered one another amidst the myriad realms after achieving the pinnacle of their powers? Sushi speculated, without delving further into thought. The past held no significance now. What mattered more was to set his sights on the future. Sushi prepared a bedroom for Molly to reside in. There were ample vacant rooms in the new courtyard. Even accommodating 4 or 5 more residents was no issue. However, unlike Kirsha, who resided in the courtyard full-time, Molly's presence was intermittent. She often dedicated herself to the grand endeavor of ascending Earth, tirelessly striving across the river of time to allow her true self to descend. When she did appear, it was either to accompany Sushi or to study the dragon bloodgrass within the courtyard. During her early years at the Heavenly Sword Sect, Molly had once cherished flowers and plants. But an unforeseen change had compelled her to abandon that interest. Now, under Sushi's influence, she had inexplicably rekindled that passion. What a beautiful and tranquil life it was in the courtyard, Sushi sighed. Sipping a warm cup of tea offered by the witch, days like these, serene and peaceful, were precisely what he yearned for. If only he could disregard the anomalies of the collection cabinet. Swish, the gray rekindled wand took the first position. Swish, the sugar jar was now in first place. It was unclear when the collection cabinet had fallen into a state of Schr Dinger's first position. With every flutter of his eyelids, the first compartment would shift. Gulping down the hot tea, Sushi paid no mind to the cabinet's oddities. Initially, he had attempted to manage it, urging the witch and his sister to exercise restraint. The witch was obedient, and his sister was understanding. They ensured Sushi was never put in a difficult position. Thus, whenever Sushi occupied his bedroom, the cabinet remained eerily quiet, appearing as it ought to. But when he was absent, as he was now in the living room, a silent rivalry would quietly commence. The children had grown. They were becoming harder to manage. Sushi set down his teacup, its bottom gently colliding with the tabletop, producing a faint tremor. He summoned a simulator panel visible only to himself and began to contemplate earnestly which world to select for the third simulation. Given my current pace of cultivation, whether ascending to immortality through the path of the celestial or achieving deification through the arcane arts, it is merely a matter of time. Yet, strength is something that is never excessive. Since the simulator can assist me, possessing a multitude of extraordinary systems, it would be a pity not to utilize it effectively, Sushi pondered, perusing the descriptions of various worlds. His resources were ample. Regardless of the anchor point medium, everything had long been prepared in his storage space, awaiting only the selection of a world for simulation. Cultivating in the celestial path allows me to comprehend the workings of heaven and earth. The meditation of magic grants me spiritual clarity, enabling mastery over the world's elements. These two paths nearly dissect the essence of existence. Thus, it is best for the system of the third simulation not to overlap with these directions. Contemplation, search, comparison. After a thorough selection, Sushi ultimately focused on the realms of fantasy and martial arts. Among the various extraordinary systems, the fantasy and martial arts paths were rather unconventional, as they placed significant emphasis on the physical form. A single punch could shatter the path of life and death, and vital energy could subdue the underworld. All laws and techniques coalesce in one punch and one kick. This was precisely why Sushi chose the realms of fantasy and martial arts. The spiritual roots allow me to perceive the essence of heaven and earth. Meditation grants me unobstructed divine insight. On the path of the arcane master, I have already traversed a considerable distance. Vital essence, spirit, and energy are mutually complementary. At present, my most significant shortcoming is the essence of the body. Sushi deliberated for a moment and settled on the martial arts option. Both extraordinary systems aimed at honing the physical body, yet they bore distinctions. Fantasy often intermingled the laws of heaven and earth with robust physiques, while the martial arts path focused on excavating the hidden treasures of the human body, suitable for Sushi to harmonize his vital essence and spirit, paving a bright path toward a composite extraordinary system. Then, let us commence the infusion. She lightly brushed his fingers over the storage ring, pouring forth an array of extraordinary items from the martial arts realm. Ding! Martial arts anchor point medium loading. 1111. Chapter 101 Third Simulation. Commence. Under Sushi's gaze, the progress bar of the simulator slowly ascended, ceasing only upon reaching its peak. Every increment, every drop, was derived from the infusion of extraordinary items from the martial arts realm, an authentic investment in the simulation. Martial arts anchor point medium loading complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained a simulation opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the simulation and embark on a splendid simulated life? Current simulation opportunities. 1. The simulator's prompt resonated, the panel synchronously displaying dense text. Without hesitation, Sushi decisively selected the button to initiate the simulation. The rewards from the second simulation had long been digested. Now, he was in dire need of the addition of the third simulation. Simulation initiating. World line projection in progress. Locking onto a traversable world. Analyzed as a martial arts realm. Entry generation in progress. Entry generation complete. Please select 3 entries as character talents for this simulated life. Entry levels are as follows: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Strength like an ox. Green, your strength is akin to that of a plowing ox. Renowned throughout the countryside as a formidable young man. Martial evolution. Purple, an extensive passage of time begets extraordinary miracles. Your martial arts will evolve as if alive, with a slight chance of transforming into a more advanced form. Master of both sides. White, you navigate between the realms of light and dark, possessing a fearsome reputation as the most dreaded ruffian among neighbors, yet easily attracting the enmity of young heroes. Proficient in sticks. Blue, you are highly skilled in the use of stick weapons, especially in striking, thrusting, and standing techniques. The flourishes you create with the stick can even deflect incoming arrows. Vital energy ascendant. Purple, you possess a naturally robust physique, with vitality flourishing like smoke, making it impossible for ordinary spirits to approach you. Seated at night, you resemble a furnace. This set of entries feels rather mediocre. Sushi quickly scanned the simulator panel, observing the 6 displayed entries with a hint of confusion. However, he soon found clarity. The appearance of red entries was inherently rare. Gold and purple entries were the hallmark of high-tier rewards in normal simulations. It was entirely plausible to encounter 6 white entries should one experience extreme misfortune. Given this simulation, the presence of the persistence entry at the very least ensured a baseline. Sushi swiftly selected his entries: persistence, gold; martial evolution, purple; and vital energy ascendant, purple. 0.1 gold and 2 purple entries would complement each other. This, then, was the ultimate combination for Sushi's third simulation. Entry selection complete. Would you like to initiate the simulation? Confirm. As Sushi commenced the simulation, the familiar sensation of detachment washed over him once more. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, this simulation was far less dizzying than those of the past. He saw it. He saw himself departing from his original form. The world fell into a standstill. All things utterly frozen. His sister and the witch seemed to sense something, but their movements appeared to Sushi as painfully slow and silent. Ultimately, Sushi's consciousness fully detached from reality, soaring into an infinite expanse of lines. The starlight flickered, representing boundless possibilities. Each line signified a vastly different timeline. Thus, Sushi was enveloped by the simulator and propelled toward one such line, plunging deep into it, unable to control his descent. Number 03 simulation officially commences. You open your eyes and find yourself seated in the living room of your home. You do not see Sumoli, nor do you see Kirsha. But you behold another familiar, thunderous presence. You are swift, your movements nimble, having hastily ascended to the second floor. Before long, a heavy-duty truck, in an unstoppable manner, crashes through the wall of the first floor. However, for you, situated on the second floor, it poses no threat whatsoever. You smile. Your smile suddenly freezes. The truck abruptly transforms. The front morphs into a head and chest, while the body becomes the waist and legs, taking on the form of a magnificent robot you have never encountered before, delivering a light-speed punch that sends you flying. You are violently struck by the mighty truck. Consciousness swirled in a haze. As if tossed mercilessly within a washing machine, subjected to countless cycles. When Sushi finally opened his eyes once more, the world around him had undergone a profound transformation. Before him appeared an entirely new panorama of architecture and landscapes, unlike anything he had ever encountered. You have acquired a painless traversal package. Upon awakening, you discover that you have arrived in a brand new world. This realm is dedicated solely to martial arts. There are no celestial beings soaring through the skies, nor flamboyant sorcerers wielding dazzling spells. What exists here is the ultimate evolution of martial prowess. Fists can shake the heavens, and kicks can rend the earth asunder. It is a grand world where the physical body is pushed to its utmost limits, and all power is derived from the flesh. You marvel at the wonders of martial arts. Yet the discomfort in your body quickly reveals that your situation is far from idyllic. Your form has transformed into that of a 16-year-old, slightly frail in physique, yet brimming with vitality. You are quite hungry. Your first task after crossing over is to satisfy your hunger. The air is filled with swirling dust, the shrill whinnies of horses, and the howling winds. Sushi struggles to rise from the ground. Standing upright, he surveys his surroundings and finds himself amidst dense foliage, lush branches and leaves, with a wide gravel path carved out in the center, upon which riders occasionally gallop at breakneck speed. These horses are unlike ordinary steeds. Their eyes blaze crimson, exuding ferocity, and their bodies are adorned with dark green scales that kick up clouds of dust as they thunder down the path. I recall having seen such creatures in the materials purchased from the Supernatural Administration. Those are green-scaled horses, a specialty of certain martial worlds, bred from a hybrid lineage of ferocious fish and laboring beasts. Known for their low cost and ease of breeding, making them one of the most common mounts in the martial realm, Sushi rotated his neck and stretched his shoulders before proceeding along the gravel path. He intended to seek out a town or village to gradually ascertain the state of this world before planning his next steps. His gaze lowered. He noticed that the stones beneath his feet appeared shattered. As if they had long endured the trampling of fierce horses, some exceeding their load-bearing capacity. It felt somewhat peculiar. During the last simulation, steam technology had developed exceptionally well, even in the absence of magic. Civilization had approached modernity. However, this is to be expected. Practitioners of the martial arts often focus on the enhancement of physical strength, neglecting the cultivation of mental acuity and wisdom. To expect them to advance civilization is indeed a tall order. Wang Dali's so-called super intellect essentially boils down to using super strength to obliterate any dissent. Chapter 102. Martial Arts and Demons. The acrid scent of blood permeates the air. It is pungent and foul. With signs of desiccated blood all around, fragments of shattered blades glint in the sunlight, casting bright reflections. More remnants are either deeply embedded in the trees flanking the path or buried beneath the overgrowth of weeds. Sushi continues along the gravel path, but with each step, the ground grows increasingly tainted. As if it had witnessed a fierce battle, Sushi furrows his brow, slowing his pace. What has transpired here? Recalling the hurried figures he had seen racing past on horseback, he surmises that perhaps a conflict has unfolded ahead. Is it a clash between humans, or something else? While searching for the road to the town, you discover remnants of a fierce battle. You become vigilant, slowing your advance, and pick up a barely usable broken blade from the roadside for self-defense. You proceed cautiously. You continue your cautious journey. Persisting in your effort, vitality surging within you. Your persistence grants you a slight increase in endurance, and your abundant vitality shields you from the weakness brought on by hunger, allowing you to quicken your pace slightly. After a careful 45 minutes of walking, you successfully arrive at a town. Upon inquiring, you learn that this place is called Qingyo Town, located on the outskirts of Dakian, bordering the treacherous mountains teeming with demons. The blood and carnage you witnessed, along with the signs of fierce battle, are the result of the conflict between the demons and martial artists. This is a terrifying wave of demonic invasion. Qingyo Town has been devastated, with many innocents brutally slaughtered, revealing the true source of the overwhelming stench of blood you detected. The clash between martial artists and demons rages on. The robust, bare-chested man leaps into the air, delivering a swift and precise strike that slices through the air. The blade glimmers in the sunlight as it severs the neck of a raging tiger, sending its head tumbling to the ground in a spray of blood. Remarkable swordsmanship. Truly, Master Ji's tiger-slaying technique is unparalleled. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Observers applaud in admiration, while many townsfolk cast eager glances. The man named Ji clearly revels in the praise, laughing heartily as he brandishes his sword and dashes off in another direction. This is the essence of martial arts. Practitioners are often exuberant, their blood boiling at the prospect of battle, compelled to obliterate any adversary that stands in their way with the utmost ferocity. Compared to cultivators who dabble in myriad arts of immortality, or sorcerers who manipulate the world through knowledge. Martial artists appear excessively extreme, channeling all their skill points into the enhancement of the physical body. The idea of transcending through the flesh sounds intriguing. After observing for a while, Su Shi, suppressing his hunger, enters Qingyou town. Prior to the simulation, he had prepared extensively, studying various forms of cultivation, including those pertaining to martial arts. Whether techniques for training or skills for life-and-death combat, all were etched in his memory. However, before embarking on his true cultivation journey, Su Shi needed a place to settle down, while also gaining a deeper understanding of the world background of this third simulation. You take your first significant step. The beleaguered Qingyou town is in dire need of youthful labor, and you leverage your robust health, abundant in vitality, to earn your first earnings through hard work. You purchase food and feast heartily, successfully alleviating your hunger. In the days that follow, you adhere to your original plan, quietly accumulating wealth while seeking insights into the state of the Dacian Empire from those around you. Simultaneously, you begin diligently learning the written language of Dacian, poring over ancient texts, persisting in your efforts. Now, you have acquired a foundational understanding of this world. It is an expansive realm, boundless and without limits, where humanity hones itself through martial arts, having passed down the flame of knowledge through countless generations, carving out a secure haven for mankind. Dacian has emerged in response to this need. The Dacian Empire is an extraordinarily powerful dynasty that governs the lands of humanity, maintaining peace and stability. Under Dacian's rule, the lives of its people are filled with order, far removed from the darkness and hardships of ancient times. Yet beyond Dacian lies the treacherous mountains, infested with countless demons and monsters. The mountains rise majestically, their peaks towering and interwoven. A multitude of creatures abound, and demons rampage unchecked. The treacherous mountains are an unequivocal forbidden zone. Even martial artists of the immortal realm dare not tread lightly within, for the demons within are endless and cannot be eradicated. In the remote areas bordering the treacherous mountains, such as Qingyou town, incursions by demons are a frequent occurrence. You suddenly comprehend the full story behind the tragedy of Qingyou town. For the powerless common folk, residing in a secluded place like Qingyou town is undoubtedly perilous. Be they the elderly or children, all yearn for the deeper regions of Dacian's counties, yet the Dacian court imposes restrictions, preventing the populace from migrating freely. Thus, they are compelled to remain in their original locations. But Su Shi is different. I possess the attributes of persistence and martial practice, two complementary aspects that, if wielded wisely, will yield substantial rewards in this simulation. Moreover, the martial arts focus heavily on life-and-death combat. Living here is more conducive to my martial training. As thoughts swirl in his mind, Su Shi quickly makes arrangements but does not rush into training. The so-called martial arts fundamentally concern the development and exploration of the human body. You choose to settle in Qingyou town. You labor daily, exchanging your toil for wealth, and your perseverance and sweat leave a lasting impression. Due to your continuous labor, your physical capabilities have improved. Day after day, month after month, through persistent practice of punches and kicks, even without the enhancement of vitality, your comprehension of fundamental techniques deepens, and your body begins to internalize the mechanics of striking. A year and a half passes swiftly. Having accumulated a modest fortune, you determine that the time has come to embark on your martial arts training. You exhaust all your funds to procure medicinal substances for refining your vitality. Following a specific sequence and technique, you concoct several doses of vitality elixir, along with corresponding medicinal baths to stimulate your body's energy. You utilize both methods simultaneously. Your latent vitality is swiftly ignited, instantly breaking through the first confinement of the mortal coil, vitality surging throughout your body, bones and muscles resonating, as you enter the first realm of martial arts. A year and a half passes in the blink of an eye. Su Shi sits cross-legged within a dilapidated wooden hut, his entire being flushed with vitality. Beneath the surface, energy flows as he channels the martial arts techniques acquired from the real world, gradually gathering the dissipated vitality back into his body, circulating it at a specific frequency, forming an unceasing river of energy. The Meridian Realm has been achieved. Chapter 103. The 5 realms of body refinement. The 3 innate realms. The realm divisions of martial arts encompass 5 foundational stages of body refinement: meridian opening, tendon strengthening, bone tempering, marrow refining, and blood replacement. Collectively known as the postnatal body refinement stages, these realms are designed to hone and polish the martial artist's physique, enabling the body to continually transcend its limits, generating a boundless reservoir of vitality. Following these stages, one progresses to the return to the innate state. The vitality of an innate martial artist is like a tranquil lake in stillness, yet becomes a raging torrent when in motion. With each punch and kick enveloped in the essence of formidable energy, the mightiest among them could even traverse the void, wielding their energy to vanquish foes. Comprehending principles, nurturing the soul, and perceiving the divine. These constitute the three innate realms. In the vernacular of the populace, these three realms are more commonly referred to as Master, Grandmaster, and Supremacy Grandmaster. I find myself still rather weak at this juncture. Let us not even broach the subject of the subsequent stages. Merely mastering the 5 realms of body refinement requires my diligent cultivation. The likes of becoming an immortal is a matter to ponder only after a considerable passage of time. Within the wooden abode, Sushi rose from his meditation, exhaling a long, billowing breath of murky air, which gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. The Meridian Realm is but a trivial initial stage within the vast domain of blood and martial arts. Yet, a martial artist remains a martial artist, ultimately transcending the mundanity of ordinary existence. From this moment forth, Sushi's life and daily existence would no longer be shackled by the drudgery of monotonous physical labor. Thanks to his innate, robust vitality, you have successfully entered the first stage of martial arts, with your meridians fully connected by the flow of energy, establishing an unceasing cycle of circulation. Though you are currently unable to unleash spells or magical arts, your physical form has experienced unprecedented enhancement. The surge of energy brings you joy. As you clench your fists, the overwhelming power makes you feel as though you could effortlessly strike down an equally ranked cultivator or mage. Yet, you remain grounded, not allowing the elevation of your strength to cloud your judgment. The classification of realms in the blood martial arts ascends from the base upwards, comprising the 5 realms of body refinement and the 3 innate stages. Only by successfully traversing these 8 realms can you attain the status of an immortal martial artist and witness a more magnificent world. As one merely in the Meridian Realm, you clearly lack the qualifications for arrogance. You are acutely aware that your future holds boundless potential, yet until you reach that future, potential remains merely potential. You gathered your belongings and departed from the dilapidated wooden dwelling. Simultaneously resigning from your previous occupation, you commenced your unwavering commitment to martial arts. You began your relentless pursuit of refinement. Initially, you became an assistant instructor at a martial arts school. Allowing for a transitional phase, the assistant's income relieved you of worries, enabling you to procure superior vitality-enhancing elixirs. In the simulated 3rd year, at the age of 18, you resigned from the assistant position. Now, your punches are fearsome, bolstered by astonishing vitality, allowing you to contend with ordinary practitioners in the blood exchange realm. You successfully transcended social strata, acquiring a residence in Qingyo Town. You chose neither to establish your own martial arts school nor to join a sect. Yet you enjoy a stable income. Having heard of your rapid advancement, some have come to visit, offering gold and silver in hopes that you might guide their offspring. Ultimately, it is merely a purple aptitude. The boundary-breaking enhancement brought forth by the surge of vitality, while still assisting, has notably slowed as for the persistence of attributes. It has become increasingly arduous to accelerate in Qingyo Town, within your new abode. You swing your arms, spiraling them outward like wings, gradually pulling at your entire sinew and bone, achieving the extraordinary phenomenon of bones rising and flesh descending. Unlike the ease of the preceding 3 realms, the essence and blood exchange realms delve deeper into the essence of blood martial arts, thus proving more challenging to cultivate. Essence is the source of blood production, which circulates throughout the body. By refining the marrow, one can rejuvenate the blood, thereby nourishing the internal organs comprehensively, leading to a transcendental evolution of the entire body. This embodies the principle of returning to the innate from the acquired, representing the first step into the extraordinary realm of martial arts. All power, all transcendent characteristics converge within the sinew, bone, blood, and flesh. Amidst the roaring vitality, one could even annihilate malevolent beings with ease, feeling the arduous nature of advancing in martial arts. You, amidst the astonished gazes of others, chose to venture closer to the 10,000 Great Mountains, seeking out the weaker demons. You persistently search daily, developing a keen insight into locating these demons. You diligently practice martial arts every day, your skills progressively improving. Your techniques in boxing, blade wielding, and agility have become more refined through your battles with demons, rendering you increasingly adept. In the simulated world, Sushi exists as a complete non-entity. He possesses neither the household registration of the Daqian dynasty nor any so-called relatives. Such matters are of little consequence, as strength reigns supreme, a principle that prevails even in the magical realm. However, the issue lies in the fact that, compared to the civilized systems of the magical world, where the Mage Association provides avenues for inquiry and assistance, the martial arts world is undoubtedly primitive and backward. Sushi lacks the means to purchase martial arts techniques and skills. Even if he could procure them, they would mostly be of inferior quality. Consequently, the martial arts techniques and skills he currently practices are all derived from the real world. Their caliber is not particularly high, yet they suffice for him at present, namely Vitality Long Fist, 5 Thunder Blade, and Light Wing Technique. The appearance of these demons is quite akin to the beastly entities of the cultivation realm. If one were to delineate a difference, it would be that they appear more ferocious, because the beasts in the cultivation realm are often adept in sorcery, while the demons here favor corporeal assaults. In a desolate valley not far from Qingyo town, Sushi wielded his blade with precision, the cold glint flashing briefly as it cleaved through the air, empowered by the roaring aura of vitality, decisively slaying a deer-like demon. Its antlers were exceptionally large and robust, its eyes a vivid crimson, glistening fangs dripping with saliva, exuding a desire to tear Sushi apart. Yet, even the most ferocious of demons can meet their demise. As Sushi's long blade severed its form, the deer-like demon collapsed, its rage extinguished into nothingness. Dust and debris scattered amidst the chaos of battle, and Sushi surveyed the fallen demon and the surrounding environment. Now rendered unrecognizable by the fierce conflict, his brow furrowed. Even the demons at the very fringe of the 10,000 Great Mountains possess such strength. Should more formidable ones appear, can Daqian truly withstand them? Sushi fell into contemplation, sensing an inexplicable balance between the 10,000 Great Mountains and Daqian. Could it be that within humanity, there exist superannuated beings powerful enough to intimidate all demons? Chapter 104. No longer the girl's simulation. Sudage, have you gone to slay demons again? Indeed, and yo. How have you been lately? Hee hee, same as always. Wherever there is work, I go. Returning to Qingyo town, a resounding call pierced the dimming red dusk. The sunset was anything but beautiful. The sky loomed ominously, as if a ghastly domain was spreading. The residual warmth of the sun unable to penetrate the layers of darkness, leaving only a blurred crimson in its wake. On the journey home, Sushi received many warm greetings from the townsfolk. Even some elderly women regarded him as a topic of conversation. This child Sushi is commendable. He can earn money and is skilled in martial arts. Yet he is too earnest, easily taken advantage of. He should find a more industrious wife. It seems the butcher's daughter from the neighboring town would suit him well. Why not match them? Have you lost your mind? The neighboring town has long been devastated. Yes, how could I forget? The neighboring town fell to the demons last year. The physical prowess of martial artists manifests in every aspect, including their hearing. Sushi gradually distanced himself, yet his keen ears captured every word of the discussions behind him. Difficulties? Not quite. Embarrassment? Far from it. Listening to the elders' conversations, Sushi felt more a sense of compassion than anything else. He paused, gazing skyward. Sushi's eyes calmly observed as the dome of the heavens lost its last remnants of red, transforming entirely into a deep, inky black, casting a suffocating canvas of despair and struggle. That was a pressure akin to suffocation. A numbing and helpless struggle. Since the first year of your transmigration, Qingyo town has begun its reconstruction. Yet, you realize that the reconstruction efforts in Qingyo town seem to have no end, perpetually ongoing. For in every spring and winter, large-scale waves of demons erupt, powerful fiends surging forth from the 10,000 Great Mountains, relentlessly attacking border settlements like Qingyo town. Sky dogs devour the sun. Demon foxes feast on essence, corpse demons decay, and evil tigers act as accomplices. Faced with such formidable and terrifying demons, Even martial artists with robust vitality find it difficult to contend. Only those above the innate level can engage in battle. Naturally, small towns like Qingyou Town lack the presence of innate martial artists and the support of the Daqian army. Thus, you witness year after year the cyclical ruin and reconstruction of Qingyou Town. Through your first-hand experiences, you refute the historical accounts found in books. Such narratives are erroneous, mere hypocritical embellishments. The establishment and expansion of Daqian have not ensured safety for all. The people of Qingyou Town, along with all towns bordering the 10,000 Great Mountains, exist in a state of constant fear and unease. Such a heavy atmosphere. It seems that the simulation has transcended the realm of a little girl's upbringing. Although it remains far removed from the beauty of a prosperous life, the perilous nature of the martial arts world far exceeds your imagination. While remaining vigilant, you persist in your relentless training of body and vitality. Your cultivation speed has slowed, yet you excel in perseverance, progressing incrementally each day. Your martial skills may be rudimentary, but your commitment allows you to become increasingly proficient. You tirelessly throw punches day and night. You stand firm in your stance, unwavering through winter and summer. The torrents of sweat bear witness to your efforts, and your well-defined muscles embody your will. In both body and realm, you continue to grow through unwavering diligence. In the simulated 5th year, at the age of 20, Qingyou Town faced another wave of demons, and you survived. In the simulated 6th year, at 21, you notice a dwindling number of familiar faces in Qingyou Town, yet you endure. In the simulated 7th year, at 22, you have become a renowned martial artist in the vicinity, even without seeking it. Offerings of gold, silver, and medicinal herbs are presented to you, yet you remain stalled at the essence realm, seemingly lacking something. Seasons change, flowers bloom and withered. Sushi's simulation has spanned over 6 years. It is now the 7th year. The progress in the martial arts realm has not been particularly smooth. Sushi has been stuck at the essence realm for 3 years. However, he maintains a calm demeanor. Sensing that the blood exchange realm is tantalizingly close, if he can break through that layer of bottleneck, Sushi is confident that he can make a swift advancement to become a congenital martial artist in a shorter span of time. This simulation has no lifespan limitations, and the vitality-enhancing martial arts can prolong life, so there is no rush. Ample time is at his disposal. Once again returning from a practical training session, Sushi walks through the streets, attuning himself to the flowing energy within his body while contemplating his future cultivation. A martial artist must be courageous and diligent. Perhaps, this time, I should truly embrace a reckless path, striking heaven and earth indiscriminately. He prepares to train further, both to trigger the perseverance trait and to introspect, seeking the reasons behind his prolonged stagnation at the blood exchange realm. With a creak, he pushes open the heavy, reddish-brown wooden door that Sushi enters his home in Qingyou Town. The ground is paved with square stone bricks, flanked by walls constructed of green bricks, with willow trees hanging low, casting a patchy shade that dances in the wind. There are no so-called paintings or antiques, nor any exquisite carvings or decorative beams. Sushi's residence is stripped to its bare essentials. Everything is designed with cultivation in mind, maximizing space so he can hone his martial skills and cultivate his vitality even while at home. Navigating around the towering training stones of blue steel, Sushi heads straight for the inner chamber, preparing to clear his mind and cultivate his vitality martial arts. Yes, this is how it should be. It seems I have spotted something unusual. A fleeting look of confusion crosses Sushi's face, quickly replaced by silence. He silently closes the door, takes a deep breath, exhales slowly, and opens the inner chamber door once more. It is not an illusion. It has not vanished. A girl, drenched in blood and appearing gravely injured, lies unconscious in Sushi's room. Did she fall from the sky? Sushi glances up, observing a massive hole in the ceiling. With shattered tiles fluttering in the wind and broken beams dropping wood shavings, revealing a clear view of the outside sky, Sushi's assessment is correct. This is indeed not a young girl simulation. The girl who has fallen into his abode has already matured into a young woman, presumably around 16 or 17 years of age. Is she a martial artist from a nearby village? No, her attire does not resemble that of an ordinary person. It appears to be from a wealthy county in the heart of the Great Qian. Has she been attacked by demons and gravely wounded? Or perhaps ambushed by someone, clad in a striking red and white outfit, complemented by an exquisitely crafted light armor, she is both beautiful and formidable. The fiery hue of her attire is not merely stained by blood but embodies an aura of fierce vitality akin to raging flames. Coupled with the long spear that has rolled to the side, her identity becomes more pronounced, gleaming and sharp, with an ebony grip. Quite intriguing. It appears she is a blood exchange realm martial artist. This situation is beginning to grow interesting. Chapter 105. A fugitive? An unidentified, gravely injured young woman. You perform basic treatment, staunching her bleeding wounds, while placing her weapon at a distance for safety. Your treatment proves effective. Within half an hour, the blood exchange realm young woman awakens from her stupor. Her consciousness is frantic, still caught in the tension before her fainting, and instinctively, she attempts to strike you, who is present in the room. Her attack, weakened by her injuries, is feeble and easily thwarted by Su Shi, who had anticipated her actions by removing the spear in advance. Confusion, doubt, shock. Her delicate face shifts through a myriad of expressions, ultimately settling into embarrassment and a forced smile. Perhaps I should offer an apology? The girl possesses an extraordinary beauty, with every contour of her face embodying the essence of a stunning maiden. Yet her demeanor is rather brash. Su Shi perceives that this boisterous attitude is both her true self and a facade. Despite her efforts to appear unguarded, the flicker of distrust in her eyes reveals her intent to search for her weapon, the long spear. An apology is unnecessary. I in the room. Su Shi leisurely sips his tea. And, amidst the young woman's astonished gaze, he states, since you are awake, you may leave on your OW and in his first simulation. Su Shi took in Suimoli because the infant could not survive independently. In the second simulation, he took in Krisha, as inanimate objects devoid of emotions cannot truly live. And this time, the young woman of the blood exchange realm, who has fallen from an unknown height, evidently possesses a mature worldview and formidable strength, leading Su Shi to believe he need not intervene. Silence envelopes the room, eerie and profound. The young woman is rendered speechless, seemingly unable to fathom Su Shi's direct dismissal. The chirping of insects outside fills the air, and the rustling of intertwining willow branches creates a resonant ambience, amplifying her bewilderment. The young woman scrutinizes Su Shi from head to toe, as if trying to ascertain his identity and intentions. Her eyes flashing with confusion and uncertainty, ultimately morphing into a desperate gamble. I am Wu Yingxue, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingyuan in the Great Qian, the Princess of Liang'an, as conferred by His Majesty. The girl, or rather, Princess Wu Yingxue, suddenly grasps Su Shi's arm tightly, her eyes wide, speaking in a hurried and anxious tone. In that instant, Su Shi seems to hear. Vimi 50 release me, Su Shi replies calmly, pulling away from the young woman. You doubt me? I believe you. After all, your attire and that weapon serve as compelling evidence of your identity. Then why won't you help me? The girl's confusion is palpable. Her expression